The game is about to begin. The awakening procedure has been completed. Your hibernation duration was 147 days and 9 hours. Physical condition, excellent. A gentle reminder. In 8 hours, you may enter the unreal world, a testament to humanity's future as represented by Future Technology Company. Furthermore, we pay homage to the pioneers. This game will enable members of the advanced fleet to connect and interact with their friends and family back on Earth, allowing all Pion ears to experience the warmth of home. As Su Yichen awakened from a slumber, a virtual screen began to automatically play the promotional audio for the Unreal World, a game that had been extensively advertised since. He filled out the application form for support personnel for the advanced team. At the age of 25, Su Yichen hailed from an alternate world in 2017 China. Though he was not struck by lightning, he met his demise in a tragic accident, which could be considered a direct route to another realm, categorizing him among the second most common reasons for transmigration, one with a warranty, ensuring no depreciation in value. After his transmigration, Su Yichen was born in the year 2145 of New Huaxia. Apart from possessing an exceptionally healthy physique and an extraordinary aptitude for learning, Her received no additional benefits from his transition. He grew up in a National Loyalty Institute of New Huaxia, undergoing 18 years of compulsory education. Driven by the ambition to fulfill the dreams left unaccomplished in his previous life, he successfully gained admission to a military academy, graduating with outstanding results and subsequently enlisting. Without any lingering attachments, Su Yichen willingly signed the agreement to join the first batch of pioneers for humanity's colonization of outer space. In the year 2140, 5 years prior to Su Yichen's journey through time, the 5 permanent members of the United Nations New Xinhai, the Russo Federation, the European Union, the United States, and the African Union jointly established an external exploration agency. This institution preliminarily identified 6 potentially colonizable planets. After 3 decades of preparation, negotiation, disputes, and exchanges of interests, 6 exploration fleets were constructed in the circumterrestrial space, each poised and ready to embark towards their designated targets. Aside from the recruitment of volunteers, the breakthroughs in virtual reality technology over these 30 years, culminating in 2175, significantly contributed to the future of company. Colonization. The emergence of Unreal World, rather than merely being a game, can be regarded as humanity's second society. With travel durations spanning decades, while physical bodies could be preserved, human consciousness was nearly frozen. Following numerous experimental improvements, scientists concluded that prolonged cryogenic sleep, though not detrimental to the physiological functions of the brain, would inflict irrevocable harm on the psyche, and consciousness. Brain death was deemed the inevitable outcome. The virtual reality game Unreal World serves as a remedy for this grim outcome, enabling consciousness to remain actively engaged, thus averting the fatal consequence of brain death. For the general populace, the advent of Unreal World signifies the realization of a long-held dream spanning centuries. In an era where labor has largely been liberated, though not universally, entertainment reigns supreme. For Su Yichen, this future era lacks a sense of belonging. The monumental changes brought about by over a century of technological advancement have led him to perceive the world as somewhat distorted. The ideals fervently pursued by generations past have now come to fruition in this age, a time when the dominion of Huaxia reigns supreme once more. Growing up in the Loyalty Institute, devoid of family and with few friends, he finds himself unencumbered and resolutely signs the support agreement to embark on an exploration oft. He vast cosmos. Esteemed pioneer, there are 10 minutes remaining until the official launch of the server for Illusory World. Following this initiation, the system will enter an automated operational state. All data will be classified as Level 5 confidential. Please approach each of your choices with utmost caution. Once your account is finalized, it will be irrevocably linked to your personal information, and any determination made will be unchangeable for life. A gentle reminder, please deliberate carefully on your game name, as it too will be permanently bound to you. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. The voice prompt from his personal terminal caused Su Yichen to scoff slightly. Reflecting on the bizarre names from his previous lives' games, he mused on the folly of being saddled. With one for eternity, he wondered if some individuals might resort to drastic measures to delete their accounts. Su Were you pondering? A woman, nearly 180 centimeters tall, with a robust physique, stood beside the life pod. Her chestnut-colored short hair exuded a wild spirit. I've heard that accounts of the advanced team will possess certain attribute enhancements that I hope that once we enter this new world, we can engage in a thrilling competition once more. Vittoria Gabriella, a member of the elite forces from the EU, is affiliated with the security department of the 6th Expeditionary Force, akin to Yichen. She possesses physical prowess that rivals any male counterpart, coupled with an exceedingly combative spirit. Having engaged in combat with nearly everyone in her department, Yichen stands as one of the few who has ever bested her, and she has been persistently seeking an opportunity to face him again. Vittoria, I will be heading to the dust zone. I believe the likelihood of us meeting again in the game is quite slim. You might as well pray for our safe arrival at Pandora, Yichen remarked, gesturing dismissively as he reclined in the life pod, feeling somewhat vexed by Vittoria's mention of the afterlife. For the EU personnel within the expeditionary team, largely comprised of new church members, and with a voyage spanning up to 50 years, the world of Illusory Realm is often regar. Dead as the Valhalla promised by the gods, a notion that has gained considerable traction. Vittoria, being of Germanic descent, was brimming with excitement as she prepared to embark on her journey of combat, firmly believing that she would ultimately become an incarnation of the Valkyrie in the afterlife. Yichen, however, harbored a thought. A Valkyrie standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 180 pounds would undoubtedly induce despair in countless sedentary souls within the EU. Even true warriors would hesitate at the prospect of being ushered into the banquet hall of Valhalla by a woman more robust than themselves. Based on the hibernation period, the Unreal World should have launched nearly 4 months ago in Earth time. According to internal fleet reports, the delay in activating the server was due to unresolved signal coverage issues, which have held back the advanced fleet until now. The communications department's resolution remains uncertain. The Unreal World is about to commence. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the timer reached 0, a dazzling white light erupted before Yichen, enveloping his entire field of vision. Set against an endless void, a humanoid figure materialized before Yichen, perfectly replicating his appearance and form. Gazing at the virtual entity before him, Yichen made several adjustments to its features, striving to attain a closer resemblance to his former self. The familiar face feels more comforting. He also elevated the height by 6 centimeters, bringing it to 186 centimeters. Yichen felt a subtle discomfort at having been the same height as Vittoria, and thus chose to confirm his alterations. Chapter 2. Attributes and talents. In the previously explored documentation of the Illusory World, Yichen discerned that attributes constitute the most vital elements of this realm. Every being within the Illusory World is composed of 6 dimensions: strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, and charisma. Drawing parallels to game attributes, an individual in the real world, nurtured from childhood with ample nutrition, sufficient exercise, a comprehensive education, commendable upbringing, and an average appearance, could potentially achieve an attribute score of 8 across the board. However, in the Illusory World, due to the incessant turmoil of war, the average dimensional attributes of ordinary citizens rest at 6 points. While individual values may vary, the total attribute points do not exceed 36. Nobility and professionals are accounted for separately. When players create their initial characters, their basic attributes, with the exception of charisma, are set at 6 points, accompanied by an additional 24 points of discretionary attribute points for allocation. During the allocation process, once any single attribute reaches 12 points, each subsequent point requires 2 discretionary points. Beyond 14 points, 3 points are necessary, and beyond 16 points, 4 points are required, with 20 points necessitating the completion of independent quests. Upon leveling up, characters do not gain discretionary attribute points unless they acquire skills or talents that specifically enhance attributes. Furthermore, upon choosing a profession, one receives a one-time occupational bonus, with varying attribute enhancements and skill rewards dependent on the profession. Different careers also come with corresponding experience penalties. For instance, a militia profession may level up more swiftly than a Dragon Knight profession. Yet the skill points and weapon proficiency gained per level will undoubtedly be inferior to those of the latter. During the standard upgrading process, with each ascension in level, a character is bestowed with a certain number of skill points and weapon proficiency points. Upon reaching every 3rd level, the opportunity for a talent selection is granted. It has been determined that you are a valiant pioneer, a beacon of hope for humanity, through the volunteer review mechanism. You have proven yourself to be among the elite of humankind. You may choose to undergo a physical and profile scan, whereby your initial character will inherit your commendable traits from reality, along with 2 additional bonus attributes, or alternatively, you may opt for an extra 6 points of free attribute allocation. Commencing scan. Evaluating player S physical condition. Analyzing player S profile. Please hold for a moment, as the system assesses Yichen's attributes. A comprehensive introduction to the 6 dimensions of attributes is concurrently provided. Strength determines the character's carrying capacity and serves as the primary attribute for inflicting physical damage. Every piece of equipment possesses weight. Metal armor and heavy weaponry impose minimum strength usage restrictions. Agility governs the character's control over their own body. Those with high agility can perform astonishing maneuvers. It also dictates the character's additional burst capacity, neural reaction speed, and movement velocity. Although equipping armor and heavy weaponry incurs a penalty to agility, Constitution influences the character's resilience against impacts, damage absorption, recovery rate, and overall health. Characters with high Constitution are better equipped to withstand harm, resist ailments, and recover from injuries more swiftly, thus enhancing their endurance for prolonged combat. Wisdom determines a character's knowledge and skills. A higher wisdom facilitates the casting of spells and enhances their efficacy, while also accelerating skill advancement. This attribute is of paramount importance to mages, as it dictates their maximum spellcasting potential. For other classes, wisdom remains significant, as it directly influences the number of skill points gained with each level up. Perception governs a character's visual, auditory, and olfactory senses, enabling a more acute awareness of the surrounding environment. Characters with heightened perception can discern the trajectory of arrows and anticipate impending dangers. Such individuals can effortlessly detect hostility in others and recognize subtle clues, making this attribute crucial for many spellcasting professions, as it directly impacts spell effectiveness and the rate of energy recovery. Charisma significantly influences the potency of innate spells and the supernatural affinity of natural spellcasters. The baseline charisma is determined by the player's inherent attributes and recorded profile. This attribute is vital for users of supernatural abilities who are not mages, and it is the only attribute that players cannot directly allocate points to. Scanning complete. After a 30-second analysis, the system's feminine voice presented Yichen's attributes. Attributes: Strength 12, based on your physical scan result of 10, augmented by a recommendation letter from the esteemed Dean of the Loyal Descendants Institute 1, and recognition as an outstanding military academy graduate 1, Agility 16, based on your physical scan result of 12, enhanced by a recommendation letter from the esteemed Dean of the Loyal Descendants Institute 1, recognition as an outstanding military academy graduate 1, and a Level 2 proficiency in Reconnaissance Skill Assessment 2, Constitution 15, based on your physical scan result of 10, bolstered by a recommendation letter from the esteemed Dean of the Loyal Descendants Institute 1, recognition as an outstanding military academy graduate 1, a clean bill of health with no significant illness records 1, and a record of consecutive victories at the Jian Pavilion of Jixia Academy 2, Wisdom 14, based on your academic scan result of 10, enhanced by a recommendation letter from the esteemed Dean of the Loyal Descendants Institute 1, recognition as an outstanding military academy graduate 1, and an excellent certification from the Higher Education Entrance Examination 2, Perception 14, based on your physical scan result of 10, augmented by a recommendation letter from the esteemed Dean of the Loyal Descendants Institute 1, recognition as an outstanding military academy graduate 1, and possession of a Sixth Sense Certification 2, Charisma 12, based on your appearance analysis of 8, bolstered by an S-level evaluation of civic quality 2, a negative record in social networking interactions -2, advanced officer training 2, a lack of romantic history -1, numerous high-praise recommendation letters from instructors 1, and selection as a volunteer for the advanced team 2. You possess a total of 2 free points. This is an allowance for advanced team members. Should you choose not to select the self-scan template, you will have an additional 6 free points on top of the basic 24 free points. Yichen glanced at his attributes and, upon seeing the charm attribute, he could not help but smirk, reflecting on how the privacy of the new era seemingly belonged wholly to the state. With a casual gesture, he allocated 2 points from his free attribute points to strength, raising it from 12 to 13. The rewards from the scanning results are considered hard bonuses and do not adhere to the penalties associated with high attribute points like free attribute points do. Apart from the advanced team members who can opt for autonomous scanning to obtain attribute templates, this option is restricted in the Earth region. For instance, within New Xinhua, only citizens with an A rating or above may access this option, albeit without any free attribute rewards. Furthermore, the charm value cannot be augmented by free attribute points. It is directly referenced from the player's scanning results and profiles, regardless of whether the player chooses to scan their own attributes. Please select your talent. As an initial player, you may choose 3 talents, but as a member of the advanced team, you will receive an additional talent. All talents are based on your initial attributes, and you cannot inquire about the specific details of the talents before making your selection. The system's voice was gentle as ever. A multitude of selectable talents appeared before Yichen, a vast array numbering in the hundreds. The game Illusory World itself is grounded in a fantastical backdrop, drawing inspiration from classic RPGs such as Dungeons & Dragons and Fallout. Among its most significant features is the talent system, which encompasses initial talents assigned at character creation, lineage talents, vocational talents acquired post-employment, and the talents bestowed upon joining a combat faction, among others. The immense computational capacity provided by the intellect ensures that no 2 players are entirely alike, and the variety of talents continues to expand throughout the gameplay experience. Among these, the initial talent is evidently of paramount importance to the player, and the addition of an extra 1 constitutes the most substantial reward option for Vanguard members. Since only the talent names are displayed, without the ability to examine the specific details, Yichen deliberated before deciding to eschew those talents whose names seemed dubious, such as Hard Luck Hank, Bon Vivant, and Ghoul. Ultimately, he selected 4 talents that were either self-explanatory or possessed impressive-sounding names. Weapon Mastery. You possess a natural aptitude for all armaments, facilitating the swift acquisition of proficiency. Mastery of weapons is the bedrock of combat prowess. Base weapon proficiency begins at proficient, and the rate of acquiring weapon proficiency is increased by 1x. This talent is predicated on the player's documented history. Lightning reflexes. The exceptional structure of your reflexes endows you with extraordinary reaction speed. In close quarters combat, you consistently outpace your adversaries. This talent is predicated on the character's 16 points of dexterity. Serene Mind. Years of disciplined conduct, coupled with numerous brushes with mortality, have rendered your mind like a tranquil mirror. Emotional upheavals are rare, and you exhibit heightened resistance to mental influences, immunity to fear, and a 50 reduction in the effects of failed while saving throws. This talent is predicated on the player's documented history, as well as the character's constitution, perception, and intelligence scores of 14. Chapter 3. The sole birthplace option. Your talents have been finalized. Please select the location for your character's initial descent. Yichen gazed upon the vast virtual map, reminiscent of Earth, where a portion designated as the Lus region was marked with a glaring red inscription. All new players are temporarily unable to select this area as their landing zone. Meanwhile, other continents were indicated in yellow, denoting that, due to distance constraints, they were temporarily inaccessible to the members of the advanced team. Only the region known as the Far South Colony, referring to Australia within the game, was enveloped in blue. What is going on? Yichen pondered. Why is it that only that desolate place in Australia is selectable? Wasn't it stated that the technical issues had been resolved? He scrutinized the vivid red warning of the Lus region and couldn't help but wonder if it implied that the servers were overwhelmed. After all, having traversed into another world, why was he still encountering such problems on the national server? Due to time zone discrepancies. The first advanced fleet members had entered the realm of Illusory World 3 hours prior, yet the vast distance hindered optimal signal transmission, leading to excessive latency that rendered gameplay unsatisfactory. It was perhaps a figment of his imagination, but Yichen detected a hint of embarrassment in the system's female voice. Was it a manifestation of an exceptionally advanced intelligence, or had a futuristic tech company employed a legion of real customer service representatives akin to those of 10,086? According to the previous emergency plan, in the face of such insurmountable technical difficulties, mirror servers were to be established within each advanced fleet. At present, the members of the advanced fleet could only choose to land in the Australian region, designated as the overlapping mirror zone, where 6 expedition teams would log into 6 distinct mirror areas. It is anticipated that the delay issue will be resolved within 155 working days. Until then, I can only engage in local area network games with my fleet comrades. This brings to mind an ambitious Valkyrie-like figure, a muscular woman, causing Yichen to feel a pang of discomfort. The system remained unusually silent for a brief moment. The Unreal World has been operational on Earth for a full 4 months, and with a time ratio of 12:1, for in-game years have already passed. Players from the Lus region have protested against the territorial map of the Song Empire since the game's launch, taking tangible action to address the issue, which has severely disrupted the normal narrative arrangement of the game. Following the commencement of operations, the Earth region has been fully managed by the intelligence brain, possessing authorization from the 5 permanent member nations, asserting that it falls under the self-evolution of the game world, refusing any adjustments. Even the operators are unable to amend game data, and can only restrict new players from entering the Lus region at the login interface to mitigate fluctuations. Yichen couldn't help but smirk. Based on his understanding of the internal climate of New Sia, he could roughly deduce what had transpired in the Lus region. Regarding the phrase "the land beneath the heavens is the king's land," he had a unique comprehension among his peers at the Loyalty and Military Academy. Were it not for the groundbreaking advancements in the Void Detection Project and the imminent prospect of extraterrestrial colonization, Yichen believed that the current situation in the game's Lus region would already deserve a place on the international stage. Observing the current area of the Lus region, it seems that if restrictions are not imposed, future narratives may very well evolve into tales of resistance against the Central Powers. Yichen could not help but feel a sense of loss for having missed out on a grand wave by signing up as a volunteer. Nevertheless, he decided to accept the situation. With a sigh, he reached out to tap on the screen, selecting Australia. The destination was confirmed, and the character information was under verification. After a few seconds of anticipation, Yichen observed a piece of parchment materializing in the void, inscribed with his character card. Name: Yichen. Race: human. Lus division: racial skill, experience X1. 1. Level: 1. Status: healthy. Occupation: none. Attributes: strength: 13. Dexterity: 16. Constitution: 15. Intelligence: 14. Perception: 14. Charisma: 12. Talents: weapon mastery. You possess the ability to wield any weapon with proficiency, making it easier for you to master them. Mastery of weapons is the foundation of combat. Weapon proficiency begins at skilled level, with the speed of acquisition increased by X1. 1. Lightning reflexes. Your reflexive neural structure is unlike that of ordinary individuals, granting you extraordinary reaction speed. In close combat, you consistently outpace your opponents. Reflective serenity. Years of disciplined behavior have rendered your heart, like a tranquil mirror, impervious to any significant emotional upheaval. Your willpower has become resilient, granting you immunity to fear and having the adverse effects endured during willpower assessments in the face of failure. Chaotic adversary. With your heart inclined towards order, your prolonged battles against chaos have bestowed upon you an unparalleled understanding of its weaknesses and characteristics. Any attempts by chaotic beings to conceal themselves, move stealthily, or remain hidden will be unraveled by your keen perception. You inflict 1.2 times the damage upon adversaries from the chaotic faction. However, beware, for chaos too watches you. An insidious specter that leaves no trace, a predatory force awaiting its prey. Skills. No skills learned as of yet. Character background. In this war-torn land, demonic creatures, cannibalistic races, eldritch horrors, and internal human foes threaten to extinguish the flickering flame of civilization. From the far southern colonies, on the fringes of the continental civilization, a distress signal has echoed, calling for aid after attacks ensued. Several renowned battle groups have met their demise in this region, while the central continent struggles to muster sufficient elite forces from its dwindling military strength to brave the stormy seas for assistance. Consequently, a lucrative bounty has been proclaimed, enticing anyone willing to take a chance. Adventurers and mercenaries from across the globe, lured by the promise of wealth and glory, flock to this call. And you are among them. Amidst the stirring symphony, the parchment succumbed to the flames, transforming into ashes, while the verdant life essence filled the rejuvenation chamber. Thus, Yichen's journey within the game commenced. Chapter 4. The perilous start. The ashen waves mirrored the somber sky, and the damp air carried the scent of decaying ship timber. Upon opening his eyes, Yichen discovered himself sprawled upon a sandy beach, the gentle patter of rain kissing his face, its coolness indistinguishable from reality. Despite being accustomed to a life surrounded by advanced technology, Yichen harbored an unwavering reverence for the game developer's ingenuity. Shaking off the sand that clung to him, he assessed his condition. His silken white shirt, drenched by seawater, clung limply to his form, while his tattered leather armor still afforded a modicum of protection. His leather trousers and boots, however, remained in commendable condition, After emptying his boots of water, Yichen surveyed his surroundings. The rocky beach appeared somewhat dreary against the backdrop of the sky and sea, with scattered wooden debris and several bloated corpses strewn about. In the distance, he spied a shipwreck, marooned upon the reefs. Determined, Yichen resolved to venture towards the vessel in search of any useful items. It seemed he had successfully reached the far southern regions, yet he remained uncertain when he might arrive at a hub of human civilization. Clearly, the southern territories now teetered on the brink of collapse, and from the background narrative, the flame of civilization flickered precariously. Who could fathom the current state of affairs in the far south? Constructed in the style of a 12th century maple sailing vessel, it appears to have sustained significant damage upon colliding violently with reefs, resulting in a breach in its side and subsequent water ingress. The vessel is now listing severely towards the shoreline. Sui hastened his pace, endeavoring to complete his search before the ship succumbed entirely to the depths. With agility, Sui traversed the reefs and ascended the opposite gunwale. The ship's list approached an acute angle of 40 degrees, rendering footing precarious on the slick, waterlogged timbers. Fortunately, endowed with an exceptional dexterity bonus of 16 points, Sui advanced steadily along the deck toward the ship's superstructure. The interior cabins were similarly inundated, with much of their volume submerged. Impact marks from displaced objects marred the bulkheads, as chests and cabinets lay strewn about. Sui meticulously scoured each cabin, hoping to discover survivors or salvageable provisions. Regrettably, the initial 2 cabins yielded nothing beyond splintered wood and chaotic debris. Uncertain of the vessel's remaining buoyancy, Sui redoubled his efforts, entering the 3rd cabin where he recovered a parcel containing sustenance. Upon inspection, it proved to be a mixture of dried meat fragments suspended in a paste. The superstructure was compact, and the present cabin represented the final chamber, situated at the innermost, highest point. This room exuded a more opulent ambience than the others, featuring a solitary window. Sui surmised that it might have been the captain's quarters, and thus commenced a focused examination of any potentially valuable items. Every accessible container was opened. Within an oak chest, he discovered a meticulously crafted metal flask, distinguished by a ruby at its center. The other scimitar also made Yichen feel fortunate. The scimitar wasn't long. Its overall shape resembled the arc of an antelope's horn, ideal for cleaving. The scabbard was filled with exotic textures, and by the lightning outside the window, one could discern fish scale-like patterns on the blade. At this moment, the ship, tilting even more severely, creaked and groaned like grinding teeth. Unable to find anything else of use in the room, Yichen knew he should depart swiftly, lest he return to the seabed with the vessel. Fortunately, the ship swayed but held once more, and the sounds of wood straining against wood lessened, allowing Yichen ample time to leave. After resting on the shore for a while, Yichen examined his belongings. Tattered leather armor, severely damaged leather armor, offering nothing more than psychological comfort. Devoid of any restorative value, it's essentially refuse. Leather trousers, trousers of indeterminate material, virtually indestructible, yet providing no defense. After all, we can't have the player fighting bare-assed. Oxhide boots, common oxhide boots, still wearable despite being waterlogged, and offering a degree of protection. Don't say we gave you nothing. Exquisite scimitar, a meticulously maintained scimitar of refined craftsmanship, specially treated for rust prevention due to its constant exposure to the sea. Sharpness, moderate. Texture, ordinary. No special attributes. Commonly used weapons aboard the ship. The previous owner cherished them dearly. The rum flask belonging to Captain Emus Rockefeller. This distinctive flask imbues any rum contained within it with slight healing properties and warmth after 4 hours. Ahem, without it, my stomach ailment would inevitably claim my life. Minced meat soup powder, a concoction made from potato powder, pumpkin powder, and crushed dried meat. It can be rendered edible by boiling in water. It appears sticky and has a similar texture when consumed. Upon surveying the ship, Yichen observed no corpses, deducing that the crew had successfully abandoned ship before stranding. Other surviving sailors must have landed on a nearby beach after the sinking, while he, unfortunately, seemed to be among the unlucky ones, having been cast into the sea by the storm and washed ashore by the waves. Gazing at the flask in his hand, Yichen considered the likelihood of Captain Emus Rockefeller's survival. His first task should revolve around this captain, a man of extensive experience who could undoubtedly guide him to the nearest gathering of people. Brandishing the curved saber, its cold gleam reflecting the lightning's brilliance, he acknowledged that while it was not the most comfortable weapon for him, he had experimented with various melee arms during his studies at the Jixia Academy. The curved saber's design was reminiscent of ancient Persian styles. During a martial arts competition, he had once engaged in combat with warriors from the Middle East. Their angles devious and techniques enigmatic yet remarkably fluid, a continuous barrage of strikes that left a lasting impression on him. Endowed with the innate talent of weapon mastery, Yichen wielded his scimitar with a distinct lack of awkwardness, as though guided by an invisible mentor imparting the subtleties of its use. Gazing towards the distant black forest, Yichen resolved to seek a haven where he could kindle a fire for warmth, evade the chilling rain, and thoroughly dry his garments before indulging in a hearty meal. Once the rain subsided, he intended to try his luck in the vicinity, hoping to discover vestiges left by any surviving sailors. However, at that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the forest. Chapter 5. The unfortunate Sildar Roosevelt, a mariner aboard the ship, considered himself fortunate. When the tempest struck, he successfully boarded a lifeboat. A hapless soul behind him was a mere instant too late in his attempt to leap aboard, resulting in a headlong plunge onto a floating barrel. May the sea god safeguard him from drowning. Subsequently, the group that successfully made landfall fortuitously located a cave within the forest, offering respite from the rain. However, they were unexpectedly confronted by a band of green-skinned orcs. Save for Sildar, who had lagged behind in search of a secluded spot, the rest were taken captive. May the sea god ensure they are not devoured after their demise. One Eye, a wolf rider of the Iron Hand tribe, deemed himself fortunate. A small fry, unnoticed by the patrol, was within easy reach. One Eye believed he could relish this morsel alone, without having to contend with a horde of lads vying for the choicest cuts. It would be all his. Due to the loss of an eye, One Eye frequently had portions of his rations seized by more robust orcs. Saliva dripped from his enormous fangs as the wolf beneath him writhed restlessly, emitting disgruntled snorts. Quiet, you fool. We must not allow the little shrimp to discover us. I cannot forget your share. We must wait until the patrol has moved far away before making our move. We cannot let them hear us. The one-eyed man struck the wolf's head forcefully. Crack. The giant wolf stepped on a branch beneath it, casting an innocent gaze toward the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man anxiously turned to Zierduo, who, upon hearing the sound, stared in shock at the green-skinned creature and the giant wolf hidden in the bushes behind him. Zierduo felt utterly unfortunate. Surviving the shipwreck seemed to him a colossal blunder, and now he envied that hapless soul who had fallen into the barrel. Even being captured alongside the captain and his crew would have been preferable, as it would at least afford him companionship in the cauldron. But now, this green-skinned monster behind him could hardly wait to ignite a fire, and with its demeanor, it seemed eager to devour him alive. Not to mention the wolf, which appeared unwilling to delay for even a single second. What a cursed fate. The one-eyed man, too, felt beset by misfortune. The meal he had anticipated was slipping away. If it weren't for your foolishness, we would be feasting by now. You stupid mule. If I can't catch him, I shall dine on you tonight. The giant wolf, fueled by the instinct for survival. Zierduo found himself moving nearly as swiftly as the one-eyed man riding the wolf, using the cover of the trees to evade capture for a while. However, a burst of energy could not last indefinitely. Just as he was about to escape the confines of the forest, a sense of impending doom washed over him. And he could not help but cry out with his last ounce of strength, save, only to be tripped by a protruding root. His remaining words transforming into a heart-wrenching scream. Yichen felt remarkably fortunate. When he followed the sound to locate the source of the anguished cries, he discovered an unfortunate soul pinned to the ground by a long spear through his thigh. Yet, this wretched individual still had the energy to plead for mercy, indicating that his life was not in immediate peril. Don't eat me. I can tell you where the ship is. There's plenty of food inside, and an abundance of wine. Endless wine. Zildu, struggling to avert his gaze from the spear embedded in his leg, felt an unprecedented sincerity wash over him. I swear it's true. We arrived by ship. And we have an inexhaustible supply of provisions. The vessel is not far from here. If we delay, it may sink. I beg you, I can lead you there. The one-eyed creature found the little shrimp before him quite compliant, observing the sheer excitement etched across his face. The creature noted how the blood flowed from him far quicker than that of the shrimps hanging on the racks, awaiting desiccation. Such fresh meat was undeniably more delectable. Prompting the one-eyed monster to lick his lips and pat the head of his beast. Continue to intimidate him, do not let him cease. Once he has bled sufficiently, we shall feast upon him. The beast advanced a few steps toward Zildu, baring its teeth and roaring ferociously. Zildu, in a state of terror, instinctively raised his arms to shield his face, convinced that death was imminent. At that moment, through the gap in his arms, Zildu caught sight of a figure stealthily approaching behind the orc. In a panic, he nearly cried out for help. only to realize that he must maintain the orc's attention rather than expose the presence of the newcomer. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the underbrush and tree trunks, Yichen maneuvered behind the green-skinned monster, shielded by the rain, and, fortunately, remained undetected by both the creature and its mount. As Yichen drew closer, he realized that this green-skinned behemoth towered over him by a head. Clad in armor fashioned from animal hides, wood, and a smattering of metal, its muscular frame was imposing. Slung across its back was a rusted, makeshift cleaver, and the thickness of the blade suggested that, even without a sharpened edge, it possessed ample lethality. Now within striking distance, Yichen unsheathed his curved dagger, and at that moment, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky. This was the time to act. In the astonished gaze of Zierduo, a flash of steel sliced through the green creature's throat, eliciting a gushing flow of purple blood. The one-eyed giant clutched its wound, turning defiantly to face its assailant. Its visage a mask of fury. Yet, all it could manage were ragged gasps. With its other hand, it reached behind to draw its weapon. This vile little shrimp could not be allowed the chance to arm itself. The one-eyed monster lost its sole opportunity as its remaining eye abruptly succumbed to darkness. A surge of excruciating pain nearly caused it to bite off its own tongue. In mere moments, it felt as though it had plunged into a goblin's meat grinder. Eyes, stomach, groin, all were engulfed in torment. The initial strike had not vanquished the foe, and Yichen pressed on. First, he thwarted the creature's attempt to retrieve its weapon. Then gouged out its lone eye, and within 2 breaths, he unleashed 7 swift slashes. Yichen was convinced that no matter how resilient a life form may be, it could not transcend the laws of biology. He methodically severed the tendons of its limbs, sliced open its abdomen, allowing its entrails to spill forth, and delivered the final fatal blow, completely severing the connection between body and head along the line of his initial assault. Sildo's mouth remained agape, the plea for mercy still caught in his throat. As the situation underwent a complete reversal, saved? He mused, his mind struggling to form coherent thoughts, only emitting a series of guttural sounds. After swallowing several times, he finally discerned the face of Yichen, uttering a single sentence, "Beryl, you're that unlucky fellow?" Chapter 6. Background Profession rewards. You dispatched your adversaries with commendable efficiency, earning 260 combat experience points. Your inaugural engagement was lauded as excellent, granting you a 10 bonus to combat experience in your next encounter. System notifications materialized upon Yichen's retina. Temporarily disregarding the system's prompts, Yichen examined Sildo's injuries. Addressing the recovering patient. "Have you encountered me before? Were you a sailor who escaped from the ship? I am Sildo, and I have seen you aboard the vessel. I am employed by Captain Rockefeller." Sildo finally managed to exhale deeply, feeling his strength ebb away with the blood from his leg wound. "Help me. The captain and the others have been captured by the orcs. I was the only one who managed to escape. How many individuals escaped the ship with you? Were you the only survivor?" Yichen tore away the fabric around Sildo's wound, fashioning a makeshift tourniquet from the hide of a deceased orc. He tightened the knot firmly a finger's breadth above the injury. "Grip it tightly, if you wish to survive." Sildo endured excruciating pain, gripping the tourniquet tightly with trembling hands. "There were 8 of us in total. The captain led us through the forest in search of shelter from the rain, only to be ambushed by orcs. They were captured, and they may have already met a gruesome fate. Do you know the nearest town? How far is it?" Yichen examined the material and length of the spear. "Bear with it, my friend, it might sting a bit." "What?" Before Sildo could comprehend, the spear was swiftly extracted by Yichen. A dark crimson stream of blood oozing from the wound. Yichen hastily uncorked Captain Emu's Rockfield's flask, pouring half its contents over the injury, and repurposed his silk shirt into a makeshift bandage, wrapping it around the wound several times. "Consider yourself fortunate. The main artery remains intact. The good news is that, for now, you need not worry about excessive blood loss. The bad news, however, is that due to the hostile environment and the spear's condition, your wound is likely to become infected. Every 10 minutes, loosen it for 2, then tighten it again. Otherwise, you may lose your leg before the infection takes hold." Yichen regarded Sildo's ashen face, realizing that even the best outcome might not preserve his leg. Thank you. The nearest rogues' camp is less than a day's journey from here. There are priests there who can surely remedy my plight." Sildo's pallor deepened from blood loss, but we must traverse the entire forest. "Come, Sildo, take a sip. This is your captain's prized reserve. You need to rest now. I shall scout the creature for anything useful. We will devise a plan." At this moment, Yichen comforted Zierduo and turned to approach the corpse of the one-eyed man. Just moments ago, Yichen had received a side quest, Survivors in Distress. Under the leadership of Captain Emus Rockefeller, several crew members and passengers had miraculously escaped death in the storm. However, misfortune compounded as they were subsequently captured by a pair of orc patrols, leaving their lives hanging by a thread. Would you be willing to risk your life to save others? This quest is optional. Difficulty: dangerous. Quest reward: advanced background profession. In the realm of virtual world, when players enter the game, they will randomly draw relevant background professions based on their fundamental attributes, such as thief, farmer, or merchant. Players with slightly elevated attributes may randomly acquire professions like adventurer, scholar, or mercenary. What purpose do background professions serve? Before players attain their formal professions, all experience gained will contribute to leveling up their background professions, each offering a different number of skills and skill points. Most players will obtain their first formal profession around level 4. For instance, a player whose primary attribute is intelligence and whose background profession is scholar, upon reaching level 3, will formally take on the role of a mage, resulting in a level designation of scholar, level 3, mage, level 1, with a total level of 4. In the realm of magic, the experience penalty for the mage class is set at 1. 5. This implies that when a player ascends to level 5 and opts to advance to the mage profession, they must accumulate 1.5 times the requisite experience to transition from scholar, level 3, to mage, level 2, thus completing the leveling journey to a total of level 5. Alternatively, the player may choose the standard experience to progress as a scholar, evolving into scholar, level 4, and mage, level 1, also reaching a cumulative level of 5. While both paths yield the same overall level, the skills, talents, and skill points acquired through each upgrade differ significantly, resulting in a stark disparity among players. For instance, a thief, level 3, transitioning to assassin, level 7, totaling level 10, possesses the capability to vanquish 10 thieves, level 9, or assassins, level 1, all at level 10. However, under equivalent gaming durations, the latter may well be at a higher echelon, such as thief, level 12, and assassin, level 1, culminating in an exhilarating showdown lasting 10 minutes before a victor emerges. Upon their initial entry into this fantastical world, every player is presented with a challenge-oriented optional quest, the reward of which is a prestigious background profession. Successful completion grants them a more formidable background, albeit accompanied by the same experience penalty. Certain high-benefit professions necessitate specific background prerequisites. For example, the Sword Saint requires a background as a young warrior or a proficient swordsman to attain their vocation. I shall not forsake the wounded, Silder. Yichen assisted him to prevent him from falling. I have a plan. I intend to see if there is a chance to rescue the captain and the others. If successful, we can take turns carrying you away from here. However, the greater likelihood is that we will all be devoured by the green-skinned creatures. Are you willing to take that risk? I am willing to take this risk, but it is terribly unfair to you. You could easily abandon me and seek your own path to safety. Zierda regained a bit of vitality and exclaimed excitedly, I don't even know your name. My name is Yichen. Please do not be overly excited, my friend. Without a guide, I cannot escape this wretched place, and a good crew will never abandon their captain. A good passenger should also make an effort, should they not? Let us take a leap of faith. Chapter 7. The Claw of the White Wolf supporting the limping Zierdu. Yichen and the others discovered the cave where the captain's group had initially sought refuge from the rain. It lay behind a small hill, beside a winding creek. The underbrush at the cave's entrance had been trampled, extending deep into the forest. This is it. I was out here trying to find a safe place to relieve myself, and as soon as the captain and the others entered, they were blocked inside by the orcs. Zierdu weakly leaned against a rock within the cave. The cave itself was less than 4 meters deep, elevated enough to prevent rainwater from flooding in, and it remained relatively dry. Yichen meticulously examined the footprints on the ground, endeavoring to ascertain the number of orcs. The knowledge acquired in school proved equally applicable in the realm of the game. However, theoretical understanding must be honed through practice to transform into practical skill. Zildo hesitated for a moment, a look of shame crossing his face. I watched them get captured from behind a tree, alone and powerless to intervene. The first mate spotted me, yet uttered not a word. I am a coward. The sea god has spared me twice, but he shall not grant me a third reprieve. Should any misfortune befall you, follow the stream upstream to the Annam River, and along its banks, you shall find the Rog camp. A voice from behind echoed Zildo's words. If you truly encounter the captain, convey to him that I shall never be idle again. The footprints on the ground. The broken foliage and the casually discarded refuse bore sufficient evidence of the orc's brutish methods, allowing Yichen to apply his theoretical knowledge to locate the orc encampment within the jungle. Several hours later, the tracker finally beheld his objective, a rudimentary orc camp, camouflaged with branches and mud sourced from the surroundings. Yichen concealed himself atop a towering tree, utilizing the dense foliage as cover. Observing the entire encampment from less than 10 meters away, the camp was modest in size, with sharpened wooden stakes thrust into the ground, delineating an elliptical perimeter. The trees within the camp had been felled, leaving only a few resilient shrubs, their extensive root systems enabling them to survive. The orcs paid no heed to their greatest foes in the jungle, insects and disease. Many robust orcs sat directly upon the damp earth, while others, using their helmets as pillows, slumbered amidst the rain. In the northwestern corner of the camp stood a tall wooden frame, upon which a strong human was nailed. His palms were affixed to the sides of the wood by iron spikes, and his feet dangled nearly half a meter above the ground. His entire weight suspended from the nails piercing his hands. His bare torso was marred with scars, and a tangle of gray-white hair fell disheveled behind him. His head hung low, swaying gently with the wind, teetering on the brink of life and death. In the center of the camp, several tents stood, and from one of them emerged an orc, towering at least 2.5 meters, more formidable than his green-skinned brethren. His enormous tusks gleamed with a metallic sheen, and as he opened his mouth, his voice boomed like cannon fire, resonating in the Orcish tongue. Seizing the moment of chaos in the camp, Yichen stealthily descended from the trees and slipped into one of the tents. The overwhelming stench nearly compelled him to falter as the ground was stained with darkened blood. The remnants of battles long past. The spoils claimed by the orcs were haphazardly piled within, consisting of armor and weapons that did not conform to the Orcish aesthetic or size, carelessly discarded throughout the tent. Some battered armor still bore the decaying remnants of limbs, and Yichen noted a boot that still contained the lower leg of its previous owner, callously cast aside in a corner. As far as the eye could see, most of the armor and weaponry appeared irreparable and unfit for further use. Only a long sword, its hilt intricately sculpted in the likeness of a wolf's head, is plunged into the massive cranium of an orc. The razor-sharp blade glimmers with an ethereal light as Yichen reaches for the sword, withdrawing it from the beast's head. The hilt is slightly longer than that of a typical one-handed sword, with the exquisitely carved wolf's head ensuring a balanced grip for single-handed use while also providing comfort for two-handed wielding. The sword measures approximately 3 feet in length, its blade broader and thicker than conventional designs, with a deeper edge, rendering it more suitable for cleaving rather than piercing. White Wolf's Claw, a distinctive slaying sword of the monster hunter, crafted from Valyrian steel, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness and exceptional durability. Only those trained as monster hunters can wield it with proficiency. Having absorbed the blood of countless creatures over generations, it has gained a fearsome reputation among the other races. Usage restrictions: minimum strength requirement of 14 points and constitution of 15 points. Non-living beings are forbidden to touch it. Quality: nearly indestructible. Sharpness: extremely sharp. Special trait 1. When wielding White Wolf's Claw in the name of humanity against non-living foes, the wielder can instill fear in their adversary every 30 seconds. Should the enemy fail to fortify their will, they may be rendered stunned for 1 to 3 seconds, subject to their constitution. Special trait 2. Merciless slaughter. For each non-living being decapitated, the wielder regains a portion of their vitality, while the foe succumbs to paralysis from their anguish. Special trait 3. Ethereal damage. While wielding White Wolf's Claw, all ghostly and ethereal beings immune to physical harm can be injured normally. The world does not require heroes, but rather experts. Grasping the claw of the White Wolf, Yichen realized he had underestimated the complexity of his background task, although he had no basis for comparison. The weapon in his possession was undoubtedly an heirloom-grade artifact. The previous owner of the claw had likely perished outside. Perhaps even the renowned monster hunters had succumbed. This seemingly inconspicuous orc encampment harbored hidden dangers, prompting Yichen to elevate the perceived peril of his mission by 2 levels in his mind. In addition to his growing anxiety regarding the task, Yichen faced a penalty of -2 to agility due to insufficient strength to wield the claw effectively. Furthermore, as he was not a monster hunter, he could not activate the weapon's unique abilities. With an additional weapon in tow, Yichen felt the weight of his diminished agility and adjusted his stance, taking advantage of the tent's cover to stealthily maneuver into the shadows of another tent. Using his curved blade, he created a small opening, revealing a scene within the tent. Several wooden cages housing human captives, who were gathered in a circle, engrossed in some activity. "Hey," Yichen called softly, attempting to draw their attention. However, the captives seemed too absorbed to notice his presence. Expanding the opening with his blade, he finally caught the eye of one of them. "Wait, brothers, someone has come to rescue us," exclaimed a disheveled, bearded man at the rear, nudging his companions. "Who are you? Is Captain Emu's Lockfield with you?" Yichen counted a total of 9 individuals, 2 more than when Captain Lockfield and his crew had been captured. "It is I, Captain. I've located Zerdal, and am here to see if there's a chance to rescue you all." At long last, Yichen discerned the purpose of the prisoner's huddle. A freckled young sailor was attempting to unlock the small door on the far side of the cage with a piece of wire. "My gratitude, Sirigens," the captain expressed, "but it's nigh impossible to escape this place by our own means. I shudder to think what peril you braved to infiltrate this place. But our numbers are far too great to elude the orc's detection." The captain spread his hands, deeming the odds unfavorable. Just then, the tent flaps were thrown open, and a towering orc strode in. "Yichen, I believe I can elucidate." Chapter 8. A true player dares to hold the rear, huh? The orc who had barged and scratched his head, somewhat puzzled by the presence of a small fry outside the cage. Yichen darted forward, closing the distance in 2 strides. Gripping his sword with both hands, he exploited the keenness of the white wolf's claws to decapitate the orc before it could utter a whack. He then tugged at the headless corpse, causing it to fall inward, embraced it with his shoulder, simultaneously catching the descending head with a juggling motion. "Hush." Having executed a swift kill in the blink of an eye, Yichen gestured to the captives, gently lowering the orc's body to the ground. "The orcs outside are embroiled in a heated battle. They haven't discovered us yet." The terrified humans collectively exhaled in relief. Captain Rockefeller clutched the bars. "A magnificent strike, Sirigen. What transpires outside? Do we have an opportunity to escape? Besides Sildo, are there others outside to assist us?" Yichen observed through the crevice of the tent for a while. The battle between the 2 greenskins was still too close to call. Turning, he severed the lock of the cage with his long sword. "I regret to disappoint you, Captain. It is only I. Sildo has been pierced in the leg by a greenskin wolf rider, and I have concealed him in a nearby cave. There are 2 large orcs engaged in combat outside, which should buy us some time. What do you know about this camp? Only you alone cannot achieve anything. Release us, young man, at the very least. We can choose to die fighting rather than be devoured like sheep by the greenskins." Upon hearing that there was only one rescuer, the captain's mood soured, and he pointed at the first figure Yichen noticed, a burly man with a prominent beard. "This is Rog, the patrol leader of the camp. He is more familiar with the situation here. Thank you for your valiant actions, young warrior. You may call me Ted. This is the vanguard camp of the orcs, which likely houses around 30 orc warriors, at least. That was the case before we were captured. Our original mission was to scout this camp, and regrettably, we have failed. We have been confined in this tent for 4 days now, and I cannot ascertain how many greenskins may be stationed outside." The burly man stepped out of the cell, frustrated, and struck the wooden bars a few times. "They consume 1 person each day. My men are good lads. Those wretched monsters. They have taken my first mate. The poor soul. We should charge out and fight to the death. Brave Mike does not deserve such a fate." Captain Rockefeller, filled with rage, picked up the orc's severed head and impaled it fiercely onto a wooden stake that secured the tent, purple blood splattering across his face. The remaining crew members echoed the captain's sentiment, expressing their willingness to die in battle. "Mate, do you have any food?" "My men and I have gone 4 days without sustenance. If we are to perish, we must at least do so with full bellies," Ted implored. Approaching Yichen with 2 equally weak companions, Yichen produced his supply of soup powder and handed it over. "It has been soaked in seawater, but it is better than nothing. Can you tell me about the situation outside with that hanging individual?" The captain, now calmed, arranged for his crew to stand watch around the tent and approached Sue, remarking, "In that case, the fellow possesses remarkable vitality. When he first arrived, I saw him lift his head to glance at us. His eyes, I've never witnessed anything like it." Temporarily dismissing the outside monster hunters as potential targets, Yichen contemplated how to ensure the survival of his companions. "Captain, there are some weapons and equipment in the adjacent tent. The condition is dire, but they are still usable. Facing the orcs unarmed is tantamount to seeking death. If we take advantage of their distraction and move there while they remain unaware of our presence, we may have a greater chance of escape before nightfall." Yichen extended his curved dagger towards the captain, saying, "This is what I found aboard the ship." He turned to all the survivors and said, "Had they discovered the escape of the captives sooner, they would not have immediately checked the other tents. At that moment, I will create chaos. You must seize the opportunity to flee. Those who manage to escape should regroup at the previous cave. The first to arrive will wait for 1 hour. Regardless of how many make it there, after an hour, we will proceed to Rog Camp with Sildo. Saris, you have done enough. Should misfortune truly befall us, the responsibility of diverting the orcs will fall to me. In my youth, I was quite adept with a blade. Captain Emu's Lockfield skillfully twirled a dagger before sheathing it again. No, Captain, allow me, Ted interjected. They have taken 3 of my comrades. I must ensure they pay for it. Having eaten something, Ted picked up an orc's axe, his eyes glinting with rage. Blood for blood, before I die. I will take the head of a green-skinned creature. 2 surviving crew members also expressed their willingness to join the captain in this perilous endeavor, while several strong sailors stepped forward to replace the captain, eager to avenge the first mate. Enough with the bickering, everyone. Captain, your crew needs your leadership. Sildo is still waiting for you in the cave, and he has promised not to be lazy again. Ted, Rog Camp still requires your intelligence regarding the orcs. And the families of fallen warriors need you to bear this dreadful news. Others would not willingly take on this task. Yichen spoke sternly to them. I have great confidence in my abilities. Only I can hold them off long enough. Moreover, we may not necessarily reach that stage. For now, let us remain silent. Designating one individual to observe the movements of the green-skinned creatures while the rest of us follow me to the adjacent tent, arming ourselves without uttering a sound. Without granting others the opportunity to dissent, Yichen was the first to slip through the gap we had previously entered. Inside the adjacent tent, 9 survivors quietly unearthed some usable equipment, albeit battered and worn. Having weapons at our disposal significantly boosted the morale of our small team. Clad in ill-fitting chainmail, the burly Ted approached Yichen, who was surveying the external situation. I recognized that orc. He is the leader of this encampment. Quite renowned in the Rog Camp due to his metallic prosthetic left hand, which we refer to as Iron Hand. Thus, the current predicament suggests that outsiders have slain the local chief, and now 2 lesser leaders are vying for supremacy? Yichen observed that 2 orcs with metallic fangs had garnered overwhelming advantage. Sensing that the situation was spiraling towards the worst possible outcome, the external conflict would soon conclude, and we could not afford to wait until nightfall. Inform the captain to prepare for action. We must commence our breakout immediately. The group readied themselves for departure. As the sky still afforded us several hours before darkness fell, with the heavy rain providing the only cover for the human survivors. Captain Rockfield, Ted, instruct your men not to cluster together. I will create a diversion shortly, and you must scatter and flee, every man for himself, regrouping in the cave. Yichen fixated on the 2 battling greenskins, contemplating whether there existed an opportunity to eliminate the 2 largest adversaries first. Sirijan, your actions evoke the valor of legendary heroes. Would I be so fortunate as to know your name? Should I survive, I shall recount your deeds to my descendants. Captain Emu's Rockefeller rendered a noble salute, paying homage to Yichen. And I as well, brave soul. Bearded Ted offered a solemn greeting, striking his right breast with his left hand. In the name of campus, should fate grant us another meeting, I shall share a flagon with you in the Rogue Encampment's Tavern. I am Yichen. By Sirijan custom, you may call me Sue. Yichen watched as Steel Teeth felled another greenskin with a single blow. Now run. Wielding his sword in both hands, Yichen roared, repent, monsters. He charged towards the vainglorious Steel Teeth, while the surviving human captive scattered. Chapter 9. A witch hunter does not succumb to trials. Repent, monsters. Yichen bellowed as he launched his assault, his target the 2 dueling orc chieftains at the heart of the encampment. With a swift series of movements, Yichen traversed the Orcish barricade, arriving before the 2 protagonists. Steel Teeth's raised arm had just descended as he searched for his weapon, while the other brute struggled to rise from the ground. The frigid air of the rain was inhaled into the lungs, transforming into the vigor that propelled the body, morphing into a fervent battle spirit that suffused the soul. The sparse raindrops fell upon Yichen, splashing forth delicate droplets. In this moment, Yichen felt as if time itself had decelerated. The world appeared vividly clear. The gleaming blades nearby reflected a cold light, the despair mirrored in the enemy's eyes. And the warmth of blood splattered upon his skin felt remarkably real. The trajectory of his charge remained unwavering, and the white wolf's claw in his hand transformed into a streak of icy brilliance, slicing through the orc with the speed of lightning. It pierced through the left shoulder, severing countless robust bones, resilient muscle tissue, and various organs, emerging from beneath the right armpit with an unparalleled sharpness, cleaving in twain. The extraordinary experience brought by the talent, lightning reflection, was exhilarating. At that moment, Steeltooth finally grasped the warhammer that lay on the ground and bellowed, "Walk! Human! Little shrimp! Ambush!" He exhaled 3 phrases in the common tongue in one breath. Su Yichen regarded the green-skinned creature with newfound respect, sidestepping a heavy blow as the weapon swept through the air, producing a piercing sound that raised the hairs on his neck. He could not afford to withstand it head-on. His agile form danced around the hammer's swing, seizing the opportunity to inflict multiple wounds upon Steeltooth with his sharp longsword. Meanwhile, the demon hunter, suspended in midair, opened his eyes. Those orbs shone with the brightness of a cat's eye and the sharpness of an eagle's gaze, fixating upon the young warrior wielding the longsword. Once again evading the devastating blow of the warhammer, Su Yichen pivoted and rolled away, brandishing a massive axe. The immense weapon sliced through the air, generating a formidable wind pressure. In that fleeting moment of the weapon's release, he sensed its impending threat. However, the presence of the steel-toothed greenskin loomed heavily before him. For nearly 5 minutes, the greenskin had been relentlessly wielding the colossal warhammer with the vigor of an unyielding automaton. The high-intensity battle rapidly drained Su Yichen's stamina, dulling his reflexes from their initial sharpness. The axe had narrowly missed his nose by mere inches, and under the enhancement of lightning reflexes, he distinctly saw his pale reflection on the blade's surface. This cannot continue. Su Yichen contemplated the number of surrounding orcs. The orcs paid no heed to the fleeing captives. He had dispatched 5 unsuspecting greenskins during the fray, yet this had inadvertently granted the most formidable threat, the steel-toothed orc, a moment to regroup. Seizing this opportunity, the steel-toothed orc commanded its subordinates to slowly encircle the entire encampment. Su Yichen's gaze fell upon the notification on his retina, finally indicating the completion of the survival mission amidst peril, along with a reminder of the reward to be claimed at the conclusion of the battle. A slight sense of relief washed over him. However, the surrounding orcs afforded him no respite. With a resounding thud, a crossbow bolt shot towards Su Yichen from behind. The distant demon hunter called out, "Beware!" Choking back bloodied sputum, Su Yichen struggled to shield himself, maneuvering between tints as he dodged left and right. Having learned from past misfortunes, he remained vigilant against the lurking threats of hidden projectiles. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself surrounded by greenskins wielding heavy weaponry, with no trace of the assailant in sight. Clang! A tremendous force struck Su Yichen's wrist, sending a tremor through his arm. Yet he felt a weight lifted from his heart. He had managed to block the attack. Su Yichen understood that with the loss of blood, the threat posed by the assailant would only escalate. He could fend off one strike, but not a second. He realized that his singular opportunity for resurrection as a player would soon be expended on this mission. Glimpsing the demon hunter not far away, he recalled the cannibalistic tendencies of orcs, the previous warning, and the nature of his weapon. Su Yichen resolved to offer the hunter a release before his own demise. Battling his way to the vicinity of the demon hunter's frame. "Mate, are you still alive? Do you want me to grant you a swift end? Wait much longer, and you may miss your chance." Before the orcs could advance, Su Yichen took refuge behind the demon hunter's body, shielding himself from the approaching danger. Grasping the arrow by its tip, he tensed his muscles and forcefully snapped it off, the pain leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Using his longsword to stabilize himself, he extended his right hand and struggled to extract the remaining shaft of the arrow from his back. "The Quinn spell, I've made a few adjustments. It will buy us 2 minutes." After casting the spell, despite the demon hunter's weakened voice, it carried a hint of pride. "Whether you like it or not, if I were you, I would drink it for a chance, kid. I sense it. You are not like the ordinary." With a swift motion, he yanked off an ornate wolf head necklace and opened a small compartment. Su Yichen beheld a crystalline green liquid, shimmering like a jewel. He swallowed it in one gulp, the bitterness pooling in his mouth. Having options is certainly better than having none. Fewer than 30% of aspirants survive the ordeal, and only a solitary soul manages to flourish. The Witcher's voice resonated with anguish. "Our generation has vowed to let this profession meet its end in our hands. Godspeed, child. Never before has anyone of your age undergone the trial of the grasses." Eschewing any form of restraint, Su Yichen felt as though he had been thrust into a centrifuge. A maelstrom of giddiness, numbness, and hypothermia assailed him, instantly plunging him into unconsciousness. In his comatose state, he perceived a voice engaging him in dialogue, and Su Yichen instinctively endeavored to decipher the speaker's words. "Butcher, Geralt of Rivia." As if tuning into a fading radio signal, the transmission gradually gained clarity. What do you covet? What is your desire? How shall you execute your will? The abrupt appearance of a system prompt emancipated Yichen from his illusory torment. Obedient to the directives within his mind, he proclaimed, I harbor no yearning for affluence, renown, status, or dominion. I desire a steed as ebon as night, as fleet as the tempest. I desire a sword as radiant as moonlight. I shall ride my sable horse through the night. I shall wield my blade to vanquish all evil. This is what my heart yearns for. A steed shall await you, darker than the night, swifter than the wind. A blade shall be forged for you, sharper than light, more dazzling than the moon. Yet these trifling desires shall exact a heavy toll. The Witcher's astonished gaze affirmed to Yichen that he had surmounted an improbable trial. The laceration on his back served as a stark reminder of the miracle that he had endured until now. Recalling his final request during unconsciousness, Yichen grasped the blade of the white wolf's claw with his left hand, allowing it to slowly glide across his palm. Crimson blood trickled down the keen edge, only to be rapidly absorbed. At long last, a prompt from the system materialized in his retinas. Survivor in peril. Under your aegis, the survivors are temporarily secure. Your valiant deeds and ruthless decimation of the Xenos have been observed by the Witcher, Gans. Amidst the crisis, he is resolved to subject you to the trial of the grasses in an endeavor to reverse the situation. You have successfully navigated the most perilous step toward becoming a Witcher. Henceforth, you are a bona fide Witcher. Mission completion. Legendary. You accomplished an impossible task. Mission reward. The advanced background profession, Valiant Series Ranger, has been superseded by the legendary background profession, Witcher. Chapter 10. Slaughtering Xenos. Only death is the answer. Having triumphed over the trial of the grasses, you have gained 1 to constitution, 1 to strength, the immunity to all diseases, talent, the dim vision, talent, and a physical alteration, vertical pupils. You have also acquired a new profession, Witcher. You have embarked on the path of a monster hunter, acquiring fundamental skills, strength, climbing, jumping, swimming agility, rolling, horsemanship, balance stamina, focus intelligence, knowledge, monsters, mysticism, geography, history, spell identification, craftsmanship perception, wilderness survival, reading body language, listening charisma, intimidation. You have unlocked the professional abilities of a monster hunter. The Arcane Seal, a unique casting ability designed exclusively for combat, simple yet effective. Its potency derived from the hunter's charisma attribute. You have mastered the Arcane Seal, the Alder Seal. Utilizing the Alder Seal releases a shockwave generated from mental prowess, capable of knocking down or propelling adversaries in battle. The Alder Seal creates a 25-foot wide cone of impact, toppling foes and instilling a state of fear. The specific effect is influenced by the difference between the total values of the enemy's strength and stamina attributes and your highest attribute, excluding charisma, combined with your charisma total. I always knew you could do it, traveler. The voice of the monster hunter is imbued with an enigmatic blend of joy and sorrow. May the source of power illuminate your path, newly born guardian. Prepare yourself. Eliminate them all, or fight until your last breath. Yichen had no time to marvel at the overwhelming enhancements of his new vocation. The barrier of the monster hunter's arcane seal had already dissipated, and the battle cries of the green-skinned foes reignited. In a flash of cold light, the distant aberrant orc seized the opportunity, and in the instant the shield vanished, lethal arrows were already hurtling towards him. Nevertheless, the bullet time effect induced by lightning reflexes afforded Arthur ample opportunity to deflect the projectile with the white wolf's claw in his grasp. With a swift rotation of his longsword, Arthur, bolstered by his profession-enhanced strength, adroitly altered the trajectory of the double-bladed axe wielded by the foremost orc. Amidst the grating screech of steel against iron, he guided the axe's edge to sever the wooden stakes that impaled the Witcher's hands. In the name of humanity, purge the Xenos. Death alone is fealty, Arthur bellowed, brandishing his long sword as he initiated a solitary charge against the greenskins. With a resounding battle cry, Arthur's resolve surged forth from his long sword, intimidating every greenskin within his gaze. Arthur, having temporarily replenished his stamina, confronted the defenseless Orcish infantry, cleaving left and right. With a single engagement, the 3 closest greenskins fell in rapid succession, as he felt surges of peculiar power coalescing within his being. Walk! Steel Tooth roared, shaking his head and emitting a characteristic Orcish battle cry, as he brandished his warhammer in an attempt to rouse his subordinates. The greenskins, jolted back to attention, turned in unison to assault the diminutive human. But before they could act, Arthur's keen blade swept through the air, claiming the life of the greenskin to his left. Ducking beneath Steel Tooth's sweeping warhammer, he seized the double-bladed axe of a recently deceased greenskin from the ground. With a swift pirouette, the greenskin behind him erupted in a pained shriek as its hand was severed at the wrist by the double-bladed axe. Seizing the opportunity presented by a gap in the orc encirclement, Yichen drove the fang of the white wolf into the ground and hurled his double-bladed axe with all his might. The weapon struck true, embedding deeply into the abdomen of a rearward greenskin foe, cleaving through nearly half of its girth. Viscera of various hues spilled forth from the gaping wound, a gruesome sight that even the orc's thick-skinned demeanor could not withstand. In a mere heartbeat, 4 orcs lay dead and 2 were wounded. Their massive forms and heavy weaponry only served to hinder one another in the chaos of close combat. Before Yichen, they crumbled like brittle clay, utterly defenseless. Thus, armed with naught but a sword, he pierced through the encirclement of the green-skinned, instilling dread in the hearts of these hulking brutes. Amidst a path paved with blood, mud, corpses, and severed limbs, Yichen strode resolutely towards the steel tooth. Suddenly, the thrumming of a bowstring interrupted his advance as another arrow was unleashed, its tremendous force halting his relentless momentum. Unbeknownst to him, an aberrant orc, wielding a massive bow and astride a colossal white wolf, had positioned itself not far behind the steel tooth. With its middle and index fingers poised on another arrow, it was ready to unleash its deadly volley. Ducking and rolling to evade the first arrow, Yichen faced the archer, a mere 5 meters away, feeling as though a fish had lodged in his throat. At such a close range, the power and velocity of the arrow were magnified beyond measure. Yet, the agile assailant expertly maneuvered its great wolf steed, maintaining a distance from Yichen. No matter how deftly he moved or tumbled, the adversary always used the steel tooth as a shield to cloak its presence. Enraged by the surrounding greenskins' flagging work ethic, Nash seethed with fury. He felt his authority was not acknowledged by the camp's orcs, and he was humiliated by the hybrid mongrel at his back. Moreover, the human before him was a craven, unwilling to face him in honorable combat. "I shall crush him into a pulp," he vowed. Yichen perceived the waning of the white wolf's fang's bone. The surrounding greenskins, once terrified, now retreated at his approach. A deadly archer lurked behind Nash, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Despite the numbing of pain, the encroaching dizziness from blood loss assailed him. Only his formidable constitution of 16 points enabled him to persevere in his grievous state. Seizing a moment, he glanced at the Witcher's position. At the battle's commencement, Yichen had undermined the wooden frame support. If the old codger hadn't been loafing for years, he would undoubtedly exploit this opening. Indeed, the Witcher, formerly impaled on the rack, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only 2 iron spikes adorned with shreds of flesh. A final gambit, Yichen mused. "In the name of humanity, I shall fear no thing." With a flourish, his long sword cleaved an arrow in midair, and Yichen commenced his ultimate charge. Emboldened by a spirit of reckless abandon, Yichen met Nash's warhammer head-on. The white wolf's claw, fueled by the strength of his entire spine, parried Nash's descending blow from behind. The arm wielding the sword was rendered numb and powerless by an overwhelming force. The energy coursed down to his lower limbs, and Yichen found himself kneeling on one knee. His thigh muscles bore an immense burden, and lightning-like cracks spread from his knee, radiating outward like ripples on the ground. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, yet he managed to contain it. The massive form of the steel tooth provided Yichen with excellent cover, as the archer behind him could not find a shooting angle before circumventing the steel tooth. With his head bowed, Yichen lifted his gaze and extended his right hand, which reached up to his chest, resting it upon the knee of the green-skinned beast. "Fall, monster." Uncertain of the effect his seal would have on an orc whose physical prowess was evidently formidable, Yichen opted for close proximity and directed a concentrated blast. A tremendous force erupted from the knee, and the steel tooth inevitably lost its balance, toppling backward. With the stance of a sprinter, Yichen, still on one knee, propelled himself along the falling beast, using its body as a runway, his true target being the archer positioned behind the steel tooth. His bent legs suddenly straightened, the power of his muscles converting into thrust as he propelled his upper body forward. The force originating from his lower body intensified, increasing his speed. With the rush of wind roaring in his ears, the strength surged from his feet, through his waist, and along his spine, coalescing into a singular force upon the blade of his sword. As he soared over the massive green-skinned figure, He gazed down at the astonished, otherworldly orc, who, despite sharing a similar physique with humans, appeared diminutive before the soaring Yichen. The approaching alien beast-man drew nearer, and Yichen clearly discerned the peculiar patterns etched upon its face. He sensed the despair in its eyes and savored the flavor of that emotion. "It's your turn now, monster." Chapter 11. The Great Escape. The sharp blade cleaved through the hardened skull, and the weighty sword expanded its conquest as flesh was torn apart. Blood, mingled with pale brain matter and shattered bone, gushed forth, while the beastman's eyes burst from the immense cranial pressure. The entire skull shattered into fragments. Decapitation, cranium fragmentation. A single strike to kill. This was the doctrine Yichen had absorbed throughout his years in school. Humanity cowardice. Despite sustaining injuries that would have been instantly fatal to any human, Steeltooth still mustered a trace of strength to emit a defiant roar. Beastmen, the bravest. The claws of the white wolf possessed a natural ability to replenish stamina, with the numbing pain they inflicted creating a deceptive sensation. The dizziness from the blood lost in the intense battle alternated with Yichen's senses and spirit. In one moment, he felt capable of charging forward to annihilate the demoralized beastmen before him. In the next, he sensed that he had no strength left to squander, as though all the blood within him had been drained, unable to convey even a sliver of energy to his body. Steeltooth's voice echoed in his ears. Yet Yichen found himself devoid of the strength to retort. The exhaustion that had sapped his energy rendered thought a luxurious endeavor. He extended his left hand, forcefully plunging it into the wound inflicted by the claw of the white wolf. The steel fangs grasped his arm, attempting to thwart his actions. Yet the battered body had succumbed to exhaustion, leaving him to utter his final words. No. Time was slipping away. Yichen felt his hand grasping his objective, sensing the resilient blood vessels and connective tissues being severed. With the last vestige of strength, he extracted the gargantuan heart of the steel fangs. One hand propped against the sword hilt, his entire being leaned upon the fangs of the white wolf, while the other hand raised the heart aloft. In the name of humanity, cleanse the filth and sin. Only defeat is to be feared. As if echoing Yichen's proclamation, flames suddenly erupted from all directions within the camp. Whether the tents, drenched by rain, or the distant wooden palisades, they swiftly succumbed to the inferno, transforming into accomplices. The occasional surge of flames unleashed a wave of heat that assailed the entire encampment. In a state of panic, one of the green-skinned creatures dropped his weapon, bellowing warnings in the Orcish tongue before fleeing. The remaining green-skinned glanced at one another, taking in the sight of the human warrior amidst the fallen orc corpses, hesitating briefly before scattering in retreat. Exhausted, Yichen lay against the corpse of the steel fangs, feeling the warmth radiating from the ground scorched by the flames. His mind growing increasingly hazy. The wounds paralyzed by the claw of the white wolf seemed intent on amplifying the previous pain, with only the sensations of hurt maintaining the last flicker of clarity. "Still alive, are you, lad?" The demon hunter, bare-chested and astride the white wolf, swayed unsteadily towards Yichen, his palms charred from the gaping wounds. There was still a slight delay. The weakened Yichen observed as the demon hunter finally relaxed. The white wolf, which had initially fled after the death of the beast-man, had somehow found itself beneath the demon hunter, who, illuminated by the flames, exuded an air of leisurely stroll in the rain despite its disheveled state. "Shall I grant you a swift end? Wait any longer, and this opportunity will elude you," the demon hunter teased, displaying his palm. "Not bad. As an apprentice, you have proven yourself. Would you care to learn the igniferous spell?" Yichen, resting against the corpse of the steel-toothed beast, silently chuckled before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Yichen found himself reclining against a stone on the ground, the white wolf's claws nearby, not far off. The demon hunter was tending to a fire, his hand bandaged, appearing to have sustained no serious injury. Lowering his gaze to examine his own wounds, he noted that the most severe puncture had been merely treated, uncertain of how long he had been unconscious. He took several deep breaths and felt himself rejuvenating at an astonishing pace, his extraordinary vitality allowing him to believe that, once well fed, he could rise and walk unaided. His movements stirred the white wolf, whose pale green eyes appeared somewhat dazed in the darkness. The wolf bared its teeth slightly, emitting a soft growl. Yichen discovered that, in the faint glow of the fire, he could discern the wolf's every action as clearly as in daylight, prompting him to blink in astonishment. The White Wolf's unusual behavior drew the attention of the Witcher. You're awake? Not surprising, considering you endured the trial of the grasses at an advanced age. With that amount of blood loss, even an old codger like myself might not have recovered so swiftly. Are we safe? Yichen was startled by his own raspy voice. His mouth filled with congealed blood. Water, perhaps? The Witcher approached and handed him a metal flask. Yichen took it and realized it was Captain Emu's Rockefeller's flagon. He drained it in one go, the cool water soothing his parched throat. Old man, pilfering another's drink isn't exactly honorable, Yichen remarked, wiping his mouth and gesturing towards the White Wolf. How did you subdue it? Is it safe? Axii sign, the Witcher replied dismissively, waving his hand. Until I release the sign, it's more obedient than your own hound. I'll teach you in due time, but be cautious when employing it on people. Now then, lad, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Gans Aragon, a Witcher of the Wolf School. The Witcher extended a hand solemnly. I am grateful for your rescue. Those of our profession rarely find ourselves in debt to others. Yichen reciprocated the handshake. I am Yichen, a Ceresian. I presume I am now a Witcher as well? It seems I am in luck. Yichen felt as though he'd struck gold, realizing his background might even be unique. Unprecedented fortune, indeed. The tone of the demon hunter was exceedingly grave. The mortality rate of the grass trial was as high as 70 to 80%. And it could only be undertaken during childhood. No one has succeeded at your age. Yet, I have an inexplicable feeling that you will surely prevail, and given the circumstances. I have no choice but to take a gamble. Yichen glanced at his system records. You have accepted the demon hunter's grass trial. Failure will result in immediate death. You have passed the agility assessment. Success. You have passed the physical assessment. Success. You have failed the charisma assessment. The talent, mirror of still water, has granted you the foresight of imminent death. You have obtained one chance to reassess. You have passed the charisma assessment. Success. You have completed the grass trial. Congratulations on successfully taking up the profession of demon hunter. He could not help but break into a sweat, nearly collapsing at the threshold of success. Yichen took a deep breath, feeling considerably better. Where are we now? How long have I been unconscious? You should refer to me as teacher. However, we demon hunters have never adhered to the tradition of honoring our mentors. You may call me Sir Ganj. That is my title in the human realm. The demon hunter, Ganj, plopped down beside Yichen and casually tossed a few logs into the fire. I tracked the trail of those human captives here. The previous traces have been deliberately obscured, likely out of fear that the orcs would follow their scent. You were unconscious for approximately 4 hours. Had you remained unresponsive any longer, I was contemplating interring you. I am privy to the whereabouts of their hideout, but I have an accord with them, stipulating that we depart for the rogue encampment within the hour, irrespective of our numbers. Sui attempted to rejuvenate his combat readiness by exercising his arms. Gans, the witch hunter, stood up and said, Very well, apprentice. Rest for another half an hour, and then we shall investigate this hideout you speak of. This jungle harbors perils beyond the Orcish menace. There are other nefarious forces at play. We must depart from this place as soon as feasible. Chapter 12. Successful reunion under the valiant cover of the courageous Ceresian. The band of captives scattered into the jungle. Fortunately, the sailors, well-versed in navigating the seas, and the seasoned rogue encampment rangers were adept at discerning direction in the nocturnal forest, ensuring that everyone congregated at the designated rendezvous point. The only exception was an unfortunate rogue encampment guard who had sustained an arrow wound to the knee and was now seeking refuge inside the cave with Mr. Sildar Hallwinter. After a day of strenuous exertion, everyone was ravenously hungry, but fearing detection by the orcs, they refrained from kindling a fire. Fortunately, a stream nearby provided an ample supply of fresh water. A sudden sound emanating from the jungle caused the highly vigilant human survivors to instinctively clutch their weapons, eyeing the direction of the noise with trepidation. Relax, my friends. Sir Ganja walked slowly out from the shadows of the forest, accompanied by the White Wolf, bearing the weakened Yichen upon its back. They are not foes. They are the Silesians. He is still alive. A keen-eyed sailor, illuminated by the moonlight, discerned Yichen's visage. I knew he wouldn't perish so easily. It fills me with joy to see you again, Ted exclaimed, striking his palm with his fist to convey his excitement. Captain Rockefeller also exhaled a sigh of relief. By the grace of the sea god, the valiant are always capable of performing miracles. Those who had narrowly escaped disaster, owing to Yichen's singular efforts, laid down their weapons, their faces adorned with genuine admiration, each celebrating their elation in their own manner. Even Sildo, limping and leaning on his knee, emerged from the cave, exclaiming, "Splendid! You truly accomplished it. I have never encountered someone like you. There is nothing you cannot achieve." Yichen waved to the crowd, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. Knowing that everyone was temporarily safe, he felt a sense of fulfillment. The NPCs before him appeared almost lifelike, blurring the lines between the gaming realm and reality. "Rest assured, I am far from death. Did I not say I would set off in an hour? Let us not tarry. What if the beasts arrive before me? You must remain here." After a brief cheer, the perilous atmosphere gradually returned their composure, prompting Yichen to voice his lingering question, "Why stay here?" Ted cast a glance at the captain, who surveyed the silent crowd before addressing Yichen. "This evening, after we regroup, Ted's men ascended the trees to scout the surroundings. They spotted black smoke rising from the direction of the Rog camp. By nightfall, the glow of flames could be seen illuminating half the sky in that direction. We believe the Rog camp may no longer be safe." "Indeed," the captain continued. "Thus we resolved to wait here until morning before departing. Just in case." Ted reddened and interjected, in case you are still alive, you might come looking for us, allowing us to warn you of the dangers at the Rog camp. Our intention is to take another route directly to the largest city in the northern regions of humanity, Anthony's Harbor. I knew you wouldn't die, despite the somber atmosphere." Sildo excitedly leaned towards Yichen, his youthful eyes brimming with admiration. "I witnessed your swift prowess in slaying the orcs. It was more exhilarating than first mate Mike's drinking." Sildo's words rendered the assembly awkwardly silent, heads bowed in embarrassment. Ted's face flushed crimson, his desire to speak evaporating into a mere sigh. Captain Rockefeller, too, felt a pang of shame as he clenched his garment tightly. "You see, brave Silesian, we were all paralyzed by fear of the orcs. In such circumstances, we thought it impossible for you to survive. It is all in the past, Captain. I too did not foresee my survival." Yichen adopted a detached perspective on the matter. As a player, he considered a disregard for mortality a fundamental attribute when pursuing quests. Were it not for the gentleman, Sir Gans Aragon, who also happened to be his mentor, he would not have had the opportunity to meet everyone present. Following Yichen's gaze, Captain Rockefeller and Ted solemnly paid their respects to the Witcher, expressing their gratitude for saving their hero, Sir Gans Aragon, without whom they would have been consumed by lifelong remorse. The Witcher, who had been seated silently at the cave entrance, bore the longsword White Wolf's claw on his back. He stroked the white wolf nestled beside him and nodded to the group in the moonlight, identifying himself as Gans Aragon, a Witcher. Evidently, Yichen's mentor had little interest in engaging in deeper interaction with ordinary individuals. Upon hearing the Witcher's words, the captain visibly shuddered. "We depart at dawn. I sense that danger is drawing ever closer," the Witcher declared abruptly. He then whispered a few words to the white wolf, which rose and vanished into the shadows of the jungle. Leaning against the wall of the cave, the Witcher closed his eyes to rest. Following the preceding awkwardness, the captain and his companions lost their appetite for conversation. After a day filled with thrills, everyone except those assigned to keep watch seized the opportunity to drift into slumber. The cave gradually fell silent, save for the pattering of rain outside, which sparsely accentuated the first night of Yichen's gaming career. Seizing the lull, Yichen examined his system page, whereupon a deluge of notifications ensued. New background profession, Witcher. In the ancient and dark era, sorcerers created Witchers to combat the malevolent forces and creatures that plagued the land. This vocation transcends mere occupation. It can be perceived as an identity or even a race. Those chosen by fate, upon completing the Witcher trials, undergo a profound transformation, their bodies no longer resembling their former selves. They become more agile and robust, immune to most diseases and toxins, and possess heightened senses that allow them to detect minute traces, scents, and sounds. From this moment onward, with each level gained, you shall acquire skill points equal to your intelligence attribute multiplied by 24 and your profession level. You will now face an experience penalty with a coefficient of 1. 8. You have ruthlessly vanquished all foes who dared to obstruct your path, slaying the orc camp leader, Steeltooth, and the half-orc ranger, Glenn Westman, ultimately annihilating the entire forward camp, earning a total of 3,960 battle experience. Your combat prowess has garnered the esteemed title of Hero, granting you a 20 bonus to battle experience in your next encounter. All surviving orcs will remember your cruelty, while the remaining humans will honor your valor. Tales of your first day in the southern colonies, when you laid waste to an orc camp, will echo throughout the lands. You now possess sufficient experience to elevate your profession level. Chapter 13. The Approaching Mist, Witcher, 4220-1800. In the interface, the profession field has been updated to Witcher. The experience required for advancement has increased from 1000 to 1800. Fortunately, after 2 engagements, Su Yichen's accumulated combat experience far exceeds this threshold. Upon initiating the level-up process in the interface, a new system notification appears. Your Witcher level has been elevated to level 2. You have acquired a new professional skill. Weapon Specialization. Weapon Specialization. Since the discovery of Valyrian steel, the traditional dichotomy of steel and silver swords for Witchers has been revolutionized. A Valyrian steel weapon liberates not only the Witcher's hands, but also their mindset. You may select a weapon to be your specialized armament. When wielding this type of weapon, your proficiency adjustment value is regarded as 1. XUY's character interface now displays name, Su E, race, human, Lus region subspecies, racial skill, experience 1. 1. Condition, grievously wounded, level 2 class, witch hunter. Level 2, 2,427,200, attributes, strength, 14, dexterity, 16, constitution, 16, intelligence, 14, perception, 14, charisma, 12, talents, weapon mastery, initial talent, clarity of mind, initial talent, lightning reflexes, initial talent, foe of chaos, initial talent, invulnerability to disease, extreme physical mutation grants you a robust constitution, rendering you immune to the vast majority of natural and magically induced diseases, class talent, glimmering sight, you can peruse an entire tome by even the dimmest candlelight, professional talent, basic skills, fundamental abilities acquired through employment, effectiveness based on relevant attributes and daily training, strength, climbing, jumping, swimming agility, rolling, horsemanship, balancing stamina, focus intelligence, knowledge, monsters, mysticism, geography, history, spell identification, craftsmanship perception, wilderness survival, insight, listening charisma, intimidation professional skill, arcane mark, old arcane mark, basic, 030. Weapon specialization, non-upgradable, remaining skill points, 32 weapon proficiency. Scimitar. Proficient, for 800, short sword. Proficient, 21,800, character background. As an adventurer lured by a substantial bounty to the southern colonies, you swiftly eradicated an orc forward camp on the very day of your arrival, earning the title of the valiant Saris among the survivors. Your gallant actions also spared the life of the monster hunter, Ganj, as you bravely navigated the perilous crash trial, thus becoming an apprentice monster hunter. Familiarizing himself with the new character panel, Su Yichen allocated his skill points to his sole professional skill, the Ald Arcane Mark, enhancing it from Ald Arcane Mark Basic, 030, to Ald Arcane Mark Mastery, 32,100. As dawn's gentle light began to break, the demon hunter, Ganj, stirred from his meditation. The resounding snores of several sailors echoed within the cave, while those assigned to the night watch stretched languidly, shaking off the chill that lingered in the air. With a sharp whistle, the white wolf, which had mysteriously vanished the previous night, emerged from the depths of the forest. This majestic creature, once a mount for a hybrid orc, measured an impressive 2 meters in length, its chest nearly reaching human height when on all fours. Its sudden appearance heightened the tension among the 2 sentinels. Ganj leaned in closely to the wolf, listening intently, and affectionately ruffled its fur, murmuring, "Good boy." Captain Rockefeller awoke with a start, rudely rousing the still-sleeping sailors with kicks. Nearby, Ted had already ventured into the jungle with his soul and scathed companion to gather breakfast. In an instant, the secluded cave nestled within the foliage came alive with activity. After several hours of rest, the players were rewarded with 120 points of life experience, heralding the dawn of a new day filled with potential discoveries. The system notification on his retina jolted Su Yichen from his reverie. Had it not been for that message, he might have believed he had truly traversed into a tangible world of adventure. Sensing a marked improvement in his injuries, Su Yichen leaned against the cave wall for support. Making his way to the entrance where Xerdu was grilling food alongside another injured comrade, who bore an arrow wound in his knee. Though lacking in spices, the golden brown meat sizzling over the fire held an undeniable allure. Raising his gaze to scan the camp, Captain Rockefeller meticulously groomed his beard by the brook, while Ted busily buried animal entrails downstream to deter other carnivorous creatures from approaching their encampment. Meanwhile, the monster hunter, Sir Gantz, distanced himself from the others, diligently polishing the blade of his sword upstream. After declining the roasted meat offered by Sildo, Su Yichen made his way to the monster hunter's position. As the sun began to rise, golden rays illuminated the monster hunter's bare torso, revealing well-defined muscles and a back marred with scars that hinted at countless encounters with death. Sir Gance withdrew his sword from the water, carefully wiping its blade with a cloth. Using the lake's surface as a mirror, he cautiously pressed the sharp edge of the sword against his cheek, slowly guiding it towards his jawline. I must say, my lord, using the claw of the white wolf for shaving seems rather imprudent. Su Yichen could no longer restrain his banter. The sword remained unwavering in his grip, his movements steady as a mountain. Despite the nearly 10-pound weight of the claw of the white wolf, Sir Gance executed the shaving ritual with singular finesse. Once he had completed his grooming, he plunged the sword into the brook, where the gentle current caressed its blade. Observing the serious yet absurd antics of the monster hunter, Su Yichen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Returning to the matter at hand, I have ventured into the Black Forest in pursuit of a chaotic sorcerer, who evidently has some underhanded dealings with the Greenskins. The monster hunter, Sir Gance, addressed Su Yichen with utmost gravity. As a new apprentice, you must understand that orcs, trolls, and specters are all our adversaries. However, chaos stands as our greatest and most perilous adversary. Anything associated with chaos is exceedingly dangerous, and beings that harbor faith in chaos are especially treacherous, the demon hunters emphasized. As one of the demon hunters caressed the long sword in his hand, he urged, "We must depart from this place swiftly and disseminate the news concerning the orcs and their connection to chaos." Gratefully accepting the vial of spices from Ted, Su Yichen suddenly recalled that he still possessed Captain Rockefeller's flask. He then produced the flask and offered it to the captain, saying, "Captain, I found this on the ship earlier. It belongs to you." Observing the captain's somber demeanor, Su Yichen silently tucked the flask away. However, half a day into their journey, amidst the demon hunter's anxious glances, a thick fog began to envelop the forest behind them. Chapter 14. The sound of hooves in the mist. The fog within the forest thickened considerably, and by afternoon, even the most seasoned demon hunters found it challenging to discern direction. Fortunately, there remained a means to indicate the way forward. The small contingent of 13 individuals could not even see from one end to the other, heeding the warnings of the demon hunters. Each member of the group cautiously focused on the shoulders of the person ahead. Ted, leading the way, signaled for everyone to pause for a respite and approach the demon hunter alongside the captain, while the others formed a circle to take advantage of the brief moment to rest. "What is the matter?" Su Yichen inquired, observing Ted's grave expression. "Something feels amiss. We have been walking for nearly 5 hours. At our current pace, we should have sighted the Annam River by now. Yet look." Ted pointed toward the nearby stream. The brook meandered leisurely, its crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbles beneath. Yet even Su Yichen understood that if one approached the river's confluence, the current would be considerably swifter. Far from the tranquil scene before him, having grown up in the forest, he had never encountered such thick fog in his 30 years. Ted gazed at the demon hunter, Ginza, and Captain Rockfield, hoping to glean answers from his companions. Captain Rockfield cast a glance at the demon hunter and recounted his experience. "I once faced a dense fog at sea. At that time, we had 6 ships bound for the New World, Florida. If we could endure just one more day, we would have glimpsed the Florida Strait. However, that morning, a thick fog enveloped us, and we sailed in it for 2 days and nights without breaking through. The ship's compass functioned correctly, and after consulting with the ship's mages, they confirmed our direction was sound. Everything appeared normal. Yet, at our current speed, we should have already reached Miami. There is no time to squander on terrifying tales. Just understand that this situation is perilous, extremely perilous," the demon hunter declared, his voice chilling. "So dangerous that once you fully grasp the truth, individuals like me will come seeking you for a conversation. Do you comprehend my meaning, Captain?" Under the demon hunter's unwavering gaze, Su Yichen noticed the old captain stiffly nodding, not daring to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Ted, being astute, refrained from pressing further on the matter. After a brief 10-minute respite, he urged the group to continue along the brook, and silence enveloped the party as they pressed onward. "Do you seem to harbor a disinclination to converse with them?" Su Yichen, who lingered at the rear of the procession, whispered to the demon hunter, Gance. The thick fog evidently dampened the hunter's spirits. He turned to gaze at Su Yichen. "I am 264 years old. All my contemporaneous friends have either perished or vanished. After becoming a demon hunter, it won't be long before you cease to desire the acquaintance of these mortals." Observing Su Yichen's youthful visage, the demon hunter remained silent for a moment. However, typically, Apprentices must endure their first century before they can truly comprehend such truths, if they do not succumb to the jaws of monsters beforehand. Yichen clearly struggled to grasp the worldview of the immortals, and as a player, he felt no trepidation regarding the potential troubles that lay ahead. "What do you know about this fog, then, sir?" he inquired. "Someone is opening the portal to the chaotic realm. Each occurrence of this nature signifies that a guardian has failed in their duty." The tone of the demon hunter, Gans, was tinged with palpable dissatisfaction. "I should have anticipated that I could not place my trust in those religious zealots. This dense fog can distort one's perception. Soon, you may detect the stench of sulfur or feel a drop in temperature. Most likely, you will encounter a grotesque swarm of oversized insects. The crucial factor depends on the situation beyond the portal." Sergey's continued to impart the knowledge of demon hunters to his apprentice, stating, "As an apprentice, you should not be privy to this knowledge until you have successfully completed the valley trials. However, given the current circumstances, you must learn whatever you can as you encounter it. Each time the gateway to the chaotic realm is opened, it demands the sacrifice of countless beings, their blood, flesh, and souls. Under the present conditions, at least 2,000 souls will be required. The essence of sentient beings is the most coveted offering to chaos. I cannot predict how much time we have left, but when danger approaches, you must stand as a demon hunter in the battle. Any display of weakness will not be tolerated." The expression of Gaze, the demon hunter, was grave, his words frigid. It was evident to all that he was not jesting. As time passed, the forest gradually dimmed once more. A day spent traversing through the mist had left everyone utterly exhausted. Even the demon hunter's white wolf was panting heavily. Captain Rockfield approached Yichen slowly, whispering, "Sue, have you now become a demon hunter?" The old captain surveyed their surroundings and added, "Had you not heard of them before? Demon hunters are specifically tasked with hunting witches and monsters, and like vampires, they possess immortality. Those who are aware of their whereabouts, or possess information of interest to them, often find themselves eliminated after a visit. Most of what you hear are mere rumors, Captain." Yichen explained. "Do I strike you as someone who would indiscriminately take lives? They have merely lived too long, reluctant to entangle themselves with ordinary people." At this point, Captain Rockefeller evidently grasped the crux of the matter. Suddenly, a strange horn echoed through the mist, reminiscent of a creature's lament as it approached death, imbued with a sense of twilight and eerie desolation. "Run! Run forward without pause!" the demon hunter shouted, urging everyone onward. The survivors tensed, acutely aware of the urgency in the demon hunter's voice. Each individual began to exhaust their dwindling strength in a desperate bid to quicken their pace. If they were to be caught, these mortals would stand no chance of escape. "We could only fight to the death." Handing Yichen a short sword procured from a sailor, the demon hunter cautioned him. The intermittent horn sounded from all directions, relentlessly pursuing the group of survivors. Each person exerted themselves to the utmost to remain in line. The youngest, Sildo, perched atop the white wolf, anxiously scanning the surroundings, his wide eyes reflecting the turmoil of the encroaching mist, as if monsters could leap forth at any moment. Yichen felt a profound sense of unease welling from within, his heartbeat resonating like a war drum in his ears. The sweat soaked through his bandaged wounds, and the sharp pain compelled him to slow his pace. Behind him, the demon hunter pressed a hand against his back, alleviating some of the burden he bore. Relentlessly sprinting, the duration of their exertion remained unknown. The injured guard, unable to endure any longer, succumbed first. Despite Ted and another robust sailor striving to propel him forward, he inevitably hindered the pace of the entire group. "Abandon me. I can no longer go on." The guard struggled to reject Ted's assistance. The captain sighed, offering support from behind, fully aware that Ted could not hold on much longer. Sildo, mounted on the back of the white wolf, clenched his teeth, at a loss for words. A nauseating sensation gripped Yichen, warning him of imminent peril ahead. Death awaited. "Danger!" Yichen shouted a dire alert, gesturing to the left. "This way." The demon hunter, in a swift moment of contemplation, resolutely placed his trust in Yichen's words. To the other side, the survivors, having lost their capacity for judgment, turned on the demon hunter's command, fleeing without hesitation along the creek. Shadows of the night enveloped the forest, and in the mist's embrace, towering trees loomed like clawed arms, pressing in from all sides, intent on ensnaring them, to forever remain trapped within this wilderness. Exhausted survivors, having lost a considerable amount of strength during their frantic flight, began to slow their pace. Ted's eyes were bloodshot, sustained solely by sheer willpower. He had now lost the ability to speak, each step feeling like it could be his last. Ultimately, he stumbled over a protruding stone and fell to the ground. A fellow wounded comrade, also on the ground, patted him firmly on the back, retrieving a necklace from his pocket and offering it to Ted, conveying a message understood by all. No, I can still go on. Ted struggled to rise. Yet his trembling legs betrayed the impossibility of the endeavor. Do not speak. The monster hunter growled. I hear the sound of hooves ahead. Chapter 15. The elven camp. The group halted, each member gasping for air as if they were fish out of water. The monster hunter, gaze, drew forth the claw of the white wolf, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. Yichen felt his wounds begin to bleed anew, his hair damp and clinging to his forehead. Silently, he readied himself for battle, standing alongside the monster hunter with a short sword in hand, while all those capable of standing tightened their grips on their weapons. Tension filled the air as everyone directed their gaze toward the source of the sound, awaiting the final reckoning. The sound of hooves grew increasingly distinct, approaching through the mist. While moonlight cascaded down from the treetops, stars began to twinkle, and the fog swiftly dissipated, as if the earlier thick haze had merely been an illusion. A procession of knights emerged from the distance, gradually slowing their pace, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the moon and stars. Each knight mounted a splendid white steed, adorned in shimmering silver armor, with golden locks cascading and pointed ears peeking from intricately designed eagle-headed helmets. Their cavalry moved with a fluid grace, swiftly encircling the disheveled human contingent. Yichen heard Ted behind him exhale like a deflated bellows, while Sir Ganj lowered the tip of his sword in a respectful gesture, introducing himself as a demon hunter. I am Ganj, the demon hunter. From which elven tribe do you hail? The foremost knight dismounted from the group, halting before the hunter. The elf removed his helmet, allowing his silken golden hair to cascade down, revealing a visage of perfect proportions, astonishingly handsome. Yet it was the sharpness of his eyes that betrayed his experience as a battle-hardened warrior. The demon hunter rarely exhibited a smile, yet it graced his face upon recognition. It is a pleasure to see you again, demon hunter Ganj, the elf spoke. Legolas, it has been too long, replied the hunter, sheathing his sword and stepping forward. The elf dismounted as well, and they exchanged a gentle pat on each other's right arm in greeting. Your arrival is most timely. I was nearly captured by the wild hunt. Ganj, every encounter with you heralds the onset of great calamity, the elf remarked, casting a glance at the beleaguered fugitives. Are these humans trustworthy? Not to worry. I have been with them since the chaotic gates were opened. They are seafarers from across the continent, captured by orcs for sustenance after their ships sank, and a few are rangers from the rogues' encampment. The demon hunter gestured towards Yichen, declaring, This is my new apprentice. He possesses remarkable talent. The elf, with azure blue eyes, scrutinized Yichen, attempting to discern what made this young man exceptional. I had thought that during your last encounter in Kaer Morhen, you had resolved to abandon your traditions. The demon hunter nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, he is a unique case. You may find it hard to believe, but just yesterday, he was an ordinary human. The elf appeared taken aback by this revelation, her delicate brows arching in surprise. He is indeed quite gifted. Well, time is of the essence. We shall discuss further as we proceed. The other elven knights seemed reluctant to engage too closely with humans, offering only minimal assistance before dispersing, encircling the human contingent as they moved forward at a measured pace, as if in fear of the elven cavalry. The dense fog that had enveloped the group began to dissipate under the moonlight, and the peculiar sounds of horns faded away. The moonlight consistently illuminated the path above the procession. Amidst the elven ranks, Yichen noticed that the ground beneath his feet remained uniformly flat, as if they were traversing a plain rather than a forest. The trees on either side appeared to widen as the group approached, and the astonishing sights surrounding Yichen reminded him of the magical night bus from the best-selling tome, Harry Potter, from his previous life. Both elves and humans traveled in silence. Although the pace was hindered by the humans, the elves displayed no signs of impatience. In the group, only the demon hunter Ganza and the elf named Legolas walked ahead, engaged in hushed conversation. Due to the burden of the injured, they had traversed this path intermittently for nearly an entire night. The human survivors, gritting their teeth against the threat of the dense fog, persevered, while the elven knights later allocated a horse to the humans. At last, a faint pearly light appeared on the horizon, signaling the arrival at the elven camp. Perched atop a hill, the camp sprawled across a vast grassy expanse, encircled by towering trees. The area was adorned with structures that seemed woven from vines, with several particularly grand edifices resembling trees that had sprouted directly from the earth, their surfaces adorned with lush foliage and punctuated by vibrant flowers. The cavalry hastened their pace, breaking away from the group to enter the camp ahead, leaving only Legolas outside, where a cluster of anxious human survivors gazed warily at the demon hunter, uncertain whether to proceed into the camp. Ganza, the demon hunter, regarded the elf Legolas with a discontented huff, crossing his arms in anticipation of an explanation. His expression remained grave. I had presumed that the elves would extend some measure of assistance to their allies, sustenance for the hungry, weapons for defense, and most importantly, care for the wounded. Surely, the elves would not allow their guests to feel disappointed. A resonant voice emerged, one that Yichen could scarcely fathom coming from the typically graceful elven race. Possessing such a robust timbre, we are about to embark on a journey to the southern islands. My kin do not favor the current scent of the jungle, which seems somewhat impolite. An elderly elven man emerged from the encampment, the delicate wrinkles upon his visage not diminishing his age, but rather enhancing the gravitas of his countenance. Clad in a simple, pale blue robe devoid of embellishments save for the cuffs, he was flanked by several elves who respectfully held provisions, water, and medicinal supplies. Legolas inclined his head in a gesture of respect, introducing the demon hunter and Yichen. This is Eglin Massalainen, a priest of the goddess of life, Ingrass. After a brief pause, the elf Legolas continued, addressing the priest. This is the demon hunter, Ganza Aragorn, along with his apprentice. Clearly, the elf deemed it unnecessary to present the other individuals to the priest. Gentlemen, please indulge yourselves and take your rest. Eglin the priest nodded towards the demon hunter. Over the past few centuries, I have heard numerous tales of your exploits. Should the opportunity arise, I invite you to visit the Golden Wood of Lothlorraine and savor our elven moonlight wine. It would be my honor, my lord. The demon hunter replied with equal respect towards the elven priest. Due to certain traditions, we cannot permit humans within our encampment, as relocation often results in a disordered appearance. I sincerely apologize for this. Eglin the priest addressed all the humans. However, the elves shall ensure this area remains entirely secure, allowing you to rest in peace. Under the guidance of the elves, the survivors established their camp near the encampment. After a hearty meal, Yichen meticulously tended to his wounds, utilizing the first aid techniques learned in school, and assisted Sildo and Rog, the camp guards, in replacing their bandages. He discovered that his wounds were nearly healed. The demon hunter called out and led Yichen to meet with Priest Eglin privately. So, this time the demon hunter was unable to prevent the opening of the Chaos Gate? The elven priest, seated in a finely crafted wrought-tin chair, inquired of the demon hunter Ganj and Yichen. Indeed, I collaborated with the Dawn Church, tracing the remnants of chaos all the way to the southern regions. After more than a month of investigation alongside the Dawn Knights, they withdrew, citing the absurd reasoning that the southern colonies were the domain of heretics, leaving me alone. Consequently, I fell into an ambush set by the orcs, who have allied themselves with chaos. The demon hunter's tone was laced with evident discontent. Elven Legolas nodded in agreement. Lord Eglin, I have previously dealt with those human religious knights. They're a most unreasonable lot. The Rog camp has indeed fallen, the demon hunter Ganj stated flatly. We discovered the flames of its destruction. A new malevolent force has arrived in this land. 2 months ago, our patrols encountered signs of ogres in the forest. Just yesterday morning, we found several ogre corpses amidst the ruins of the Rog camp. Legolas added to the elves' findings, fully armed. The demon hunter Ganj pondered for a moment. An armed ogre tribe, who has forged weapons and armor for them. This poses a vexing dilemma. In truth, the demon hunters perceive that within the entirety of the southern colonies, there are scarcely any capable of confronting the formidable, armed cannibalistic creatures. These terrifying beings possess an astonishing regenerative ability, rendering wounds inflicted by ordinary blades virtually healed within mere minutes. If they consume a sufficient quantity of sustenance, they can even regenerate severed limbs. A cannibal that is fed well and for an extended period becomes increasingly robust, their skin more resilient, ultimately evolving into a cannibal warlord. A multitude of these colossal beings, clad in impenetrable armor and endowed with immense strength, traverse the battlefield, devouring the corpses of the fallen. This is a nightmare for nearly all. Malevolence is coalescing, threatening to extinguish the flickering flame of civilization in the southern region. The priest Aglin conveyed to the demon hunters that the elven kin hoped to stand vigil alongside humanity before the encroaching shadows engulfed the southern territories, urging that this message be delivered to the human governor. War is imminent. The demon hunter, Ganzer, straightened his posture alongside Yichen. Offering a respectful nod to Priest Aglin and Legolas, I shall do so. Upon my arrival at the port of Anthony, I will seek an audience with the governor without delay. Meanwhile, Yichen's panel displayed a new task, far south in the storm, with a difficulty rating of average danger and an uncertain reward. Chapter 16. Too much knowledge is detrimental upon returning to the rudimentary encampment of human survivors. Under the leadership of the captain and Ted, the group had erected tents delivered by the elves, kindled a campfire, and a pot of boiling soup, the contents of which were unknown, simmered over the flames, filling the air with an enticing aroma that tantalized Yichen's senses. He cast a glance at his mentor, marveling at the rare sight of demon hunters and ordinary folk engaging in such harmonious discourse. They possessed incredible navigational skills. I had witnessed their golden galleons at Victoria Harbor, vessels twice the size of the Queen of England. As interactions deepened, Captain Rockefeller appeared less intimidated by the demon hunters than he had initially been. If I were to live for millennia, I might also exude the same commanding presence as those elven knights. Sildo, listening intently to the conversations around him, could not resist interjecting. The warmth of the flames and the exquisite food allowed the group to finally feel liberated from peril, enabling them to enjoy a peaceful evening. As the meal neared its conclusion, the demon hunter, Jangs, leaned toward Ted and his two subordinates, whispering, "The elves have confirmed our suspicions. The Rog camp has been annihilated. What we witnessed that day was merely the remnants of its last traces." However, the elves stated that the warriors of Rog held their ground long enough for nearly half of them to escape in time. The campfire fell into a hushed silence, as everyone lost the jovial spirit that had filled the air moments before. The three survivors from the Rog camp wore expressions devoid of their prior mirth. The demon hunter, Gans, patted his shoulder and addressed the group. "All right, let us retire for the night. We shall embark at dawn towards the port of Anthony. The elves will depart within 3 days. We must exit the forest before that time." As Yichen stepped into his tent, he examined the new tasks on his list. In the stormy south, danger, moderate risk. Why would a message delivery mission potentially escalate to such peril? What treacheries lay hidden within the port of Anthony? The variability of a task's difficulty hinges on one's choices, does it not? How could he convey this information to Gans? Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, Yichen finally succumbed to slumber. After a night of restorative sleep, he felt rejuvenated, emerging from the clutches of fatigue. He gained 200 experience points. With ample rest, nutritious food, and the elves' miraculous herbs, his condition improved from severely injured to moderately wounded. His rudimentary healing of the NPC yielded commendable results, and he acquired a new foundational skill, First Aid Intelligence. He still had unallocated basic skills and had yet to make choices regarding his professional skills. The system notifications echoed in Yichen's mind, heralding the arrival of a new day, wishing the player a joyful disposition. Upon accessing his character interface, Yichen equipped the newly acquired foundational skill beneath his sole profession, the demon hunter. The unselected professional skill highlighted by the system was weapon specialization. Yet Yichen had yet to determine his weapon of choice. In reality, Yichen had trained for nearly a decade in the swordsmanship hall under the esteemed Jixia Academy, honing a diverse array of combat techniques with various cold weapons. However, he remained uncertain as to which weapon he should designate as his primary armament in the game. The Jixia Academy, established in 2090 by the Republic to promote national culture, encompasses various sub-institutions. Among them, the Wenhua Hall engages in the study and elucidation of classical texts and philosophical doctrines, while the Swordsmanship Hall preserves the martial spirit inherent in 5 millennia of culture. It not only encompasses the traditional martial arts of the Republic, but also incorporates combat techniques from around the world, passed down through the ages. In the decades following its affiliation with the Jixia Academy, the Swordsmanship Hall has primarily focused on analyzing and compiling various martial arts, employing modern scientific methods in an effort to distill the legendary invincibility of ancient martial prowess. Nevertheless, to Yichen, the grandiose Jixia Academy could be succinctly summarized in 3 characters: Youth Palace. In this interstellar era, where cutting-edge technology proliferates, the traditional reliance on human combat skills has been relegated to the realm of sports. The pursuit of higher, faster, stronger aligns seamlessly with the ethos of athleticism. In the sword-holding pavilion, one often encounters venerable masters whose martial prowess has reached an extraordinary level. They are either subjects for scientific research or instructors in extracurricular classes, guiding a group of preschool children in practicing stances. Meanwhile, the younger martial artists, possessing both exceptional skills and striking appearances, often embark on their journeys as entertainment idols. Among this new generation, Yichen stands out as a remarkable figure due to his talents as a time traveler. He has achieved the prestigious titles of National Scholar by securing first place in both the youth groups of the Combat Gate and Sword Gate examinations. And he maintains an impressive record of 21 consecutive victories in internal competitions. In the realm of gaming, Yichen has wielded his mentor's weapon, the Fang of the White Wolf, a variant of the hand-and-a-half sword introduced from the EU. In his capable hands, it proves to be equally devastating. However, he intends to reserve this choice until he acquires a weapon of sufficient quality. The Demon Hunter, having meticulously prepared all camping gear, donned a finely crafted chainmail provided by the elves and issued the command for the survivors to embark. As an apprentice of the Demon Hunters, Yichen was also bestowed with a remarkably refined leather armor. Crafted from an unknown animal hide, its dark brown hue exudes a sense of professionalism. Key areas such as the shoulders and chest are reinforced with 4 layers of leather, meticulously arranged in descending order. The waist features an ingenious design of shark scales formed from small leather pieces, allowing anyone who wears it to move with agility and grace. Elven Rangers Leather Armor, the newly standardized equipment for Elven Rangers. This practical leather armor, designed for war, has been stripped of all superfluous ornamentation and open work. Crafted with a unique elven leatherworking technique, it allows Elven Rangers to maintain their nimble combat style. Restrictions: minimum strength 8, constitution 8. Materials: leather, excellent. Craftsmanship: exquisite. Defense: resilient. Special trait: agility. The unique elven craftsmanship ensures that anyone wearing this armor is not penalized for their agility. The Rangers finally feel secure. With elation, Yichen felt he was finally receiving the protagonist's treatment as the journey towards the great port of Antonio commenced. Chapter 17. Followers? Within the Elven territories, the fleeing humans finally obtained sufficient rest and provisions. Upon resuming their journey, everyone was reinvigorated, which was reflected in their increased pace. A journey that would typically take 3 days was completed in just 2 by the eager group. The witch hunter, Gans, also began instructing Yichen on the road, covering everything from the fundamental history and code of conduct of witch hunters to the common man-eating beasts, mutated creatures, and non-human races of the far south. Despite the journey, Yichen never ceased his studies. To accommodate the pace of mortals, both the new and old witch hunters slowed their steps, providing ample convenience for their teachings. Silda, the injured man who had been riding on the White Wolf, also approached the two and carefully listened to Gans's explanation, discovering that the Witcher didn't mind. He followed behind Yichen even more openly, carefully listening to what sounded like mythological legends to him. When camping, the sailors would take care of everything to comfort Thad and the others. Sir Gans would take his apprentice away from the crowd, using this time to teach Yichen some of the Witcher's experiences with signs, as well as some unique knowledge of alchemy and herbalism. At night, the old captain would talk to each sailor individually. After talking with Silda, the worried old captain sighed and went into his tent. Yichen had no time to pay attention to all of this, because he was browsing his character panel. Finally, on the evening of the second day after departure, the group saw the walls of the Great Port of Anthony. The Great Port of Anthony is the largest human gathering place in the area, and one of the first port cities established when the Far South colony was reclaimed. If he hadn't encountered the storm, Yichen should have arrived here on Captain Rockefeller's ship and officially started his game career. Viscount Anthony, the first noble to set foot in the Far South, led his knights across the ocean from France and established Fort Anthony on this barren land. Subsequently, due to its status as the largest deep-water port in the northern region of the Far South, vessels from various nations preferentially chose this location. Gradually, this fortress transformed into a town, known as Port Anthony, and the title of Viscount Anthony evolved into that of Earl Anthony. 5 years ago, the ambitious Earl Anthony, in his quest to expand his territory, encountered the fierce Green Ones, who had similarly endured countless hardships to reach the New World. The encounter with these violent warriors from the northern tundra proved catastrophic, leading to his untimely demise in the prime of his life. With the passing of the old Earl, the young Anthony too inherited the title, becoming the new lord of the city. However, the 10-year-old count found himself ill-equipped to navigate the intricate power dynamics within the city. Many of the knights who had served the late Earl departed, taking with them adventurous colonists eager to pursue greater lands and riches. The Camp of Rock, where Ted and his companions had previously resided, was a rudimentary settlement established by the unfortunate Knight Rock. Such villages and camps, scattered throughout the jungle, both large and small, flourished in the years that followed, relying on the prosperity brought by Port Anthony. Upon learning of the destruction of Rog Camp, Ted and his companions began bidding farewell to the others, setting forth to seek the refuge of the camp's survivors. "I shall lead them out of this predicament and rebuild Rog Camp," Ted proclaimed with renewed fervor. "I look forward to reuniting with you all, and I shall host you with the finest ale. Especially you, brave Sioux. Should you require any assistance, do not forget me. I stand ready to fight for you at any moment." Embracing everyone one by one, even the demon hunter, Ganza, did not refuse the rugged man from the mountains. Ted, accompanied by his two subordinates, strode away from the group with great determination. As Ted and his companions receded into the distance, the old captain turned to Yichen and the demon hunter, stating, "It is time to bid farewell, brave Saris folk and esteemed demon hunter. Your presence has made me feel ashamed for once believing some of the rumors about demon hunters." Captain Rockfield gracefully extended his apologies to the two, then addressed his sailors. "You may depart now. I will submit a written statement to the Navigation Association and assume full responsibility." Yichen, bewildered by the unfolding events, inquired of the captain, "Is there any trouble, Captain? Is there anything I can assist with?" Embarrassed, Yichen nodded, pondering whether this peculiar situation was orchestrated by the system to assign him a task. "I do indeed have a matter in which I require your assistance. I sincerely apologize for not being able to repay your life-saving grace and must impose upon you further." Captain Rockfield cast a glance at the visibly anxious Sildo beside him. "Sildo wishes to follow you and become your attendant after experiencing all that has transpired." "Huh?" Yichen observed a system prompt appearing on his character panel. "An NPC admires your valor and wishes to become your follower. Do you accept?" Chapter 18. Exceptional Follower. Name, Sildo Roosevelt. Age, 16. Race, human. Gothic branch, racial skill. Defense doubles when health falls below 10. Level, 5. Condition, moderate injury. Occupation, sailor. Level 5. Experience, 14. 423.25. 000. Attributes, strength, 5. Dexterity, 6. Constitution, 7. Years of toil at sea have bestowed upon the young sailor an additional point in Constitution. Intelligence, 9. A well-rounded education in childhood grants an extra point in intelligence. Perception, 7. Vigilance against the tempestuous seas has endowed the young sailor with an additional point in perception. Charisma, 5. Talents, astute learner. You master any subject with ease, making you a favored pupil among educators. Gains an additional 20 points when learning basic skills and an extra 10 skill points at each level. Initial talent, Fortunate Clover, mysteriously. Fortune favors you, allowing you to escape death countless times due to this talent. Each time you enter a near-death state, a check is made. If successful, you will be spared. Initial talent, Maritime Livelihood. As a sailor, your life begins and ends at sea. When you are at sea or along the shoreline, you will receive a reward of Dexterity 1 or Perception 1, determined every 24 hours. Basic skills include climbing, jumping, swimming, balancing, fishing, roping, wilderness survival, insight, knowledge, geography, navigation, and stealth. Professional skill, rowing. Whether swimming or steering a boat, you excel beyond others. Mastery, 42-100. Character background, a noble illegitimate child from the continent of Europa. He received a fine education under his mother's care during his youth. After her passing, his father provided him with a sum of money to send him aboard a ship as an apprentice. This NPC wishes to become your follower. Do you agree? Yichen gazed at Sildo's initial talents, sensing the boundless potential this individual possessed. It seemed he had struck gold this time. Sildo, in a state of urgency, implored, "I beg you, my lord. I will work diligently. My mother has passed away. My father does not care for me, and others look down upon me as a bastard. Now that the old captain is departing, I no longer wish to remain a mere sailor." Upon hearing his words, the monster hunter, Gonze, exceptionally spoke in his favor. "I find him promising. Monster hunters often favor those born of unexpected circumstances." Under the hopeful gaze of Sildo, Yichen officially accepted his request, and a new interface named Follower appeared in the system. The old captain, having settled all the crew members, bid farewell to Yichen and the others, expressing his regret. "I am truly sorry that I cannot repay your valiant deeds at this moment. Should you ever pass through England in the future, please do inform me, and I shall treat you to the finest caviar. Additionally, I implore you to treat Sildo with the respect befitting a servant and provide him with opportunities for growth. Farewell, my friends. Captain Emus Rockefeller adjusted his attire and resolutely strode into the town to confront his challenges. Very well. Sir Gange clapped his hands to capture the attention of Su Yichen and Sildo, who remained gazing in the direction of the departing captain. Let us venture into the city and find a place to settle. Tomorrow, I shall seek connections to meet our young count. You, with your new attendant, should locate a reliable priest to avoid having him later limp about while assisting you on the battlefield. As he spoke, Sir Gange tossed Su Yichen a finely crafted pouch. The elves have funded our expedition. Find a place to exchange this for usable currency. I shall wait for you at the Pig's Head Tavern with this little rascal. Upon receiving the pouch, Su Yichen discovered it contained a handful of finely crushed gemstones. When he looked up, he noticed the demon hunter had already taken Sildo, leading his white wolf away into the distance. Walking along the street, Su Yichen observed the shadows cast by the buildings on either side, realizing that finding a location to exchange the gems for money in this medieval city, now cloaked in the twilight, would not be a simple task. Every few meters, a street lamp radiating a warm orange glow stood beside the road, revealing within its transparent glass dome a collection of luminous orbs floating gracefully. A fleeting and anguished scream echoed from a nearby alley, interrupting Su Yichen's contemplation of the luminous object within the street lamp. Newly arrived, Su Yichen had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. However, trouble had evidently come knocking at his door. A group of ruffians, unmistakably street thugs, emerged from the shadows, encircling him from behind. Directly ahead, a formidable man clad in black leather armor approached, his arms crossed, a blood-stained dagger gripped tightly in his hand. Outsider, he demanded. State your purpose for being here with that white-haired old man, and I may grant you a swift end. The dagger in the man's hand twirled like a butterfly, flinging off the remnants of blood to reveal its keen edge. Su Yichen couldn't help but critique his master's appearance, which was all too conspicuous. Within half an hour of entering the city, they had already attracted unwanted attention. He realized that he would soon have to make a choice regarding his mission. We are merely passing adventurers. The rogues' camp has fallen. We barely escaped the clutches of the orcs. Why seek trouble with us? Su Yichen intended to gauge how much these thugs knew about his party. Were they merely small fry or a potential source of valuable information? The leader in leather armor furrowed his brow and shouted to his subordinates, "Attack! Subdue him first." At that command, 7 or 8 lackeys armed with blades or clubs rushed forward in disarray. Su Yichen swiftly seized the wooden club from the first assailant, executing a swift kick to incapacitate the unfortunate soul. Behold the expression on this man's face, his eyes wide with an unutterable pain. Rendered mute by suffering, a clear indication that he has likely been defeated. Such a dismal spectacle momentarily unnerved the few who had rushed to the front. Even the armored leader in the distance instinctively clenching his thighs, baring his teeth in response. Yet, Su Yichen had no intention of indulging them in a farcical performance. He swiftly dispatched 3 assailants who, momentarily paralyzed by fear, had lost their advantage. A short sword lunged toward him. But this caliber of street fighter posed little threat. Prior to entering the game, Su Yichen could easily contend against 10 foes, and within the game, his attributes and talents only enhanced his prowess. With a nimble push from his feet, he leaped gracefully, his staff striking precisely at the attacker's wielding hand. Ah! The assailant cried out in pain as his grip faltered, the sword slipping from his fingers, only to be deftly caught mid-air by Su Yichen. With a swift turn, Su Yichen swung the short sword in a smooth 180-degree arc. The sound of metal clashing rang out as he met the opposing blade with his own. The tip of each sword locked in a tense standoff. The attacker, momentarily stunned, met Su Yichen's calm gaze, which bore no hint of alarm. As if he were merely selecting vegetables in a market rather than being encircled by foes. Before the attacker could fully comprehend the situation, Su Yichen's sword vibrated, deftly deflecting the opponent's blade, while his other hand wielded the wooden staff. The incoming shadow marked the last flicker of the attacker's consciousness. The short sword swept backward, and Su Yichen, like a great bird spreading its wings, executed a graceful spin, bringing the sword's hilt crashing down upon the assailant's forehead. Following the path of those who had fallen before him, the last individual, holding a stick, lagged behind, unable to shout the battle cry he often proclaimed. His companions had already been taken down, leaving him with a visage of despair, glancing at Su Yichen, who had yet to unsheath his weapon, and then at the man in leather armor wielding a dagger behind him. He resolutely struck his own face with the stick. However, Whether due to a lack of ferocity in his self-inflicted blow or an overwhelming sense of trepidation, he failed to lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he struck himself a few more times, blood splattering across his face, yet he stubbornly remained upright, unable to bear the sight any longer. Yichen delivered a swift strike to the boy's carotid artery, sending him into slumber. How tragic. Yichen bent his legs, lowered his torso, positioned his right hand with the short sword at his lower back, and extended his other hand forward, striking a pose reminiscent of Huang Feihong, beckoning with 4 fingers. Come. Chapter 19. A teammate I do not desire, the man in leather armor scoffed, stepping back into the shadows of the building. In an instant, a layer of gray smoke enveloped him, allowing him to merge seamlessly with the darkness. To Yichen's astonishment, a living person had blatantly entered stealth mode before his very eyes, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, a flash shot forth, piercing through the illuminating orb behind him. The orb flickered defiantly a few times before finally extinguishing, plunging the surrounding area into darkness. It was only then that Yichen discerned that the glowing orb was, in fact, a thumb-sized insect. Following the moonlight, the demon hunter's innate ability, twilight vision, enabled him to keenly detect a dark object, distinct from the background, swiftly approaching him from the rear, moving without a whisper of wind. Though there had been a distance of several meters between them, the instant the light extinguished, the adversary was already before him. The luminous insect had yet to touch the ground, and the figure had darted behind Yichen. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed. Not only had the previous dagger been brandished, but also a silent shadow of a sword followed closely behind. The man in leather armor had, unbeknownst to Su, drawn a matte black dagger in his other hand, striking with both weapons simultaneously. The 2 blades, like their master, stirred not a whisper of air. Yichen could not discern the method by which his opponent had launched such a stealthy assault, yet he recognized that the enemy's speed had not surpassed that of sound, presenting an opportunity before him. As the dagger neared, Yichen shifted slightly, remaining rooted in place, while his short sword was already in motion. Clang! The weapons met and recoiled instantly. The leather-clad man reacted with remarkable swiftness. Having failed his ambush, he retreated in a leap, vanishing once more into the shadows. This time, even with Yichen's twilight vision, he could not trace his opponent's whereabouts, yet he felt an imminent danger, sharp and constricting. In the distance, illuminated areas were filled with mercenaries out for revelry and sailors passing by, their laughter and retching echoing through the night. However, the vicinity surrounding Yichen, shrouded in darkness for several dozen meters, felt as though it had been isolated from the world, with only a few thugs, incapacitated on the ground, and the sound of Yichen's own breathing permeating the silence. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Yichen, relying on his extraordinary perception, silently attuned himself to the rhythm of heartbeats. Aside from a severely injured unfortunate soul, there were 6 thugs whose hearts raced with fervor, alongside his own, summoning a total of 7 distinct sounds in the vicinity. Astonishingly, the assailants had concealed even their breaths and heartbeats. Suddenly, an additional heartbeat surged forth, robust and vigorous. Yichen instinctively pinpointed its location. However, it was alarmingly close. The armored man reappeared, nearly pressing against Yichen's back, as if emerging from his very shadow. 2 daggers sliced through the air with blistering speed. Yichen exerted all his strength to roll forward, yet he still left behind 2 trails of blood. His newly acquired ranger's leather armor had scarcely warmed when it was marred by 2 deep gashes. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of the equipment, this blow might have rendered Yichen incapacitated. Nevertheless, the daggers were in perfect synchrony, their gleaming arcs darting unpredictably like a swimming dragon. Each strike came faster than the last, and regardless of where Yichen rolled or dodged, a vital point was invariably targeted. In that moment, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to rise, forced to evade lethal attacks on the ground. Yichen was oblivious to the skill the armored man had employed earlier, but the dagger fighting technique exhibited up close was unlike anything he had ever witnessed in reality. Moreover, this individual completely overshadowed him in attributes. Even with the lightning reflection talent effect, he could barely deflect the onslaught, his short sword struggling to withstand the force emanating from the daggers. Outmatched, he realized he had no choice but to flee. However, Yichen had already seized the opportunity he sought. His left palm facing the direction of the assassin, Alder Lawseal. The oncoming shockwave was confined by Yichen within the area of a shield, propelling the unsuspecting assassin forcefully against the brick wall nearly 10 meters away. The tremendous impact left the leather-clad man clutching his abdomen, retching several times before regaining his composure. Seizing this moment, Yichen hastily sprinted towards the main thoroughfare, having baited a formidable adversary, knowing that if he could not manage the situation, he must flee swiftly. The leather-clad man glared down at the ground, spitting vehemently, and remarked, "Useless." Vittoria Gabriella, a former captain of the EU Airborne Task Force, had erupted in fury after perceiving gender discrimination from her superiors, resulting in a violent confrontation that left the newly appointed officer, who had recently transitioned from a civilian role, with 7 broken ribs, a shattered thigh, and extensive soft tissue damage. It was said that even the latest nano-repair chambers could not perfectly mend the shattered bones, necessitating complete removal and transplantation of cloned products. Summoned to a military tribunal, Vittoria Gabriella presented irrefutable evidence recorded by her helmet cam, leading to her unfortunate superior, still recuperating in the hospital, awaiting cloned organs, being expelled from the military before his discharge. However, due to her superior's affluent family background, Vittoria Gabriella found herself unable to remain in the military, ultimately resorting to joining the advance team as a means of evading further complications. Upon entering the game, Vittoria Gabriella felt the air was imbued with a sense of liberation. With an impressive strength score of 17, she successfully completed her background profession's advancement quest, transforming from a mere mercenary into a reckless warrior. This bold warrior now meandered from one tavern to the next, seeking to win a few coins by engaging in arm wrestling with the prideful local inhabitants. The previous tavern's patrons had exhibited a lack of decorum. Finally managing to escape to the main thoroughfare, Yichen observed the patrolling soldiers and exhaled a sigh of relief. He brushed off the dirt from his attire and adjusted his leather armor, realizing it was in dire need of repairs. He resolved to hold the cheap craftsman he had sent to exchange currency accountable for the damages. Just then, a towering shadow loomed over Yichen. Initially believing that the assassin was mad enough to commit murder in the streets, he looked up to find a familiar face. Vittoria? Vittoria Gabriella? He inadvertently emphasized his colleague's full name, staring in astonishment at the imposing figure before him, nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered with iron arms and fists capable of extraordinary feats. A true warrior. "Hello, Sue. I didn't expect to encounter you so soon," Vittoria exclaimed enthusiastically, enveloping him in a bear-like embrace. Yichen felt the creaking of his own robust body, boasting a constitution of 16, signaling a precarious situation. "Good to see you too, Vittoria. Please, put me down." The eccentricity of the formidable woman nearly lifted Yichen off the ground, finally breaking free. Yichen found the woman before him to be more daunting than the assassins he had previously encountered. Gazing at her robust and towering physique, he could not help but inquire, "Have you lost your mind? How could you present yourself in such a manner? Are you not aware that this game is bound to real identities?" It is worth noting that while Vittoria Gabriella was indeed quite muscular in reality, sporting a buzz cut that radiated ferocity, her nearly 6-foot stature combined with her above-average looks exuded a certain rugged charm, earning her considerable popularity among both female fleet soldiers and male technicians. However, the woman before him, reminiscent of a resurrected barbarian Conan, was simply too much to behold. Yichen suspected that Vittoria Gabriella's allure might have plummeted below a mere 5. Chapter 20. The Arrival of the Queen. Vittoria Gabriella appeared to be quite self-assured, crossing her arms with an air of disdain as she declared, "Isn't this delightful? After all, I do not rely on my looks for sustenance. Were it not for the legal restrictions against genetic enhancement, I would have applied long ago. The Russians are far more liberal in this regard." Indeed, upon witnessing her, Yichen could almost feel the essence of the Siberian wilderness. The malevolent Soviets have utterly corrupted the spirit of this world. He raged internally. Yet in the presence of the towering woman, it was prudent to temper his words. Does the game permit such extensive alterations? Yichen feigned a serious interest in this matter. "Oh, that. I selected a talent that allows me to exchange 2 points of existing attributes for 1 point of an attribute I wish to enhance. I traded my charm for a boost in strength, which consequently raised my maximum physique limit." Vittoria wore a rather incredulous expression, as if to ask, "What is your situation? Were you ambushed in the city?" Indeed, I had been beset by a group of assailants, one of whom was a particularly troublesome individual, likely an assassin-type professional. Fortunately, I managed to escape. Yichen couldn't help but reflect on his fortunate fate. The previous assassin's profession had been elusive and difficult to counter. Faced with the overwhelming prowess of the game's professionals, Yichen glanced at his own level. 2. Silently, he reassured himself, play it safe, develop cautiously. And do not be reckless. We can prevail. I have accepted a task. My teacher awaits me at the Pighead Tavern. Do you know how to get there? For safety's sake, Su Yichen intended to meet with his teacher first. However, lacking funds, he turned his attention to the present company, Vittoria. By the way, do you have any money? Vittoria laughed heartily, resting her head in her hand, and let out a burp. I had some before, but now. I understand. Do you know of any places where I can exchange money? I could trade gems for cash. Su Yichen produced a pouch from within his garments, displaying the colorful gems to Vittoria. The weapon-loving Vittoria Gabriella glanced at the array of vibrant stones. I know where to exchange loot for money. But that unscrupulous shopkeeper is exceedingly greedy. He swindled me yesterday. It would be best for you to wait until tomorrow to sell those gems at the jewelry shop. Vittoria patted her muscular chest and boisterously proclaimed, such trivial matters are of no concern. Follow me. The valiant woman adeptly guided Su Yichen through the bustling streets. Arriving at the entrance of the Pig's Head Tavern. In less than a week since entering the game, Vittoria had frequented every tavern in the Grand Port of Anthony. From salons attended by the petite nobility to dilapidated dens where gamblers and drunks congregated. She boldly asserted, there is no drink I have not sampled. With a carefree push, she swung open the door, and the fetid air of the small tavern immediately enveloped them. With Su Yichen's heightened perception of 16 points, he discerned the distinct aromas of fermented grains, various fragrances, and the pungent odor of sweat, realizing that the elves, endowed with superior sensitivity, indeed had their reasons for avoiding humans. Hats off to you, a magnificent individual. A boisterous group of revelers raised their glasses in a toast, exuberantly draining their drinks. Su Yichen spotted his mentor, Sir Zhang, seated in the farthest corner of the tavern, his conspicuous white hair a beacon amidst the crowd. With several empty beer bottles strewn across the table, he keenly noticed Sir Zhang cast a fleeting glance in his direction before nonchalantly averting his gaze, feigning ignorance of his presence. He was the only one at the table. Sildo and the White Wolf were conspicuously absent. Breaking free from Vittoria's grasp, Su Yichen lowered his head and navigated through the enthusiastic patrons, making his way towards his mentor. Meanwhile, Vittoria had already engaged in her own contest at a nearby table, where several burly men lined up to challenge her in an arm-wrestling match, igniting a fervor that sent ripples of excitement throughout the tavern. As Su Yichen passed by the bar, the tavern owner cheerfully remarked, "You are a friend of the Queen. Please, enjoy the evening on my tab." Su Yichen forced a smile, his expression stiff, and made his way to Sir Gongza's table. The demon hunter feigned interest in the flames flickering in the nearby fireplace, his gaze directed that way. Yet his voice reached Su Yichen, "Your friend? Truly, impressive. Is there a hint of ogre blood in their lineage?" After a moment of silence, Su Yichen opted to steer the conversation away from that topic. "Master, I was attacked. Someone is targeting us." He then revealed his wound to the demon hunter, prompting Gongza to sit up straight and examine the marks on his leather armor closely, refraining from further jesting at his student's expense. There is a scent of shadow. This was the work of shadow assassins. They are mercenaries, typically motivated by coin. Has someone employed them to cause us trouble? It appears someone is aware of your identity, having seen us enter the city together, and has made a hasty arrangement to gauge your reaction and ascertain our purpose for coming here. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yichen divulged his mission hints to the demon hunter. What kind of fool would risk inciting a demon hunter's wrath just to test my intentions? The demon hunter mused to himself with a smile. I can smell the stench of chaos. Someone fears my arrival. I shall find you, traitor. Seeing that Gongza had instantly grasped his meaning, Su Yichen felt a wave of relief wash over him and inquired about the whereabouts of his follower. Master, where is Zier Duo? I haven't seen him with you. Could he be in danger if he is acting alone? The demon hunter drained his cup of wine in one gulp. I encountered an old friend, a clergyman, to whom I entrusted your attendant. You need not worry. He is in a secure place and will receive the finest care. However, after dispatching all challengers, Vittoria took a large goblet and seated herself in Sir Gongza's chair, gazing at Su Yichen with a cheerful smile. Come, let us engage in another match. Teacher, you truly lack consideration. Chapter 21. The Blind-Eye Jewelry Store. I am not inclined to fight with you at the moment. My injuries have yet to heal. Su Yichen expressed his disinterest in Vittoria's challenge, swiftly shifting the topic. Upon entering the game, I found myself in the wilderness, encountering no other players apart from you. What about you? This game felt hauntingly real, At times, I struggle to distinguish between players and NPCs, perceiving little difference. Vittoria downed her beer in one go. However, this morning, I did run into an acquaintance, Konrad Vasilevsky. You would not relish encountering him. Why is that? Is he of the religious zealot ilk? Or perhaps a neo-Nazi from the eastern regions? Upon hearing Vittoria's words, Yichen was reminded of the two notorious exports of the EU. After the European Union disbanded due to the financial crisis, the entire continent was shrouded in a pall of gloom. With the Slavic Federation rebounding from its nadir, it has once again emerged as a formidable Soviet power. The Eastern Dragon roars defiantly, while the traditional superpower, the United States, under the guidance of its divine leader, strives to keep pace. Yet, Europa seems to linger forgotten in the shadows of the world. Amidst this fierce competition, the traditional stronghold of the Gallic Rooster has risen once more under the leadership of women. With the support of John Bull and Hans, they have shed the weight of their lagging allies and formed a new alliance. In 2099, the Empire Union was established. In a mere century, through subtle religious influence, it has quietly occupied much of the territory once belonging to the European Union. Behind the countless bankrupt or collapsing governments lies a populace plagued by hunger, who, drawn by the EU's hollow slogan of divine love for all, have flocked to this burgeoning power. The EU, in its rapid development, strives to reclaim the lost century, until the neighboring Russians, unable to bear the sight, intervened. The details of this interruption are unnecessary. The EU, having suffered a significant blow, has maintained a cautious existence, tending to its own affairs, save for the occasional incursions by Russian forces at the borders. As a new generation emerges, discontent begins to brew within the EU. The youth, having forgotten the fear of communist dominance, see the rise of Nazi ideologies, particularly in the eastern border regions, where hardliners gain strength. Meanwhile, the fervent religious zealots have taken root within the EU, with their militant forces demonstrating formidable prowess. Interestingly, both factions reportedly hail from what was once the border guard. I observed a young lieutenant, once part of that force, pasting flyers in the streets, accompanied by two followers, as they sought to recruit enough players to establish a battalion. Vittoria slammed the table, creating a resonant clatter. Those rascals dare to lead me. I was once a captain. In the game, players and NPCs could scarcely discern one another with the naked eye. The sole distinguishing feature among players was a diamond-shaped red mark upon their foreheads, impervious to concealment and unnoticed by NPCs. Well, I reckon half of you EU folks are insane. What is a battle group, anyway? Yichen candidly critiqued the EU system before Vittoria. As a member of the Germanic faction within the EU, Vittoria often found herself aligning more with Hans than with the collective of the EU itself. Indeed, Vittoria remained unperturbed. A battle group is akin to a mercenary band, requiring not only wealth, but also the completion of foundational tasks. Are you interested? Not at the moment. I shall see how things unfold when I encounter the right individuals. I currently have a perilous mission. Are you intrigued? Yichen pondered the waste of not utilizing a seemingly formidable ally. What are the rewards? Vittoria inquired, her interest piqued. The rewards remain unknown until the task is completed, but it likely pertains to the city's elite humans, so there's no doubt good fortune awaits, Yichen replied, gazing intently into Vittoria's eyes. A knowing smile graced Vittoria's lips. Deal. I'm in for this endeavor. The morning sun bathed Yichen's face. While the game artfully replicated the sensation of a hangover, waves of headache serving as reminders of his unfortunate state the previous night. In the final recollection, Vittoria completely incapacitated him with 7 consecutive pints of beer, leaving Yichen oblivious to how he had entered the room. In reality, he had never consumed such an excessive amount of alcohol. Indeed, within the confines of the game, he found himself relaxed, and amidst such formidable adversaries, he had managed to drink himself into unconsciousness. Although Yichen was previously unaware of the intoxication feature within the game, he silently admonished himself to maintain control. The system's notification arrived promptly, a fierce beer battle. You feel as though you are more fatigued than before you fell asleep yesterday. You have gained 150 points of life experience. The alcohol has impeded the recovery of your wounds. Your status, light injury, remains unchanged. You still have unselected professional skills. May the player maintain good habits in this new day. Staring in disbelief at the system's commentary, Yichen organized his equipment, intending to find a place to exchange his gemstones for human coins, and to seek a location in the city where he could repair his leather armor. If that assassin were to appear during the day, he would not hold back. Upon stepping outside, Su Yichen discovered that his mentor had already departed the tavern early in the morning. Victoria had left a message with the tavern owner, indicating that she had business at the blacksmith's and had provided directions to the jewelry shop. Guided by the rudimentary military map sketched by Victoria, Su Yichen successfully located his target, the Blind Eye Jewelry Store. The establishment, imbued with an aura of mystery, resembled a divination parlor where tarot cards foretold the future. An unknown incense wafted through the air as it burned in an exquisitely crafted small furnace. The lavish door, once closed, immediately severed the cacophony of the street outside. A woman clad in a purple robe reclined upon a thick, plush cushion, her uniquely designed hood extending to the tip of her nose. "Ah, a guest has arrived." A peculiar voice, indiscernible in age, reached Su Yichen's ears, yet the woman before him did not part her lips. "I can smell the scent of a demon hunter. A young demon hunter. Demon hunters seldom frequent establishments such as mine, for they favor an array of weapons and armor. So, young man, what do you wish to sell?" Unable to fathom the depths of the woman before him, Su Yichen deemed it prudent to avoid trouble, while preparing for a potential confrontation. He spoke, "Madam, I wish to part with some gemstones I possess. I seek no trouble, as my mentor awaits me in the city." The hooded woman maintained her smile, yet her voice resonated through the air. "Do not be anxious, young hunter. I harbor no ill intent towards you. Your mentor must be the white-haired Aragon, yes? I am well acquainted with him. Allow me to see your gemstones. I shall offer you a satisfactory price." Su Yichen carefully placed his pouch of gemstones before the woman, who referred to his mentor as the white-haired one. "Here you go." She appeared to explore the pouch with her hands, as if she were blind. "Elven craftsmanship. And the gems are of elven origin as well. Your mentor has indeed found a commendable employer. Elven gemstones are always a form of hard currency. You may browse through my shop for any trinkets that catch your fancy. You have quite a sum to exchange. I shall prepare for your visit." After speaking, the woman strode toward a small door behind her, carrying a bag brimming with gemstones. Su Yichen raised his hand, attempting to convey his desire for her to leave the jewels behind, but was thwarted by the piercing gaze emanating from beneath her hood. "If I intended to steal your gemstones, your master would surely come after me. Rest assured," she stated. Despite the barrier of the hood, Su Yichen could sense the formidable energy of her stare. He stiffly nodded, and the woman turned, vanishing through the door. Left with no choice, Su Yichen wandered around the shop, curious about the mysterious treasures it harbored. To his surprise, a cat suddenly darted out from the doorway where the woman had just exited. Its sleek black body contrasted sharply with its snow-white paws, and its grape-sized eyes radiated an aura of enchantment. The feline exuded an air of adorable laziness, blinking at the unfamiliar visitor with a nonchalant demeanor. The little creature stretched dramatically, extending its fluffy paws forward before lounging on the cushion the woman had just vacated. Casting a disdainful glance in Su Yichen's direction and uttering a single word, "Heartfelt." Chapter 22. The pitiful little cat, although it was merely a game, being scorned by a small kitten was an intriguingly novel experience. Never had he encountered such a blatantly heartfelt demon hunter. It was a disgrace to the profession. "Were you not just contemplating a role as a thief?" The kitten continued its sardonic commentary. Su Yichen gazed down at his hands, at a loss for words, and could only offer himself a mental reassurance. Do not engage in a battle of wits with a cat, even if it possesses the ability to speak. I had no intention of stealing. I merely wished to ascertain whether there were any magical artifacts within. Su Yichen's gaze overlooked the small kitten, as he continued to browse through the jewelry store. "Foolish humans," the kitten persisted. "I have never encountered such a dim-witted demon hunter. Every hunter knows that a witch's shop harbors no items imbued with magical power. All valuable treasures are concealed by those elderly women. However, I was unaware that this was a witch's shop before you mentioned it, and I am merely an apprentice." Su Yichen realized the kitten was correct. The items in the shop were all mundane, lacking any utility beyond mere decoration, rendering them worthless to players. The black cat nimbly leaped down from the cushion, gracefully landing on all fours beside Su Yichen, and then vaulted onto his shoulder, whispering in his ear, but which would not easily unveil her collection to others. "She just mentioned that you could peruse her shop for items that catch your fancy. Such opportunities are not to be missed." Suddenly, Su Yichen felt that indeed he should not let this opportunity slip by. As a player, it was only natural to seek upgrades in gear. Now, with a chance to possibly acquire magical equipment, how could he let it pass? "All right, you have a point, but where exactly is it hidden?" Guided by the kitten, Su Yichen discovered a finely crafted metallic box behind the counter, consisting of numerous drawers, all secured by a lock adorned with various mysterious symbols. Behold, how exquisite this box is. It must be filled with a myriad of enchanting magical artifacts, each one potentially worth a fortune. The witch never goes back on her word. Now that she has promised you, you are entitled to select whatever you desire. The voice of the black cat was laden with temptation. Su Yichen pondered, indeed. She spoke it herself. I may choose whatever I fancy. I can sense that behind this lock lies exactly what I seek. Suddenly, a wave of coolness surged from his heart, causing Su Yichen to shake his head in a shiver, sensing something amiss. Wasn't it his intention to leave after settling the payment, given the shopkeeper's intimidating demeanor? Why had he suddenly begun to rummage through her belongings? What are you hesitating for? Break this lock, and the treasures within shall be yours. These are the finest collectibles amassed by the witch over centuries. Each piece is invaluable and capable of bestowing great power. The black cat's eyes emitted an unusual gleam. Open it. Open it. Quickly, open it. The urgency in the cat's voice escalated, transforming into a shrill cry reminiscent of a dying old woman. A profound sense of revulsion washed over Su Yichen, awakening him to clarity. The once adorable cat perched on his shoulder now appeared to be the most repugnant creature in existence. A nauseating stench, mingling the odors of decaying vegetation, excrement, and blood, wafted from the black cat, making Su Yichen's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. With a swift motion, he cast the black cat from his shoulder to the ground. Su Yichen unsheathed the short sword he had previously acquired, directing its blade towards the prostrate, ebony creature. What exactly are you? The air thickened with an almost palpable intensity, as the black cat appeared to enact a bizarre, evolutionary spectacle, reminiscent of Su Yichen's first experience with the viscous sensation of human entrails, a wave of nausea crashing against his stomach. In addition, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of hatred, a primal animosity that civilization harbors towards chaotic beings, compelling him to eradicate the entity before him. The short sword in his grasp began to emit a faint luminescence, provoking a shrill cry of fear from the creature on the ground. Enough. The enigmatic shopkeeper emerged from a small door, witnessing the tense standoff. Su Yichen shifted the blade, aiming it at her, taking 2 steps back in preparation for conflict. Witch, are you nurturing chaos? The sensations he had just experienced were unmistakable, akin to navigating through a fog, the distinctive scent of chaos confirming his innate abilities. The witch, shrouded in her purple robe, maintained an impassive expression as she spoke in her characteristic manner. Mind your own affairs, young demon hunter. The study of chaos has been a pursuit of witches for nearly a millennium. Has your mentor not imparted this knowledge to you? This fearsome creature lacks the power to slay even an ordinary person while under my control, bound by a contract that still has 5 centuries to run. You will regret this, witch. The small cat growled in the voice of a middle-aged man, its tone menacing. Hee. A chaotic and foolish creature like you should remain by my side. I still have numerous experiments yet to complete. The witch gently cradled the black cat in her arms, tenderly brushing away the dust from its fur. Until I have had my fill of play, you shall not leave. The witch carried the tiny cat towards the small door that had just appeared, while despair filled the eyes of the black cat. Kill me, monster hunter. Is it not your duty to eradicate chaos? Hurry, put an end to my existence. Su Yichen felt the danger emanating from the woman before him escalate dramatically. He recited a hunter's creed against the black cat, seeking to avenge his own grievances. Though I possess nothing, I shall still offer my life. May we encourage one another. The chaotic creature, now a small kitten, cried out in despair. You will all come to regret this. With a casual flick, the witch tossed the tiny kitten into the small door, as if it led to another realm, where even sound vanished into the darkness of the portal. Turning to Su Yichen, she regarded the flickering light of the short sword in his hand with surprise. I did not anticipate such power from you. It is indeed rare. I possess an item that would suit you perfectly, though it is regrettably incomplete and of no further use to me. Consider it a token of compensation. Tell your master that I have not mistreated his apprentice. As a heavy pouch of coins and a dark, ominous pendant were flung toward him, Su Yichen was abruptly propelled out of the door by a gust of wind, the ornate entrance slamming shut behind him. Gazing at the pendant in his hand, its distinctive shape led him to believe that it was. Chapter 23, Shadow Hunter, Fragmented Pendant, an object of unknown origin. This damaged trinket is made from an unidentified material with uneven edges, suggesting it is merely a fragment of a larger item. Upon closer examination of the intricate engravings, one observes a fluidity akin to flowing water ever-shifting. Usage requirement, possession of any anti-chaos talent. Material, unknown, mysterious. Craftsmanship, destroyed. Feature 1. Randomly selects one attribute at the beginning of each game day. Features are not fully displayed. The item is reparable. The fragmented pendant, a focal point. Do you comprehend? Hurry and find a way to restore it. Yichen gazed at the pendant in his hand, feeling as though he had inadvertently acquired something extraordinary. Although he was uncertain of the numerical value of sufficient chaos blood, he believed that for a player, the promise of rewards would compel one to exhaust every drop of chaos blood if only to ascertain what lay in store. After securing his coin pouch, he hung the fragmented pendant around his neck, carefully concealing it beneath his leather armor. Today's attribute enhancement happened to be agility, and Yichen felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Every muscle quivered slightly, as if on the precipice of bursting into action. Since the blind-eye jewelry shop showed no welcome, it was time to explore the commercial district within the game. Fingering the weighty pouch of coins, Yichen resolved to arm himself adequately. Surely, Sergonza would not mind such trifles. Regrettably, after meandering through the bustling streets for a brief while, Yichen swiftly discerned that despite the myriad of stalls and shops teeming within the vibrant city, the vast majority held no significance for players. Come and see. Freshly arrived tobacco from the New World, just out of the oven, bread. Marvelous pills from Cyrus. Cures all ailments. For those ailing, a remedy. For the healthy, a means to bolster vitality. Aside from the vendors calling out in the street, many shop fronts bore signs proclaiming, wholesale herbal remedies, retail, not permitted, or silver-threaded runes, 1 foot. After traversing a considerable distance without encountering a conventional weapon shop or a similar establishment, Yichen had no choice but to consult the more familiar Vittoria, who was well acquainted with this area. The short messaging service available to players was indeed one of the rare privileges afforded to them. As long as 2 players were within a 5-kilometer radius, messages could be relayed instantaneously. Beyond this distance, the latency increased significantly, degrading from text messages to telegrams. And further afield, it devolved to the antiquated practice of letter writing. Beneath the resplendent sunlight, the streets of the noble district were adorned with elegantly dressed ladies, each carrying exquisite parasols as they strolled leisurely. The meticulously manicured lawns on either side were embellished with an array of colorful blooms. When Colin, cloaked in a robe, made his appearance here, the stiff-faced young nobles hastily vacated the path, acutely aware that this cloaked figure was not to be trifled with, especially considering the formidable presence of the lord he represented. The executioner, Antoine S. Hound, were titles well associated with Colin. Despite his brief stay in the port of Anthony, Colin's notorious reputation had already become widely known among the established nobility. Tales of malevolent demons from far-off lands, blasphemous fallen beings, and the unrestrained orcs outside the city were whispered, yet these distant threats paled in comparison to the more immediate menace posed by Antoine's hounds. Within the confines of the city, the true power brokers, most notably the venerable Viscount Beltran, provided the clearest illustration of the executioner's fearsome notoriety. Numerous witnesses fervently swore they had seen the executioner emerge from the shadows of the Viscount during a dinner at the Beltran residence, where he ruthlessly slaughtered the entire family at the dining table, leaving the elder Beltran completely paralyzed with terror. Others claimed that the executioner did not wield the blade himself, but rather manipulated the old Viscount into action through his shadow. Regardless of the method, the outcome was unequivocal. The elder Beltran descended into madness, and on the very next day after offending the steward Antoine, his entire family was annihilated. Some of the city's nobility fled Anthony altogether, while others aligned themselves with the steward Antoine, effectively sidelining the young Count of Anthony. The attention of the Demon Hunters Council was momentarily diverted, as recent sensational news had occupied their focus for a time. Thus, a minor indiscretion against the hunters here seemed of little consequence. As Colin pondered this, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the young Sarisian was, in fact, an apprentice of the Demon Hunters. No wonder he had managed to evade Colin's ambush. Lord Colin. The guard stationed at the castle gate lowered his head in trepidation upon seeing Colin. This was the heart of Anthony's port, the stronghold of the Anthony family, a structure meticulously designed by scholars, boasting formidable defenses. Should the city fall, this would serve as the final sanctuary. It was also the residence of the young Count Anthony. The young Count, with his silky golden hair and pallid complexion, peered cautiously at Colin from his lofty perch within the castle, observing through the window. Were it not for this formidable assassin and the scrutiny of the city's nobility, Antoine would not dare to be so audacious. Soon enough, you shall all pay the price. The young count clenched his fists, silently vowing. Colin's gaze fixed upon the man seated at the far end of the dining table, a once humble steward of the Anthony family, now an opportunistic usurper occupying the master's seat. Colin cared little for the legitimacy of his employer's noble lineage or whether he resembled a repugnant, corpulent swine. As long as the price was sufficiently enticing, he would not hesitate to serve even an orc. You performed adequately before, Antoine declared, tearing into a steak on his plate. Juices cascading down his double chin, his ample backside nearly overflowing the chair. However, regarding the matter of the monster hunter, you could certainly improve. I am your client. Do you not shadowy assassins pride yourselves on catering to the desires of your clientele, anticipating their needs, and thinking as they do? To provoke a follower of a demon hunter comes at a cost. Yet to challenge an apprentice of a demon hunter is to defy the very essence of the demon hunter organization. Such a price is beyond your means, Colin remarked as he approached Antoine. However, fortune favors you, for the Demon Hunter Council is presently preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving them oblivious to this forsaken corner of the world. Thus, you may attempt to entice me with an offer tenfold in value. Tenfold. Antoine appeared as though he had been choked by his meal, his complexion turning a shade of deep purple, his voice faltering. Are you out of your mind? The sum I offer could purchase an entire township. Reflect on your true aspirations, Antoine. Colin, seemingly peering into his thoughts, chuckled and continued. Antoine, wealth is not your ultimate aim. It is power that you covet. You are but a jester dreaming of becoming Count Anthony. Should Anthony's port fall into your grasp, boundless riches would drown you in their depths. Consider this. If, at this very moment, a passing demon hunter were to uncover your clandestine dealings with the orcs, revealing how you have supplied them with information about human settlements and traded in numerous contraband items. Colin observed Antoine's pallid visage with a grin. What do you suppose the demon hunters are coming to Anthony's port for? That silver-haired fellow will be meeting with our young count in less than 3 days. Lord Antoine, your options are dwindling. Very well. Very well. You devil. You have swayed me. Antoine slumped in his chair as though deflated. A price tenfold, to ensure the complete disappearance of the demon hunters. Leave no traces behind. As the final word escaped his lips, Colin had completely vanished into the shadows. Chapter 24. The Bonds Among Companions Following the Map. Yichen observed the surrounding structures transform from wooden edifices into towering buildings crafted from stone. The ground beneath him had also become level, the earth meticulously compressed by heavy loads, with a fine layer of sand sprinkled atop. The number of passers-by increased, notably comprising various armed rangers and mercenaries. Over here, Victoria waved enthusiastically at Yichen from a distance, her extraordinary height and booming voice providing a significant advantage at that moment. Following Victoria's lead, Yichen entered a moderately sized blacksmith's workshop. As he passed through a uniquely designed metal door, a cacophony erupted from the clashing metals, and the intense flames danced in the air, sending forth sparks in vibrant bursts. From his perspective, this place resembled an emerging metal processing facility, with productivity far exceeding his expectations. Is this what you referred to as the Thunderhammer blacksmith? Yichen raised his voice above the surrounding clamor to ensure his companion could hear him. Victoria pointed towards a distant metalworking bench. That's it. Look, that's exactly what I meant. Following the direction of Victoria's finger, Yichen understood why this establishment was dubbed the Thunderhammer blacksmith. A stout figure, scarcely taller than Victoria's legs, was hammering a shield with a square, short-handled heavy mallet. His bare arms were nearly as thick as an average person's waist. With every strike of the hammer, sparks fly like electric flashes, and the searing flames rise from the forge. The swinging hammer radiates a blinding, pure white light, dazzling and almost imperceptible, as if illuminated by a camera flash. Even from several meters away, Yichen can feel the intense heat emanating from it. The face of the dwarf, adorned with black goggles, is filled with the fervor of an artist crafting a masterpiece. With each resounding blow, he keenly senses the transformation of his work, scrutinizing every inch for imperfections. Despite their first encounter, Yichen can easily discern that this dwarf blacksmith is indeed a rare master of ironwork. He is Goroin, reputed to be the finest craftsman from the southern lands. I happened to rescue him from pirates while undertaking an advanced quest. As long as you refrain from calling him dwarf to his face, he is quite amicable. Victoria, using the clamor of the hammering as cover, remarked while patting Su Yichen on the shoulder. Enough, Gabriella. You brutish woman with muscles in your brain. No one but you dares to call me a dwarf. The dwarf unexpectedly heard Victoria's words, his hammer swinging wildly. Before you arrived, they all referred to me as Master Goroin. Ever since you came, everyone has been calling me dwarf behind my back. Unfazed, Victoria gave Su Yichen a gentle push forward. All right, Goroin. Cease your lamentations. I assure you that your nickname will no longer circulate in the tavern. This is my friend. We have a perilous task ahead. Could you forge him a reliable weapon? Without waiting for Su Yichen to speak, the boisterous dwarf pushed his obsidian goggles up and exclaimed, Do you have any idea when my orders are scheduled? If it weren't for crafting your shield, I would have long since ventured into the castle to amass a fortune. However, upon hearing the mention of the castle, Su Yichen felt compelled to interject. Master Groin, pardon my interruption, but may I inquire if your new order pertains to supplying weapons for the lord of this place? Clearly wary of discussing matters related to commerce. The dwarf Groin responded with suspicion. Why do you ask? A glance at Vittoria revealed that, despite his bluster, Groin placed considerable trust in the imposing warrior before him, prompting Su Yichen to reflect on the queen's influence in the port of Anthony. Vittoria, could you facilitate a conversation? I believe this information is pertinent to our mission. Under the dwarf's watchful gaze, Su Yichen discreetly sent a message to Vittoria, leveraging the convenience afforded by their player status. Having already shared their mission details, Vittoria nodded, bending her tall frame to meet Groin's gaze. Groin, my friend, is a trustworthy individual. He is an apprentice to a monster hunter whose mentor is a genuine monster hunter. You know, the very one you have been mentioning. If you wish to witness true demon-slaying steel, do not overlook this person before you. Upon hearing the phrase demon-slaying steel, a glimmer of obsession flickered in Groin's eyes. Very well, for Gabriella's sake. If you truly are the apprentice of the white-haired demon hunter, I can divulge the details of the order. However, as a condition, you must persuade your master to lend me his sword for a night. No, for 3 days. It is settled. Once again lamenting that his mentor's appearance is ill-suited for the profession of demon hunting. He recalls having seen in the description of the claw of the white wolf that the so-called demon-slaying steel is likely referring to Valyrian steel. Su Yichen extended his hand and declared, But you must also forge for me a weapon that suits my needs. Money is not an issue. The dwarf firmly clasped Su Yichen's hand, sealing the agreement. Just as Su Yichen and the master dwarf, Grolin, reached a mutually beneficial accord, an untimely voice intruded, its venomous tone cutting through even the clangor of the blacksmith's forge. Look, Vittoria Gabriella, former captain of the army, after you rejected my summons. You have allied yourself with this imperialist from New Huaxia. You ought to be ashamed of your actions. You have desecrated the glory of the Holy EU. A tall man with short brown hair approached. Having lived in this world for many years, Su Yichen was aware of the situation in the EU. The Bala School was somewhat akin to the Loyalist Academy of New Huaxia, albeit with a more severe indoctrination. Its official name was the National Political Education Institute. In their desperate struggle against the ideological invasion of the Soviets, the EU was fighting tooth and nail. Unbeknownst to you, did anyone impart knowledge during your academic years that the full name of your EU is the Empire Union? You may label me an imperialist, yet have you considered the sentiments of your own masters? Encountering a fellow practitioner is a rare delight. Su Yichen exuded a spirited determination. Do you know? I hail from the Loyal Descendants Academy, and my major in university was political commissar. Does this term evoke a sense of familiarity for you? Come, allow me to witness what knowledge you have acquired during your studies. Evidently, whether through lineage or specialization, Su Yichen instilled a profound provocation within his opponent. Lieutenant Konrad Vasilevsky, you scoundrel, I shall make you regret your very existence in this world. The Eastern EU barbarian opposite brandished a double-bladed axe, charging forth with fervor. Chapter 25. Bloodshed and Life and Death. The strong prevail. The double-bladed axe shimmered with a faint glow of fire, harmonizing with the menacing visage of Lieutenant Konrad Vasilevsky as it descended upon Su Yichen. In a moment of impending peril, Su Yichen deftly seized a two-handed sword from the weaponry suspended upon the wall, calmly intercepting the strike. The scorching axe scraped against the edge of Su Yichen's sword, producing a jarring sound that reverberated within the confines of their ears. Under Conrad's control, the double-bladed axe, propelled by its own momentum, bore down upon Su Yichen's chest. With a nimble retreat, Su Yichen alleviated the force of the axe, sensing the peculiar airflow as the blades sliced through the air. He wielded his long sword, skillfully parrying the onslaught from every direction with precise angles. As the double-headed axe soared and danced through the air, the crimson blades grew increasingly radiant, casting dazzling arcs of light. Yichen, having suffered from the weapon's prowess, could only rely on his adept swordsmanship to counter Conrad's onslaught. The heavy sword in his grasp remained steady and composed, ensuring his defense was impenetrable. Although he appeared to be at a disadvantage, he maintained an air of calmness, even finding the time to observe Vittoria's movements. "Vittoria, this is our exchange. Please do not interfere," Yichen implored, aware of the delicate position she found herself in. He sought to dissuade her from this fray, while the dwarf Grolin had already retreated with his apprentices to spectate from a safe distance. Vittoria exhaled in relief. Despite her disdain for the extremists in this militia, Lieutenant Konrad Vasilevsky was, by name, still part of the EU. With a forceful thrust, Yichen drove his heavy sword into the ground, leveraging the earth's strength to block a powerful horizontal strike. The craftsmanship of the dwarf's weapon was exceptional, and as their blades met, sparks flew. The heavy sword, resilient as ever, withstood the blow, though it bore deep axe marks along its blade. Using the sword's support, Yichen leaped past Konrad, swiftly retrieving two straight-edged military knives from the rack behind him. His hands intertwined, the blades shimmered like a white rainbow piercing the sky, slicing through the air. The twin knives moved as if imbued with life, cutting around Konrad with remarkable speed. In an instant, the scene was filled with the interplay of knife and axe, sharp and lethal. In the blink of an eye, the clash of weapons echoed, and the metallic scent of blood mingled with the flames of the forge. Lieutenant Konrad Vasilevsky, stripped of his advantage by the dual-wielding adversary, was now a figure marred by wounds. With a roar that echoed his fury, his physique swelled, defiantly absorbing the blow of Yichen's military knife. He wielded his double-bladed axe in a desperate attempt to exchange injury for injury. Yichen felt as though his blade had struck resilient ballistic rubber, prompting him to evade a direct confrontation with Konrad. Seizing the moment, Konrad broke free towards the doorway, where two players who had long awaited rushed to support him. Barely able to stand, he cast a lingering glance at Yichen, freed himself from their grasp, and turned to leave. Blood spattered amidst the struggle. The strong prevail. Recognizing the lost opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, Yichen invoked a motto from the Pola Academy, deriding the defeated foe. Victoria, having observed the entire encounter, turned to Yichen and inquired, "Are you a political commissar? Does such a position still exist in the New Huashao army?" She added, "My instructor was a genuine political commissar, having taught me for 8 years, and I even minored in political thought guidance," Yichen silently echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, the dwarf meticulously examined the markings left on the military knife, even sniffing it with curiosity, and remarked to Yichen, "That axe is forged from purgatory steel. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of my work, it would have shattered long ago. The wielder carries a faint scent of sulfur, just enough to activate the runes on the axe. Had you been struck earlier, your wound would have been seared and tainted with purgatory fire poison, enough to cause you considerable suffering." Vittoria, with a gesture of exasperation, messaged Yichen, "There is no way around this. This dwarf's 3 great passions in life are forging, drinking, and counting coins. If you don't settle the bill, the consequences could be dire. I have only 5 silver coins left. Will your funds suffice?" Fortunately, Yichen, at this moment, was quite affluent, untroubled by a few coins. He promptly placed 18 gold coins upon the table. "Money is not an issue, but the weapons must be restored to their entirety before I take possession. Otherwise, I shall publicly showcase them at the entrance, claiming they are your freshly sold goods." The dwarf, Grolin, without a flicker of hesitation, pocketed the gold coins. "No problem. Rest assured, I would not allow you to leave with them like that. Otherwise, they might think my craftsmanship has waned." He continued, "And about this leather armor. I require your leatherworker's assistance for repairs, but the price is of no concern." Yichen removed his armor and handed it over. The dwarf tossed both the weapons and the leather armor to a nearby apprentice. "These are trifling matters. Now let us discuss when you can bring your master's sword." With a shared understanding, Vittoria promptly added, "Grolin, assure him that I will deliver the demon hunter's weapon into your hands." Grolin rummaged through his room for a moment and handed Yichen an envelope. "This contains my order. The deposit has been received. The delivery address is a warehouse in the slums, and the items ordered are quite uncommon, not typical equipment for the city guards." The dwarf glanced around and murmured, "In my experience, these items are certainly not intended for humans. However, As long as the payment is made, I wouldn't mind if they were equipment for ogres or beast men. I am ready to depart at any moment. Clearing his throat, he added, I was a bit distracted just now and said nothing. The dwarf then stumbled out. Chapter 26. Fully armed Yichen had long resolved to tackle the task at the highest difficulty to reap the greatest rewards. Hence, when he uncovered clues about the local lord from the dwarf, he was determined not to let the opportunity pass. As the screen faded to black, a new life was birthed within the game world. Players could inherit certain attributes from the previous generation, all of their assets, all initial talents, or choose anew. Some hereditary bloodline talents or professional abilities, as well as related personal and factional connections. After establishing a growth trajectory, an 18-year-old character of the second generation took shape after 3 weeks of real time. The order consisted entirely of oversized heavy weaponry, 5 suits of armor weighing over 300 pounds, 15 colossal swords exceeding 2 meters in length, and 5 long-handled siege hammers weighing nearly 250 pounds. In addition to this formidable arsenal, the delivery location mentioned in the order was indeed, as the dwarf had indicated, a warehouse situated in an impoverished district far from the Lord's castle. Strange, this order appears to be fraught with issues. Unless the Lord's guards possess physiques and strength akin to the formidable woman beside him, wielding such weapons would be utterly unfeasible. Even donning this armor would be a Herculean task. Why would such a suspicious order be so brazenly entrusted to an unsuspecting blacksmith? If, as the dwarves allege, it is intended for equipping ogres and beastmen, then the individual placing the order likely harbors no fear of this secret being revealed, for once the order is fulfilled, it ceases to be a secret. If this is indeed the case, it seems that significant events are on the horizon within the city, and one must hasten their steps. Is there any pertinent information? A message arrived from Vittoria. Nodding, Vittoria retrieved a 3-headed flail from a colossal metal chest. The menacing wolf-toothed heads were arranged in a diamond pattern, connected by heavy black metal chains to a nearly half-meter-long black handle, the end of which was deliberately fashioned into a skull shape. The mere presentation of this formidable weapon left Yichen in awe. It was crafted solely for the purpose of carnage, evoking vivid imagery of shattered skulls and broken ribs, coupled with Vittoria's imposing stature. It exuded an eerie yet captivating allure of bloodshed, igniting anticipation for the might it would display in the hands of a true warrior. Remarkable, Yichen exclaimed in admiration. Vittoria tenderly caressed the weapon in her hand, slinging the massive flail across her back. She then retrieved a hefty iron-studded shield from a nearby shelf, gesturing towards it. This weapon is a reward for my mission. Grolin helped me restore it. The all-metal shield he is crafting will take a few more days, but for now, this will suffice. Please remember to settle the bill for me, considering it in advance on my mission remuneration. The affluent Yichen nodded in agreement. No problem. Is there anything else we should include? We need to be fully equipped. The dwarf Grolin stood nearby, clutching a small ledger. I have all the gear you require. This shield is embedded with the finest mithril, and its base is crafted from 15-year-old oak, remarkably resilient, with no flaws aside from its weight. It is perfectly suited for this fierce warrior. Yichen picked up a pair of black bracers, the fine scales arranged meticulously upon the leather. Testing their flexibility on his wrists, he declared, "Let us add these to my tab." Excellent choice. Crafted from the scales of a swamp giant lizard, lined with premium calfskin. My friend, your discerning eye is commendable. Grolin noted another entry in his ledger, his spirits high. As Yichen reached for a pair of metal greaves to assess their impact on his agility, Vittoria sent him another message. How do you possess such ample funds? Without a hint of moral hesitation, Yichen continued to select suitable defensive gear. Regrettably, most of the metal armor here would hinder his movements, forcing him to abandon the pursuit. A total of 47 gold coins, with 25 for the shield and 22 for the bracers, excluding the odd change. The dwarf, feeling slightly disheartened, regarded the spendthrift Silesian as an excellent customer, resolutely suggesting, I also possess a small spatial pouch from my previous adventures, capable of offering 3 feet of storage space. For a mere 100 gold coins, it shall be yours. Yichen contemplated the convenience this item would bring, meticulously counting the gold coins in his pouch and discovering he possessed nearly 400 coins. Remarkably, the pouch gifted to him by the witch was classified as a special piece of equipment. Golden pouch. This exquisite pouch appears to hold only a few dozen coins, yet it can contain up to 500 coins without any change in size. Its weight negligible, with a maximum capacity of 5,000 coins. Without my presence, the realm's commerce would still be mired in the barter system. Having experienced the dwarf's relentless pursuit of wealth, Yichen placed his heavy sword into his spatial pouch, hung two straight-edged sabers at his sides, donned his repaired leather armor, and equipped the newly acquired bracers, ready to venture forth with his formidable companions in search of quest-related clues. Straight-edged sabers, crafted by the dwarven smith Grorin. These sabers combine the stabbing capability with the traditional curved blade, making them more effective against armor targets. Sharpness, average texture, average attribute, armor-piercing, stabbing, swamp giant lizard bracers. Crafted from the formidable hides of the perilous swamp giant lizard, these bracers boast a resilient texture. The meticulously tanned leather is soft and delicate, allowing for unimpeded wrist flexibility. Materials, leather. Scales, resilient. Craftsmanship, excellent defense. Exceptionally durable attribute. None, slaughter flail. A battered weapon acquired by Vittoria during her advancement task, forged from an unknown metal. When discovered, only the handle and chain remained. Yet, the fierce warrior wielded this weapon, leaving an indelible mark of dread upon all who beheld her ferocity, including the weapon master Groin. In gratitude to the warrior, Groin restored the flail with 3 wolf-tooth heads. Although the original form remains a mystery, the rejuvenated flail possesses a power beyond Groin's imagination, prompting him to bestow upon it the name Slaughter. Usage restriction, minimum requirement of 17 strength materials. The head is made of abyssal cold steel, while the remainder consists of unknown materials texture. Indestructible attribute 1. As a heavy weapon, the greater the wielder's strength, the greater the damage inflicted. For every point exceeding the 17 strength limit, damage increases by 10, up to a maximum of 100. Attribute 2. As a fragmented enigmatic weapon, restoring its true form may yield unexpected consequences. Chapter 27. Everyone has their little secrets. The road lay shrouded in mire, the recent downpour having left its mark, the effects of the rain still lingering. The coastal city, inherently humid, was home to a squalid slum where crushed grass, excrement, and an array of unidentified peculiar objects were stirred together by the passage of horse-drawn carriages and pedestrians, the colors of which were utterly nauseating. An unbearable stench pervaded the air, as fishmongers on either side of the thoroughfare processed their catches in such dismal surroundings, exchanging the remnants of foul fish and rotten shrimp for a few dinars. As a newly colonized city, it ought not to host such an extensive slum. The majority of its inhabitants were noble subjects, enjoying stable incomes. Conversely, some free individuals who ventured here were endowed with extraordinary courage in their pursuit of wealth. Yet, in the past few decades of relative peace, this locality had witnessed orc invasions and the emergence of mysterious subterranean creatures, resulting in an influx of war refugees into the larger cities, thus giving rise to this vast urban blight. When Yichen and Vittoria, cloaked in their garments, made their appearance, the road's weary denizens and gang members alike kept their distance, wary of the pair. The scimitar-wielding Sarisians and the formidable Vittoria, armed and seemingly menacing, projected an air of danger. Such intimidating strangers were synonymous with trouble in these parts. Vittoria, we must seek a local guide. Yichen gazed upon the winding paths and the multitude of makeshift structures that rendered this place utterly dissimilar to its representation on the map. It remained uncertain whether the formidable presence of Vittoria had instilled such fear that everyone kept their distance. With a resigned shrug, Yichen thought, there is no choice. In the darkness, I lack the confidence to confront the assassin who attacked me last time. My mentor warned that they excel in harnessing the power of shadows. Perhaps I should resort to the most rudimentary approach and seek out a local thug. Among the crowd, Yichen selected an individual he deemed most unworthy of his regard. The man's skin, adorned with ostentatious tattoos, lay bare beneath his clothing, and his frivolous demeanor marked him as distinct from the ordinary impoverished souls surrounding him. Upon noticing the unfamiliar warrior's gaze fixed upon him from a distance, the tattooed man swiftly turned to blend into the crowd, seeking refuge from scrutiny. Vittoria effortlessly maneuvered through the throng, and Yichen followed her lead, trailing the tattooed man at a measured pace, closing the distance when he slowed. In less than 5 minutes, this unfortunate soul, panting heavily, darted into a building that appeared marginally more orderly than the chaotic surroundings. Mike, a minor figure within the slums, served as one of the indigenous gang members. His duties, aside from guarding the entrance, involved collecting protection fees within the gang's territory, squeezing the last remnants of wealth from the impoverished. His recent task entailed collecting the business tax, a euphemism for extortion from those navigating the underbelly of society, while also issuing warnings about the growing unrest in the slums, where disappearances had become alarmingly frequent. He advised them that should they notice anything amiss, they could exchange information for a bit of pocket change. At this moment, Mike's heart was engulfed in regret. He had spotted two formidable-looking outsiders on the street, and, recalling Boss Bach's instructions to remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences, he had lingered a moment too long, ultimately leading to him being pursued back to his lair. Observing the imposing demeanor of the two individuals, he couldn't help but wonder if Boss Bach would be able to safeguard him. Yichen glanced at Vittoria, gracefully indicating that she should proceed first. The valiant lady forged ahead, effortlessly pushing open the seemingly impenetrable door. With a force of 19 points, the lock was stretched to its limits, resembling pliable clay before it shattered and flew apart. Vittoria entered the room with an ease akin to that of entering her own bedroom, despite the fearful gazes of those inside. Yichen followed closely behind, stepping into the room that now housed 7 individuals, including the tattooed man who had previously led them. The bald leader, now quite sensible, raised his hands in surrender while simultaneously kicking away a few of his subordinates who instinctively reached for their knives and clubs. Esteemed gentlemen, if Mike has done anything to offend you, please feel free to deal with him as you see fit. I harbor no intentions whatsoever. The bald man unhesitatingly threw his own men under the bus. The tattooed man immediately slumped, turning to face Yichen and Vittoria with a look of grievance. Esteemed gentlemen, I haven't done anything at all. Are you adventurers here to investigate the little secrets of the slums? In a moment of desperation, Mike concocted an excuse, his beady eyes feigning innocence as they beseeched the two outsiders. Anthony Port, the security team. A warrior clad in armor hurriedly entered the room. Addressing the two individuals engaged in a heated debate, "My lords, there is grave news." Without pausing to catch his breath, the warrior continued his report. This morning, a patrol guard discovered that 14 individuals have gone missing from the port district. The previous discord in the room abruptly ceased. Among the disputants, Sir Casla of the Grand Port, a man in his early 50s adorned in resplendent attire, raised his head, his eyes bloodshot with agitation. Sir Casla exclaimed in anger. Was the port district not under heightened security? How could more individuals vanish? You inept fools. Are you waiting for the city guard to be attacked before you discern the assailants? What purpose does the substantial annual investment in the city guard serve? Opposite him sat a solemn young knight, who, upon hearing these words, sought to placate Sir Casla, speaking in a low, measured tone. My lord, it is time to grant authority to the temple. I possess credible intelligence indicating that fallen chaos worshippers are wreaking havoc within the city. This is beyond the realm of secular powers to address. The white mist appearing in the black forest carries implications you do not grasp. It is time to abandon past prejudices. I must report to the church and request the deployment of paladins for a comprehensive investigation within the city. Otherwise, the city is in peril. Is it truly necessary to invoke the church's might? Sir Casla's face reflected a struggle of hesitation. The words of the paladin resonated with a deep-seated truth he could no longer ignore. Unbeknownst to the paladins, the slums had been beset by a series of mysterious disappearances since last month. What began with the vanishing of a few individuals escalated to the alarming spectacle of entire streets devoid of inhabitants each morning. Even the gangs, who typically regarded human life as expendable, began to report these incidents to the city guard. Yet, what of the clandestine secret shared between himself and Antoine? Chapter 28. The curtain rises. The sudden emergence of these disappearance cases, the successive obliteration of several frontier camps, and the enshrouding mists of the Black Forest left Sir Casra in a state of profound disarray. On one hand, there loomed the specter of a catastrophe that could obliterate the entire city, as warned by the paladins. On the other, there was the treacherous endeavor he and Antoine had undertaken, smuggling an assortment of weaponry and armor to sell to the orcs. Should the paladins uncover their illicit dealings, it would not only spell doom for the two of them, but perhaps their entire family would find themselves swinging from the city ramparts. Moreover, if the paladins commenced a widespread deployment of their evil-detecting abilities to discern loyalty from treachery, the nobility of the city might very well be ensnared en masse. It would not merely be the chaos cult that would be exposed. The church could seize the opportunity to thoroughly cleanse the port of Anthony as well. In such a scenario, the noble factions would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow, while the church's influence over the city would burgeon exponentially. when the southern colonies were first developed. It was the foremost noble families of the old continent that spearheaded the initial colonization efforts, to preclude the potential for their power to be balanced by the church. Much like the old continent, the Lord of Port Anthony had consistently endeavored to curtail the church's influence since the city's inception. Should the paladins be unleashed, it is likely that they would obliterate every gray area, thereby incurring the wrath of the entire city's nobility. Annually, an immense flow of wealth traverses between the New World and the Old, facilitated by the southern colonies, where smuggling, slavery, and the black market thrive, all under the patronage of the very aristocrats who foster the criminal syndicates profiting from these illicit enterprises. The young knight cast a penetrating glance at him. The church's patience is finite. If by dusk tomorrow the chaos within the city remains unchecked, I shall unite the forces of the church within the city to rectify the situation myself. Should the missing populace indeed be a result of their doing, the number you have concealed could suffice for their nefarious sacrificial rites. Meanwhile, Yichen, delving into the depths of the impoverished district, found himself intrigued by the clandestine secrets shared by the gang member before him. Initially, he had intended to randomly seek someone to guide him, yet now, he was genuinely captivated by your little secret. Yichen seized a high stool and positioned himself before Mike, while the female warrior beside him maintained a vigilant posture, intimidating Bach and his associates. "Pray, disclose your secret," he demanded. Mike cursed himself silently, lamenting his failure to heed the request without interjecting. Yet, under the pressing gaze of the Sarisian before him, he resolved to divulge the little secret he had inadvertently stumbled upon, instinctively aware that the repercussions of deceit could be dire. "Very well, this is something I chanced upon, and I have not even confided in Boss Bach about it." Mike glanced at the side and noticed that Bach was smiling ingratiatingly at the female warrior, seemingly indifferent to his words. Relieved, Mike continued, "In the slums, there exists a group operating under the name of the young Earl, whom we refer to as the Bloodhowl Gang. Their primary trade revolves around arms and corpses. Any corpse can be exchanged for money with them." Mike cautiously observed the Cerise across from him, noting that he displayed no reaction to the Bloodhowl Gang's operations. Silently, he dismissed the notion that this individual belonged to the type of adventurer who believed in a righteous cause, enhancing his sense of survival. It was common knowledge that they claimed allegiance to the Lord, yet they were, in truth, acting on behalf of Lord Antoine. Just as Mike was about to elaborate, he was interrupted. "Who is Antoine?" Yichen pondered, sensing that the Bloodhowl Gang and the elusive Lord Antoine were likely connected to his mission. He had come to investigate a warehouse that was expected to be filled with weaponry crafted by dwarves 3 months hence. Upon hearing Yichen's inquiry, Mike further ruled out the possibility that these two individuals were spies hired by the city's nobility. Had they been affiliated with them, they would surely recognize Antoine's name, for even the impoverished could discern the Lord's ambition. Thus, it seemed they were here primarily to investigate the missing persons cases in the slums. Oh, even Bach, who had been standing idly by, widened his eyes in anticipation, eager to hear what this subordinate, whom he had previously underestimated, might reveal about this secret that could potentially be a matter of life and death. Having piqued everyone's curiosity, Mike declared, "This Bloodhowl Gang is, in fact, the influence of our little Count. Antoine himself may be oblivious to the fact that this gang is affiliated with Count Anthony." Mike's revelation was indeed astonishing. Boss Bach, standing nearby, could not contain his disbelief. "That is impossible. I have witnessed Lord Antoine's representative dealing with the aftermath for the Bloodhowl Gang, and he comes every month to collect Lord Antoine's share of the profits." Mike nodded and addressed Yichen, saying, "Indeed, my lord, on the surface, Antoine appears to be the master of the Bloodhowl Gang. However, there was an occasion when I stumbled upon a corpse in the river. I initially intended to retrieve it and deliver it to the Bloodhowl Gang's territory for a bit of pocket money. Yet, shortly after I entered the water, 2 individuals approached the bank, discussing secrets I should not have overheard. They were conversing with Mr. Colin, the leader of the Bloodhowl Gang, and they remained unaware of my presence. Thus, I cautiously concealed myself in the mud near their side of the bank, taking great care to breathe quietly to avoid detection." Mike's voice trembled as he suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Yichen's eyes. "My lord, I understand that in your eyes, I am merely a loitering thief, a petty rogue. However, I grew up here. The slums are my home. Boss Bach offered me a job just when I was on the brink of starvation, allowing me to survive. Yet, I know him well. Revealing this secret would lead to the complete eradication of this small gang from here. Now, I must share this with you, and I implore you to relay this matter to the church in the city, without waiting for the others in the room to react. Mike swiftly remarked. Out of curiosity, after they departed, I covertly peeked and caught a glimpse of another person's silhouette. In the moonlight. That platinum hair is exclusive to the Anthony family. At that moment, I was taken aback, but later I deduced the nature of their mission. The Bloodhowl Gang's primary operation involves the procurement of corpses. No one knows their purpose for these bodies or to whom they are sold. Yet, shortly after their conversation, a wave of disappearances began in the slums, with nearly 400 individuals vanishing over the past few months. I am uncertain about the specifics of their task, but it is undoubtedly nefarious. Chapter 29. I Need Volunteers. Brock was evidently a man well-versed in the art of urban survival. The moment Mike began divulging secrets regarding the local lord and Antoine, he realized he had entangled himself in a significant predicament. Involvement at such a level, as a leader of the lowest echelon within a gang in the slums, was akin to an ant meddling in the affairs of elephants. Brock attempted to signal Mike with his eyes to cease his discourse, yet he was similarly stifled by Vittoria's gaze, leaving him to fret internally. The two individuals before him were clearly not benign. They sought to entangle him in this monumental and harmonious dilemma. Why must they drag me into this? Could they not simply render me unconscious? Yichen sat upon a high stool, his hands crossed to obscure half of his face, contemplating the revelations embedded within Mike's words. Antoine, the steward, took advantage of the local lord's youth and exerted his formidable influence over the port of Anthony. This matter has become widely known, suggesting that he must possess some formidable backing to so audaciously disrupt the established rules of nobility. The young count, evidently unwilling to surrender easily, seems to have apprehensions about the Bloodhowl Gang. Based on the knowledge imparted to him by Master Gongza, it is highly likely that the Bloodhowl Gang comprises devotees of a malevolent deity. It appears that his mission may well intersect with their nefarious activities, though it remains uncertain whether the young count is aware of their true nature and the forces supporting Antoine. Yichen gathered his thoughts and decided to leverage the present gang members to offset his manpower disadvantage. In a blend of intimidation and speculation, he conveyed, I understand your concerns, Mike. However, your apprehensions are indeed valid. The Bloodhowl Gang's procurement of corpses is intended to appease the dark deity. It seems that the disappearances in the slums are also linked to their actions, aimed at hastening the completion of the sacrificial ritual. Once the ritual concludes, it is likely that the entire city will be engulfed in calamity. Pale-faced, Mike implored, my lord, please ensure that this matter is conveyed to the city's church and the city guard. They may not believe my words, but perhaps they will heed the testimony of a powerful adventurer. Yichen maintained his posture, yet his tone adopted a more cordial warmth. You must understand, should the city truly be under the threat of malevolence, the city guards will prioritize the protection of the nobility. The influence of the church here will scarcely extend to the slums. No matter the catastrophe that may unfold, this impoverished area will inevitably emerge as the greatest victim. Aside from yourselves, no one will come to your aid. Mike pondered carefully, recognizing the validity in Yichen's analysis. The slums had always been a neglected zone, where the lives of its inhabitants went unnoticed. Sir, my friends and family reside here. I cannot bear the thought of them enduring such calamity. What should we do? Mike, I see the nobility of your character. Even amidst this desolate land, you possess a heart that considers others. Yichen gently patted Mike's shoulder, recalling the teachings of his mentor from the Loyalist Academy. At present, I need you to rally the people, urging them to report any unfamiliar faces or suspicious occurrences to you. Bring forth all that you hear and see. I shall exert every effort to thwart the machinations of the cultists. I will accomplish this, my lord. With renewed vigor, Mike turned and exited the room, not even glancing at the astonished Boke beside him. Meanwhile, Yichen received a system notification. Your eloquent speech has influenced an individual's actions. You have instinctively acquired partial knowledge of the law seal of Yaxiki. You have grasped certain related techniques, and it is believed you will soon master this skill entirely. This unexpected gain brought a sense of joy to Yichen as he pondered the extent of Mike's capabilities. Nonetheless, it mattered little. It was merely a backup card, and better than nothing. Observing the remaining gang members, each of them looked on in terror as their companions willingly transformed from coerced victims into accomplices, too frightened to even meet the gaze of the Sarisian seated before them. Even the female warrior mumbled, questioning whether the new Huaxia still retained the role of political commissar. Yichen cleared his throat, capturing everyone's attention. At this moment, I require someone to guide me. I need to locate a warehouse concealed within the slums. With that, he produced the address from the delivery note. Boss Spoke cast a glance at the address on the paper, his expression faltering. This location lies within the territory of the Bloodhowl Gang, an area entirely under their control. Yichen reached into his pocket and extracted a handful of gold coins, tossing them onto the table. Perhaps this will embolden you. Boke scrutinized the coins on the table, hesitating internally for a considerable time, yet ultimately unwilling to risk his life for mere money. Sir, we truly do not have much knowledge of that area. Yichen methodically gathered the coins into a neat pile, 22 in total, before suddenly drawing his sword and swiftly cleaving the coins in half with a single stroke. Now I need to ascertain the strength of the Bloodhowl Gang, how many members they possess, and where they typically congregate. I require volunteers to lead the way to locate this warehouse and to uncover the secrets of the Bloodhowl Gang. Boke gazed at the neatly divided coins on the table, swallowing hard, and cautiously inquired, "Is it possible not to go?" "Humph." The female warrior beside him impatiently extended her hand and forcefully slammed the coins into the wooden surface of the table, embedding them flush with it. Understood. Understood. We are all volunteers. Boke, the leader, nodded and bowed along with his subordinates. Uncertain whether his mentor would feel deceived by his swift involvement in the city's affairs to expedite the mission, Yichen contemplated while observing the individuals leading the way ahead. Chapter 30. The sponsors of the Demon Hunters. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Campus, the Demon Hunter gangs, recently betrayed by his own disciple, sat stiffly across from Pastor Richard, who presided over the temple. As one of the few church organizations that maintained a cordial relationship with the Demon Hunters, the priests of the War God campus had earned the respect of these hunters through their valor and numerous collaborations at the chaotic front lines. Pastor Richard, the head of the campus temple in Anthony Harbor, had previously joined forces with gangs to successfully thwart a chaos incursion at the Old Roads border. The War God, our Lord, protects every warrior who dares to fight. The young one you sent is no longer in serious danger. With a bit of rest, he will fully recover, Pastor Richard stated, his robust physique resembling that of a warrior rather than a cleric. After expressing his gratitude to his old friend, the demon hunter, Gans bowed in homage like a statue of a war god, simultaneously laying down several elven gemstones as a token of donation. With a countenance tinged with regret, he remarked, "I am immensely grateful for your assistance, my old friend. However, my purpose for coming today is not this. You must have noticed that the gateway to chaos has been opened in the Black Forest beyond the city. This time, I was unable to prevent it from occurring. It will not be long before the chaotic demons swarm into the Black Forest, and I fear that the strength of this city alone will not suffice for long." Father Richard gently patted his old friend's shoulder and said, "The Lord has delivered a divine oracle. A contingent of paladins is already en route to provide support, though we cannot ascertain if they will arrive in time. This failure should not be laid at your feet. The actions of the Dawn Church have been duly reported, and all organizations that have signed the Flame Transmission Agreement will dispatch representatives to question the Dawn Church regarding this incident. Yet, this is not the sphere of influence of the Church, and given its connections to the New World, I doubt any significant outcomes will arise." The demon hunter, Gans, sighed deeply, stating, "The Knights of the Dawn Lord remain as proud and unyielding as ever, their black and white worldview reminiscent of a child's simplicity. I shall travel to Kaer Morhen to voice my concerns. I will no longer ally myself with them. It's nothing short of a nightmare." Father Richard's lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to speak, but the demon hunter interrupted him. "Richard, I need to meet with the Lord here. I bring goodwill from the elves, who wish to forge an alliance with the local lord to collectively resist the chaos invasion. However, the nobility here has rejected my entreaties, and I am unable to convey my message to the local lord." Priest Richard offered an awkward smile, explaining, "The situation here is rather peculiar. The sole heir of the Anthony family is still a minor, which is why Mr. Antoine, the steward of the Anthony estate, is currently managing this city. Given the late Count Anthony's stance towards the church, our relations with the nobility in this city are rather strained. Even this modest temple was established only after Antoine assumed the role of acting lord. I believe it would be permissible for you to converse with him." The demon hunter furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying deception. "My instincts tell me you are concealing something. I detect a tone of insincerity in your words. Dear Richard, a steward? Since when has a mere steward been empowered to negotiate alliances with other powers on behalf of a lord? Are you suggesting that your position has aligned with the traitors aspiring to usurp the lordship, given the local lord's attitude toward the church?" The Demon Hunter organization was originally composed of select noble bastards, distinguished by their physical prowess. However, due to the high mortality rate in trials, it gradually began to accept members from all walks of life. Regardless of their noble origins, once one became a demon hunter, their past life became inconsequential. Yet, it is undeniable that the organization's external funding primarily stems from the noble forces of both the old and new worlds. Unlike the major churches that benefit from donations from their followers, or the mage organizations that monopolize the production of magical artifacts and are never short of funds, the Demon Hunters, as one of the few warrior organizations capable of standing on equal footing with these entities, rely heavily on substantial sponsorships each year. These nobles have provided unwavering financial support to the demon hunting organization for centuries, enabling the hunters to thrive despite the perilous mortality rates they face. In return, they have promised the hunters the freedom to operate within their lands, allowing them to focus on their noble pursuit of expelling chaos and preserving the sanctity of human existence. The nobles' lavish expenditures come with a singular request, that the demon hunters safeguard the lineage of noble blood. In a world where even the most humble of slaves might ascend to become extraordinary beings of immense power, the aristocrats are acutely aware that they cannot guarantee the valor and prowess of each successive generation. No noble lord wishes to see the legacy they have painstakingly built be usurped by an unfamiliar extraordinary being in their twilight years. Thus, the demon hunters serve as protectors, engaged by the nobility to uphold their legitimacy. The Council of Demon Hunters once vowed that any hunter traveling afar, upon receiving a plea for assistance from a local lord, would ensure the safety of the noble's life and intervene as mediators, gathering evidence publicly. Should a local noble indeed fall victim to extortion or threats from extraordinary beings, the demon hunters would employ force to defend the lord's possessions. Conversely, if the circumstances were reversed, the demon hunters would subject the nobility to a public trial. For centuries, demon hunters have largely adhered to the laws established by the nobility within their territories, regardless of how absurd these laws may be, provided they do not pertain to chaos. Thus, the hunters refrain from intervening. Occasionally, however, there arise a few justice-driven hunters who, in response to the egregious actions of local nobles, take it upon themselves to rectify the wrongs, either by administering punishment or outright slaying. The noble alliance tends to turn a blind eye, treating such events as if they had never transpired. In most instances, demon hunters assist local lords in maintaining order within their realms, thwarting chaos and preventing opportunities for chaos worshippers. Over time, this has culminated in the yearly payment of sufficient protection fees by the nobility, ensuring the hunters can perform their duties effectively. In their spare time, the hunters also bolster the authority of the local lords. This is the reason Antoine harbors fear upon hearing of a demon hunter's arrival in the city. In contrast, Priest Richard is apprehensive due to the local noble family's prejudice against the church. Count Anthony has consistently suppressed their influence. Conversely, Butler Antoine, driven by avarice and lust, sees forging alliances with the church as his only viable path for advancement. Consequently, the church feigns ignorance regarding the power struggle unfolding in the city, intending to watch the local noble family decline while supporting a lord favorable to their interests. Chapter 31. The Ambush in the Warehouse. The demon hunters clearly grasped the underlying dynamics and expressed their dissatisfaction with the church's involvement. Yet, Priest Richard's subsequent remarks momentarily diverted the hunter's attention. My old friend, I am aware of the tacit understanding between you and the noble council. However, I believe you now have more pressing matters to attend to. Recently, there have been reports of missing persons in the city, and coupled with the occurrences in the Black Forest, I am convinced that a faction of chaos worshippers has taken root within the urban confines. Moreover, you are likely still unaware of this alarming development. Father Richard leaned in closer and spoke to the demon hunter. Kaer Morhen has recently organized another expedition, daring to venture directly into the Chaos Gate. What? Exclaimed the demon hunter. Ganj, in astonishment. Did they truly undertake such a perilous endeavor? Father Richard nodded solemnly. The mortality rate among you demon hunters during trials is exceedingly high. 60 years ago, while a majority agreed to cease the large-scale training of new recruits, I suspect there are still some within Kaer Morhen who wish to gamble once more. Yet, as you know, the outcome is unlikely to be favorable. What transpired? Ganj pressed, unable to maintain his usually indifferent demeanor. When did this occur? I have only just extricated myself from the Black Forest. where a voodoo shaman emerged from the orc tribes, wielding powers of a most sinister nature. Even my constitution could scarcely withstand its paralyzing toxins. You must exercise caution. The expression on the demon hunter's face darkened ominously. I understand. I shall relay this intelligence forthwith. The news regarding Kaer Morhen was disseminated a month ago. I fear it is too late for intervention now. Richard handed him a list detailing the names of the wanted traitors. Yichen and Vittoria followed the reluctant Boke and his companions, winding through the streets until they finally arrived at the warehouse designated for the transaction. The architectural style of the building was strikingly different from that of the slums, revealing it to be a recently constructed large warehouse, situated at a corner. Workers bustled between the warehouse and the carts, unloading goods that were being neatly stacked at the entrance. Not far away, well-equipped guards wielded weapons as they supervised the laborers, occasionally shouting reprimands. Are those members of the Blood Roar gang? Yichen inquired, pointing at the armed individuals and addressing Boke behind him. So, you are merely a band of petty thieves, completely unwilling to provoke these seasoned professionals. And what of those individuals? Yichen cast a disdainful glance at Boke and gestured towards the workers. They're all residents from the nearby area. They work for whoever pays them. That's how people in the slums find employment, Boke replied, maintaining a submissive demeanor without a hint of dissatisfaction. Yichen turned to Vittoria and said, I believe there is no need for stealthy reconnaissance any longer. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed with the Kong-style infiltration directly. Pay no heed to the laborers. But remember to leave a few survivors from the Blood Roar gang. I wish to interrogate them. The female warrior unsheathed her mace, a slight smile gracing her lips. No problem. I've been eager for this moment. Suddenly, two fully armed strangers emerged from around the corner. The guards of the Blood Roar gang momentarily froze, as it was rare for anyone to confront them in the slums. In the far south region, unlike the old Great Road which is bustling with adventurers and mercenaries, the lives of the local gang members are rather comfortable. Apart from the occasional skirmishes with rival gangs, there are seldom opportunities for conflict. Those with genuine prowess have ventured beyond the city, striving to carve out new realms for their futures, leaving behind only the discarded remnants of society. Consequently, the guards failed to respond promptly, missing their chance. A few guards at the forefront loudly proclaimed that this was the territory of the Blood Roar gang and prohibited any approach. Meanwhile, the workers sensed a hint of danger, gradually halting their steps and retreating from the contentious area. It was only when Vittoria let out a fierce cry and brandished her slaughtering flail from behind that the members of the Blood Roar gang realized these two individuals were indeed troublemakers. Yichen and Vittoria exchanged a knowing glance, disregarding the fleeing workers and scattered guards, and pursued the elite foes into the warehouse. Upon entering, Yichen was enveloped in darkness as the surrounding light dimmed significantly, a foreboding sensation washing over him. The environment here reminded him of the shadowy assassin he had always been wary of. Narrowing his eyes to observe, Yichen discerned that the warehouse was structured in two levels. On the second-floor platform directly ahead, several archers armed with crossbows were hastily drawing their bowstrings and loading their bolts. 12 o'clock. Ranged attack. Yichen swiftly concealed himself behind the female warrior, while Vittoria promptly lowered her shield, deftly deflecting several bolts shot at them. I believe we have caught a big fish, Yichen exclaimed, raising his voice as he observed the throng of enemies surging into the warehouse. These individuals are worshippers of chaos. Chapter 32. Crushing resistance suddenly. A dozen figures emerged from the stairway, encircling the two intruders. Most of these individuals were clad in rudimentary metal armor, their exposed skin pale and devoid of luster, resembling corpses that had not seen sunlight for years. Every inch of their skin was marred with grotesque symbols of desecration, chaotic tattoos accentuating their equally deranged visages. Among the approaching throng, nearly half-possessed bloodshot eyes filled with a ravenous thirst for blood, their teeth grotesquely elongated like those of sharks, rendering their mouths nearly incapable of closure, saliva dripping from their jaws. Jagged fangs were haphazardly arrayed within their mouths. Yichen distinctly witnessed one individual inadvertently biting through his own tongue while howling, only to continue chewing it as if oblivious to the pain, swallowing it down. Long chains were shackled around the necks of these wretched beings, tethered like dogs to those in black robes who struggled to control the monsters linked to them. Endeavoring to instill a semblance of calm, what shall we do? The female warrior brandished her mace, maintaining an intimidating presence to deter those around her. The bizarre appearance of these humanoid abominations caused her to furrow her brow slightly. Corrupted beings, there is no hope for them. My teacher generally opts to extend a final act of mercy. However, we must first inquire with the master of this place. Yichen, vigilant with dual blades in hand, gazed upwards at the platform on the second floor, where a figure materialized from the ether, transforming from faint to pronounced. It was none other than Colin, the shadow assassin who had previously ambushed Yichen. Indeed, it is you. A moment of carelessness allowed this assassin to seize the opportunity, and Yichen realized he had underestimated the intelligence of these NPCs. Colin, the shadow assassin, leisurely perched on the edge of the platform's railing, lightly applauding with his hands in a mock gesture of appreciation. What a keen intuition. My stealth could not escape your discerning gaze. I have encountered numerous demon hunters, and apart from the elders, you are the only one capable of perceiving me. Is this your carefully laid trap? Yichen maintained his defensive stance, inquiring without lifting his head. I was unaware that the shadow assassin organization had begun to associate with the remnants of chaos. How could that be? I merely noticed the traces you left behind on my way here and informed the master of this place in advance to take some precautionary measures. Colin replied as he leaped down from the nearly 5-meter-high platform, landing silently upon the ground like a nimble black cat. You see, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would not have discovered this lucrative endeavor. Colin elegantly adjusted his attire to confront you and your teacher. I inevitably needed to undertake some preparatory work, for demon hunters are, without question, one of the most formidable targets in any realm. However, I did not anticipate that this investigation would unveil the hidden secrets and schemes of the young count. The shadow assassin, as he spoke, glided past Yichen and his companion, enshrouded in an eerie mist that emanated from his form. The chaotic acolytes cautiously avoided his path, while one mindless, corrupted individual, slightly delayed, found an arm silently vanishing into the fog. Thus, the shadow assassin brazenly approached the entrance, indifferent to chaos or allegiance. To him, it was merely a matter of the commission's worth, since Lord Count Anthony was willing to offer a higher price to fulfill his plans. He bid farewell to that fool Antoine. With each step, the shadow assassin Colin smiled at the two, saying, regrettably, regardless of the employer, both parties feel uneasy about the presence of demon hunters in the city. Therefore, the outcome remains unchanged for you. I wish you a pleasant time here. Do extend greetings to your new acquaintances. The consequences of slaying a demon hunter are grave, and I have other matters to attend to. Your fate lies in your own hands. Farewell. Colin, the shadow assassin, waved from the doorway before forcefully closing the warehouse's entrance, plunging the already dim light into deeper shadows. Blood-red chains slithered like serpents along the walls, sealing the entrance completely. In the darkness, the mindless corrupted beings, their eyes glowing a faint green, surrounded Yichen and his companion. Do you have any good ideas? Vittoria's voice was remarkably calm. With the departure of the most formidable opponent, the remaining adversaries seemed manageable. Be cautious. This place gives me an unsettling feeling. Yichen and Vittoria positioned themselves back to back, preparing for battle. In the next moment, amidst the screams of the mutated beings, the clash commenced. The female warrior's movements were strikingly simple yet efficient, raising her shield for defense while wielding her flail. Each defensive maneuver caused the enemy's weapons to glide along the angled surface of her shield, and with every counterattack, the flail unleashed its full momentum, striking the enemy's armor with a resounding crash, leaving them bloodied and incapacitated. Those unfortunate enough to be struck in the head met with immediate and gruesome demise. Despite Mr. Zhang's earlier remarks about the formidable defensive capabilities and regenerative abilities of these mutated, decaying beings, they proved no match against the heavy weaponry wielded by the female warrior. The duo moved forward, covering each other's flanks as they ascended the staircase to the second floor. Aside from the negligible trouble posed by a few archers above, the outcome of this battle was evident from the outset. Even with their numerical advantage, the enemies stood little chance against the skillful and well-equipped duo. The ample space allowed these elite warriors, honed by modern society, to showcase their synergy, efficiently overwhelming the entire battleground and effortlessly dispatching every approaching foe. One by one, the adversaries fell, whether clad in armor as corrupted beings or still retaining a semblance of sanity as cultists, under the relentless assault of dual blades and blunt instruments. They received the unequivocally fair treatment of death. Both individuals hailed from military backgrounds. Once a target was set, they executed their task with effortless precision. Their decisive and ruthless efficiency in killing struck a heavy blow to the morale of any enemy still capable of rational thought. Chapter 33. The mysterious array. Su Yichen deftly sidestepped, his sharp blade severing the neck of a mutated foe fully encased in armor. A viscous, faintly purple blood, reminiscent of glue, began to ooze from the wound. This aberration bore a multitude of tiny tendrils sprouting from its head, its face marred by scales. It was a pity for the armor. The occupant exhibited neither tactics nor skill, merely existing as a mindless husk driven by bloodthirsty instincts. Su Yichen found no need to evade the crude weapon wielded by the creature. Even its grotesquely deformed hands lacked the strength to wield the rough-hewn mace effectively. The weapons anticipated by the dwarf groin were not meant for their use. Though a few of the corrupted beings had morphed close to the stature of orcs, their agility was vastly inferior. These wretched souls were utterly expendable. Having previously engaged with the shadow assassin, Su Yichen recognized that these foes posed no threat to him. He would not make such a fundamental error. Undoubtedly, powerful enemies lurked nearby, allowing him to leave with a sense of security. Just as Su Yichen's thoughts wandered, the dying mutated being began to undergo a transformation. The wound on the carotid artery gushed forth a viscous, lifelike blood, swelling forth as if animated. Upon contact with the air, it expanded instantaneously, reminiscent of the bubbles Su Yichen used to blow with bubble gum in his childhood. Without the luxury of ascertaining whether reality matched his expectations, he beheld the grotesque transformation of the individual, whose body began to bloat and whose skin turned translucent. He could only trust his instincts and shouted towards Vittoria, "Prepare the shield." With all his might, Su Yichen delivered a powerful kick, sending the still-expanding corpse tumbling down the staircase. Vittoria swiftly positioned her shield in front of them, attempting to shield her form behind its protective barrier, angling it sharply to brace for the impending impact. In the next moment, the corpse, now resembling a balloon in its rolling descent, erupted with a resounding pop as if punctured, scattering fragments of flesh mixed with gelatinous blood throughout the space. Su Yichen watched in horror as a cultist fleeing upstairs was splattered with the grotesque mixture, his body seemingly corroded by acid, emitting hissing sounds and rising smoke, before collapsing in a wail, soon succumbing to the throes of death. Thanks to Vittoria's cover, Su Yichen narrowly evaded the onslaught of corrosive fluid. The warrior rose, examining her shield, now pockmarked and deeply scarred, with the most profound damage nearly penetrating its surface. The wooden shield bore the charred marks of some infernal flame. Casually discarding the now-defunct shield, the warrior shrugged nonchalantly. "At least I'm not the one footing the bill." After inspecting the lifeless bodies on the ground and confirming the absence of survivors, Su Yichen and the female warrior provided mutual cover as they ascended to the platform on the second floor. The archer, who had previously harassed them with arrows, had vanished without a trace. They had abandoned their assault before the corrupted individual could detonate themselves. Upon the platform, a magical array etched in blood adorned the floor, projecting a grand door into the air, akin to a three-dimensional reflection. No matter from which angle one gazed, the image remained unchanged. Through this door, Su Yichen glimpsed a winding staircase, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of fiery red, ghastly green, and deep blue lights, flickering like a revolving lantern. Cautiously, Su Yichen and the female warrior examined the entire platform. Aside from this magical array, nothing else was present. The only plausible fate of the vanished foes was that they had traversed through the door manifested by this arcane projection. The peculiarity of the situation led Su Yichen to ponder that this time, they might not merely have ensnared a big catch, but perhaps a formidable shark that could overturn their fortunes. Despite harboring little hope, they approached the warehouse door, attempting to escape this eerie place. However, the chains affixed to the warehouse walls seemed to transcend the physical realm, intangible yet effectively barricading the entire structure. The determined female warrior attempted to breach the wall with her strength, only to have her efforts absorbed by an invisible barrier, rendering her weapon, the slaughtering mace, futile as it struck the wall without even stirring a speck of dust. It appeared that regardless of the perilous depths they faced, they would have to venture forth into the unknown. Su Yichen addressed the female warrior. Vittoria meticulously selected a few reasonably suitable weapons from the ground as her backup. "Let us go in and deal with those wretched corrupted beings. They'll provide me with the opportunity to level up and acquire a frenzy skill. Should we encounter formidable foes, leave them to me. If I fail to resolve the situation within 90 seconds, you'll have to take over." "Understood," Su Yichen nodded, noticing the system's notifications flickering in the corner of his retina. As a demon hunter, he faced humanity for the first time, tainted by chaos. He had never conceived that human life and soul could be so ruthlessly distorted. In his fury, he ruthlessly obliterated every chaotic follower and irredeemable corrupted walker before him, earning 891 points of combat experience. His performance was rated as remarkable. He had efficiently dispatched all the troublesome foes. Based on the heroic rating from his previous battle, he accrued a total of 469 points of combat experience. Name: Su Yichen. Race: human, Lust branch, racial skill. Experience 1. 1. Status: healthy, level 2. Profession: demon hunter, level 2. 6,259, 7,200. Attributes: strength 14, dexterity 17, 161. Equipment bonus: constitution 16, intelligence 14, perception 14, charisma 12. Talents: weapon mastery, initial talent; calm reflection, initial talent; lightning reflex, initial talent; chaos's foe, initial talent; immunity to ailments, professional talent; glimmering vision, professional talent; basic skills: strength, climbing, jumping, swimming, dexterity, rolling, horsemanship, balancing, constitution; focus, intelligence; knowledge, monsters, mysteries, geography, history; spell identification, craftsmanship, perception; wilderness survival, insight; listening, charisma; intimidation, professional skills; spell seal, old seal, mastered, 32,100; weapon specialization, non-upgradable. Not selected. Remaining skill points: 0. Weapon mastery. Cane sword. Proficient, 800, short sword. Proficient, 21,800, two-handed greatsword. Proficient, 2,800, straight blade saber. Proficient, 69,800, character background. Brief: after another battle, it is likely that an upgrade is imminent. Su Yichen meticulously organized his equipment and, alongside the female warrior, stepped through the gateway of the magical array. Chapter 34. Praise the benevolent father of filth. Behind the door lay an endless void, a staircase elongated infinitely, resembling the twisted body of a serpent, winding its way toward the distant horizon. On the other side, the handrails began to adopt a peculiar style. Each banister was adorned with carved human faces. Upon closer inspection, every visage was strikingly lifelike, as if imbued with vitality, faintly emanating sounds of agony or ecstasy. Their appearances ranged from grotesque, with distorted features, to those resembling exquisite artworks, handsome or beautiful, pure or alluring. The one constant was the way every pair of eyes fixated intently on those who passed by. The ground was also littered with blasphemous runes, intermittently radiating violet or green luminescence. As Su Yichen cautiously navigated around a step engraved with 2 elongated fangs, the step opened its mouth and emitted a disgruntled hissing sound. The environment around him unequivocally conveyed that this place was no longer part of normal space. Among the trials of the valley, this rite of passage marked the apprentice's formal transition into a true demon hunter. The essence of the trial lay in infiltrating the lair of demon hunters, utilizing the concealment of the protective array to enter the chaotic realm, survive, and successfully slay a chaotic creature as a token of initiation. The blood of this creature would be incorporated into weapons forged from Valyrian steel, granting the demon hunter the privilege to wield such specialized armaments henceforth. The contemplative demon hunter abruptly lifted his head. However, upon entering the realm of chaos, one instinctively recognizes that they have ventured into forbidden territory. Every cell in their being feels a profound discomfort, akin to being ensnared in a mire replete with excrement. That world harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you, each inch of space brimming with malice and temptation. This encapsulates Su Yichen's current sentiment. It is unclear how long they have traversed. Su Yichen and the warrior maiden have lost all sense of time amidst the indistinguishable steppes. The surrounding environment incessantly affects their awareness. Su Yichen perceives countless whispers swirling around him, and should he attempt to focus on them, they dissipate into nothingness. Meanwhile, the warrior maiden, Vittoria, finds her spirit increasingly restless. An inexplicable rage simmers within her, intensifying despite her awareness of her deteriorating state. As their journey progresses, the oppressive atmosphere compels the two to communicate less. Whenever Su Yichen feels on the verge of madness from the cacophony in his mind, a refreshing surge flows from within. soothing his turbulent emotions. The alternating sensations of heat and cold within his mind threatened to overwhelm him. Upon glancing back, he discovers Vittoria in an even worse condition. Her eyes blaze a fierce red, indicating she may erupt into a frenzied state at any moment. I must find a way to break through, Yichen quietly told himself. There are no tasks that are doomed to failure. I must have overlooked some clue that led me to encounter such a scenario in the early stages of the game. The chaotic realm. This is a place that even high-level practitioners would not approach lightly. Clues. Yichen swiftly reviewed in his mind all the things and individuals he had encountered since accepting this task. The blind-eye jewelry shop. That enigmatic witch who entrusted me with her necklace. This was the only item in the quest that lacked a clear purpose. As he retrieved the fragmented pendant from his leather armor, Yichen noticed that it was softly glowing. As the radiance intensified, a wave of clarity washed over him, as if he had finally extricated himself from a quagmire. Bathed in the light, the warrior maiden Vittoria let out a long sigh. Slowly relaxing her grip on the heavy staff, which she had been clutching tightly, had it been a minute later, she might not have been able to restrain herself from engaging in a battle with the sole creature present in this place. This place is truly sinister. I nearly succumbed to the urge to smash your skull just now, Vittoria remarked, astonished. Yichen raised the fragmented necklace high, ensuring that its glow enveloped both of them, and said, "This may be the chaotic world. My mentor spoke of it to me in the past, though I cannot be entirely certain at this moment. However, it is undeniable that this place is connected to chaos." As they held the necklace in their hands, it began to flicker like a faulty fluorescent lamp within a matter of mere sentences. The two individuals instinctively quickened their pace, eventually arriving at the foot of a staircase, where a platform seemingly composed of flesh and blood floated in the void. A few missing archers stood there, dazed and oblivious to the arrival of Yichen and his companion. In the center of the platform stood a cultist clad in a black robe. Even with the hood obscuring his features, Yichen, endowed with the extraordinary vision of a monster hunter, could clearly discern that half of the figure's face was overtaken by a colossal single eye. The robed figure chanted an arcane incantation, and as they drew nearer, the incessant buzzing in their ears crescendoed into a deafening roar. "O mighty Master, Supreme Sovereign of Heaven, we raise our voices in unison this day to extol and give thanks for thy creations. By thy mercy, we are spared from the wrath of punishment. O Lord of life, benevolent Father, we raise our voices in unison this day to express our gratitude for thy vitality. By thy generosity, we are liberated from our dire circumstances. Praise be to our Lord, the Father of filth." As the words flowed from the black-robed figure's mouth, in addition to the 5 archers who had previously ambushed Yichen and his companion, 3 armored warriors also emerged behind the cultist, joining in the reverent praise for the Father of filth. Yichen found himself uncertain whether he should step forward to offer a greeting. Chapter 35. Impure as armor, immortal as reward. Amidst the haunting melodies of the dark-robed figure and his accomplices, a platform composed of flesh and blood rapidly expanded and morphed, as if imbued with life. Decayed trees erupted from the mass, while indistinguishable liquids coalesced into a nauseating pond. An abominable biosphere that swiftly took shape before Yichen and Vittoria. The steps beneath their feet transformed into a rich, earthy brown, and the images on the walls hung askew, while the railings disintegrated into rotting wooden fragments scattered about. The once ornate decorations had long since been eroded beyond recognition. Moss dangled like beards across the ground, clinging to trees that bent and twisted like aged men. The buzzing of corpulent flies lulled one into slumber, their discordant songs emerging amidst the decaying blossoms, each heavy landing accompanied by withering and demise, devoid of any pollen. The surface of the pond was strewn with algae, exuding a foul stench while spewing toxic gases from the weeds. Decayed skulls hung like fruits upon the branches of trees in the orchard, their limbs fragile and pallid, reminiscent of the skin of the drowned. In neglected patches of garden, mutated hands sprouted, feebly swatting at the flies that feasted upon them. A filthy brook meandered through the lush grass, overgrown with black reeds, whispering with the voices of various creatures. Some small, rotund beings glared at Yichen with barely concealed hostility, their low voices resonating with menace. From the void, black birds descended, dripping a toxic liquid, their cries saturating the air with a chilling resonance. The hymns of the cultists continue unabated. Impurity is my armor, decay is my reward. Amidst the rustling sounds, the phages and spores take root upon the skin of the zealots, their bodies thoroughly infected, even rotting. Pungent fluids seep from their corroded garments. As fabric strips peel away from the chaotic believers, several archers, clad in leather armor, their attire long reduced to ashes, reveal the grotesque side of their skin and muscles dissolving into a pool of pus, leaving behind only white, skeletal frames. The disarticulated jawbones still move in rhythm with the praises uttered by the figure in the black robe. Sinister, dark red hues spread within their bones, coalescing into repulsive cystic masses that swiftly fill the voids within their skeletal structures. Beneath the armor of 3 other warriors, their flesh has swollen grotesquely, additional limbs and tumors protruding from the crevices of their armor. The once grayish-white armor lies in tatters, corroded and broken, concealing bodies ravaged by plague, marred with festering sores and covered in decaying filth. Their distended organs intermittently emit the sounds of bursting blisters, and even from several meters away, Yichen can detect the nauseating stench of decay. Only the leader, a one-eyed figure in a black robe, retains a semblance of his original form, seemingly indifferent to the 2 intruders, merely waving his hand to dispatch his minions while he begins to chant in a language unknown to Yichen, initiating yet another round of incantation. The fanatical believers, their bodies undergoing severe mutation, cease their prayers, their murky eyes fixated on the 2 outsiders as they advance. I said, "Must we truly engage in battle with these abominations?" Vittoria cast a disdainful glance at the adversaries before her. They were far more repugnant than any bioweapon crafted by the Imperialists, at least back then. I had a handgun at my disposal. Now, I am loath to wield my cherished mace against those putrid skulls. It is evident that, regardless of how masculine the warrior Vittoria may appear, she cannot help but exhibit some feminine reactions when confronted with such bizarre entities. To be frank, whether one desires to combat these horrors or not, one is likely to be splattered with the aftermath regardless. Yichen gazed at the approaching foes and remarked, "Should we survive, I shall fund a spa treatment for your mace." Amidst Vittoria's disgruntled mutterings, the military knife in Yichen's hand emanated a soft golden luminescence. As the light burst forth, the mutated forms of several encroaching chaotic monsters emitted a sizzle, akin to meat being seared, mingling with the foul scent of the chaos worshippers. A memory Yichen knew would be indelibly etched in his mind. The innate ability enemy of chaos was evidently more intricate than the attributes page suggested. As the golden radiance appeared, the enormous single eye of the robed figure shifted its focus, its pupil contracting sharply, fixating intently on the light radiating from Yichen. From the outset, it was clear this battle would not be one of joy. Gore and carnage would be the most fitting description. A multitude of archers transformed into grotesque creatures, their forms barely retaining a semblance of humanity, were grotesquely amalgamated from dark red, fleshy masses. As the valiant warrior swung her mace, a significant number of these abominations fell, their crimson remains lamenting in agony, scattered across the ground. Yichen deftly evaded 3 weapons, obviously coated with lethal toxins, as a gleaming blade sliced through the air with a flash. Clang, clang, clang. In rapid succession, 3 strikes landed upon the neck of a mutated warrior at the same spot. Yichen felt a slight numbness in his palm. While the first blow had ruptured the tumor at the impact site, the subsequent 2 strikes felt akin to cleaving through rubber, the recoil quite substantial. It was as if he were battling a herd of rhinoceroses, devoid of the satisfying sensation of striking flesh and bone. Meanwhile, the creatures that had been struck down by the mace astonishingly rose again after a brief spasm. Their exposed musculature seemed unexpectedly resilient to blunt force trauma. The gaping wounds left by the spiked head of the mace healed at a visible pace, proving ineffective against these malevolent beings. Goodness, these creatures were hardly better than mere blobs of slime. Vittoria cautiously dodged the splattering blood that erupted upon impact with their flesh. These fiends possessed the ability to spread disease, and she had just undergone a disease infection assessment, fortunately succeeding in her determination. Impurity shall not tarnish my armor, nor shall immortality be my reward. Yichen reflected upon the prayer of these clay-like adversaries before him, observing the weapons of the 2 individuals smeared with various grotesque fluids. Yichen could not help but reflect on the monstrosities encountered during this mission. These creatures not only repulsed the senses in the most visceral manner, but also possessed the most vexing attributes known to players: toxic damage and rapid regeneration. Were it not for the exceptionally high vitality of both himself and Vittoria, coupled with his class talent, immunity to all ailments, it would have been nearly impossible to endure. Meanwhile, in the distance, The voice of the cloaked figure echoed as the platform of flesh continued to expand, nearing the entrance of the magical array through which Yichen and his companion had entered. At this moment, Yichen finally grasped the intentions of these individuals. They aimed to spread this plague-ridden land into the material realm. It was likely that even their accomplice, the young count, remained oblivious to the true plans of these cultists. Had Yichen and his group not stumbled upon this site by chance, the entire city would have been engulfed in chaos by this time tomorrow. No wonder the shadow assassin had hastily departed. He, too, was likely fearful that if he lingered, he would miss out on his reward. Vittoria, we cannot afford to be entangled with them any longer. The leader is the key. We must prevent them from bringing this abomination into the port of Anthony. Yichen understood that should the various plagues from this land manifest in the port of Anthony, the consequences would be akin to unleashing biochemical weapons within the city, potentially resulting in the infection of every ordinary citizen in a single day. The female warrior once again repelled these truly undead creatures, declaring, "Understood. I will hold them off. You have 90 seconds to deal with him." With a fierce roar, the female warrior's eyes blazed crimson, unmistakably entering a state of frenzy. Frenzy. You may enter a state of frenzy once daily. During this state, your strength and constitution are both increased by 2, rendering you temporarily immune to most negative effects. However, you will incur an additional 30 damage, lasting for 90 seconds. You may choose to end the frenzy at any time, but upon its conclusion, you will enter a weakened state, suffering penalties of -2 to both strength and constitution, and will be unable to move swiftly, with the duration determined by your constitution. Chapter 36. I have objections. Antoine had heard whispers regarding the recent disappearances in the city, yet these incidents predominantly occurred in the impoverished districts. For him, the plight of those wretched souls, whether they were lost or deceased, was of little consequence. However, the involvement of chaos worshippers complicated matters, especially with a demon hunter in the city. Yet, those damn pirate inspectors, while others might remain oblivious, Antoine was acutely aware that those individuals had once been the fiercest pirates of these waters merely 2 years prior. If it were not for the flourishing trade in recent years, which had allowed them to thrive on maritime taxation, would they have been so compliant? Though they constituted a crucial asset in his hand, allowing them into the city left Antoine with lingering uncertainties about the chaos they might unleash. Now, the church even intended to dispatch paladins for a large-scale search for the chaos worshippers. Who would ultimately take responsibility for this matter, the paladins or the pirates? Antoine's countenance was dark, and he lacked the appetite even for his favorite butterballs, forcefully sweeping the plate filled with this extravagant delicacy off the table. Useless. The city guards are nothing but a bunch of incompetents. Now, troubles abound on both sides. Since time immemorial, the dichotomy between the realms of lawful good and chaotic evil has been the source of endless headaches. And our steward, Antoine, finds it impossible to choose a side that would ease his burden. At that moment, a voice intruded upon his contemplation. "Ah, my lord. What troubles you?" A slick voice emanated from behind Antoine. Clearly startled, the acting lord's jowls trembled with indignation. "Damn it. How many times must I say, do not appear from behind me?" Turning around, Antoine pointed with his carrot-like finger at the shadowy assassin, Colin, enunciating each word with precision. "Never, ever, stand in my shadow." Colin, still half concealed in the darkness, shrugged nonchalantly, and in the next moment, appeared in the doorway's shadow, dramatically knocking. "Is anyone home? May I enter?" Under the discontented gaze of the acting lord, the shadowy assassin leisurely leaned against the doorframe. "Antoine, your courage is as diminutive as a pin's head. How many times must I reiterate that I shall not harm the employer who pays my commission? We shadow assassins thrive on our reputation." Producing a delicate handkerchief, Antoine wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "How fares your task? Have you dealt with that demon hunter and his apprentice? The cultists in the city have grown increasingly brazen. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If they are not here for me, they should swiftly depart." "I apologize, my lord, but the shadow assassins never miss their mark. That apprentice should be dead by now." Colin, the shadow assassin, seemed to listen intently to the whispers of the shadows. His master would undoubtedly perish by this time tomorrow. I stake the reputation of the shadow assassins on it. "So, shall we discuss the matter of compensation?" Antoine, as if having swallowed a cockroach, grimaced and replied, "Should be dead? Will definitely die tomorrow? Is this the response you offer me? And you wish to claim your reward now? I suspect the rumors regarding your organization, the shadow assassins, may be exaggerated. I am beginning to doubt your professional integrity, Colin. I knew things would never unfold to anyone's satisfaction." Colin's figure vanished into the air. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window of the study, illuminating the space. Like a phantom, Colin appeared in the shadows between the windows and then disappeared under the sunlight. Moving toward Antoine's seat with each window. I will not pay you a single penny until you place the heads of those two men on my desk, Antoine roared, his spittle nearly reaching the assassin several feet away. I told you, they are as good as dead. I have arranged everything. It seems we have encountered a slight disagreement. The shadow assassin Colin deftly bypassed another window and materialized beside the writing desk, nonchalantly perching himself on the corner, his legs swinging idly. However, none of that matters now. In fact, I have found a more suitable buyer for this task. A sense of unease crept over Anthony as he sensed a subtle shift in the demeanor of the shadow assassin before him. Cautiously, he distanced himself slightly, placing his left hand upon a concealed button beneath his chair, an apparatus that could whisk him away into the prearranged secret passage, where a teleportation array awaited to transport him to safety in a mere 3 seconds. The shadow assassin seemed oblivious to Antoine's discreet maneuvering, continuing, by the way, regarding your earlier remark about your desk, I must express a slight dissent. As he spoke, the assassin emphasized his point with a delicate gesture of his pinky, indicating that it was indeed a minor disagreement. Antoine, the butler, found himself momentarily perplexed by the assassin's words. Yet, due to the long-standing reputation of the shadow assassin organization, he refrained from immediately pressing the button. What dissent? This is my study, my desk. Now get off my desk. It is crafted from dragon blood wood. Aged over a century. Who dares to dissent? I do, came a somewhat melodious voice from the doorway. Chapter 37. The Countess' quest for revenge. A chill enveloped Antoine's heart as the young Count Anthony entered. His golden hair, a legacy of the Anthony lineage, contrasting sharply with his unusually pale complexion. The time has come. The glory of the Anthony family has faded for far too long. The voice of the young earl was as frigid as the heart of the butler, Antoine. Antoine's left hand pressed desperately against the escape button, yet it yielded no response. And beads of cold sweat began to emerge upon his brow. His eyes darted anxiously from the shadowy assassin to the young earl, then to the entrance, calculating the potential reaction time of his guards. Colin, what do you mean? Are you betraying the contract? I have signed a hiring agreement with the shadow assassins. You cannot kill me. In a fit of desperation, he flung the components in his hand onto the table. The shadow assassin bowed deeply before the young earl, saying, My lord, it is your time now. I have accomplished the tasks you previously commanded. Those two demon hunters will not have the opportunity to thwart your endeavors. Everything will proceed as you desire. You have done well. The reputation of the shadow assassins is indeed well-deserved. Here is the key to the Lord's treasury. Take whatever you wish. It matters not to me anymore. As he spoke, the young Earl Anthony drew a key from his waist and tossed it to the assassin Colin. He then produced a dagger and, with an expressionless demeanor, made a cut upon his arm, soaking a handkerchief with his blood and extending it towards the assassin. The shadow assassin's voice trembled with excitement. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Should there be an opportunity for future collaboration, I shall offer you a substantial discount. Have you lost your mind? Antoine writhed in frustration, his rotund body twisting as he raised his voice, striving to produce a sound potent enough to capture the attention of those within the castle. The treasures in the vault are the fruits of your father's lifelong toil. You would hand them over to a scoundrel who thrives on deceit and assassination. The young lord dismissed Antoine's words with a scoff. What, shall I leave them to you? My dear Uncle Antoine, I detest you, and I loathe every noble in this city, every single soul. They ought to have sworn fealty to my father, to my lineage. It was my father who established this city, and if it is no longer to be ruled by the Antonys, then let it be utterly obliterated by their hands. Antoine's eyes widened in horror as he realized that eliminating him was merely the first step for the young lord. Others were aiding him, and the entire city was his true target. Young Antony, have you truly lost your senses? Those chaotic zealots are secretly supported by you, enabling them to repeatedly evade the city guard's scrutiny. Observing the young count's impassive visage, Antoine understood that reasoning with a child consumed by hatred was futile. Heaven help us. Antoine felt he had exercised remarkable restraint. Aside from aspiring to usurp the elder count's title, he had not wronged the Antony family in any way. He claimed not a single coin of the Antony fortune, and should he successfully attain the title of count, rightfully becoming the lord of this land, he would even ensure that the Antony family enjoyed perpetual prosperity within this city. Just as he presently treats the young count, he signs without a flicker of emotion, regardless of the request or the sum involved. In stark contrast to himself, He observes the old count, who knows nothing but battle. He is merely a warlord of beasts. What does he comprehend beyond the ravages of war? The current prosperity of Anthony Harbor is solely attributable to his own efforts. Recruiting the dispossessed, pacifying pirates, expanding the port, implementing favorable policies to attract merchants, establishing connections for resources from the New World, and negotiating with various associations along the old trade routes. These accomplishments are all his doing. Without him, there would be no present-day Anthony Harbor. Why did not a single noble rise to speak on behalf of the old count after his demise? Because they all understand that this city can thrive without the old count, yet it cannot exist without Antoine. Without him, half of the trade routes would stagnate. Without him, the orcs outside the city would have long since begun their siege. Without him, the pirates roaming the harbor would cause half of the merchant vessels to sink in the ocean. Thus, he has the opportunity to become the acting lord of Anthony Harbor and to usurp the title of the Anthony family. Even the knights under the old count, who had muscle where their intellect should be, accepted their substantial compensation and ceased to utter another word, obediently venturing elsewhere as pioneering knights. I am the uncrowned king here. Having reassured himself countless times, Antoine felt entirely justified after receiving the church's tacit approval. Even in the presence of the young count, he experienced no pangs of guilt whatsoever. Although these matters were primarily intended to placate the sentiments of other nobles, lest they appear too avaricious, it is true that they might tacitly condone the usurpation of power for their own benefit. However, should he completely sever the bloodline of the Anthony family, it is likely that members of the council would come to investigate the reasons behind such an act. This fear of the demon hunters is one of the reasons for his trepidation. Colin. Antoine's small eyes darted about frantically, attempting to salvage his life by any means necessary. I am your employer. You see, our minor friction is merely a matter of finances. Trust me. Regardless of the wealth in the Anthony family's treasury, I can offer you double the price. Just ensure my escape. Whatever sum you require, I shall provide. I will keep the events of today locked away in my heart forever. And have you heard? That band of cultists intends to destroy the entire city. Even the shadow assassins would not stand idly by, would they? Antoine pinned his last hope on the conscience of the assassin before him, his wide eyes fixed intently on the face of the shadowy figure, attempting to persuade him to reconsider with his words. Chapter 38. The sudden new task. The young count stood quietly by, observing his adversary struggle like a clown in his death throes, seemingly indifferent to the shadow assassin's response. According to our traditions, we should not accept employment from others during our contracted period, the shadow assassin stated solemnly, and at his words, Antoine's eyes lit up. But I still possess the means to pay, Antoine exclaimed passionately. I have not only my treasures, but also my deeds, even relying solely on the port's revenue. A mere fortnight would suffice to cover your commission. The shadow assassin extended his hand, signaling his former employer to remain calm. The issue lies here, my lord. In reality, you do not possess even 2 days. Your treasure is merely enough to settle my previous wages, and the deed, those trinkets will soon become utterly worthless. For by this time tomorrow, as your lordship has foretold, this city will be utterly annihilated. What? Antoine's visage contorted as though he had received a brutal blow, his features scrunching together. Out of respect for our past association, I shall provide you with clarity. The shadow assassin cleared his throat. From the moment you tasked me with investigating the intentions of the demon hunters, I began my inquiries with the cultists. After all, what could be more tantalizing to demon hunters than slaughtering chaotic followers and eldritch beasts, especially when rumors of cultist activities abound within the city? To my astonishment, the first revelation I uncovered was that our Lord had clandestinely allied himself with these cultists. Initially, I intended to issue you a warning for some additional remuneration. The shadow assassin expressed a semblance of regret as he continued. However, regrettably, by the time I discerned their plans to raise the entire city, they had nearly accomplished their goal. I apologize, but even if I were to ally with the demon hunters, it is likely too late to thwart them. Thus, the matter at hand pertains to damage control. The shadow assassin bore an expression of helplessness as he witnessed the collaboration with chaos, causing Antoine's heart to plunge into despair. While the Lord was embroiled in a web of deception, within the chaotic rift, a furious warrior maiden brandished her flail, invoking her skill with a resounding cry. The flail instantly radiated an ominous crimson glow, shattering the skull of a plague knight as if it were an eggshell. The metallic helmet provided no semblance of protection. and the scattered brain matter was swiftly absorbed by the platform beneath. Yet, a brand new head sprouted from a nearby branch like ripened fruit. Rash Strike unleashes a charged attack, inflicting 5 times the damage. Seizing the moment while the knight sought to reclaim his head, the warrior maiden wasted no time. Charging once more, compelling a corrupted archer to futilely use his body as a shield against the incoming heavy weapon. This starkly illustrated the vast disparity in strength, as the impact propelled both the enemy and his weapon beyond the confines of the platform. In that instant, the warrior maiden, empowered by her fury, dominated the battlefield. Yichen did not squander time either, dashing towards the black-robed priest with unimaginable speed. He fervently hoped that the weapon in his grasp would inflict significant damage upon the enemy leader, while also wishing that the adversary would retain some semblance of reason. Unlike his subordinates who seemed entirely consumed by a spirit of self-sacrifice, perceiving mutation as routine sustenance. Otherwise, he could only rely on the mysterious necklace in his possession to yield unexpected results. The task's difficulty had been escalated to its utmost due to his own actions, leaving him to hope for a narrative twist, as their combined strength would scarcely suffice against the odds. However, years of education in school taught Yichen that one should never place their final hope upon the fallibility of their adversaries. In the critical moment when danger loomed, the figure cloaked in black, truly deserving of being the leader of these aberrant creatures, wielded a sharp military knife that tore through the ornate black robe, revealing a texture beneath that felt as unyielding as steel, halting Yichen's weapon in its tracks. A profound sense of danger compelled Yichen to swiftly roll aside, evading the impending threat. As though a taut steel cable had snapped, the sound of air exploding rang in his ears. The black-robed figure, having shed its disguise, finally unveiled its true visage, a grotesque mass of flesh adorned with writhing tendrils, barely resembling a human form. The undulating appendages extended from various parts of its body, intertwining like veins and arteries to form its lower limbs, and the tattered black robe was stained with an array of colors. Its hands were merely a cluster of tentacles. This bizarre creature possessed a humanoid head, where a single enormous eyeball replaced its skull, with protruding fangs and a flattened jaw directly emerging from this gigantic eye. Ignorant mortals, how dare you obstruct the advance of my master, for the world shall ultimately feel the embrace of the benevolent father, bellowed the aberrant leader, extending its limbs like a spider, using its tentacles to support its entire form. You gazed directly at the harbinger of the chaotic deity, Nago, and fell under the influence of the chaos dread effect, compelling you to undertake a willpower assessment. Should you fail, you would be rendered immobile for 5 seconds. Upon entering the plague domain, you must engage in a constitution check every 60 seconds. Failure would result in the random acquisition of one of 13 debilitating ailments. With your remarkable resolve, you successfully passed the willpower assessment, as the unwavering conviction hidden within your soul rendered you fearless. Temporarily, you gained the heroic effect, granting you immunity to any mental influences for 5 minutes. Due to your innate talent, immunity to all ills, you were spared from the effects of the plague domain. As the figure in the black robe transformed, Yichen's retinas were inundated with a flurry of system notifications. Fortunately, it appeared that you were immune to all adverse environmental effects. Suddenly, a new system message refreshed before you. Your quest log has been updated. Difficulty, dangerous. Quest reward, 3,000 experience points, 300 reputation in the port of Anthony. Current city reputation, 300-500, friendly. The subsequent quest, in the storm, the city in peril, has been accepted. Difficulty, epic. It seems that your mentor has encountered young Count Anthony and is on his way to support you, bringing some much-needed good news. You now possess sufficient experience to elevate your professional rank. Level 2, 9,195-7,200. Gazing upon the seemingly insurmountable adversary before him, Yichen, in the fleeting moments between evading attacks, retrieved the fragmented pendant from his bosom, wrapping it around his hand. With a desperate will to survive, he selected the upgrade option on his character interface. Chapter 39. The final opportunity. Do not be afraid, Uncle Antoine. Your fate does not lead to death. The pale-faced young count, with a look of disdain, lightly grazed Antoine's face with the dagger in his hand. The cold steel sent tremors through Antoine's skin, causing the flesh on his face to quiver. Yet, as the ruler of a city, Antoine exerted every ounce of effort to maintain his composure, reorganizing his thoughts. With no hope left in the shadowy assassin, he sought to persuade the young count through reason and emotion. recognizing that the guards in the castle had remained ominously silent for too long. "My dear little Anthony, have I not treated you well over the years?" Bound to the chair, Antoine attempted to contract his corpulent form, striving to distance himself from the dagger's point. The wealth of the Anthony family has only increased over these years. Even when the old count was alive, we were not as affluent as we are now. Your uncles are all exceedingly satisfied. Under the torment of his situation, Antoine emitted a piercing scream, abandoning reason and calm in favor of vitriol. "You vile little wretch! How dare you? How dare you harm me? You are as devoid of intellect as your brutish father. The development of Anthony Harbor to its current state is entirely my achievement. It bears no relation to your Anthony family whatsoever. Why must I remain merely a steward? Why?" "Hush!" The young count gestured for silence, placing a finger to his lips, signaling Antoine not to disturb him. With the dagger in hand, he inscribed a twisted magical array around the chair, the blood that dripped from it seeping into the grooves of the floor, filling the array. The eerie formation seemed to possess a life of its own as it absorbed the blood. An unknown presence in the air emitted a sound of contentment. And the scene before Antoine filled him with terror. He opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to utter a single sound. "Do not fear. I have assured you that death shall not be your end. In truth, you ought to be grateful to me, for I shall bestow upon you the gift of eternal life." The young count, having completed the enigmatic array, stood before Antoine with a cold gaze. "As for my uncles, they too shall share your fate, singing for me in perpetual agony." The young count raised his hands high, his youthful voice ringing out. "The crimes against the Anthony family shall be atoned for over the course of millennia, until your souls are utterly extinguished. And I deem that you can no longer provide me with the thrill of vengeance. Just like this city, all will wail in anguish as they succumb to the ravages of disease. There shall be no mercy, no compassion. All beings are equal and will, under the care of the Great Father, be reduced to dust, to mere bones." Observing the arrival of the saviors and the somewhat deranged young lord, the shadowy assassin Colin realized it was time to withdraw and claim his reward. It was perhaps best to leave this chaotic situation to the professionals, the demon hunters. After all, he had already delivered the news, and whether they could thwart the impending chaos now rested in their hands. He hoped that the seemingly formidable apprentice would afford his master sufficient time. As the dust kicked up by the armored figures crashing through the wall settled, the shadowy assassin vanished into the shadows like a wisp of wind, leaving only a note in his wake. The demon hunter, Gans, entered the room amidst the swirling dust, accompanied by the fully armed priest Richard, who had emitted the earlier sound. Antoine, sitting in a chair, was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. He had not anticipated such a longing to see these paladins. Even the demon hunter appeared endearing to him at this moment. If only he could voice his feelings. Antoine would have lamented in a pitiful tone, "Why have you come only now, you hypocritical zealots? It is too late. You have missed your chance to prevent the might of my lord from descending upon this city." The young count turned to face his visitors, roaring in fury. "Child, you have strayed too far." Priest Richard observed the young lord's skin, now beginning to ulcerate and melt, with profound sorrow. "You leave me no choice, young Anthony. You have truly committed a foolish act." Under Richard's command, the paladins, clad in armor forged from fine steel, swiftly encircled the young count. The demon hunter, Ganj, searched tirelessly, paying no heed to the struggling Antoine or the transforming young count. At last, he discovered a note left behind by the shadow assassin Colin, inscribed with the words, "This is your final opportunity, along with the life of your apprentice. The task of saving the world is now entrusted to you. I have faith in you." Following this was a hastily drawn smiley face and the address of the warehouse previously investigated by Yichen. Clearly, the shadow assassin had spoken falsehoods to all parties involved, shifting all potential risks onto others for his own benefit. Regardless of who emerged victorious, he ensured his own safe exit, ultimately leaving a glimmer of opportunity for others to seize. Infuriated, Ganj had no time to trace the shadow assassin's whereabouts. Colin had deliberately diverted everyone's attention here, leaving behind the final and most crucial address to afford himself ample time to amass wealth. "Richard, this task is entrusted to you. Assemble a team. I must prevent the chaotic gate from opening within the city." The demon hunter exclaimed, striking the wall with fervor as he called out to Priest Richard. "Hobbs, take your men and accompany the demon hunter at once. We must thwart the spread of chaos into our realm." Priest Richard assigned his most trusted paladins to join Ganj on his urgent mission. "Curse you! Damn that shadow assassin!" The Lord of Plague shall not spare you. As he witnessed his foes splitting their forces to avert the father's descent, the young count realized, much like Antoine, that he too had been betrayed by the shadow assassin. While Antoine, bound to his chair, laughed silently behind him. You will have no opportunity. No one can thwart my vengeance. With a piercing scream, the skin on the back of the young count ruptured, unfurling two insect-like wings. The last heir of the Anthony family cast a gaze filled with hatred over all present, grasping his upper and lower jaws with both hands. With a sudden, forceful motion, he violently tore his head apart along the corners of his mouth, splitting it into two halves. The bloody esophagus and trachea lay exposed to the air, their once crimson blood now mutated into a dark green hue, spraying in all directions and gradually coalescing within the magic circle at Antoine's feet. Countless insects, of the order Lepidoptera, Diptera, Myriapoda, Arachnida, both flying and crawling, erupted from the young lord's throat. Some of the enormous creatures unique to the chaotic realm measured nearly half a meter in length, emerging from the constricted esophagus as if it were not merely the body of a small human boy. Chapter 40. Iron and Blood, the Formation of Carnage. Beware the plague. Heed the defense against toxic harm. Priest Richard raised his shield in front of himself, warding off the onslaught of insects, while lifting his mace high to direct the paladins. Priest, purify the air. Paladins, unleash your flame auras. However, not everyone possessed the extensive experience with chaos that Priest Richard did. A few paladins and priests, caught off guard by the surge of insects, were reduced to mere skeletons within mere seconds. Beyond the Lord's gaze, reinforcements from other temples swiftly assembled outside the castle under the command of several seasoned temple leaders, effectively isolating the castle's protective magical array. Regardless of the nature of the chaotic corruption, it would be contained within the Lord's domain, thereby preventing the plague swarm from spreading throughout the city. However, nearly half of the populace succumbed to the sudden onslaught of the insects, wailing in agony, while the holy warriors and priests, capable of purifying the plague, found themselves overwhelmed amidst the turmoil. The demon hunter, Jiangze, amidst the chaos, commandeered sufficient steeds with a cadre of paladins and galloped away, now left to hope that his newly acquired apprentice could conjure miracles as before, holding the fort until his arrival. Meanwhile, the apprentice Yichen, upon whom his mentor placed great expectations, had just selected the upgrade option, endeavoring to turn the tide or, perhaps, to engage in a desperate struggle. Your profession, Demon Hunter, has ascended to level 3. You have acquired a new professional talent, Ultimate Sword Oil. Ultimate Sword Oil. Since the onset of chaotic corruption, various new non-sentient entities have emerged in this world daily. The traditional craftsmanship of demon hunters in sword oil has, after countless battles, finally turned a new page. The Ultimate Sword Oil, heralded as the greatest advancement since Valyrian steel. The pre-prepared base for sword oil, when combined with the corresponding biological tissue, preferably blood, and the blood of the monster hunter, can be gently stirred to create a specialized sword oil that inflicts additional damage on that particular creature within a span of 30 seconds to 3 minutes. Although this method yields results that are approximately 30% less potent than traditional sword oil, its efficiency and speed have led to its rapid adoption across various schools of thought. Currently, only the Serpent School continues to adhere to the traditional method of crafting sword oil. Despite the high costs involved, monster hunters remain steadfast in their commitment to its use. Before Yichen could examine the details of his new talent, an unusual system notification appeared. While typical notifications are rendered in black text, this one, for some unknown reason, was presented in gold. Moreover, the font size had been enlarged, nearly causing Yichen to evade a sweeping tentacle at the last moment. Thinking quickly, Yichen abandoned his military knife, braced himself with his left hand against the ground, and executed the Alder Seal to propel himself away, narrowly avoiding the impending danger. Due to your possession of the talent, Enemy of Chaos, your class talent, Monster Hunter's Mastery, Universal Sword Oil, has undergone a mutation. Your profound hatred for chaos has instigated a transformation within your very flesh. While other monster hunters utilize universal sword oil that costs as much as 50 gold coins per application, you have astonishingly discovered that your own blood serves as the finest sword oil. Its potency is such that even the most skilled masters of the Serpent School cannot produce traditional sword oil that surpasses the efficacy of your blood against chaotic beings. Your innate talent, Universal Sword Oil, has been supplanted by the new ability, Iron and Blood, Carnage. Consequently, You can no longer employ the conventional universal sword oil, as your blood has undergone a mutation. Iron and blood, carnage. The foundation of civilization lies in the collision of iron and blood, devoid of justice or self-interest. Only through ample sacrifice can one endure. Embrace the agony of your flesh rather than compromise your spirit, as you coat your weapon with your own blood, inflicting double damage upon chaotic entities, while your wounds shall not heal until your adversaries are utterly vanquished. Without the luxury of examining his upgraded attributes, Yichen once again evaded a lunging tentacle, propelled by the recoil effect of alder seal. The tentacle, tipped with a maw that unfurled into 8 distinct petals, was lined with a multitude of sharp teeth that writhed like a meat grinder, narrowly grazing his face. As the mutated figure, reminiscent of an eyeless demon clad in black robes, diverted its attention to assault Yichen, the rate of expansion for the flesh and blood platform noticeably decelerated. Had it not been for the momentary time dilation effect bestowed by lightning reflection, Yichen might have been shredded to pieces by the sharp-tipped tentacles long ago. The overwhelming advantage brought by the multitude of tentacles in terms of attack frequency rendered him perpetually on edge, each nerve taut with anticipation. Observing the valiant warrior maiden engaging in battle from afar, deftly unleashing arrows to exploit the terrain, she managed to displace a lighter-weight cultist from the platform's confines. However, with the expansion of the flesh and blood platform, this tactic was gradually losing its efficacy. Meanwhile, the other 3 armored warriors had divided and approached to encircle Yichen. Aware that his time was running short, Yichen deftly evaded yet another assault from a tendril, rolling backward to escape the range of the cloaked figure's attack. He finally discerned that, no matter how frenzied the onslaught of the dark cloaked figure was, for particularly robust tendrils remained firmly embedded in the flesh platform, showing no signs of movement. The maw upon the giant eye continued to chant incantations in an arcane tongue, indicating that the mutated cloaked figure was in a state of spell casting and could not move, before the heavily armored plague knight could draw near. Yichen knelt on one knee, gasping for air. Despite the atmosphere being saturated with various bacteria and toxins, rendering the air somewhat cloying. Mingled with the nauseating stench of rotting protein, he inhaled deeply, seizing every precious moment to restore his stamina. Although endowed with an impressive constitution of 16 points, the relentless intensity of combat and evasion had drained nearly every ounce of his muscular strength. Sweat dripped from the tip of his nose, and his dark hair clung damply to his skin. Yet, this battle was undeniably exhilarating. As Yichen abruptly lifted his head, droplets of sweat splattered around him. System, you have spoken a profound truth. In this world, only iron and blood can validate reality. A smile graced Yichen's face, as he relished the long-lost sensation of facing such formidable foes, teetering on the brink of life and death. A true man only ascends further in the face of such life or death dilemmas. His left hand, entwined with a necklace, rested lightly upon the blade of his right-hand military knife, while his slit pupils brimmed with combat fervor. With blazing national pride, may the blood of the valiant flow. Yichen charged towards the colossal eye, shielded by layers of writhing tentacles, resembling an arrow released from a bowstring. 1, 2, 3. Relying on his innate attributes and talents, Yichen deftly evaded the 3 tentacles that lunged at him with varying heights and angles. Just 3 meters, 2 meters. As the target loomed closer, he unsheathed the military knife in his hand, crimson blood splattering from his palm and staining the blade. Chapter 41. Well done, apprentice. Harnessing the momentum from drawing his blade, Yichen swept the long knife across one of the thick tentacles connecting to the platform like a shooting star. The blood upon the blade blazed like flames, leaving a fiery red trail in the air. The long knife, no longer burdened by its previous inertia, sliced through the tentacle with the ease of a heated knife cutting through butter. A stream of yellowish bodily fluid gushed forth as the colossal eye howled in anguish, causing the flesh and blood platform beneath him to convulse violently, destabilizing the female warriors and grotesque abominations engaged in combat afar. The 2 plague warriors emitted triumphant roars, hastening their clumsy strides in an attempt to thwart Yichen's assault. Blood flowed from his palm, saturating the fragmented pendant entwined around his arm, and with each drop, the bloodied ground beneath him reacted as if confronted by concentrated sulfuric acid, swiftly carbonizing and evaporating. Yet, Yichen had no time to observe, for leveraging his remarkable agility, he maintained his balance amidst the violent tremors of the flesh and blood platform. The severely wounded black-robed giant eye, amidst its mournful wails, twisted a multitude of tentacles together like a braided pastry, sweeping towards him with the force of a meteor hammer. The tips of its entwined appendages clawed and gnawed at one another in a grotesque display. The velocity of this assault far surpassed anything that had preceded it. Even in that fleeting moment of slowed time, Yichen could only manage a slight evasive maneuver before being violently hurled away. It felt as though he had been struck head-on by a small car traveling at 60 miles per hour. He coughed up a copious amount of blood, sensing his very innards shifting, while several ribs on the impacted side seemed to have fractured. The hand gripping the knife was rendered entirely numb. Above him, a decaying head, grotesquely adorned with a grin, observed him with gluttonous anticipation as drool dripped from its ravenous gaze. The fruit of the human head was ripening rapidly, its descent imminent. Drawing ever closer to Yichen, relying on extraordinary willpower and a physique that defied the bounds of reality, Yichen maintained his consciousness, rolling to the right just before the fruit could touch the ground. With a sickening squelch, the entwined massive tentacles carved a deep trench into the flesh and blood platform. The sound reminiscent of a swollen maggot being crushed and burst by a speeding vehicle. The actual scene was even more revolting. Yichen found himself drenched in a spray of blood and shattered flesh, nearly buried beneath it all. However, his own blood, akin to sulfuric acid, swiftly purged the contaminants it touched. It was then he realized that under the nourishment of his crimson essence, the necklace entwined around his hand radiated an even more resplendent glow. Vitality surged through the wound on his left hand, restoring his strength and healing his injuries. With his still functioning left hand, he retrieved the military knife from the ground and charged once more towards the colossal-like creature in the distance. That strike had sent Yichen flying a full 5 meters, had it not been for the grotesque tree behind him, adorned with decaying fruits and human skulls. Being propelled beyond the platform would have been a distinct possibility. Just moments after shattering the rotten fruit and its nurturing mother tree, the thick tentacles swept towards him again. Severely wounded, Yichen could not evade as nimbly as before. Yet, from the previous blow, he had discerned the unalterable trajectory of this tentacled amalgamation, far less agile than the singular tentacles that had attacked him earlier. Drawing upon the speed from his rapid charge, Yichen knelt, leaning back just in time to slide through the gap between the tentacle conglomerate and the fleshly platform as the tentacle whooshed past him, creating a fierce gust that tousled his hair. In that moment, his gaze held but one emotion: tranquility. Prepare to meet your end, monster. Utilizing the strength of his thigh muscles, Yichen propelled himself upright like a spring, launching forward. The sharp blade in his left hand gleamed brilliantly as it severed 2 tentacles obstructing his path in an instant. No, only a single tentacle remained tethered to the flesh and blood platform beneath, as the colossal black-robed eye could no longer sustain its own form. The intertwined tentacles struggled to release their grip, while the platform trembled violently, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8. With a thunderous crash, the giant eye collapsed at Yichen's feet. The entire flesh platform undulated uncontrollably, and Yichen felt as though he stood upon a rabbit undergoing electric shock therapy. In the distance, the female warrior, leveraging her physical prowess, steadfastly held a tree adorned with human-faced blossoms. Among the heavily armored plague warriors, one had already vanished, while 2 others drove their blades deep into the ground to maintain their balance. The most fragile of the flesh aberrations tumbled like bowling balls, rolling into the endless void amidst the platform's convulsions. "You have no chance left," Yichen exclaimed, gazing down at the fallen black-robed eye. His long knife ultimately succumbed to the corrosive fluid of the monster, snapping under the strain. He raised his left hand high, and under the nourishing blood, the damaged pendant shone brilliantly. "Who are you? Why does your blood instill such dread in the children of the Father?" The unwilling giant eye roared. "No matter how much effort you expend, this world shall ultimately decay under the gaze of the Father, becoming an eternal breeding ground. Go to hell and repent." Yichen brought his fist down with great force, his eyes shattering like glass. The soft touch sent shivers down his spine. "In the future, refrain from committing misdeeds. Tell your father not to visit so often." With each powerful blow, the colossal eye was reduced to a mass of mangled flesh beneath Yichen's fists, merging with the blood and gore on the ground, indistinguishable from one another. As his blood mingled with the remnants, they were carbonized and then pulverized, until Yichen noticed that his palm began to heal, ceasing to bleed. The platform beneath him had fallen silent, resembling a lifeless entity, its warmth gradually dissipating. When he lifted his gaze, he saw his mentor, the demon hunter Gongza, standing on the stairs nearby, observing him intently. The young paladins and priests behind him averted their eyes, unable to meet his gaze, while several onlookers were retching uncontrollably. However, Suichen's left hand, covered in blood and tissue, had numerous unknown biological fragments snagged on the pendant's chain, swaying erratically with his movements. This caused many of the paladins, who were desperately trying to hold back, to succumb and join the first wave of vomiters. Observing his disciple, the demon hunter Gongza gave him a thumbs up. Well done, apprentice. I underestimated you once again. Now, take a proper rest. We shall handle the matters ahead. Gazing at the notification in his peripheral vision indicating the completion of the task, Suichen finally felt at ease. He leaned back heavily onto the ground, enveloped by the still warm flesh and blood, yearning only for a restful slumber. Chapter 42. The Rewards of an Epic Quest, Part 1. When he awoke once more, Suichen felt invigorated, if not for the bandages on his right arm reminding him of the severity of his previous injuries. He would have intended to stretch and limber up. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in a lavishly appointed bedroom, adorned with various religious symbols, indicating that this was the chamber of a cleric or paladin. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, and his young follower, Zerduo, was peacefully slumbering at the bedside. Choosing not to awaken his companion, he assessed the situation. It appeared that his mentor had successfully managed other matters, and both he and Vittoria had emerged unscathed, having completed their task. Upon accessing his system interface, a multitude of notifications greeted him. After an 18-hour respite, he had finally roused from his slumber, earning himself 100 points of life experience. Thanks to the efforts of the clerics, his condition had improved from status, severely injured, to status, moderately wounded. He still had unallocated skill points and career skills awaiting his selection. He was advised to review his quest log. Wishing the player a productive new day, he noted that the fragmented pendant in his possession had a random attribute for the day, Agility 1. Subsequently, the first notification indicated the completion of a quest. Difficulty, Epic. Quest rewards, 10,000 experience points, 1 free attribute point, 2,000 reputation with the Port of Anthony, current city reputation, 2,303,000, respectful, and various tangible rewards. To be claimed from the local lord. Having liberated the entire city from the grasp of the Plague Lord, he earned a point of legendary status, Southern Region. Tales of his exploits began to circulate throughout the southern expanse, albeit still in the hushed whispers of the streets, marking the first step of his burgeoning legend. In the realm of lowly regeneration, there exist certain creatures that defy annihilation, the most renowned among them being the followers of chaos, the Naga. Even if merely a single cell remains, it shall, upon absorbing sufficient sustenance, rise again to serve its master. Of course, this narrative bears no relevance to you. Lowly regeneration bestows upon you the remarkable ability to accelerate wound healing and double the speed of life and stamina recovery. If you aspire to become one of those immortal beings in the future, why not consider embracing the Naga? Alternatively, you might attempt to vanquish a few higher-tier Naga minions, as you did this time. However, such actions will inevitably draw the gaze of the benevolent father, so ponder this carefully. Another golden notification appeared, and Suichen gazed upon the description, realizing that this might indeed be the greatest reward of the mission. The mere thought of the peculiar chaos followers sent a chill down his spine. Subsequently, a system prompt left Suichen in dismay, for the brutal nature of his combat style had led to whispers among the young paladins and priests of Anthony Harbor regarding the bloody massacre wrought by him and his companions in the slums. As a result, his intimidation skill saw a significant enhancement. Feeling disheartened, he opened his character interface. After careful deliberation, Suichen allocated his precious attribute points to agility, intending to accentuate his advantageous traits first, while later seeking ways to mitigate his shortcomings. Thus, Suichen's character interface transformed into name, Suichen, race, human of the Lust branch, racial skill, experience 1. 1. Status, moderate injury, level 3, class, demon hunter level 312095, 16200. Attributes, strength, 14, dexterity, 18, 171. Equipment bonus, constitution, 16, intelligence, 14, perception, 14, charisma, 12, talents, weapon proficiency, initial talent, clear mind, initial talent, lightning reflexes, initial talent, chaos enemy, initial talent, invulnerability to illness, class talent. Glimmering vision, class talent. Iron and blood. Slaughter, special talent. Minor regeneration, special talent. Basic skills, strength, climbing, jumping, swimming dexterity, rolling, horsemanship, balance constitution, focus intelligence, knowledge, monsters, mysticism, geography, history, spell identification, crafting perception, wilderness survival, reading body language, listening charisma, intimidation class skills, spell seal, alder spell seal, mastery, 52-100, weapon specialization, non-upgradable, not chosen, remaining skill points, 36 weapon mastery, curved blade, proficient, for 800, short sword, proficient, 21-800, two-handed greatsword, proficient, 2-800, straight blade, proficient, 322-800, character background. As a newly initiated apprentice demon hunter, your performance astonishes even your mentor. In the chaotic erosion event at Anthony's Grand Port, you single-handedly stemmed the tide of the Plague Garden's expansion, thwarting the plans of the Vanguard of Filth and ruthlessly vanquishing it. All who were aware were left astounded by your methods of slaughter. Your valor and martial prowess have become legendary among the extraordinary beings of the far south. Upon reviewing his attributes page, Yichen suddenly noticed a significant increase in the proficiency of his spell imprint skill, Alder Spell Imprint. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the high level of the adversaries, allowing for swift proficiency gains, or if his unconventional application of the skill had garnered the system's approval. Previously, during his practice in the wild, he had not seen any improvement in proficiency at all. Until he could unravel this mystery, Yichen decided to conserve his skill points for the time being. At that moment, the slumbering Sildo, who had been asleep for an unknown duration, finally awoke. Just as he raised his hands halfway to stretch, he spotted his master observing him and joyfully sprang to his feet. "Wonderful. You are finally awake, my lord. I must inform Lord Ganja. He instructed me to notify him the moment you came to." Without waiting for Yichen's response, Sildo bounded out of the room, knocking a chair to the ground in his excitement, a clear indication that his injuries had completely healed. Chapter 43, The Rewards of the Epic Quest, Part 2. How do you feel? The monster hunter, Ganj, entered the room to visit his apprentice, adorned in a pristine new suit. It was evident that the hunter was not entirely pleased with his attire, as he spoke while tugging at his collar with noticeable force, as if it were constricting his breath. His follower, Sildo, peeked curiously from the doorway, and upon seeing his inquisitive expression, Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. "Master Ganj, I think it looks rather well. The recovery has been swifter than I anticipated. Where exactly are we?" "Those chaotic cultists are covertly supported by Count Anthony. As I was unable to relay this information to you, I had to seek clues on my own. However, I did not foresee being caught off guard by that shadow assassin." At last, the monster hunter Ganj unfastened the button of his collar, reclined against the chair, resting his legs on the edge of the bed, with his hands crossed behind his head. "This is the Temple of Campos. It is quite secure. Failing to leave an emergency contact was my oversight. I did not anticipate the severity of the situation here. We have all been outmaneuvered by that shadow assassin. He betrayed Antoine, was employed by Count Anthony, and secretly relayed messages to us, revealing the young Count's plans. Our attention was misdirected towards the Lord's downfall. The young Lord is now deceased, yet that scoundrel Antoine has somehow survived and remains the acting Lord of the city. It is likely that he will soon assume the position of the rightful Lord." The demon hunter, Gaze, succinctly summarized the events that transpired within the city, and with a sense of relief, he gazed at his apprentice, assuring him that all was now thoroughly concluded. "Were it not for your intervention, we could have faced a dire predicament, potentially leading to the fall of the entire southern region. It was a matter of sheer luck. We nearly perished within. By the way, Master, was that previous realm the chaotic domain you mentioned?" Yichen, who was well versed in the intricacies of the task, posed his inquiry. In response to this question, the demon hunter, Gaze, removed his feet from the bed and adjusted his posture, patiently elucidating to his apprentice. "Strictly speaking, that place does not qualify as the true chaotic realm. It is merely an ungoverned rift in a subspace. However, the Vanguard you vanquished, having communicated with the power of the Lord of Plagues, sought to summon the domain of pestilence through itself as a conduit. Had you not intervened, it would not have been long before that area was inundated, transforming into a fragment of the chaotic realm. Indeed, were it not for his peculiar circumstances, I fear that by the time I arrived, your remains would have been reduced to a puddle of pus." Typically, the final trial for demon hunter apprentices, known as the Valley Trial, occurs within the protective confines of the Kaer Morhen Valley's magical array, allowing them to enter the chaotic realm. While the place you entered does not constitute a true chaotic realm, the absence of protective arrays renders it significantly more perilous. Moreover, having slain a vanguard, as your instructor, I believe you have indeed completed the Valley trial. Although you still need to complete the previous 2 trials to truly become a demon hunter, you can possess your own Valyrian steel weapon in advance. I have gathered the remnants of the vanquished vanguard for you. The demon hunter, Ganj, pulled out a container inscribed with runes and displayed it to Yichen. Thank you, Master. I wonder if there are any subsequent risks associated with this matter? The air within that space is laden with lethal viruses. Even the slightest leak could precipitate a widespread plague in the city. Yichen, hailing from modern society, possessed a profound understanding of the dangers posed by viral weaponry. Rest assured, Ganj replied, addressing the concerns of his apprentice. Though the church's power here is feeble, there are a few individuals who have had dealings with the Plague Lord's followers. All who have come into contact with related artifacts and spaces underwent quarantine and scrutiny within the sacred light purification array before being allowed to exit. Ganj continued to elucidate. As for you, your blood possesses the remarkable ability to counteract chaotic corruption. This is indeed splendid news, as it will save you considerable trouble in the future. Such a constitution is exceedingly rare. However, every individual endowed with this trait has become a pivotal force in the battle against chaotic incursions. Do not squander the expectations heaven has bestowed upon you. Remember, victory does not arise from mere words, nor does failure evade them. The Valyrian steel weapons utilized by demon hunters are typically reserved for those officially initiated into the ranks of hunters, as they are not only of immense material worth, but their forging also necessitates the collaboration of the finest craftsmen and mages. The demon hunter, Ganza, meticulously took the impression of Yichen's hands using an imprinting plate. Each Valyrian steel weapon is a masterpiece, tailored specifically for its wielder, typically requiring a period of 8 to 12 months for completion, along with a prerequisite reservation, as certain materials must be procured in advance. Yichen observed his mentor storing the imprinting plate with a look of profound realization, akin to ordering a custom pair of Adidas sneakers. You have ample time to contemplate the type of weapon you wish to wield in the future. In addition to the blood of the slain Nagwa vanguard, I shall require your own. However, there is no rush. The stronger you become, the more potent your blood will be. The addition of blood is the final step, and I will notify you in advance. You may utilize the temple's teleportation array to send it to me. Suddenly, the demon hunter recalled something and added, I am aware of your companion, the female warrior who wields a flail. Do not emulate her. While the Demon Hunter Council imposes no restrictions on weapon choices, it is advisable to refrain from reporting heavy weaponry such as flails and warhammers, considering the limited production of Valyrian steel. Now, let us proceed to meet the acting lord of this place. It is time to offer your blood. You are the greatest benefactor in the salvation of this city, so do not hesitate, my apprentice. With that, the demon hunter signaled Sildo at the door to assist Yichen in changing attire before turning and exiting the room. Yichen realized that his rewards from this mission were far from over. Congratulations, apprentice of the demon hunter. You have successfully passed the Valley trial, a rite of passage for those embarking on the path of the demon hunter. With your agility attribute at 1. Each time you vanquish an enemy aligned with chaos, you will gain an additional 20 experience points. Furthermore, you will be granted an extra opportunity for any chaos-related judgments. You will also receive a unique Valyrian steel weapon, which you may customize to your preferred type and appearance, with the exception of ultra-heavy and heavy weapons. Moreover, you have discovered a mysterious artifact, the Fragmented Pendant, which has undergone a transformation. Fragmented Pendant, an enigmatic and damaged amulet of unknown origin, composed of an indistinct material with jagged edges, indicating it is merely a fragment of a larger object. Upon closer inspection of the intricate engravings, one perceives a fluidity akin to flowing water, constantly morphing. Usage requirement: possession of any anti-chaos talent. Material: unknown, mysterious. Craftsmanship: ruined. Trait 1, any attribute at 1. Chosen randomly at the start of each game day. Blessing of corruption: each attack carries a 3 chance to inflict a random disease upon the struck enemy. Traits are not fully revealed. The item can be repaired. Blessing of corruption? Yichen pondered with a perplexed expression, recalling the description of his newly acquired special talent. Low-level regeneration. He could not shake the feeling that he was becoming increasingly ensnared in the path of the corrupted divine. However, The pendant in my possession holds significant importance. I shall take a moment to inquire with my mentor regarding any information about this artifact, and I must also report to the witch from the Blind Eye Jewelry Shop, for she is a woman capable of manipulating chaos and malevolence, and thus warrants caution. With the assistance of Sildo, I have changed my attire. Yet my right hand likely requires a few more days to heal completely. Earlier, the demon hunter provided me with a vial of a dark potion, claiming it to be a special elixir crafted by the temple to promote bone regeneration. Given its color and scent, I cannot help but suspect that my mentor may have mistakenly confused a vial containing the remains of a foul creature with one meant for medicinal purposes. For safety's sake, I have discreetly stored this concoction away for future use. Upon exiting the campus temple, I, accompanied by my followers, boarded a four-wheeled carriage alongside the demon hunter. En route to the Lord's estate, the estate, having recently endured a fierce battle, appeared somewhat desolate. The young lord had transformed into a plague-infested behemoth, summoning countless swarms of vermin that nearly breached the defenders' barricades. Fortunately, in a critical moment, Priest Richard inflicted great pain upon himself to unleash a priceless high-level divine spell, Holy Wrath, which ultimately vanquished the chaos-ridden young lord. The subsequent extermination efforts lasted a full day and night. When I and the demon hunter arrived, we could still observe a considerable number of paladins and priests periodically casting purification spells to cleanse the shadowy corners. The dwarves were the first to notice me and my mentor, and they rushed through the crowd without hesitation, exclaiming, "My friend, my dear friend, have you not forgotten our agreement?" Although speaking to Yichen, the diminutive dwarf Groin's eyes continually scanned the towering figure of the demon hunter, Ganza, as if he believed the hunter concealed his weapon within his trousers. Even the demon hunter found it difficult to withstand such scrutiny, particularly when it emanated from a dwarf whose beard extended past his waist, with a girth nearly equal to his height. Ahem! The demon hunter cleared his throat, feigning interest in the decorative items adorning the wall beside him, while inquiring of his apprentice, "Is this your new acquaintance?" "Indeed, Master," Yichen replied, stifling a chuckle as he sought to placate the eager dwarf. "This is the most renowned master blacksmith in the region, Master Groin. The information I received regarding the cultist conspiracy was provided by him, along with high-quality weaponry." Yes, that is I. I hope you are satisfied with my work. Next time you visit my shop, I shall ensure you receive a discount of 80%. The dwarf Groin forced a smile, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "By the way, did you bring the items?" Ignoring the twinkling stars in the dwarf's eyes, Yichen explained to his teacher, "Of course, Master. The assistance of the Master is not without cost, so I took the liberty of agreeing to allow him to observe your Valyrian steel weapon. What do you think?" "Haha. That would be splendid." The dwarf finally revealed a genuine smile. With a resounding call of "My lord," the demon hunters, accompanied by their apprentice, proceeded in an orderly manner towards the main hall, offering their respects to the acting lord. As the assembly bowed in unison to signify their reverence for the local lord, it was evident that the demon hunter Jiangze and Yichen were notably absent from this display of deference. As long-standing collaborators of the noble council, Yichen's mentor possessed significant influence over whether the title acting could be discarded from the current lord's designation. The demon hunter and Yichen merely inclined their heads in acknowledgement towards Antoine, who sat upon a rudimentary seat that resembled a bench. Despite this being their first encounter, Yichen found it difficult to refrain from commenting on the peculiar appearance of the portly steward, adorned in white silk knee-high socks paired with a short skirt. Rumor had it that this acting lord, due to previous psychological traumas, had developed an aversion to sitting in any chair with a backrest. And even Yichen's mentor was astonished that he had managed to survive thus far. When the demon hunter and priest Richard burst onto the scene, they had no intention of rescuing any hostages. Their focus was solely on quelling the chaotic warfare, rendering the misfortunate captives utterly irrelevant. It must be said that Antoine, the steward, had performed admirably when it came to self-preservation, prompting Yichen to scrutinize this pivotal figure he had yet to meet. Chapter 44. The division of spoils. A head of dense, chestnut curls, accentuated by a black velvet cloak embroidered with plum blossoms, presented an air of opulence. The shimmering golden patterns on the pristine shoulder cape sparkled under the refracted light of colored glass. He clutched a diminutive scepter in his left hand, while his right hand instinctively sought the armrest of the chair, only to discover, to his embarrassment, that he was seated on a mere stool. He awkwardly waved to the assembled crowd, saying, "Dear guests, there is no need for excessive formality. I trust you are all aware that our city has recently endured an unprecedented crisis. The rotund figure before them, a successful usurper, possessed his own unique attributes. As if the previous awkwardness had never transpired, he commenced his address, his demeanor unwavering. I am deeply pained to announce this regrettable news. Our esteemed Count Antony has conspired with cultists, attempting to bring ruin upon our entire city. Just a moment ago, the decades of effort by the old Count were nearly reduced to ashes, Antoine proclaimed with a sorrowful expression, prompting a stir of astonishment among the gathered nobles. Silence, Antoine commanded, tapping the leg of his stool with his diminutive scepter, redirecting everyone's attention back to himself. The fact that young Antony has colluded with cultists was uncovered by my spies. However, in his rage and humiliation, he hastily initiated their nefarious scheme alongside them. Were it not for the timely arrival of the demon hunter, Sir Gans, and Lord Richard of the War God Temple, I fear I would have already. At this juncture, Antoine theatrically produced a handkerchief to dab at his tears, letting out a loud, exaggerated sniffle. Below, the nobles whispered among themselves, while the representatives of the church maintained a composed demeanor, feigning ignorance. As no one dared to challenge Antoine's assertions, the nobles gradually fell into silence. After all, Antoine had ruled over the port of Antony for many years, and his ulterior motives were well known to all. This recent affair might well be a conspiracy with the church, intending to sever ties with the Antony family and establish a new order. Those loyal to the Antony lineage had either been exiled to the Black Forest to forge settlements or had met their demise at Antoine's hands. The few remaining in the city were mostly either bribed or indifferent to who claimed lordship. Noticing the growing quietude below, Antoine emitted a satisfied hum and continued his performance. Amidst the turmoil, the instigator, young Antony, and the leader of the cult fought desperately but were ultimately vanquished. I expressed my profound sorrow for the demise of young Antony. It was my negligence in his education that allowed him to stray so far down this irreversible path. As Antoine spoke, he rose to his feet. To demonstrate my self-imposed penance, I shall relinquish the position of acting lord, allowing all the nobles in the city to collectively elect a candidate of high moral standing. This declaration not only stirred the nobles below into a frenzy, but also astonished the demon hunters. Could it be that this rotund figure had experienced a pang of conscience? Little did they realize that his apprentice stood nearby, scoffing at the pretense. Unbeknownst to them, Vittoria had quietly approached Yichen and, upon observing his expression, inquired with curiosity, "Do you believe he harbors any ulterior motives?" Most certainly. It was all too apparent. The leaders of the temple representatives displayed not a flicker of emotion, clearly having conspired with that rotund individual beforehand. It was evident that he would be the one ultimately endorsed. Yichen regarded Vittoria with the benevolence typically reserved for children with intellectual disabilities, pondering whether her muscles had indeed supplanted her cerebral faculties. How could she not perceive such an overt ploy? It was not only Vittoria who appeared oblivious. Even his mentor, the demon hunter Ganj, looked at him with palpable confusion. While the indigenous folk might be excused for their lack of insight, it was disheartening to see Vittoria so unabashedly straightforward. Yichen couldn't help but feel that the public education system in the EU was sorely lacking indeed. The winds of reform needed to continue blowing. How else could one maintain competitiveness in modern society? Observe, he thought. This individual had long harbored ambitions of usurpation. And after years of scheming, the young count had been abruptly eliminated. Although he had not orchestrated the count's demise, should he ascend to the lordship, who would believe that the young count had not met his end by his hand? He was already destined to bear that blame. Now, he was orchestrating an election, with the church evidently backing him. Who, besides him, would dare to run? Once he was elected, the church would undoubtedly promote him, transforming him into a democratically elected lord. Yichen elaborated meticulously, noting that this added a layer of plausible deniability. Henceforth, many legal matters would be significantly easier to navigate. A series of coughs suddenly erupted nearby, interrupting the contemplative moment shared by the demon hunter Ganj and Vittoria. Yichen glanced up, realizing that his voice had inadvertently risen in volume. And the entire assembly in the main hall now regarded him in silence, while Pastor Richard awkwardly cleared his throat. Antoine, standing on stage with a diminutive scepter in hand, wore an expression of awkwardness as he feigned ignorance of the murmurs from the audience, resolutely continuing his speech, in our triumph over the nefarious schemes of the cultists. The assistance from all corners has been indispensable. On behalf of this city, I extend my profound respect to you all. Su Yichen cast an apologetic smile towards those around him, bewildered by the sight of several nobles sporting expressions of sudden enlightenment. What could this mean? Were they genuinely contemplating a bid for lordship? How could they be so oblivious? When Antoine proclaimed, from the distant eastern continent, the valiant warrior, Su Yichen, the astute apprentice of the demon hunters perceptively noticed the slight shudder of the paladins stationed nearby. Although Su Yichen was aware that his reputation among the paladins and priests was rather mediocre, primarily due to his combat style, he could not shake the feeling that he was on the verge of becoming a pariah. His youthful visage belied the notion of single-handedly saving a city. While his notorious slaying of the chaotic vanguard had garnered a plethora of astonished gazes from the representatives of the church, only Antoine, seated on the bench, appeared somewhat rigid. Esteemed acting lord, Su Yichen emphasized the word acting. Along the way, his mentor had advised him that the actions of demon hunters were to be shrouded in secrecy. The occurrences surrounding the chaotic rifts were not to be divulged. For ordinary individuals, acquiring excessive knowledge about chaos was exceedingly perilous. This time, the glaring truth is that the minor lord has colluded with the cultists to secretly abduct the populace of the impoverished district for blood sacrifices, intending to harness the powers of the dark deity to restore the former glory of the Anthony family. Ultimately, their plans were thwarted by the church, which apprehended them all. Behind closed doors, the church and the demon hunters reached an accord. The demon hunters would not pursue the church's clandestine support of their appointed usurper, and they consented to Antoine becoming the new lord. In return, the newly appointed lord would wholeheartedly support the demon hunter organization, and during the forthcoming reward ceremony, he must present sufficient benefits to satisfy the hunters. Hence, the current situation arises, where Su Yichen is exploiting Antoine's vulnerabilities, knowing that without the demon hunter's recognition, he cannot rightfully assume the title of city lord. Chapter 45. Reward Ceremony. Antoine, the opportunist, exclaimed, "I have heard of your name, Silesian." Before Su Yichen could finish his words, he continued, "Captain Emus and his surviving sailors, along with the survivors of the Rog camp, have been singing your praises throughout the city for your valor in the orc encampment. I am not at all surprised by your performance in this battle. You are born to be a hero, my child." Clearly, during Su Yichen's day of unconsciousness, the acting Lord Antoine had not been idle. He had meticulously investigated all potential loose ends. The presence of the blacksmith Grolin, who should not have been at this distribution meeting due to his ties with Vittoria, serves as evidence of this. Clearly, Antoine's intentions were unmistakable. As long as there was no interference regarding his claim to the title of nobility, he was exceedingly willing to delineate a cake of benefits sufficient to satisfy all parties involved in exchange. A castle, a domain, and a formidable weapon from my treasury. Are you content with this, hero? This is what you rightfully deserve. At this point, a sense of relief washed over his countenance. As attendants presented a gilded scroll, Antoine tapped his staff upon his magical seal, his gaze imbued with a glimmer of hope. If you are inclined to settle here, I could bestow upon you a noble title. Antoine exhaled deeply, evidently having displayed the utmost sincerity he could muster, as the astonished gasps from the audience confirmed his thoughts. However, as a player who roams aimlessly each day, perhaps facing demise at any moment, what value does an undeveloped territory and an empty castle hold for me? Furthermore, what significance does a noble title from the port of Antonia have, when in a few days I might transition to a different realm? Who would acknowledge the nobility of this border town? This was the first thought that crossed Su Yichen's mind. Subsequently, he turned an inquiring gaze toward his mentor, Sir Ganj. Suddenly recalling that his teacher appeared to possess a noble title as well, he wondered if there was any interest in this land from him. Yet, the demon hunter, Ganj, looked back at him with an expression of complete composure, seemingly conveying, "The work is yours to undertake. You alone shall determine the reward you desire. I shall not interfere." However, Vittoria subtly gestured to herself, "Key objective. Must secure." Su Yichen signaled to Vittoria with his eyes, questioning the utility of such gestures. In a fit of frustration, the female warrior reiterated her tactical signs, silently mouthing the words, "Battle group. Battle group." Due to the slight differences in tactical gestures between the EU and New Huaxia, overly complex signals could lead to misunderstandings. Remembering that players could send messages to one another, the warrior finally sent a text, "Hurry and agree. With this we can establish a battle group." Thus, before the atmosphere grew awkward once more, he took the land deed from the squire, who had been patiently holding it nearby, and bowed slightly to Antoine. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord." with Antoine's smile of complete relaxation. A sordid political transaction was thus concluded. As for the late Count Anthony, who died with resentment, who cared? The subsequent discussion about entering the city became rather dull. After reaching a certain understanding with the demon hunters, Antoine swiftly resumed the demeanor of a superior, exuding warmth, insincerity, and endless chatter. One by one, the honored individuals took the stage to receive their rewards. The representatives of the various churches had long since reached a satisfactory agreement with Antoine behind the scenes, merely performing a formality here. Aside from a few guards who had narrowly escaped during the Lord's skirmish, Antoine proclaimed, "XXX, you have done well. The port of Anthony shall forever remember your loyalty." After dispatching others to collect their rewards, only Vittoria and the dwarf Groin remained present. Dwarf Groin, you have provided vital intelligence during this upheaval and made significant contributions to our city. I hereby declare you an honorary counselor of the port of Anthony. Your workshop shall operate tax-free for the next 2 years, Antoine proclaimed earnestly. In truth, he had no knowledge of who this dwarf was or what crucial information he had supplied. For the sake of the dwarf's reputation, no one disclosed the matter of him betraying client information. Antoine was merely reciting a script. He cared little about the meager profits of a humble blacksmith shop, as long as he could smoothly inherit his title. Since this insignificant person had ties to the monster hunters, why not take advantage of the situation? Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Dwarf Groin shall undoubtedly continue to serve this city with unwavering dedication. The dwarf beamed widely, unable to contain his joy. Earlier that morning, the female warrior had brought him to the Lord, claiming good news, and he had been skeptical. As Antoine, having just emerged from the recent turmoil, had only held a few hours of meetings and noticed that only one person remained on the list, he couldn't help but relax and let out a large yawn. This demeanor clearly made the female warrior feel undervalued, and in a moment of indignation, she decided to demonstrate her prowess against her superior. Vittoria instantly entered her berserk mode. Although others failed to notice, Yichen observed the unfolding scene with keen clarity. The female warrior seemed to have elevated herself, perhaps having acquired new skills through rigorous training. Yichen observed a translucent, armor-like aura faintly enveloping her form, flickering in and out of visibility as she advanced. Antoine's mouth, which had yet to close, froze momentarily. Although he quickly regained his composure, he could not conceal the incessant rubbing of his index finger against his staff or the subtle tremors of his toes. Vittoria Gabriella. She stood as one of the heroes fighting alongside the warriors of the East. Faced with the warriors' intimidating gaze, Antoine decisively abandoned his original lines. She is one of the heroes who will save this city. Her valiant actions leave a lasting impression. Chapter 46. Antoine's vault. With the conclusion of the meeting, the monster hunter, Gans, was halted by Priest Richard, indicating they had some clandestine matters to discuss beyond the confines of the assembly. The hunter scoffed, clearly disdainful of such behind-the-scenes dealings. Yet out of respect for an old friend, he approached, eager to discern Antoine's ulterior motives. From the moment they stepped outside, a diminutive dwarf named Groin shadowed Yichen and his mentor, anxiously signaling with his eyes. The dwarf's darting gaze raised doubts as to whether he suffered from a peculiar squint. Master, unable to withstand the dwarf's persistent glances any longer, Yichen finally called out to his mentor, "Could you lend me your weapon for a moment?" This eager dwarf seems quite impatient. The dwarf beside him nodded rapidly, his hands rubbing together, and his gaze resembled that of a ravenous gourmet starved for 3 years, presented with a grand feast, yet lacking chopsticks. Sir Jianze, embodying his noble heritage, gracefully drew forth a length of over 1 meter from his wrist, the claw of the white wolf, and offered it to the astonished Yichen. "Behold my weapon, apprentice. Ensure that this dwarf master does not leave his drool upon it. Do not dawdle. It is merely a minor magical apparatus, not a privilege reserved solely for you." The monster hunter winked at his apprentice, evidently pleased with his reaction. As Yichen observed his whimsically mischievous mentor re-enter the Lord's manor, he brimmed with anticipation at the prospect of selecting any piece of equipment from the Lord's treasury. However, glancing at Vittoria, who could choose 2 items, he felt a twinge of discontent. Had he ever heard of a game where task rewards were accompanied by intimidation and extortion? Esteemed guests, please follow me to the Lord's treasury to select your respective rewards. A servant, who had been waiting at the door, whispered to Yichen and Vittoria. With a resigned glance, he signaled for the dwarf to remain patient a while longer. Following the servant's guidance, they ventured deeper into the Lord's manor. "What do you intend to choose?" The female warrior, Vittoria, had not brought her formidable heavy weapon today, as she was to meet the local lord. Instead, she carried only a decorative short sword, still sealed, at her waist. However, Yichen, due to the severe losses incurred during the last mission, lost one of his two straight-bladed military knives while evading a tentacle attack on the flesh platform, and the other was rendered utterly useless in the corrosive blood of the vanguard of filth. As for his remaining equipment, aside from a damaged pendant of unknown material, he had virtually nothing left. According to his mentor, the remaining portion of the ranger's leather armor was insufficient even to fashion a vest. The female warrior expressed her disappointment, stating, "This is quite different from the reward you promised earlier. I still thought we might seize the opportunity to loot this place clean." Indeed, Yichen had previously deceived the warrior in such a manner. He cast a glance at the silent guide ahead, who, true to the nature of a professional noble attendant, remained expressionless and unperturbed, as if oblivious to the lamentations of those behind him regarding the unsuccessful attempt to rob the lord of the estate. Yichen chuckled awkwardly. Plans change faster than expected. I never anticipated this mission would conclude so swiftly. It's all the fault of that shadow assassin. He betrayed the entire scheme of the cult to my mentor. The city hasn't even descended into chaos, and it's already over." He then recalled the previous conversation about the warband. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to cast aside the blame for now, as the shadow assassin's enmity was already considerable, and adding a bit more would hardly matter. However, before Yichen could finish his thought, the previously silent guide spoke up. "Sir, madam, you have arrived at the Lord's private chamber. You may now claim the reward promised to you by Lord Antoine." The attendant leading the way abruptly halted before a painting, discreetly pressing a hidden mechanism that unlocked a vault door disguised as art with an exquisitely crafted key. Yichen nodded at the attendant and, accompanied by the female warrior, stepped into the secret chamber, seamlessly steering the conversation away from previous topics. Upon entering the hidden room, Yichen could not help but marvel at Antoine's audacity. Having established his treasure trove directly within the castle of the Anthony family, how confident Antoine must have been in his ability to usurp power. Within the chamber, neatly arranged gold bars and silver ingots were complemented by scattered coins in the corners, while several resplendent suits of armor adorned wooden mannequins, exuding a formidable presence. However, from Yichen's discerning perspective, the ergonomic design of these armors appeared rather poor. Their excessive angularity, though aesthetically pleasing, severely limited the range of motion. Both individuals were unperturbed by the heaps of precious metals. The female warrior was the first to advance towards the armory section. The exterior of the first suit of armor had been meticulously polished to a mirror finish. As she reached out to press one of the armor plates, Yichen observed it slowly distort and deform under her grip, prompting him to shake his head as he moved towards the weaponry section that piqued his interest. Knowing he could only select one piece of equipment, he was determined to choose the weapon that would most significantly enhance his combat prowess. The attendant, who had accompanied them, remained at the entrance, silently awaiting their selection without following further. The two individuals, a gentleman and a lady, are free to select their preferred items from a collection, each imbued with a magical mark. They are cautioned not to let greed cloud their judgment, as the attendant whispers a reminder at the entrance. As Yichen scrutinizes Antoine's collection with a discerning gaze, he senses a lingering unease within him, a nagging feeling that something is amiss with the attendant. Despite the attendant's unwavering silence, only speaking when necessary and diligently fulfilling his duties, he remains unyielding in his warnings, prioritizing his master's interests above all else. He embodies the essence of a competent noble's loyal servant. However, even Antoine, the most esteemed figure in the castle, appears somewhat flustered under the pressure of the female warrior, particularly given Antoine's inherently gentle disposition and the city's lack of extraordinary protectors, which leaves him feeling rather vulnerable. The attendant, from the outset, has exhibited an unsettling demeanor, maintaining an air of equanimity in the presence of two exceptionally gifted individuals, which is quite unusual, unless... Chapter 47. It is you. Yichen pretends to pick up an elaborately designed dual-handed sword of flames to examine it closely, discreetly messaging Vittoria, "Be cautious. I suspect there's something off with the attendant at the entrance. I plan to test him just in case, so be ready for a confrontation." The female warrior, seizing the moment as she turns towards the next suit of armor, subtly glances at the attendant's position through the reflective surface of the armor, replying via a brief message, "Received, understood." in a theatrical display, and to avoid alarming the unsuspecting, Su Yichen refrained from wielding his mentor's treasured sword. Instead, he brandished the formidable flame blade as he approached Vittoria. When he neared the attendant, he abruptly raised his weapon, striking a pose reminiscent of a European longsword practitioner, and addressed the female warrior, "Greetings. What do you think of this weapon? I find Antoine's taste rather commendable." Throughout this encounter, Su Yichen's heightened perception discerned a shift in the attendant's demeanor. As he lifted his weapon, the attendant's breathing transformed from steady to rapid, and beneath the guise of his formal attire, his body trembled slightly, muscles taut, poised for imminent action. As Su spoke, the attendant relaxed momentarily, yet Su sensed a deeper intrigue. Seizing the fleeting moment of his adversary's vulnerability, Su Yichen swiftly pivoted the blade and executed a horizontal sweep towards the attendant, exclaiming, "Shadow assassin, it is indeed you." Wretched scoundrel. Taken aback and unprepared, the attendant faltered at the revelation of his identity, a brief hesitation costing him dearly. In the next heartbeat, Su's longsword came to a steady halt before the attendant's throat, a trickle of blood oozing from the point of contact between blade and skin. The female warrior arrived just in time, deftly securing the attendant with a rope she had on hand. Only then, pinned to the ground, did the attendant express his chagrin. "How did you uncover my identity? I consider my disguise impeccable." Even Antoine failed to recognize that his close attendant had been replaced. The female warrior forcefully wiped her hand across his face, the tremendous force causing the shadow assassin disguised as the attendant to thrash about helplessly. As the makeup was removed, it was evident that the shadow assassin had indeed been previously crafted to resemble the two of them, his features now flushed from the warrior's grip. Curiosity enveloped the warrior as well, pondering how Su Yichen had discerned this assassin's true identity. Su Yichen did not address the shadow assassin's inquiry. Should he reveal that his earlier exclamation had been uttered purely out of a stroke of luck? Instead, he merely sneered and remarked, "You dare to show your face here. Truly audacious. This time, you cannot escape. Hey, be careful." The shadow assassin Colin attempted to evade the blade pressed against his throat, quickly regaining his composure. "We can negotiate. I have a splendid proposal. May I rise first?" The female warrior glanced upward at Su Yichen, signaling that he should decide the fate of the one he had captured. Su Yichen was acutely aware of this fellow's cunning nature. He pressed the blade slightly harder, drawing a small trickle of blood from the assassin's neck. "Behave yourself and refrain from any clever tricks. My mentor harbors significant resentment towards you, and we must settle our accounts as well. I must say, the credit for saving the city should rightfully include my share. Had it not been for me, your mentor would not have arrived in time to rescue you from that warehouse." The shadow assassin spoke without a flicker of emotion, as if the blade were not aimed at him. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yichen had single-handedly vanquished the Chaos Vanguard. "I am aware that there exists a significant misunderstanding between us, yet it solely pertains to my employer's grievances against you, leaving me entirely uninvolved. I am merely a hired hand. Business is business. I believe there are no personal vendettas between us." The shadow assassin articulated his thoughts with remarkable speed and clarity. "I am willing to offer substantial benefits in exchange for your forgiveness. What say you?" Locking eyes with Su Yichen, the shadow assassin observed his contemplation before Su Yichen replied, "First, elucidate your purpose here and what you can provide, then present your terms." The shadow assassin found it impossible to discern Su Yichen's psychological fluctuations through his gaze, feeling as though he had been ensnared in a trap. This young apprentice was not only remarkably skilled and perceptive, but also exceedingly cautious, having fallen victim to this novice's prowess twice. Resigned to his misfortune, the shadow assassin expressed his purpose for being there with indignation and a sense of despair. "This wretched place. I shall never return. There is not a single reliable employer." Reflecting on the lengths he had gone to secure his interests, deftly maneuvering between Antoine, the chaos cultists, and the demon hunters, he had not anticipated being thwarted by that young count at the final juncture. When he had eagerly opened the vault of the Anthony family, he found it utterly bare, nothing but empty space. Even a rat entering would emerge in tears. To everyone's surprise, the young count turned out to be a devoted follower who tirelessly supported the chaotic cause, depleting his entire fortune in the process. Left with no other option, he resolved to impersonate Antoine's personal attendant amidst the turmoil, biding his time for an opportunity to pilfer from Antoine's treasury before making his escape. As for the real attendant, he had met his untimely demise during the Lord's skirmish, his remains now little more than a memory. Observing the misfortune that had befallen this scheming assassin, Even Vittoria felt a pang of sympathy. He had unwittingly orchestrated the very events that led to his downfall, yet he had nothing to show for it. In this entire affair, apart from the slain Chaos devotees, all other factions had emerged with satisfactory gains. The despondent former Shadow Assassin disclosed his bargaining chip. I possess the ability to nullify the magical seals binding this place. Should you grant me my freedom, I am willing to share the wealth found within these walls, with all weapons and equipment going to you. The female warrior, standing behind him, tightened the ropes restraining the Shadow Assassin. This is your ransom. Are you not being a tad too greedy? Furthermore, how do you propose we transport the spoils? Su Yichen gestured for the warrior to remain calm, then turned his gaze to the assassin beneath his sword. Surely, our esteemed assassin has a way to carry everything out. Does he not? After all, he understands our need for him to remain alive to bear the blame for the theft of the Lord's treasury, correct? The Shadow Assassin nodded with composure. Indeed, you are a discerning individual, young monster hunter. Release me, and I shall ensure that all treasures are extracted. Once we have divided the spoils, I will leave behind ample evidence to ensure that everyone knows it was I who orchestrated this affair. No one would doubt your intentions. Chapter 48. Emptying the Treasure Vault. Third update. How can I be certain that you won't leak our cooperative dealings? Your reputation is marred by a history of deceit. Su Yichen continued negotiating with the Shadow Assassin. A deal has been struck. Su Yichen nodded at Vittoria, and the female warrior helped the Shadow Assassin to his feet. While Su Yichen's longsword remained poised at the assassin's throat throughout the entire exchange. Observing Su Yichen's vigilant demeanor, Colin reluctantly spoke. The spatial pouch is in my possession, tucked away in a concealed pocket on the right side. Be cautious, as it is a precious item I pilfered from a wizard. Signaling Vittoria to comply with his instructions, Su Yichen maintained a stance that ensured his longsword could swiftly sever the assassin's head should this cunning individual attempt to vanish into the shadows. A tactic that had left a profound impression on Su Yichen. Vittoria carefully searched the Shadow Assassin, unearthing not only the spatial pouch he had mentioned, but also an array of intriguing trinkets. A compact and exquisitely crafted folding crossbow, vividly colored poisonous liquids contained within glass vials, and various other oddities of uncertain use, all scattered across the ground in a disarray. It was remarkable how he managed to carry such an abundance of items, concealed beneath a fitted suit, rendering them nearly undetectable. Madam, mind your hands. Can you afford me a modicum of privacy? The Shadow Assassin grumbled. The secret treasure chamber of Leoman. This belongs to the wizardly. Omen crafted a unique spatial storage device, constructed primarily from mithril, capable of providing a remarkable storage capacity of up to 154 cubic meters. However, ever since Leoman was ridiculed by the sorcerer Duncan, he has refrained from utilizing it, having invented a spell named after himself, the Leoman's secret cache. Usage restrictions apply. Intelligence must be no less than 12 points, and the current activation password is required. Material, mithril, craftsmanship, enchanted inscription, and mithril shaping. Feature 1. Allows for the casting of the purification water spell twice a day. Feature 2. Provides the invisibility servant spell once daily. What use is this contraption? Duncan the sorcerer. Upon reviewing the description of this spatial pouch, Su Yichen began to ponder how he might claim it for himself, with its ample 10 cubic meters of space. Meanwhile, the Shadow Assassin effortlessly freed himself from the ropes binding him, as though they were merely decorative bows adorning a gift box. Adjusting his wrist, the Shadow Assassin covered his wound with a handkerchief, lamenting, "Do you have any idea the trouble this injury will cause me? How much perfume I must use to mask this scent of blood? Not to mention the various cosmetics required to conceal the appearance of the wound? If it becomes infected, you shall compensate me with additional medical fees when we divide the spoils. Enough chatter. Get to work." The female warrior impatiently pushed the Shadow Assassin from behind. As her words faded, her outstretched hand passed straight through the Shadow Assassin, leaving only an illusion in its wake. In the next moment, the Shadow Assassin's figure materialized behind the female warrior, a delicate dagger, as thin as paper and seemingly conjured from nowhere, poised at her throat. The Shadow Assassin, standing at approximately 1.70 meters, found this maneuver somewhat strenuous. Let me make it clear, we are allies. I have no desire to provoke a formidable demon hunter during our flight. I have already demonstrated ample goodwill. However, should you dare to betray this agreement, you shall witness the methods by which a Shadow Assassin collects debts. With that, the Shadow Assassin, Colin, lowered the dagger, and took a step back, extending his arms to signify his lack of hostility. He regarded Su Yichen and Vittoria, awaiting a definitive response. Very well, it is settled. Once our objective is achieved, I shall undoubtedly allocate half of the treasure to you, and I assure you, I shall not trouble you afterward. Upon uttering this, Su Yichen extended his right hand toward the shadow assassin. The female warrior huffed, conveying her discontent regarding the earlier abduction, yet the shadow assassin reciprocated, shaking Su Yichen's hand formally. I shall keep this matter buried within me, carrying it to the depths of hell. With that, the agreement was sealed. Subsequently, through the combined efforts of the three individuals and an invisible servant, after 45 minutes, the last gold coin was placed into the secret treasure chamber of Yichen. Naturally, the most time-consuming aspect of the process was the shadow assassin's need to utilize a specialized potion to identify the magical sigils inscribed upon various items and subsequently employ a unique technique to erase them. At last, gazing upon the pristine treasure chamber, the three exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, engaging in mischief together is the most effective means of strengthening camaraderie. Even the female warrior found the shadow assassin considerably more agreeable now. Antoine would be heartbroken upon discovering this. The female warrior calculated her gains, dismissing earlier grievances. Humph. A brief pang of regret at most. You have no idea how much profit this city can yield daily. There is simply no place more conducive to earning wealth. Had I not been foolishly convinced that this place could not withstand the upcoming trials, I would not be in such dire straits now. Those chaotic devotees deserve the fate you have dealt them. The shadow assassin still harbored a sense of indignation. Do not forget your duty. Ensure the aftermath is handled with utmost precision. Any misstep will terminate our agreement. Su Yichen reminded the shadow assassin not to overlook the responsibility of taking the fall. Former shadow assassin. The female warrior interjected sharply. The former shadow assassin nearly retorted, his mouth agape in disbelief, casting an exasperated glance at the female warrior without further comment. The trio swiftly exited Antoine's treasure chamber, parting ways. Su Yichen and Vittoria hastened away from the lord's estate, accompanied by the dwarven companion, who awaited eagerly at the entrance. Toward his blacksmith shop. Chapter 49. The so-called extraordinary beings upon returning to the forge of the dwarf groin. Su Yichen found the place eerily silent and devoid of any presence. The weapons and armor that once adorned the walls, exhibited for guests, had been taken down and packed away. Neatly stacked in the corner were boxes, each meticulously prepared for departure, while several anvils had been tightly covered with oilcloth. What on earth has transpired here? Observing the surroundings, it appeared that the dwarf had been preparing to flee. If I had not stopped by to check on him, that old fellow would likely have boarded the fastest merchant ship, taking all his belongings with him. The female warrior, with a playful flick, patted the dwarf on the shoulder, mocking him. Due to the difference in their statures, this gesture was effortless for Vittoria, requiring no elevation of her arm. Humph, what do you extraordinary beings know? The dwarf grumbled, brushing aside her hand. Though I may be somewhat timid, my years of experience, combined with the wisdom imparted by my father, and the teachings passed down from my grandfather, have taught me well. He pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yichen, asserting, at any moment, if you sense the presence of monster hunters nearby, regardless of how safe the surroundings may appear, vacate the area immediately. Either great trouble has already arisen there, or it is on the verge of manifesting. Moreover, with so many missing persons from the impoverished district of the city, and even this lad's mentor coming to investigate, I cannot afford to be unprepared. After all, I would not want my century-long existence to be in vain. The dwarf, embodying the demeanor of a sage, imparted the wisdom of life. Had it not been for the unfulfilled promise of your shield, I would have departed the moment I received the news. Were it not for your somewhat amiable appearance, I would have long since abandoned you. Groin, the dwarf, perceived that the two extraordinary individuals before him were indeed unlike any he had previously encountered. They lacked the arrogance typical of the new generation from esteemed extraordinary families, as well as the brashness often exhibited by those emerging from common origins. They were also far removed from the condescending gazes of mages who regarded non-mages with a semblance of pity. Particularly striking was the robust warrior woman. Her sharp tongue paired with a tender heart was a true reflection of her character. It was a pity, Groin mused, for such a fine young woman to possess such stature. This was the dwarf's ultimate assessment of the warrior, Vittoria. In the dwarf's vernacular, The term extraordinary referred to those who had successfully established themselves within a profession. Those who achieved formal occupational status among the common folk were deemed extraordinary, surpassing mere mortals. Initially, this term primarily denoted high-ranking professionals, but as practitioners began to form familial alliances, marrying within their ranks to ensure that their progeny could ascend the ranks of profession more readily through the power of lineage, their interactions with ordinary individuals dwindled. Gradually, the label of extraordinary came to be synonymous with all practitioners. Among the indigenous populace, the vast majority of practitioners were of the warrior class, with only a select few, blessed with exceptional talent or born into mage families, afforded the opportunity to engage with various supernatural abilities. These individuals represented the Cr. Me de la Cr. Me of practitioners. The practice of intermarriage first emerged among the dragon blood sorcerers, who endeavored to purify the concentration of dragon blood within their bodies through the union of shared lineage, seeking the very source of their power. Indeed, they succeeded in producing numerous exceptionally gifted pure blood descendants, although the extent of their failures remains shrouded in mystery. The extinction of several dragon blood sorcerer families is an undeniable reality. Subsequently, this practice gradually gained popularity among high-ranking professionals. While it may not have reached the frenzied extremes of the dragon blood sorcerers, the allure of advancing to higher tiers of profession attracted many. Most of these individuals possess lifespans far surpassing those of ordinary humans. Although they do not undergo the fundamental transformation of life forms akin to demon hunters, the offspring born between mortals are invariably less remarkable than those conceived between two high-ranking practitioners. From birth, these progeny inherit one or several innate talents through the genetic legacies of their parents, and during their development, they may even awaken abilities that previous generations lacked. Their attributes often exceed those of common humans, with many outstanding second-generation extraordinary beings showcasing superior attributes even before their ascension. This phenomenon is frequently accompanied by the rise of a formidable extraordinary family, although more often than not, it is the established families that gradually solidify their status through persistent accumulation over time. From this, one can discern the advantages that players possess upon entering this game, innate talents and attributes that far exceed those of the average individual, placing them above the most basic tier among extraordinary beings. When excluding the higher echelons of power, the most significant disparity with the indigenous population lies in combat experience and skill. Although practitioners habitually refer to themselves as extraordinary beings, in reality, one can only be truly considered extraordinary when a particular attribute reaches or surpasses 20 points. Upon achieving this milestone through various endeavors, the practitioner will automatically receive a task related to that attribute. Upon successful completion of the task, they will experience a perpetual enhancement of extraordinary characteristics in that domain. Indigenous individuals, on the other hand, do not receive tasks but instead undergo related trials or moments of enlightenment, ultimately facing a challenge awaiting their transcendence. In essence, two warriors with identical physical attributes of 20 points may exhibit vastly different capabilities. One may possess an indomitable damage reduction ability, while the other could regenerate at an astonishing rate after sustaining injuries. The system will tailor corresponding tasks based on the player's typical combat style, subsequently determining the additional extraordinary effects based on the degree of task completion. Furthermore, when an attribute surpasses 25 points, the practitioner must undertake a legendary difficulty task, which also necessitates an evaluation of related attributes, excluding charisma, to ensure balance. This precaution prevents scenarios where a player with 25 points in strength, possessing the capability to move mountains, has only 12 points in constitution, resulting in their fist disintegrating mid-strike before reaching the opponent. Similarly, a player with agility exceeding 25 points attempting to perform the feat of slicing a bullet may find their perception lacking at 14 points, rendering them unable to anticipate the bullet's trajectory, thus transforming them into a metaphorical blind dragon slayer. As for the exclusion of charisma, it is widely understood that one should not be denied the opportunity to grow stronger simply due to lack of physical appeal, correct? In truth, many legendary practitioners among the indigenous people possess only modest charm attributes. During their journey of growth, they have been largely shielded from temptations, thus experiencing a bittersweet existence. As for the legendary trial task requiring an attribute score of 30, it remains but a myth, with no known practitioners having attained such a realm. Among players, there persists a tale that when the 6 fundamental attributes, strength, agility, constitution, perception, intelligence, and charm. Each reach 20 points. One can gather 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Divine Dragon. Or rather, acquire the legendary talent, Perfect Body. Of course, like the 30-point single attribute, this too is merely a jest shared among players. Chapter 50. The purpose of territory. Disregarding the female warrior, the dwarf eagerly accepted the White Wolf's Claw from Suichen's hands. Fortunately, the dwarf was classified as a humanoid creature. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lift it at all. Observing the blade intently, his rough fingers, worn from years of forging, traced the edge inch by inch, as if he were not holding a weapon, but rather the most enchanting half-elf dancer in the city. In that moment, the dwarf shed his usual jovial demeanor, his gaze steady as a stubborn rock, focused and grave. The weapon forging process for demon hunters is intricate and laborious, employing multiple unfamiliar materials and techniques. Every craftsman who has heard of the renown of such weapons is filled with insatiable curiosity about this legendary armament, just like the dwarf at present. Despite the demon hunter's monopoly over the production of Valyrian steel mines many years ago, rendering this metal exceedingly rare in the outside world. As a crucial hub connecting the trade routes of the old and new continents, the dwarves have previously engaged in this trade several times. Although the quantities were not substantial, they sufficed as an additive, yielding astonishing results. The metallic component of the flail wielded by the female warrior was crafted using an alloy infused with this extraordinary metal. For outsiders, the greatest enigma surrounding the demon hunter's weapons lies in how they integrate the characteristics of biological tissues into their arms. Among the most esteemed artisans, the secret of forging equipment using dragon's blood is whispered, primarily due to the dragon's status as a superior being, where its blood possesses naturally high activity, allowing for relatively easy amalgamation with various substances. However, the craftsmanship of the demon hunters takes a different path, employing the biological components of chaotic entities to create effects that are entirely contrary to chaos itself. This has long been a mystery that the masters of metalworking have sought to unravel. Now, the vessel of this secret lies in the hands of the dwarfs, who greedily scrutinize the long sword before them, their fingers trailing from the sword's hilt to its blade, examining every inch with meticulous care, seeking to uncover the hidden mysteries within. After an indeterminate passage of time, the dwarf let out a long sigh, seemingly disheartened, as he returned the claw of the White Wolf to Suichen, appearing to have lost interest in further inquiry. "What's wrong?" Suichen inquired, curiosity piqued. "Pay no mind to him. He was just like that when he obtained my flail last time. He'll be fine after a while," Victoria said nonchalantly, pulling a chair from the corner to sit down. "Su, where's that land deed? Show it to me." Yichen retrieved the land certificate that Antoine had given him from his spatial pouch and presented it to the female warrior. "You mentioned a battle group before. Establishing a battle group necessitates this document." Victoria scrutinized the certificate in her hands. "Ah, Antoine is indeed generous, granting a full 5 hectares along with a castle. However, it is situated in the Black Forest, 30 kilometers east of Anthonyport. You are now a lord, though you must cultivate the land yourself. As this area has remained uninhabited for nearly a decade since the previous lord succumbed to dysentery." With a hint of schadenfreude, the female warrior returned the land certificate to Suichen. "I recall that the lieutenant from the local military was desperately seeking a territory, as establishing a battle group requires a domain of one's own. Would you like me to assist in determining whether he is willing to purchase this?" Previously, Victoria had mentioned that approximately 7 or 8 players had banded together under the leadership of Konrad Vasilyevsky, nearly half of whom hailed from the EU local military. Having known Lieutenant Konrad prior to entering the game, they appeared formidable in numbers, and 2 engineers from the EU had also allied with them, alongside a solitary player from Southeast Asia who was temporarily cooperating with them. The colonial fleet to which Suichen belonged was an unplanned assembly. Initially, to accommodate international dynamics and to deter smaller nations from acting rashly, as well as to explore new avenues, the 5 permanent members had formed an additional colonial fleet, primarily composed of personnel from non-permanent member states. Among them, the relevant technical personnel, security staff, and fleet custodians are still under the control of the 5 permanent members, with the fleet itself also constructed through a joint venture by these nations, while the associated countries merely serve as financial backers. This fleet represents an open collaboration among the 5 permanent members, an endeavor to mutually validate technology and learn from one another's strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, Although the total number of colonizers in the fleet reaches 30,000, the actual personnel managing the fleet comprises less than 2,000 individuals, with the remainder merely existing as passengers in a dormant state, not participating in the fleet's practical administration. Among these nearly 2,000 individuals, the personnel from the 5 permanent members occupy 300 slots, leaving fewer than 500 positions for interns from the remaining countries. In the game, unbeknownst to Yichen, the majority of players assume the identities of early colonizers' descendants from the southern regions, directly arriving in various cities or hubs. Only a select few players, possessing single attributes exceeding 15 points, are randomly scattered in the wilderness upon arrival, assigned their respective advancement tasks to better assimilate into the world. As elite individuals chosen from a population of nearly 2 billion, the volunteers from the Lus Plateau are among the most distinguished even within the delegations of the 5 permanent member states. Consequently, most of Yichen's compatriots are still struggling for survival in the perilous wilderness of the southern colonies, endeavoring to complete their advancement tasks. A fortunate few, like Yichen, who have successfully completed their tasks, have entered other cities to embark on their gaming journeys. Certainly, there exists a portion of unfortunate players who, despite their exceptional qualifications, have succumbed during their initial quests. They must endure an 8-hour waiting period in the real world before they can recommence their adventure in a nearby city. In addition to a deduction of 3 vitality points, they also forfeit the opportunity to alter their background profession. According to incomplete statistics, a substantial number of highly intelligent engineers and researchers within the colonial fleet have failed to complete their tasks, largely conforming to the advancement trajectory of the indigenous spellcasters. Chapter 51. Essential knowledge of the bandits. As Yichen and Vittoria deliberated on the establishment of a warrior guild, the demon hunter, Ganza, entered the dwarven workshop accompanied by Yichen's follower, Zildo. Yichen rose to pay his respects to his mentor, who had generously relinquished nearly all benefits to him during their previous meeting, leaving Yichen feeling somewhat indebted. The demon hunter waved him off dismissively, as one would swat away a fly. No need for such formalities. Your remarkable contribution to the resolution of the Chaos Incursion crisis is the primary reason for our success. There is no need for modesty. You have earned this, apprentice. Zildo Roosevelt, standing behind the demon hunter, appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Although unaware of the adventures his master and companions had experienced over the past few days, he was certain it had been a magnificent escapade. Now fully recovered, he was determined that in the days to come, he would seize the opportunity to embark on adventures alongside Master Yichen, aspiring to become a revered hero. With great enthusiasm, he strode towards the entrance, only to suddenly recall something before stepping out. He turned to the demon hunter and said, "Esteemed sir, this is my workshop, where I offer the finest weaponry in the entire southern region. You are welcome to explore at your leisure, and should you find anything to your liking, I shall gladly provide it to you free of charge, provided you might assist me with a bit of promotion in the days to come." Having secured the desired response, the dwarf, filled with vigor, pushed open the door and scampered away on his short legs. Sergeys, ever the gentleman, addressed the warrior maiden, Vittoria, saying, "I apologize, madam, but my apprentice and I have some matters regarding industry secrets that necessitate our discussion. Might I request that you step aside?" Vittoria nodded gracefully, though the pronounced musculature of her neck rendered her gesture somewhat less harmonious. Sending a message to Yichen to inform him she would be in touch later, the warrior maiden exited in search of a place to indulge and drink. Now, only Yichen, his mentor, and his acolyte, Zildo, remained in the room. The young follower appeared somewhat uneasy, uncertain whether to stay or to leave like the warrior maiden. "Remain here, take a seat, and keep silent," the demon hunter instructed Zildo at an opportune moment, settling down opposite Yichen. "You are truly commendable, apprentice." The demon hunter began by placing a tall hat upon Yichen's head, but the art of conversation lies in the balance of praise and caution. "Just as I believe this to be your limit, you astonish me once more, showcasing a talent I have never encountered in my lifetime. No demon hunter has achieved such feats at your age." Indeed, as Yichen awaited further words, the demon hunter continued, "However, it is precisely your exceptional abilities that cause me great concern. Throughout history, countless gifted apprentices of demon hunters have not fallen to the blades of their foes, but have succumbed to the allure of chaos, positioning themselves against humanity." At the moment these words were spoken, The demon hunter's face bore a frosty demeanor, indicating that misfortune loomed for someone, as Su Yicheng silently pondered while observing his mentor. You may also listen in. The demon hunter gestured towards the obedient Sildo, who sat a short distance away. You two possess considerable talent. Regardless of whether you choose the path of a demon hunter in the future, as his follower, acquiring knowledge will invariably prove beneficial. First and foremost, know your foes, for they are the scourge. The demon hunter swiftly transitioned into teaching mode. Currently, 4 known lords of chaos exist: the fearsome, king of skulls; the devious, master of metamorphosis; the lustful, god of desire; and the one you have encountered, the filth, father of plagues. Though Su Yicheng had not yet encountered all of them, the mere mention of these 4 figures suggested they were far from benign, as he observed his followers swallow nervously. The sole silver lining is that, despite our prolonged struggle against the encroaching chaos for nearly a millennium, these 4 malevolent deities have shown no interest in our world. All current incursions are merely the spontaneous actions of the malevolent beings from the chaotic realm and the transformed chaos worshippers under its influence. The words of the demon hunter quickened Sildo's breath. Observing the composed Su Yicheng, the demon hunter silently nodded in approval, increasingly satisfied with his apprentice. As for Su Yicheng, as a player, his inner thoughts were, "This is not good. Sooner or later, it's our turn." Unaware of his apprentice's internal monologue, the demon hunter continued his instruction. Naturally, our world is not without support. The true gods behind various ecclesiastical powers are diligently reinforcing the crystalline defensive barriers of our world. However, from the worlds we have seen that have been ravaged by chaos, a significant number have already succumbed to its corruption. Thus, if the chaotic deities indeed select our world as their next target, it is prudent not to place excessive hope in the divine. We must demonstrate to them that those who worship chaos shall face retribution. We are their living nightmare, and in this regard, you have excelled. The demon hunter cast an appreciative glance at his apprentice. Chapter 52, Contemplation. The demon hunter often undertook missions alone, as many tasks were completed over the span of years. Some individuals relentlessly pursue the leaders of fallen organizations for years, embarking on their mission only after meticulous investigation and preparation, ensuring their success with a single, lethal strike. At this juncture, the demon hunter, Grands, cast a glance at his apprentice. Others, however, plunge every individual who has encountered chaos into the blood of its worshippers. Within 6 months, that warband crumbled. For nearly 10 subsequent months, my mentor and I scoured every corner, extracting the scattered adherents of chaos one by one, hanging them in their original stronghold. By the time we found the last of them, he had already succumbed to utter despair. As he confessed, I nailed his proclamation to the entrance of their encampment, serving as a dire warning to the followers of chaos. The demon hunter recounted a gruesome tale in a somber tone. I share this with you to emphasize that we are neither warriors nor assassins. Our identity lies in being guardians, ensuring that this world remains untainted by chaos. If we cannot deter people from worshiping chaos, let us instill fear in their hearts. For those who turn to chaos, there will always be someone to hold them accountable. Grands continued to impart his wisdom to his apprentice. For centuries, demon hunters and chaos, along with their devotees, have been locked in a relentless cycle of slaughter. Most organizations of the extraordinary have entered into a pact of fire with us. Pact of fire? Su Yicheng interjected appropriately, presenting himself as an eager student. The Covenant of Fire, a defensive alliance forged among the extraordinary under the relentless pressure of chaotic encroachment, was meticulously elucidated by the demon hunter. He recounted the harrowing tale of how, merely 3 months after the inaugural gate of chaos was opened within the Ottoman Empire, the once mighty realm met its swift and utter demise. It was during this calamitous period that the world first grasped the rapid proliferation and devastating nature of chaos. Subsequently, the extraordinary beings discovered a troubling truth. Any mortal who dared to delve into the mysteries of chaos would, with the deepening of their understanding, ultimately succumb to its insidious influence, becoming a devotee of chaos. In fact, the initial wave of chaos worshippers to emerge beyond the Ottoman borders consisted of those mortal scholars and novice mage apprentices who had aided the magicians in unraveling the secrets of the gate's opening. The demon hunter gazed at his apprentice, remarking that those individuals eventually became the harbingers of chaos, with some even surviving to the present day. The most critical tenet of the Covenant of Fire is the stringent prohibition against the dissemination of knowledge pertaining to chaos, thereby forbidding mortals from acquiring any related information. The lords across various regions, unless they were extraordinary themselves, remained only vaguely aware of this covenant. The demon hunter cast a glance at his companion, Sildo, his eyes emanating a ghastly green luminescence in the shadows. Little one, if you wish to avoid my summons in the future, you must hasten your ascension to become extraordinary. Having endured an indeterminate amount of time, Sildo's body had grown rigid. He heeded the demon hunter's words and promptly tumbled from his chair. For the moment, the history of the demon hunter concludes here. After dinner, I shall impart to you some techniques distilled from the combat experiences of generations of demon hunters. The demon hunter intends to impart as much knowledge as possible to his apprentice before departing. After the demon hunter's departure, Yichen exerted considerable effort to soothe Zierdu, assuring him that he would transform into an extraordinary being in the shortest time possible, thus liberating the young lad from his fears. At times, Yichen found himself rather helpless against his mentor's dark humor. However, it cannot be said that his teacher was speaking falsely. Should Zierdu ultimately fail to become an extraordinary being, the demon hunter would likely take drastic measures to rectify the situation. Yet, considering Zierdu's attributes and talents, it would indeed be a pity if he could not ascend to the ranks of spellcasters. Yichen mentally prioritized this matter. For now, there was little time to dwell on Zierdu's situation. Although he had some plans in mind, after sharing a meal in the dwarven workshop, the demon hunter, Ganj, resumed one-on-one instruction with his apprentice. Since the practical skills being taught from this point forward were not relevant for Zierdu, who had yet to advance to an extraordinary being, he was excused from further observation. Under the watchful gaze of the demon hunter, Zierdu swiftly exited the sealed room. Silently, the demon hunter pushed the room's furniture, tables, and chairs to one side, clearing a significant space in the center. Yichen quietly assisted his mentor in tidying the newly available floor. From his pocket, the demon hunter produced 2 sealed glass vials and handed them to Yichen, stating, "What I will teach you first is meditation." Yichen gazed at the test tube in his hand, the deep green liquid within resembling a gem in its clarity. This was his first encounter with a potion of the demon hunter that did not resemble poison. Hailing from the ancient kingdom of Saliris, you should find it easier to comprehend my words. The meditation of demon hunters differs significantly from that of spellcasters. It is more akin to the meditative practices of monks, which are quite popular in the East. The demon hunter removed the stopper from the test tube, gesturing for his apprentice to drink, while he himself drained the potion in one swift motion. Yichen followed suit, consuming the remaining liquid in his hand. A faint bitter taste spread across his palate, far more palatable than he had anticipated. The bodies of demon hunters underwent mutations. A millennium ago, countless wizards, sorcerers, and the first generation of demon hunters paid a hefty price to gradually transform this mutation into a stable evolution. Despite its high risks, this mutation has become traceable over time, resembling an inherited yet non-transmissible bloodline. As the deep voice of the demon hunter resonated, Yichen felt his heartbeat quicken unexpectedly. His ears filled with a harsh, low-frequency noise, and his muscles tensed involuntarily. He sensed the vibrations generated by the flow of blood within him. The sudden change left him somewhat flustered. As a martial artist, he had never lost control over his physical form, even in the realm of games. Chapter 53. The rigid teaching method. Do not be anxious. What you have ingested is a potion designed to assist demon hunters in regulating their internal organs. Its name is meditation. The monster hunter adjusted his attire, kneeling with a straightened spine, shifting his entire weight onto his thighs. The longsword, White Wolf's Claw, rested horizontally upon his legs, while his right hand gently cradled the hilt. The monster hunter closed his eyes, his breath becoming faint, yet his steady voice remained unchanged. This potion was concocted from various ingredients including colchicum, mandrake, hawthorn, and euphorbia, while other components eluded description in human language. For mortals and the majority of the extraordinary, it is a deadly poison. Indeed, most of the potions employed by the monster hunter are lethal to ordinary individuals. This is a fact to be remembered. Yichen lay upon the ground, laboriously nodding, simultaneously sensing that his body was no longer as agonizing as it had been a minute prior, his mind gradually reclaiming its clarity. As the monster hunter spoke, Yichen mimicked his posture, kneeling on the earth. After enduring the discomfort induced by the potion, he discovered that his focus became remarkably acute and his senses unusually heightened. He could almost hear the sound of blood coursing through his veins, a phenomenon not merely a figment of his imagination. Should one observe him with an infrared thermal imager at that moment, they would note a gradual decrease in his surface temperature. A faint smile graced the lips of the monster hunter, Gonze, during the meditation process. We continuously unearth the latent potential within our bodies. What you exhibit now is not the entirety of your physical capabilities. The longer you live, the more formidable you become. Immersed in meditation, Su Yichen exhibited no response. However, the demon hunter, Jiangze, continued with unwavering confidence, as if he believed his apprentice could hear his guidance. In meditation, you will gradually recover from the injuries sustained, and this process is swifter than in a waking state. During meditation, our perceptions are heightened. Hearing and smell become our last bastions of defense when we are alone. Meditation allows you to gain sufficient rest in the shortest time possible, without lowering your guard against the threat of being ambushed in the night. Since the ancient era of celestial convergence, demon hunters have adhered to the principle of selecting heirs based on serendipity. The chosen children of chance are often, in the most literal sense, bastards. Some are children born or adopted into families of those who are unaware of their destiny. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew you were a remarkable child of chance. The demon hunters hold a particular fondness for such children, and indeed, you have lived up to expectations by successfully passing the trial of the green grass. Perhaps, the future hope of the demon hunter lineage rests upon your shoulders. The name Kaer Morhen is pronounced in ancient tongue as Velen, meaning the ancient sea fortress. This stronghold stands on the fringes of the civilized world, nestled within the blue mountains of the Codwin territory. It bears this name because the site upon which the castle was built is said to have once been a vast ocean, and when you eventually visit, you may still glimpse the remains of those colossal marine creatures. The Aldefa seal, besides its ability to repel foes, can be wielded by adept demon hunters to achieve effects rivaling those of a mage's hand. The Quinn sign, my favorite of all the signs, not only defends against unexpected harm, but also serves many purposes, such as soundproofing, much like I am currently doing. The Igni sign, huh? Many young men are drawn to this sign, flocking to join us. Unfortunately, most are unable to endure. A fellow from my cohort, named Mike, or was it Medek, wielded the Igni sign exceptionally well, even conjuring flames in the shape of a phoenix. Alas, his physical form later underwent a mutation, and I had to. The Axii sign is one that is restricted by the Council of Elders, forbidden for use against humans, as if those spellcasters never resort to charming humans. Consider this a thought unspoken, for the Council is currently disinterested in causing you trouble. The Yard sign is a notably challenging skill to master. Unless one can memorize all 32 runes and comprehend the effects of their combinations, it remains largely unused by me. Thus, a whole night passed in the soliloquy of the monster hunter. Upon awakening, Su Yichen discovered it was already noon the following day. Zildo was meticulously polishing his shoes, and a sumptuous lunch lay on the table nearby. Congratulations, you have mastered the unique skill of the monster hunter, meditation. The system prompt promptly appeared on the retina. Under the meticulous tutelage of the monster hunter, Gangs, you have mastered the art of meditation in a single night. From this point onward, you can substitute meditation for sleep. In this state, you will remain impervious to ambushes during rest, with your perception set to a default of 1. However, once you emerge from this state, the effects will dissipate. Meditation. Throughout the nearly 1,000-year history of monster hunters, their methods of meditation have evolved significantly. Presently, the meditation practiced by hunters draws heavily from the techniques of Eastern monks and sword saints. This practice emphasizes maintaining vigilance while striving to focus the mind and relax the body, allowing the internal organs to rest. During this process, the monster hunters gradually mend their physical forms, cleansing their insides of accumulated toxins, thus sustaining their combat prowess at its peak. It is said that the most adept masters of this discipline can multitask mentally, refining their skills through imagination in the recesses of their minds. Growing stronger with each passing night, with unwavering focus, they begin to perceive the subtle intricacies of their art. Each morning, the system notification transforms into, after a night of meditation, you feel rejuvenated, as if reborn, and you gain 500 points of life experience. Thanks to the meditation skill and the talent of minor regeneration, your condition of moderate injury has shifted to healthy. Following this, A lengthy list of skill notifications appears. Under the guidance of monster hunter gangs, your knowledge in the skill, mysticism, has reached level 2. Under the tutelage of the monster hunter gang, your knowledge of skills, monsters, has reached level 3. Through Gange's teachings, you have gained a new understanding of the art sign. Achieving a proficiency of 30. You have mastered certain techniques related to the Ignis sign. Although you have yet to fully learn this sign, you are tantalizingly close. For the first time, you have gleaned insights into the Erden sign through the descriptions provided by the monster hunter. Perhaps, with diligent effort, you may uncover its mysteries. Chapter 54. Midnight Frights. The surprises do not end here. Yichen, having previously acquired the skill information on the signs, has finally completed this knowledge. The Quen sign. By employing this sign, you can create a spherical shield centered around yourself, akin to a protective barrier for a mage. Its strength is determined by your intelligence attribute, while its duration is governed by your charisma attribute. Through Gange's explanations and your unique insights in this area, you have learned the Axii sign. Utilizing the Axii sign can produce a charm effect, enabling you to confuse your enemies and disrupt their thoughts during combat. The Axii sign. This sign allows you to charm others. While its effectiveness may not rival that of the spell Dominate Human, when combined with excellent rhetoric, it can exert a more enduring influence on the target's psyche. The effectiveness of this sign is determined by the higher value between your intelligence and charisma attributes. In contrast to the crude domination techniques employed by wizards, each demon hunter adept in the art of the Yakeshi seal is a master of manipulating the human heart, due to a series of grave incidents resulting in dire consequences. The decision regarding whether this seal will continue to be imparted to new apprentices is currently under deliberation by the Council of Elders. Moreover, an inconspicuous hint remains. You have acquired partial knowledge of the formula for the meditative potion. However, with this limited information, you can only concoct a potion that induces stomach ailments. Aside from this final note, on a particular night, having learned 3 skills along with sporadic enhancements to foundational abilities, it was evident that my mentor truly embodied the essence of rigorous education. The follower, Sildo, cautiously placed the shoes he held and informed Yichen, Lord Gongza instructed me to tell you to meet him at the Pig's Head Tavern once you awaken. Simultaneously, he furtively glanced at Yichen, his demeanor betraying a struggle to articulate his thoughts. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "My lord, is it truly possible for me to become an extraordinary being? I feel devoid of any exceptional qualities, and I am uncertain if I can endure until that moment arrives. I understand that Lord Gongza's words are intended to instill pressure upon me, yet I find myself somewhat fearful of disappointing the old captain's expectations." Observing his anxious follower, who, despite his maturity, remained a mere 16-year-old boy, I assured him, "Sildo, look at me. The reason I agreed to take you on as my follower is that I see your potential. Your future is boundless. If given the opportunity, you will undoubtedly succeed." Zierduo nodded while holding the gold coin, uncertain whether the adult before him was offering reassurance or if he truly possessed undiscovered potential. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately approached the door, proclaiming, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall certainly strive to do my utmost." Indeed, one must cultivate a degree of self-confidence. Without the impetus to challenge oneself, how can one ascertain their limitations? As Yichen contemplated the exceptional talents of his followers, he exited to rendezvous with his mentor. Within the Pig's Head Tavern, the demon hunter had already laid out several empty bottles of rum, a beverage quite popular in the port city. Upon seeing his apprentice enter the tavern, the demon hunter gestured for Yichen to join him at the table. "In 3 days, I shall embark on my journey to Kaer Morhen. Before my departure, I intend to impart as many skills of the demon hunter as I can." He continued, "In the coming days, we shall venture to the outskirts of the city. I am aware of your commendable skills. Hence I wish to present you with the swordsmanship of the demon hunter as a parting gift." As he spoke, the demon hunter kicked something beneath the table, drawing Yichen's gaze to a prepared tent. "I know you purchased a space pouch from that dwarf, and the earnings from your last venture with the elves should be stored therein. Pack these items into your space pouch. We shall set forth at once." Thus, the master and apprentice traversed the dirt path outside the city, journeying deeper into the forest. On the road, the demon hunter, Gonze, occasionally pointed out to Yichen which plants were commonly utilized herbs by demon hunters, which were edible, and which contained deadly toxins. Naturally, the latter 2 categories often overlapped in the demon hunter's descriptions. Thus, Su Yichen accompanied his mentor deep into the night until the demon hunter finally selected a marsh to serve as their refuge for the evening. The ground here was damp and ill-suited for resting outdoors, yet Su Yichen refrained from voicing any objections. Observing that his mentor did not oppose the choice, he kindled a small fire in the center of their camp. Su Yichen sensed that his mentor was awaiting something, so even during their nighttime repose, he consumed the meditation potion and maintained heightened vigilance through introspection. However, an unforeseen event transpired. In the dead of night, Su Yichen felt a clammy hand rest upon his shoulder, sending a chilling wave coursing through him. From the size of the hand, he deduced that the individual behind him was a human female. How could this be? He had sensed nothing. Even with the enhancement of his perception to 16 through the effects of the meditation potion and the meditation skill, he had still been approached from behind. Su Yichen's left hand subtly grasped the dagger at his waist, his muscles tensed and poised to deliver a lethal strike in the direction of the intruder. For even in the throes of fear, he refused to resign himself to fate. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Su Yichen abruptly halted, having already turned halfway. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a long-haired woman with greenish skin, pressing closely against his back. He could feel her every breath, and the sound of water droplets cascading from her form echoed in his ears, splattering onto the ground. Chapter 55. The Marsh Specters. The demon hunter had intentionally chosen this location to camp, clearly awaiting the entity lurking behind Su Yichen. He spoke with an air of tranquility. The initial adversaries of demon hunters are these specters and phantoms. However, with the rampant chaos of malevolent forces, many demon hunters have forgotten their true calling. Today, I shall impart this lesson to you. Typically, the appearance of marsh specters manifests as women who have drowned. Their movements are soundless, and they often materialize behind their targets, frequently selecting young males as their prey. The demon hunter, Zhangze, continued his instructional discourse. On the other side of the camp, another demon hunter emerged from his tent, settling cross-legged a mere 3 paces away from Su Yichen. As if this were merely a routine exchange between mentor and disciple, they wield the power of fear. If they endure long enough, they may evolve to unleash a fear aura, the demon hunter patiently elucidated, seemingly oblivious to the specter behind his apprentice, which was perilously close to extending its tongue into his ear. This entity is a most peculiar existence, neither belonging to the realm of the living nor to chaos. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery. The demon hunter plunged his long sword beside the fire. The flames reflecting off the sharp blade illuminated Su Yichen's face, and he sensed the spirit lurking behind him retreat slightly. I believe that, in contrast to mere theoretical explanations, practical instruction yields far superior results for such matters. The demon hunter winked at Su Yichen, clearly confident that this hands-on experience would leave an indelible mark on his apprentice's memory. Of course, if one were to endure an entire night, at the moment the sun rises, it would dissolve into a mere puddle of clear water, leaving nothing behind. Sir Gongza remarked nonchalantly. Only after taking the lives of sufficient beings can the swamp give rise to such spirits. Should you encounter these entities in the future, spare none. Ethereal entities are harmed by all spiritual attacks, while phantoms are immune to physical damage. However, those wielding the white wolf's claw can inflict normal damage upon them. This was the very attribute Su Yichen observed during his first battle utilizing the white wolf's claw, a unique characteristic bestowed by the Valyrian steel weapon. Prior to the discovery of Valyrian steel, only silver weapons could effectively harm such creatures, yet silver was too soft, forcing demon hunters of that era to wield 2 weapons simultaneously to combat various foes. Now, with the white wolf's claw in hand, Su Yichen would employ this modern metal to pass judgment on all non-human entities that threaten humanity, offering neither mercy nor compassion, only slaughter. After being oppressed by the specter behind him for half the night, Su Yichen finally beheld the full visage of his foe. The creature, seemingly composed of sludge, presented a decayed green hue, manifesting as the upper half of a woman, suspended in midair. From her abdomen, the form faded away, leaving only disjointed entrails, which occasionally shed fragments that fell to the ground, transforming into puddles. A particularly robust intestine extended from her being, reaching deep into the mire. Die, monster! Su Yichen recalled how this abomination had previously entwined with him, and he could not help but let out a furious roar as he brandished his longsword. Utilizing the momentum afforded by the weight of the blade, he executed a decisive strike aimed at her neck. Fueled by rage, He delivered a second blow from above before the specter's body could touch the ground, cleaving the headless form in two, with various organs and bodily fluids splattering a distance of 2 meters away. The dismembered creature, upon landing, seemed to vanish as if it had never existed, dissolving into clear water that seeped into the earth. With the longsword in hand, Yichen endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. His rapid breathing betrayed a heart far less tranquil than he had previously displayed. A demon hunter approached, took the sword from his grip, and patted him on the shoulder. In time, you shall grow accustomed to this. This world is not kind to humanity. Remember, you are a demon hunter. Never harbor mercy for the other races. Alone by the campfire, Yichen inhaled deeply twice, gradually immersing himself in the realm of meditation. The night gracefully passed, heralding the arrival of another dawn. As dawn broke, the demon hunter, Ganza, awakened from his meditation. Upon rising, he found his apprentice respectfully standing at the entrance of the tent. Starting today, I shall impart to you the unique swordsmanship of our lineage of demon hunters, the pirouette sword technique, the dance of death, he solemnly declared. Chapter 56. The Dance of Death. The demon hunter grasped his long sword and nodded at Yichen before stepping out of the tent, inhaling deeply the fresh air of the wilderness. The pirouette sword technique was first popularized by the renowned demon hunter, Geralt of Rivia. The term pirouette is derived from dance, originally signifying agile spins, which encapsulates the essence of this swordsmanship. As the demon hunter elucidated, the longsword, known as the claw of the white wolf, danced gracefully in his hands, harmonizing with the distinctive footwork to elegantly execute a series of exquisite pirouette spins. Each seemingly light step pivoted on a single foot, bearing the entirety of force and momentum. Every rotation exuded a calm and composed demeanor, yet it channeled all bodily strength, along with the inertia of the spins. Into the weapon, the long sword sliced through the air, emitting a chilling sound that incessantly reminded onlookers that this was a magnificent dance of slaughter. The demon hunter's pace quickened, and the speed of the sword's maneuvers multiplied accordingly. However, his voice remained steady and unwavering. This technique demands exceptional strength and stability from the wrist, and the physical exertion is considerable, yet it achieves a perfect synthesis of power, endurance, and agility. Through the speed and force derived from inertia, one can effortlessly cleave through heavy armor, as well as the flesh and bones of formidable beasts. Although it is not the most popular swordsmanship among monster hunters due to its difficulty, the pirouette technique has proven its efficacy in countless battles. Yichen had previously encountered some ancient two-handed sword techniques, yet most were mere fragments. The complete, exquisite, and devastating two-handed swordplay exhibited by the monster hunters was a sight he had never witnessed before. Mastery of combat skills can only be honed gradually through personal effort. To fully grasp an advanced sword technique, he would need to dedicate himself to relentless practice. While players can rely on attributes and talents to bypass years of arduous training, they cannot directly acquire such intricate combat skills. Swordsmanship is not merely a skill, regardless of the number of sword techniques one masters. It ultimately manifests in one's weapon proficiency. However, training through swordsmanship yields a significant enhancement in the growth of this proficiency. An entire hour passed. Yet, in Yichen's eyes, his instructor had ingrained this technique into instinct. He feared that none of his swordsmanship teachers at Jishao Academy were even half as formidable as the monster hunter before him. Yichen pondered how the game company could simulate such a high level of martial arts. He was certain that the sword-holding pavilion he belonged to had already reached the pinnacle of real-world combat techniques. Having consolidated and analyzed various ancient legendary martial arts alongside modern combat methods, unbeknownst to him, this world, predominantly reliant on cold weapon combat, had been silently advancing its game for nearly 1,200 years, operating at the utmost limits of temporal flow provided by its computational center, long before players entered. The myriad swordsmanship techniques that have endured through the ages have been validated through the sacrifices of countless virtual beings, each honing the most efficient methods of wielding a sword. A subtle angle, a nuanced application of force, each remains a closely guarded treasure among various schools of thought. However, the swordsmanship taught by his mentor appeared to amalgamate numerous real-world swordplay styles, evoking a sense of familiarity that eluded his grasp. As a player emerging from the age of information overload, Yichen possessed not only a wealth of theoretical knowledge, but also substantial practical experience within the Swordsmanship Academy. Countless secrets of the sword, distilled through scientific analysis, coalesced into an efficient and expeditious method of learning. The demon hunter revisited his expectations of this apprentice, witnessing in just a single morning the initial mastery of the pirouette swordplay. Though his execution bore a hint of inexperience, he approached the critical aspects of rotation and force application with the finesse of a seasoned practitioner who had wielded the blade for over a decade. The demon hunter regarded his apprentice with a complex mix of emotions, observing him rapidly refine the newly acquired sword techniques. Not only did he gradually attain proficiency, but he also began to adapt many movements that were ill-suited to his combat style during practice. On one hand, the mentor felt a profound sense of pride in his apprentice's boundless potential. On the other, he could not help but ponder whether he himself had grown outdated, unable to keep pace with the evolving currents of the times. Immersed in the art of the new swordsmanship, Yichen skillfully wielded and twirled the sword in his hands, growing increasingly adept and fluid in his movements. It finally dawned on him why this particular style of swordplay felt so familiar. 2 years prior, when Yichen first triumphed over his swordsmanship instructor, he earned the right to join the inner circle of the sword-holding academy. This inner circle was not a clandestine organization. Rather, it was a gathering of adept martial artists who had reached a significant level of proficiency in combat techniques. Most participants had military backgrounds, and Yichen, the least experienced member, hailed from the Loyal Descendants Institute, currently serving as a military academy student, allowing for open discussions about many classified topics. Subsequently, the group engaged in extensive brainstorming, particularly focusing on how to employ fully enclosed exoskeletons in combat with cold weapons to maximize lethality and whether there was a need to redesign techniques. Unexpectedly, just a few days after that gathering, Yichen's swordsmanship instructor mysteriously brought him into a highly secure research and development center, revealing that the millisecond-level exoskeleton technology was not merely a figment of rumor. In the following fortnight, a dozen sword masters from across the country converged around this test exoskeleton, exploring countless prototypes of swordsmanship. As the youngest and most physically capable participant, Yichen found himself repeatedly donning the exoskeleton, testing each individual's theories. While it remained uncertain whether their ideas would ultimately be adopted, Yichen's swordsmanship undeniably advanced significantly. Feeling the immense force exerted on the body during the rotation, I never anticipated that what began as whimsical thoughts would blossom into something beautiful in this world, as an extraordinary being, surpassing the physical limits of reality. This is the exoskeleton with the swiftest reflexes and the most efficient man-machine synergy. The demon hunter observed his apprentice, akin to a tempest. As speed increased and movements became increasingly fluid, many actions that the current body could not endure were replaced by Yichen's exquisite technique of exertion. Even the demon hunter, Jiangze, gained a deeper understanding of this swordsmanship through observation. Chapter 57. The advantages of establishing a battle group. When I first embarked on this profession, demon hunters adhered to ancient traditions, manually concocting potions to ensure familiarity with the pharmacology of their brews. Remarkably, many potions required to be taken with dwarven spirits for rapid efficacy. As the demon hunter spoke, nostalgia illuminated his expression. Yet now, we typically utilize semi-finished products crafted by masters specializing in potion making, merely needing to add some easily portable components for immediate use. The dwarven blacksmith's workshop was bustling with activity. Upon entering, one could see the dwarves toiling diligently, with Grolin's eyes bloodshot, yet brimming with excitement. The once desolate workshop had come alive again, as dwarves urged their apprentices not to be lazy, occasionally shouting reminders to monitor the furnace temperature. Various familiar and obscure metallic ores were piled nearby, being diligently smelted by the apprentices working overtime. A tall, dark-skinned man was directing a group of blacksmiths, including a dwarf, who were adding some unidentifiable powder into the molten metal. The two appeared to be merely forging a dagger, yet the normally volatile dwarf surprisingly refrained from his usual outbursts, continuing to engage in what seemed like apprentice work with an air of indifference. It was not until the slender, dark man lifted his head and greeted Yichen that the latter realized he was a player. The female warrior stepped into the blacksmith workshop behind Yichen, casually greeting the tall man and saying, "Look, I found a player in the city. This unfortunate fellow met his demise during his advancement task. Aren't we in need of 10 players?" The dark-skinned player, noticing that the warrior seemed to be speaking about him, grinned innocently and pointed to his ear, conveying a message of incomprehension due to the noise. He introduced himself as Angus Carpenter, a materials researcher from the African Alliance, and mentioned that he had been brought here to observe Groin, who appeared to possess some skill. Amidst the clanging of the dwarven hammer, Vittoria felt compelled to raise her voice. Meanwhile, an apprentice, during the second quenching process, accidentally splashed a considerable amount of cooling water, prompting the dwarf Groin to revert to his true nature. Damn it. Do you have any idea how many connections I had to leverage to procure this bucket of holy water from the Temple of Campus? Do you have the brain of a goblin? Yichen glanced at the female warrior beside him. He met his demise during an advanced quest, as the system failed to assign him an identity, rendering him a ghost in the system. Coincidentally, you were absent from the city, so I informed the dwarf that he was one of the survivors of the shipwreck alongside you. Vittoria sent a text to clarify. Ah, indeed, I shared the same sentiment. I sensed something extraordinary about him while aboard the ship. You two shall undoubtedly find much common ground. Yichen quickly wove a tale to support this ruse. The dwarf nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "You are absolutely right. Since his arrival, we have already uncovered 2 new alloy formulas. He is truly an envoy sent by God." "Hey, you fool, do not touch those materials with your hands." The dwarf, in mid-sentence, rushed off in a fit of frustration to confront the apprentices. "I am grateful for your assistance. Had it not been for this, lovely lady, I would have been apprehended by the guards here." "Who accused me of being a cult suspect?" lamented the player named Angus Carpenter, a black character with a look of grievance. "I was merely trying to find a place to eat on the street. Since entering this game, I have not had a single proper meal." From his account, Yichen learned that this fellow player, who had also descended into the Black Forest region, had embarked on an advanced quest tied to a background profession due to his impressive intelligence attribute of 18. This unfortunate gentleman initially faced a pirate assault on his vessel and was subsequently captured and sold to a dark sorcerer who had established a mage tower upon the coastal reefs. However, relying on his extraordinary attributes and the fundamental qualities of a researcher, he quickly distinguished himself and was selected by the dark sorcerer as his assistant, transforming from a test subject into an experimenter. If all went smoothly, his background profession could advance to apprentice mage. Yet, this was undeniably a task of great difficulty. Within 3 days, Mr. Carpenter met his untimely demise during an experiment, having tampered with the instruments using the native NPC who was also an assistant. It was only this morning that he logged back into the game, randomly appearing in the slums of Anthony's Port. Fortunately, this black player was not a mere science enthusiast in reality, utilizing his knowledge of outdoor navigation skills. The 3 players roughly delineated the area of the Mage Tower on the map. "Carpenter, may I address you as such?" Yichen inquired, gazing at the dark-skinned material researcher. The African Alliance had made tremendous strides in recent years, as the previous order in sub-Saharan Africa was completely dismantled following the last New Order War. With the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, led by New Huaxia, emerging victorious, sub-Saharan Africa finally attained a semblance of unified governance under the African Alliance. "Of course, my friend. You must be Mr. Yichen, as mentioned by Vittoria. I am more than willing to join your warband," exclaimed Carpenter. "I studied at a university in New Huaxia. It is my second homeland." The tall, slender Carpenter extended his hand to shake Yichen's. "We have not yet decided whether to establish a warband." Yichen began, but was interrupted by the female warrior. "We have indeed already made the decision to form a warband." The female warrior, Vittoria, decisively declared, "I have received some intelligence from Conrad's men. After establishing the mercenary group, we will acquire unique talents based on our group's rating. Furthermore, we can undertake various missions from the mercenary guild. Given our familiarity with the local lord, requesting a few tasks from him should not pose a problem, right?" Although they were on amicable terms, Yichen could not help but worry about Antoine's future, yet he acknowledged Vittoria's reasoning. After all, who would refuse an advantageous opportunity? He recalled the words of the shadow assassin, remarking that wealth could be easily acquired in this realm. Thus, it was hastily decided the priority would be to establish the mercenary group. Yichen now found himself in agreement with the female warrior's vision. Chapter 58. Captain Emus's ambition. The newly arrived Carpenter expressed no objections. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he would continue collaborating with the dwarves on alloy formulations, his enthusiasm matching that of his companions. You see, the fusion of traditional materials science with the magical substances found here creates an entirely new field of study. Countless novel materials await my exploration and synthesis. I shall undoubtedly etch my name in history here. The fervent blacksmith departed, albeit oblivious to the fact that the game had been live in the Earth region for many years. One could only hope he would uncover more groundbreaking discoveries than his predecessors. However, regarding the shadow assassin, Yichen pondered why, after 3 days, there had been no news. Could it be that he was apprehended? The local lord had heightened security measures recently, as the original city guards had suffered numerous casualties, and many reinforcements were drawn from various divine temples to support the holy knights. According to the news from the demon hunter Ganj, an entire order of paladins is set to arrive at the port. Initially, they were meant to quell any potential chaos infection within the city, but now that the issue has been resolved, their plan has shifted to resting outside the grand port city of Anthony before directly entering the Black Forest to address the open Chaos Gate. This arrangement is a tacit agreement between Antoine and the representatives of the church. Various churches are permitted to establish temples within the city, while the grand port of Anthony is responsible for the logistical support of the paladins during the war. In exchange, the church offers its backing for Antoine's claim to become the Lord of Anthony, ensuring that the paladins will not enter the city but will instead rest in an old castle situated 30 kilometers outside. The mention of an old castle 30 kilometers away sounds remarkably familiar. Could it possibly be my territory? Yichen pondered anxiously. Surely, it cannot be that coincidental. In the evening, Captain Emus Rockefeller, having learned from an undisclosed source of Yichen's current residence at the Thunder Hammer Smithy, made a special trip to pay him a visit. The two conversed for a while, inquiring about the recent circumstances of Zerduo. Upon discovering that Zerduo was currently seeking a place in the city to learn foundational knowledge, Captain Emus revealed the purpose of his visit. Lord Antoine sent someone to inquire about you a few days ago. I feared you had gotten yourself into some trouble, but I merely mentioned that you had once saved us. I was concerned that my sailors might inadvertently disclose some secrets about you before I could locate them. I heard the news of your commendation from the Lord, which relieved my worries at last. The old captain sat in his chair, sipping the warm tea that Yichen had handed him, a fine brew procured from the dwarves. Today, Antoine once again sent someone to seek me out, conveying that the Lord is willing to fund a ship for me, inquiring whether I would be willing to take on the role of captain. I am well aware that the Lord's attentions are not offered without ulterior motives, most certainly due to your influence. Thus, I sought you out to gauge your thoughts on the matter. Captain Emus squinted as he took a sip of the steaming tea, exhibiting the prudence characteristic of an experienced mariner in such circumstances. Yichen could not help but admire that rotund Antoine, while not a paragon of virtue. He was undeniably meticulous in these affairs, becoming your staunchest ally when profit was at stake. As he caressed the secret treasure chest of Liamong nestled within his embrace, Yichen conceived a bold proposition. Captain, what if I were to finance you, and you serve as my captain? The unexpected nature of this invitation led Captain Emus to believe he had misheard. Are you suggesting that you possess a ship? Not yet, but I intend to acquire one, and I am confident that my funds are sufficient to purchase the vessel currently held by Antoine. Yichen smiled at the old captain, while internally devising a strategy to convince Antoine that this fortune bore no connection to his pilfered vault. The old captain could not help but reassess this young Ceres. Though he recognized the extraordinary nature of the young man before him, he had not anticipated that within a mere few days, he would amass such considerable wealth. Reflecting on those exhilarating days in the wilderness, the young man's demeanor prompted Captain Emus to rise and meticulously adjust his attire. With a slight bow towards Yichen, he expressed, "It is an honor to have gained your trust, and I am most eager to assume the role of your captain." The only stipulation from the seasoned captain was his desire to select the sailors and other crew members himself, to which Yichen readily acquiesced. The sole point of contention arose when Yichen proposed a 50-50 profit split. Yet Captain Emus remained steadfast in his insistence on retaining the same 20% share as before. In truth, I would not recommend acquiring Antoine's vessel. Upon receiving his appointment, Captain Emus swiftly embraced his role. As the acting lord of a colonial city, he was undoubtedly a progressive and commercially minded leader. Yet Antoine was merely a novice in the shipping industry. In fact, the condition of the ships under his command raised considerable concern. In a hushed tone, Captain Emus uttered a final remark as he departed, still wary of being overheard even within Yichen's chamber. "Oh, do you possess any sound advice?" Yichen recognized that the captain was not one to speak without purpose and that he could avoid unnecessary complications by bypassing Antoine for transactions. Such substantial financial dealings would be better directed towards acquiring the assets of the concerned parties, especially since the financier was the only recent visitor to his treasure trove, making it challenging for Antoine to dissociate himself from the theft of the treasure. This Eastern beverage truly possesses remarkable qualities. I can feel its warmth enveloping my stomach. Captain Emus savored the tea in his cup, contemplating the perfect opportunity to acquire a fine vessel. It was a four-masted galleon, the Kingfisher, a splendid ship indeed. Although the price was somewhat steep, it was undoubtedly worth it. Observing the animated expression of the old captain, Yichen sensed that he had likely been eyeing this ship for quite some time. Pray, elaborate on this ship. What could possibly compel someone to part with such a magnificent vessel? Captain Emus composed himself and replied. The situation is as follows. A series of mysterious disappearances have recently plagued the port district, causing quite a stir. Among the missing are the ship's owner and its captain. They were reportedly inspecting cargo at a warehouse in the port area when they vanished, along with the owner's eldest son and the warehouse guard. To this day, there has been no trace of them, neither alive nor dead. The captain's words conjured memories in Yichen of the grotesque blood-soaked platform he had witnessed in the chaotic rift. Reflecting on the missing individuals, he felt an unsettling dryness in his throat and a queasiness in his stomach. Despite being a seasoned soldier, there was a stark difference between being drenched in blood and being surrounded by the remnants of human life. Chapter 59. The Shadow Assassin is never late. Noticing Yichen's silence, Captain Emus continued to share his insights. Aside from being an exceptional ship, the remaining crew is also awaiting news. If I were to take over now, I am confident I could successfully integrate these seasoned sailors. Yichen nodded, taking a hearty sip of hot tea to mask his unease. The best part was that the cargo could be directly acquired as well. In truth, a substantial quantity of goods has been languishing in the warehouse for over a week, accruing penalties that could suffice for the unfortunate lady to liquidate her jewelry. Captain Emus exclaimed with fervor. The local bank refuses to acknowledge the demise of the shipowner, as the city guard has yet to complete their investigation, preventing her from accessing her funds. If we could assume control of both the ship and the cargo, we could significantly reduce the price. Moreover, we would not need to delay even a day. As soon as the paperwork is finalized, I could set sail immediately. Reflecting on the possibility that he may have fought over the very bones of that lady's late husband, perhaps even stained by his blood, Yichen felt no need to impose financial strain upon the widow. I leave the matter in your capable hands, Captain. Please do not drive the price too low, and procure it at a fair market rate. Since you are confident, let us take over the ship, the crew, and the cargo, and resolve everything expeditiously. Seeing that the agreement was reached, Captain Emus rose to bid farewell to his new partner. Very well, I shall take my leave. I will convey your generosity to the widow. Farewell. After seeing off the old captain, Yichen took a deep breath and settled into his chair. The NPCs here exhibited remarkable intelligence, at times making Yichen feel as though he had inadvertently traversed realms once more. As night fell, having temporarily occupied a dwarf's guest room, Yichen sat cross-legged in the center, preparing to commence his meditation. After several days in the wilderness, he had become adept at entering the meditation state independently, no longer requiring the guidance of the demon hunters by his side. This time, Yichen abstained from using the musing elixir, although the demon hunters had provided him with a box containing 12 vials of the potent potion. He preferred to rely on his own willpower to enter a meditative state. Musing, a rare elixir frequently employed by demon hunters to facilitate their meditation. It not only enhances mental concentration but also promotes physical relaxation, yielding a 30 increase in meditation efficiency. Its efficacy is remarkable. However, for those lacking the constitution of a demon hunter, its toxicity is alarmingly high. Nonetheless, numerous spellcasters opt to dilute this elixir for regular use. Prolonged consumption may lead to dependency, yet the robust physique of demon hunters can withstand its effects. It is rumored that this potion commands a price of 500 gold coins per vial among the extraordinary. Although Yichen does not currently face financial concerns, his upbringing instilled in him a habitual aversion to any substances with addictive properties. Shortly after entering the meditation state, Yichen's heightened perception detected unusual activity outside the window. The dwarven workshop, constructed entirely of stone for fire safety, offers superior security and sound insulation compared to the inn, which is why Yichen chose to temporarily reside here. The building features a lofty design, with the living quarters divided into 2 levels. Su Yicheng's room is located on the 2nd floor, approximately 4 meters above the ground. Hearing the tapping sound from outside the window, Su Yichen withdrew from his meditative state. It seemed that he had a busy night ahead, as the only reason someone would seek him out at this hour was the infamous scapegoat, the shadow assassin. Upon opening the window, he found indeed that the shadow assassin, Colin, was perched elegantly on the window ledge. Despite his seemingly nonchalant posture, as Su Yichen swung the window open, this imposing figure appeared to flow into the room like a marionette with severed strings. Lying on the floor, the last words of the shadow assassin were, "No one is following me. Save me," before he promptly fell unconscious. Ignoring this fool who seemed on the brink of death, Su Yichen, though assured by his meditative state that he was alone, cautiously peered outside to ensure he was not being followed. Once satisfied, he gently closed the window. In contrast to the perceptive abilities that only began to manifest after entering the game, Su Yichen chose to rely on his own sight for the time being. Carefully, he placed the unconscious assassin upon the table. A faint scent of blood lingered around him, yet curiously, no blood seeped through his garments. During their earlier contact, Su Yichen discerned that at least 7 ribs on the shadow assassin were broken, and his arm on that side was severely twisted and deformed. To prevent the fractured ribs from puncturing any internal organs, Su Yichen positioned him on the flat, sturdy table. With a small knife he carried, he sliced open the assassin's shirt, disregarding the visible wounds, as the most severe injuries concentrated primarily on the right side. On that side, the ribs and arm bones had suffered severe trauma, yet there were no grievous open wounds. In Su Yichen's imagination, a brawny figure, reminiscent of a female warrior, had struck the hidden assassin in the shadows with a colossal shield, catching the self-assured assassin, who prided himself on his stealth, completely off guard, sending him crashing against the wall. Consequently, the opposite side of his body bore signs of contusions and bruising. As for the remaining injuries, most were inflicted during the initial attack when the assassin, unable to evade in time, was grazed by the blades of an ordinary person's weapons. Only one penetrating wound caused Su Yichen a moment's hesitation. It was an arrow wound, where a slender arrow had pierced the assassin's calf. The arrow had either passed through entirely or had been removed by the assassin himself, as the wound was merely hastily bandaged with scraps of fabric. Given the assassin's dark attire and the minimal bleeding, Su Yichen would not have noticed the injury had it not been for this makeshift dressing. He carefully cut away the nearby clothing to examine the penetrating wound, noting that the entry and exit points were of different sizes, with the rear of the calf exhibiting a significantly larger wound than the front. This was peculiar. The shadow assassin must have sustained the injury while retreating, as the wound penetrated the calf at an angle of nearly 50 degrees from back to front. Under normal circumstances, the anterior aspect of the wound should be larger. Chapter 60. I believe I can still save him. Without regard for the dying patient lying on the table, Su Yichen inserted his finger into the wound, probing in the direction from which the arrow had entered. The unconscious shadow assassin twitched slightly but did not awaken. Su Yichen, through the sensitivity of his fingertips, discerned numerous lacerations in the muscle surrounding the wound. Beneath the skin, it was concealed from view, yet the surrounding muscle had been utterly shredded. Fortunately, the specially designed slender arrow shaft had traversed the muscle tissue without inflicting damage to the bones. Judging by the orientation of the penetration, it appeared that the shadow assassin had swiftly broken the arrow, extracting the shaft in the direction from which it was shot, as the wound on that side remained relatively intact. Remarkably, the assassin's injury had not resulted in significant blood loss. It was unclear what method had been employed, but it facilitated Su Yichen's examination of the wound, preserving the assassin's life while leaving no trace for his adversaries to pursue. However, upon observing the injury on the back of the assassin's calf, which was as thick as 2 fingers, Su Yichen contemplated another possibility. The arrow might very well lack fletching. Recalling a specialized type of bolt designed for capturing live prey that he had studied in school, Su Yichen mentally reconstructed the sequence of the shadow assassin's injury. Struck during stealth by a shield-bearing warrior, he had forcefully broken through the blockade, only to be ambushed by a crossbowman concealed on the rooftop, who had shot downwards, piercing the assassin's calf with an arrow equipped with a tether instead of fletching. Such an arrow, lacking fletching, would not possess great range, making it nearly impossible for an inexperienced user to hit a target. There was no time to sever the rope, or perhaps it was tied with exceptional strength. The assassin found himself ensnared, much like a creature tethered to a post. During the skirmish, The rope binding him chafed incessantly against the back of his calf, resulting in the wounds now evident. A formidable shield warrior and a nimble, specially equipped ambusher, neither of whom belonged to the temple's faction. With this realization, Su Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his desire for the treasures within Li Oming's secret vault, he was unwilling to jeopardize his standing with the church at this juncture. With his mind eased, Su Yichen proceeded to send a brief message to the warrior maiden. Vittoria, our benefactor has arrived. He is with me, but there are some minor complications. Please procure some healing salves discreetly. There may be observers. The warrior maiden had always proven to be reliable. Understood. I have a stock of supplies. In truth, her provisions were far more extensive when she arrived. She bore an array of healing materials, including but not limited to alcohol, bandages, scalpels, healing potions, restoration scrolls, and even a bone saw intended for amputations. Su Yichen was taken aback. Where had she acquired such items? Upon inspecting the healing potions and restoration scrolls, he discerned that they were the most basic offerings from the temple, likely purchased when the warrior maiden first entered the game. Pinching his nose, he administered 2 vials of healing potion to the shadowy assassin. True to form, despite his grievous injuries, his vital signs, though feeble, still exhibited a robust heartbeat. Su Yichen gently brushed his hand across the right chest of the shadow assassin, where the most severe injury lay. The entire thoracic cavity was slightly concaved, and a completely fractured rib prominently pushed against the skin. This was the aspect that concerned Su Yichen the most. With the rib shattered, he needed to ascertain whether the break might perforate the internal organs, leading to catastrophic hemorrhaging. During his time at school, Su Yichen had studied battlefield first aid. Yet in simulated tests with similarly injured patients, he could easily abandon attempts at resuscitation, merely securing them with a fast-drying nutrient pouch before dispatching them to a field hospital. If conditions were unfavorable, he would simply grant them a release on the spot. Looking up at the warrior woman's fingers, which were as thick as carrots, Su Yichen resolved to take the risk himself. After all, the extraordinary beings in this world possessed remarkably resilient physiques. As for the chance of success, he could only leave it to fate. Silently drawing a cross over his chest, he seized a scalpel and commenced his audacious endeavor, challenging his battlefield first aid skills. The sight of this prayerful gesture sent beads of cold sweat down the warrior woman's brow. A political commissar praying to God for the life of a thief seemed utterly implausible. Even if he were to survive until then, he would inevitably be hanged in the square after interrogation. Individuals without connections or backing made for the ideal scapegoats. And Antoine would chuckle in his dreams. Su Yichen, with a cold demeanor, sliced through the dermal layer, revealing the muscle tissue beneath. Should he divulge our plans, he would ultimately meet his demise. In that case, it would be better for him to perish at my hands. Su Yichen utilized a sterilized hemostatic clamp to secure 2 bleeding points. Given the remarkably low blood loss of the shadow assassin, he felt a heightened likelihood of successfully completing the bone debris cleanup. Hand me the scissors, if I do not inadvertently sever his arterial vessels. There is a considerable chance he will behold the sun tomorrow, he stated calmly, which somewhat eased the heart of the female warrior. For the sake of our treasure, I, too, would ensure he survives to regain consciousness, keeping watch at the entrance to prevent others from discovering that a fugitive still lurked here. Without lifting his gaze, Su Yichen directed the female warrior with authority. The shadow assassin, it seemed, was fortunate, or perhaps audacious, for after enduring multiple rib fractures and engaging in vigorous activity, he miraculously did not pierce his own lung. Otherwise, he would have had no opportunity to escape. Having assessed the shattered bone fragments and the surrounding necrotic tissue, Su Yichen picked up the bone saw, which he had initially deemed unnecessary. After sterilizing it, he meticulously smoothed the jagged edges of the fractured bone to avert any injury to the surrounding tissues during suturing. Once he confirmed that the intercostal vessels were not inadvertently lacerated, Su Yichen felt assured that the life of the injured man was preserved, and he commenced the suturing process. When he eventually paused in his efforts, the dawn broke softly outside, and he sensed that this battlefield first aid had been more taxing than his previous confrontation with the chaotic vanguard. The female warrior approached, observing Su Yichen as he straightened up, and inquired, "How is he? Has he survived? If not, I shall seek an acquaintance to dispose of him discreetly and bury him outside the city under the cover of night. No one would ever discover his remains." At that moment, a feeble voice emanated from the individual at the table. "I believe I could still be salvaged." Chapter 61, A Long-Term Strategy. Amidst the flurry of activity, the shadow assassin had unknowingly regained consciousness, albeit in a weakened state. Merely awakening signified a departure from the brink of death. Could you not procure a high-quality divine scroll? The frail shadow assassin lay upon the table, his abdominal wounds having been treated with antiseptic by Yichen, while his right arm remained contorted and a penetrating injury in his calf lay exposed. The shadow assassin's mind was tumultuous, acutely aware of the severity of his injuries, uncertain whether he could survive under the care of the demon hunter apprentice. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives. The only individual in this city who might offer assistance was this Saris person with whom he shared a mutual interest. Do not move recklessly. Although I am unaware of the method you employed to prevent extensive bleeding from your wounds, you have only just emerged from a critical phase. I have only had time to address your most grievous injuries. 6 of your ribs are fractured, and conservatively, it will take 3 months for you to regain mobility. Yichen sat in a chair, massaging his eyes. The shadow assassin's gaze was laden with complexity as he regarded the bone saw in Yichen's hands. He had awakened shortly after the procedure commenced. Had he not been eviscerated at that moment, Colin would undoubtedly have tactfully declined such a mode of treatment. In truth, he remains in a state of shock. Most extraordinary individuals can endure their injuries due to their innate resilience, while those severely affected must resort to healing arts. Ordinary people, however, bear the exorbitant costs of disability amidst rudimentary medical treatments. As the most exceptional individuals gravitate towards the path of the extraordinary, traditional medicine in this world remains woefully underdeveloped. Should this surgical procedure be exposed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly provoke a seismic upheaval within the realm of mystical arts. The shadow assassin, as the recipient of the procedure, can acutely perceive the profound understanding his ally possesses regarding the human anatomy. Each incision is executed with remarkable precision, devoid of the slightest miscalculation. Were it not for the secret potion previously ingested, which rendered his body utterly paralyzed, he might have convulsed from the pain upon awakening, jeopardizing the success of the operation. The individual before him shows no inclination toward administering anesthesia. Yichen rummaged through the shadow assassin's garments and produced a crimson pill, translucent and the size of a thumb. He disregarded the shadow assassin's inquiry regarding the nature and effects of the substance. I am at your mercy, and you are the butcher. From the moment Yichen encountered the shadow assassin, he realized the latter was a man of remarkable forthrightness. In the absence of choices, the shadow assassin proved to be exceedingly communicative. This is the antidote to the coagulant agent. I must consume it within 8 hours, or I shall surely perish, the shadow assassin elucidated. The coagulant agent is a secret potion issued by the Shadow Organization, which causes the blood within the body to transform into a gelatinous state in a short span, resulting in a numbing of bodily sensations. Typically, we utilize it to accomplish prolonged covert tasks or, as is the case now, to escape from grave injuries. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard. The wounds in his chest rendered even the act of smiling excruciatingly painful. Before arriving here, I administered a coagulant approximately an hour and a half ago. I am beginning to feel pain, which indicates that time is running short. If you do not wish to witness me transform into a mere statue before you, hasten to provide me with that wretched pill. The shadow assassin, Colin, cast aside his former elegance in the face of life and death. His breath quickened, exacerbating his injuries, and he trembled slightly. Yichen ceased his probing and swiftly placed the pill into the shadow assassin's mouth. The female warrior beside them handed over a glass of water, and Yichen grasped the assassin's chin, using the water to wash down the pill. The assassin, choking on the water, began to cough violently, causing his bandaged wounds to burst open, and soon blood seeped through the dressings. Upon witnessing his unbandaged wounds gradually bleed, the shadow assassin exhaled deeply and slumped back onto the table. My friend, I know you are eager to learn the troubles I have encountered. Rest assured, I have left no traces. No one will know I am here in the short term. I will disclose everything to you. What you need to do now is staunch my bleeding before I succumb to blood loss. With great effort, after uttering these words to Yichen, the shadow assassin fainted once more onto the table. Under the auspices of Yichen, the female warrior discreetly ventured into the black market, procuring 2 remarkably effective healing potions at the cost of a substantial 200 gold coins. For the time being, the life of the shadow assassin was preserved, with no one, not even Yichen's mentor or the proprietor Groin, aware of his concealment within Yichen's quarters. The sole predicament arose when Groin, the dwarf, caught sight of the female warrior exiting Su Yicheng's room early that morning. Throughout the day, the dwarves regarded Su Yicheng with peculiar glances, leading him to momentarily suspect that they had uncovered his secret of harboring the shadow assassin. Setting aside these trivial concerns, by midday, at the Pig's Head Tavern, Su Yicheng, reunited with his mentor, received the news that Antoine had, at last, discovered the theft of his secret chamber the previous night. Even more astonishing was the revelation that a note from the shadow assassin had been left behind in the chamber. Enraged, Antoine's emotions reached a breaking point, and in his fervent gesticulations, he nearly strained his back. The shadow assassin, driven by the allure of wealth, did not fail to appear as anticipated. In a bid to solidify his culpability, he tore away his disguise before the recently calmed Antoine and the other guards, plunging into the shadows with the intent to escape. Unexpectedly, the paladins of the Radiant Lord, Lo Shanda, were on duty that day, and they swiftly employed a powerful light spell to reveal the shadow assassin from his concealment. Two extraordinary beings, who had materialized beside Antoine, coordinated seamlessly to inflict severe damage upon the shadow assassin. However, despite their efforts, he ultimately managed to evade capture. After listening to his teacher recount the events of yesterday, Su Yicheng could not help but acknowledge the remarkable execution of the shadow assassin's task this time. Moreover, Antoine had quietly recruited two extraordinary guardians, undoubtedly bolstering his confidence compared to before. It appears that Su Yicheng's intention to exploit him will require more careful consideration. Chapter 62. The Growth of Zerduo. I have already briefed Priest Richard and will depart this evening through the teleportation array, hastening my journey to Kaer Morhen. Be vigilant and act cautiously on your own here, the demon hunter, Ganj, advised as he finished his beer. I understand, master. I shall remain alert and hone my skills. Su Yicheng assured his mentor, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. Ganj nodded, recognizing that the young man before him might be the most exceptional apprentice the demon hunters have seen in centuries. Any single event associated with him would surely cause a significant uproar within Kaer Morhen. However, the Demon Hunter organization is currently facing tumultuous times. Within Kaer Morhen, there is a subtle division stemming from the cessation of new apprentices. Most of the more rational demon hunters and elders have come to terms with the prospect of not recruiting new students. After all, witnessing hundreds of failed candidates lined up to be covered with white cloth and carried out of Kaer Morhen is a profound torment for the soul. Both the failures and the fortunate survivors have lost the most vital parts of themselves. The birth rate of extraordinary beings in this world is on the rise, Ganj. Aragon calmly accepted the possibility that demon hunters might be rendered obsolete by this world. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Meanwhile, in the Black Forest, which occupies nearly a quarter of the southern colonies, there stood a colossal pyramid-shaped relic amidst the vast sea of trees. Though battered and ancient, its foundation remained steadfast. This pyramid was a haphazard amalgamation of decaying timber and crumbling walls, adorned with writhing poisonous vines and thick moss. Cracked walls and shattered stones vied for space alongside rusted bronze artifacts, while corroded iron frameworks and moss-covered edges competed with their decaying allure to outshine one another. The race that originally erected this structure may have long since vanished into the annals of time. Yet this forsaken site in history has now been imbued with a new purpose. A peculiar egg, approximately 3 meters in height, loomed large, swollen with decay and emitting an unbearable stench. It bore a green, necrotic, leather-like exterior, its surface riddled with oozing ulcers, swollen sores, and a multitude of parasites. The once prominent, pulsating flesh tubes, filled with putrid excrement, oozed through the cracks on its surface, hanging grotesquely from the egg's outer wall. However, now, these repugnant organs, along with the egg itself, swiftly lost their vitality, the blasphemous aura surrounding them dissipating into the void, as fissures began to appear on the surface. A man, shrouded in a dark robe, gazed intently at the cultists kneeling before him, his voice quaking with fear. We have lurked in the shadows for 2 years, meticulously preparing, only to have embedded a single nail in that city. Now, just as we are on the verge of summoning the great Lord of Chaos, our efforts have been thwarted. 2 years of corruptive scheming have been rendered futile. The plague egg is now affected as well, and if this jeopardizes the church's plans, we shall all be reduced to mere fertilizer in the garden. If Su Yicheng were present, he would recognize that the raging figure in the black robe bore an uncanny resemblance to the Chaos Vanguard slain in the Rift of Oblivion. you wretched sinners. Do you not comprehend why the church would conspire with you? The black-robed man's tone was laced with malice. You shall inevitably repent before the great Father for your past transgressions. Speak. What new arrangements does the church have? Suddenly, the air fell into an unsettling silence. After a moment of disquiet, the black-robed man prepared to utter another word. However, before he could, a flash of cold light surged through the air, severing his head from his body. In the next instant, he beheld his own form receding into the distance. Observing the cultists, who remained silent and prostrate, the cloaked man waved his hand casually, igniting the headless body of the black-robed man in an inferno of flames. From now on, you shall oversee matters here. I decree. You obey. It was only after the cloaked figure vanished within the pyramid, clutching the wailing head, that the kneeling cultist cautiously rose from the ground. My mentor, a demon hunter who has lived for over 2 centuries, has long since become accustomed to the distinctions of various occasions. Having resolved to depart today, he will not indulge in unnecessary sentimentality. He merely cautioned his apprentice in the tavern to remain vigilant and steadfast in his training, before dismissively waving him off to enjoy his drink. Yichen had previously learned from the demon hunters that the activation of a continent-spanning teleportation array incurs a cost substantial enough to make a wealthy lord wince. Furthermore, it requires the presence of no fewer than 4 spellcasters to initiate the array 3 days in advance. Such a teleportation array is typically prepared in secret by the church for unforeseen circumstances. Despite the perilous nature of the journey that demon hunters undertake, Yichen harbored a sense of unwavering certainty regarding his mentor, akin to a sailor accepting the whims of the sea without questioning the captain's fate. Regarding his follower, Sildo has recently encountered a solitary elderly gentleman in the city who previously served as a steward to nobility. He is now learning etiquette, literature, mathematics, accounting, and all other knowledge within his reach under this old man's tutelage. The swift accumulation of experience points on Sildo's follower page attests to his innate talent for learning. Yichen mused that, given sufficient time, Sildo might well discover several talents through his studies. Roosevelt, aged 16, belongs to the human Gothic branch, possessing a unique racial skill that doubles his defense when his health drops below 10%. Currently, at level 5, his status is healthy, and he works as a level 5 sailor with a progress of 242, 215 out of 250, 000. His attributes are as follows: Strength, 5, due to adequate nutrition, reasonable rest, and appropriate exercise. This 16-year-old lad possesses immense potential. Recent changes may have occurred in this attribute. Agility, 6, Constitution, 7, years spent traversing the seas have granted the young sailor an increase of 1 in Constitution. Wisdom, 9, having received a fine education during his childhood, he has gained 1 in wisdom. Perception, 7, his vigilance against the tempests of the ocean has bestowed him with 1 in perception. Charisma, 5, currently learning the etiquette of nobility. While one's demeanor may not alter their appearance, it can undoubtedly transform others' perceptions of them. Recent changes may have occurred in this attribute as well. In addition to an impending level up, Sildo is on the verge of enhancing 2 additional attributes, which signifies a distinct advantage for NPCs over players. Although lacking the initial extraordinary template, NPCs experience alterations in their attributes, either increases or decreases, over time with age and experience. While his talents remain unchanged for the moment, his fundamental skills have generally improved. Upon exploring the knowledge category, Yichen discovered the addition of several subcategories, such as knowledge, nobility, and knowledge, religion. In contrast to the pleasant surprises Sildo has brought to Yichen, another assassin in the room, awaiting his fate, presents a significant dilemma. Chapter 63. There is no free lunch that evening. The grievously injured shadow assassin compelled Yichen, who possessed only rudimentary first aid skills, to elevate this ability to the level of medical expertise. Previously, the skill's value was rather low, remaining hidden in the character attributes unless one delved into the detailed interface of intelligence-based skills. Now, however, the medical skill proudly occupied the foremost position among the intelligence-based abilities. Intelligence, medical 42, knowledge, monsters 29, mystery 16, geography 5, history 7, spell identification 11. From the sound of it, the shadow assassin's voice seemed even weaker than before. Yichen carefully poured a cup of warm water and offered half of it to the shadow assassin. With a slight furrow in his brow, he observed the assassin, whose spirit appeared to be somewhat rejuvenated, and inquired, "Before I left, I instructed my companion to keep watch over you. How is it that you are now alone? Are you referring to that woman who is more masculine than most men?" The shadow assassin, regaining a modicum of strength, cautiously adjusted to a more comfortable position. "Not long after I regained consciousness, she left. To be frank, I felt more endangered with her around. She was exceedingly curious about the medication I had taken and confiscated my last vial of coagulating agent." Yichen examined the shadow assassin's wounds and noted that, in this world of extraordinary beings, the combination of their robust constitution and high-quality restorative potions had facilitated the healing of many injuries, with the less severe ones nearly mended. The penetrating wound on his calf had ceased to bleed, and the stitches from the surgery had begun to scab over. Overall, aside from the right arm still twisted and resting beside him, the shadow assassin has indeed escaped the clutches of mortal peril. It is no wonder that the female warrior felt emboldened to venture out, for this injury renders the shadow assassin immobile, yet spares him from the specter of accidental death. Yichen has come to grasp the daily life of the female warrior, despite her initial charm being a mere 5 points. The valiant warrior Vittoria possesses a unique talent that compensates for this deficiency in her attributes. Hero among drunks. In specific situations, or when confronting certain individuals, you may utilize your stamina attribute in place of your charm attribute for assessments. Yichen can deduce that wherever issues may be resolved through libations, and among NPCs who appreciate fine spirits, the warrior can effortlessly navigate such scenarios with her impressive stamina of 15 points. Akin to a charismatic celebrity in the real world who can seamlessly manage life's affairs through sheer presence. After retrieving a chair and seating himself before the shadow assassin, Yichen fixed his gaze upon him, speaking only when he noticed the latter's eyes begin to evade his own. "Speak. Recount the events as they transpired. You must understand that every word you utter may very well determine your fate." "I understand." The shadow assassin exhaled deeply. It was evident that the apprentice demon hunter before him intended to gauge the strength of his adversaries before deciding whether to shield himself for the sake of Antoine's wealth. Thus, truthfulness becomes the foundation upon which allies can establish consensus. The shadow assassin, Colin, felt a sense of unease, recognizing that weaving a web of deceit might not suffice against the discerning gaze of the seasoned apprentice demon hunter. On the other hand, the shadow assassin harbored a profound fear of his own dishonesty, which led his sole ally to misjudge the situation, resulting in mutual destruction. He was utterly convinced that he would be the first to perish. There were two primary adversaries, both of whom were affiliated with Antoine. "Have you heard of the Pirate Inspection Squad?" Colin, the shadow assassin, found it somewhat laborious to speak. Yichen shook his head, refraining from interrupting the shadow assassin, encouraging him to continue his explanation. Due to Antoine's backing, the fees imposed were not excessively burdensome. Furthermore, in a bid to monopolize the market, those individuals dismantled the scattered pirate factions in the surrounding areas, compelling merchants to regard the additional charges as mere city entry taxes. Yichen refilled the shadow assassin's water, listening intently as he elucidated this nascent force that had recently surfaced. In recent years, as the significance of the port of Anthony grew, the influx of ships increased, and the Pirate Inspection Squad recruited several genuine experts. The assailants who ambushed me this time were indeed members of the Pirate Inspection Squad. The shadow assassin caressed the wound on his chest with his uninjured arm, a memento left by a Ceres warrior wielding a shield. He pointed to the area where 7 of his ribs had been shattered, and Colin's gaze towards Yichen was filled with unspoken grievance. Having navigated the underworld for years, Colin, the shadow assassin, had suffered significant losses at the hands of the Ceres on 2 separate occasions, instilling in him a subtle sense of dread towards those emerging from that ancient realm. At that moment, the holy warrior of Loshanda had dispelled the shadows with a reinforced light spell, rendering my shadowy stealth ineffective. However, I am certain that before that moment, the Ceres warrior had already detected my presence. The shadow assassin's tone was laden with frustration. His once proud stealth skills perpetually faltered in the face of the Ceres. After my escape from the castle, a goblin lay in ambush upon the rooftops. Be wary of that goblin. The shadow assassin gestured to the piercing wound on his calf. It possessed an array of assorted trinkets, nearly leading to my demise, particularly the crossbow it wielded, which released arrows without a whisper. Yichen nodded. "Another Ceres? Intriguing. Whether it be an indigenous NPC or a fellow player from the Lus region, Yichen found himself curious about this individual. Fortunately, there were no adept trackers among them. Otherwise, my fate would have been sealed. Those paladins are merely thick-headed. Not to be feared, that Saris warrior is but a novice. At this juncture, the shadow assassin cast a glance at the calm demon hunter apprentice. Sensing an unusual surge in recent monstrosities, the only genuine threat lies with the goblin, likely one of the earliest recruits of Antoine's pirate crew. There are few extraordinary goblins, yet they are notoriously troublesome, though Antoine struggles to command it. The shadow assassin recounted his adversaries truthfully, awaiting the demon hunter apprentice's response. Yichen observed the composed shadow assassin, recognizing that his opportunity to seize the secret treasure chamber of Leoman had finally arrived. Your injury will require at least a month to regain mobility. The shadow assassin nodded in agreement with Yichen's words. You will only disclose the activation command for that spatial equipment once you regain your self-defense capabilities, allowing us to share those riches and subsequently find a passage to depart by sea. Am I correct? The shadow assassin, unperturbed by the exposure of his intentions, calmly nodded in affirmation. Chapter 64. An unfair negotiation. Reclining on the table, the shadow assassin bore an expression akin to one who had consumed a dead rat. He felt as though he were a fish laid bare upon a cutting board. This was untenable. Within a month, I might barely regain my ability to move. And if the port district is swarming with paladins, I would be utterly incapable of locating a vessel to escape. The shadow assassin, Colin, endeavored to appear genuinely concerned for his counterpart while playing his countercard. If I were to be captured, I might inadvertently divulge something during the paladin's interrogation. That is of no consequence. My mentor maintains a commendable rapport with the paladins. Should I receive word of your capture, I shall have you immolated upon the pyre as a chaos worshipper, without interrogation or mercy. Yichen's declaration struck a heavy blow to the shadow assassin. I have heard that your own organization has placed a bounty on your head. A month's time may very well suffice for the shadow assassin's faction to scour the entire city. Yichen unleashed a flurry of strikes. Excellent. We have made a commendable beginning. With a beaming smile, Yichen produced Lyman's secret treasure chamber, tossing it lightly in his hand. I desire it. The shadow assassin was instantly agitated. This is impossible. You cannot keep all the money for yourself. I needed to live in obscurity. Yichen gestured for the shadow assassin to calm down. If your wound opens up, I will charge you additional fees for your treatment. Observing the shadow assassin struggling to catch his breath and regain his composure, Yichen presented his terms. The profit sharing remains unchanged. The equipment belongs to me, while the money and precious metals will be divided equally. However, I require this spatial pouch as a token of your gratitude for my assistance. I will ensure your safe passage to the ship and transport you to another continent. Unsure if the shadow assassin could comprehend this Eastern proverb, Yichen recognized a flicker of interest in his eyes. This was a creature driven purely by self-interest. As long as the price was fair, there was nothing he would not part with. When the shadow assassin opened his mouth to negotiate, Yichen swiftly interrupted. Do not attempt to haggle. This opportunity is singular. If you agree, we shall shake hands and share the spoils. If you refuse, I will eliminate you immediately and then pay a mage to decipher the command for the spatial pouch. Consider your impending words with utmost caution, for they shall determine your fate. Yichen had indeed contemplated eliminating the shadow assassin and then seeking a mage to unlock the command for Leo Mont's secret treasure chamber. After all, the shadow assassin had acquired these magical items through theft, and aside from the command, the pouch likely bore no additional security measures. However, within the confines of Anthony's Grand Port, the only spellcaster Yichen was aware of was the blind-eyed witch proprietor. However, seeking her, the events currently befalling the shadow assassin could very well transpire to himself. His mentor is presently absent from the city, and the attitude of that which remains an enigma. Nearly a day has passed, yet circumstances have shifted. The old captain's visit has illuminated a sustainable path to prosperity, and with Antoine's financial backing, Yichen now possesses sufficient resources to embark on maritime trade endeavors. The initial funding and the issue of skilled personnel have been resolved. It is far more prudent to impart the means of sustenance than merely to provide sustenance itself. Reasonable investment is essential for the augmentation of one's assets. Thus, sacrificing a portion of immediate gains to ensure the successful execution of the overall plan is not an unacceptable proposition. Yichen harbors no apprehensions that the shadow assassin would reject his proposal, for he is the one in command. Indeed, despite his grim countenance, the shadow assassin eventually nodded. I consent to your plan. It is equitable, provided you ensure my safe departure from the far southern colonies. Agreement. Su Yichen's face blossomed with a gratifying smile, as if commending the shadow assassin for his astuteness. Now, we are left with but one solitary issue. Since the fish has already taken the bait, can one truly renege? I require you to disclose the activation phrase for the spatial pouch at this very moment. Su Yichen presented a condition that the shadow assassin would undoubtedly find unacceptable. Are you jesting? The expression on the shadow assassin Colin's face gradually turned frigid. He felt as though he had been outmaneuvered by the apprentice before him. Even in his grievously injured state, the shadow assassin was far from a passive individual. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no intention of breaching our agreement. However, I must first acquire the requisite funds to fulfill my promise to you. Surely, you do not believe that escorting you onto a vessel departing from Anthony's great port comes without expense? After all, you are a notorious fugitive, having plundered the Lord's entire fortune. Su Yichen gazed at the shadowy assassin, who had inexplicably produced a surgical knife, and exaggeratedly remarked. Su Yichen smiled as he took the surgical knife from the assassin's grasp, examining it closely. It was indeed the very instrument the female warrior had brought him the previous night. He had meticulously stored it away for her to dispose of, yet here it was, in the hands of a supposedly cautious target. Truly, this profession is rightly deemed perilous by the demon hunters. Your need for a ship is of no concern to me. Moreover, how can you assure me that you will not eliminate me once the spatial pouch is opened? The shadowy assassin's gaze faltered. Yet Su Yichen could always meet his eyes, sensing the assassin's retreat. Furthermore, I happen to know an experienced captain who has recently lost his position. Su Yichen extended his hand before the assassin, counting off his advantages one by one. I maintain a favorable rapport with the lord of this land, which could afford me a tax concession. Pray tell, why would I wish to eliminate you unnecessarily? The shadowy assassin found himself ensnared in Su Yichen's words. Momentarily at a loss. Is it to conceal our joint theft of Antoine's treasure trove? The assassin shook his head, feeling somewhat disoriented, as an unsettling sense of something amiss lingered in his mind. Chapter 65. The powerful deception of the Yakisi seal. Well, my friend, after you depart, in a month or two, who will still trouble themselves over a former shadow assassin by seeking out a demon hunter? Su Yichen sat beside him as if he were the closest companion of the shadow assassin. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. It won't be long before Antoine's treasure trove is replenished. You are aware of how swiftly wealth accumulates in this city. Behind the unseen shadow assassin, Su Yichen meticulously traced a complex sigil in the air, the Yakisi seal. In truth, since the commencement of their dialogue, Su Yichen had been preparing this sigil, which consists of 3 intricate seals. A master demon hunter could execute a charm with a mere gesture. However, as a novice, Su Yichen needed to cultivate the target's emotions and painstakingly depict the 3 sigils while maintaining unwavering eye contact. At last, he successfully completed the psychological suggestion directed at the extraordinary being. The shadow assassin pondered carefully and seemed to concede that, according to this apprentice's assertion, he had indeed not become an inconsequential pawn. Despite a tinge of reluctance, it was the best outcome he could hope for. Very well. I shall now reveal to you the incantation to unlock the spatial pouch. Once the transaction is completed, ensure that I am promptly sent aboard. The shadow assassin finally resolved to his decision. You must also arrange for a highly skilled physician. Certainly, a highly skilled physician will accompany you. I am on the verge of becoming as affluent as Antoine. How could I possibly be stingy towards my allies? Su Yichen is now certain that the shadow assassin will not regain consciousness in the near future. During the communication process, Su Yichen could not rely solely on the Arxis seal to persuade the shadow assassin to divulge the command to open the spatial pouch, as this would trigger the target's psychological defenses. Ultimately, he led the shadow assassin into a complete trap. Of course, had the shadow assassin not been gravely injured, he would not have been able to deceive a transcendent being with the recently acquired Arxis seal. Nevertheless, this plan yielded a satisfactory outcome for Su Yichen. However, just as the shadow assassin was about to reveal the command for the spatial pouch, he shifted his attention. I find your reasoning quite compelling. The shadow assassin, Colin, pondered silently for a moment. I wish to invest. I desire a 30% stake in your venture, and I am willing to contribute half of the funds. Unless you agree, I shall not disclose the command to open the spatial pouch. Very well, at times, being overly logical in one's persuasion may yield results beyond your original intentions. Su Yichen, bemused yet resigned, acquiesced to the shadow assassin's demands. And they engaged in a negotiation, agreeing to annual dividends. Clearly, the shadow assassin was confident in his ability to reap benefits from Su Yichen once he had fully recovered. At last, he obtained a crucial command. In the spirit of fairness, he sent a message to the warrior maiden, Victoria, urging her to arrive promptly. For the moment to unveil the treasure was at hand. Has that salted fish finally revealed its true colors? Indeed, it is evident that one hails from a political background. As the female warrior entered, she spoke candidly and without reservation. Ahem, circumstances have shifted slightly. We are now partners sailing in the same boat. Su Yichen gestured towards the shadowy assassin sprawled on the table, rolling his eyes, indicating to the female warrior the need for discretion. In the port area, there lies a ship laden with goods, which I intend to purchase. Coincidentally, the captain I once rescued wishes to ally with me. I believe that as we establish our combat faction, a stable source of income will be essential. So I plan to allocate a portion of Antoine's treasure to facilitate this transaction, Su Yichen elaborated. Yes, he also wishes to join us. Su Yichen found it challenging to explain why the shadowy assassin was so intent on being part of the venture. Would you kindly introduce yourself? Since we are all in this together, we cannot continue to refer to you merely as the shadowy assassin. In private, Su Yichen discreetly messaged the female warrior. Let's observe whether this individual still possesses any value. Should circumstances change, should the Lord's subordinates uncover his identity, or if any unforeseen events arise, we shall eliminate him. Overall, Su Yichen preferred that, should everything proceed smoothly, the shadowy assassin would depart with a modest pension. Rather than dividing individuals into categories of good or evil, Su Yichen favored distinguishing between the astute and the foolish. The shadowy assassin belonged to the former. He would harbor no grudges against anyone unless it directly affected his own interests, and otherwise, he would refrain from unnecessary words or glances. Regardless of the location, the wise are always a minority. Su Yichen was curious to discern whether there remained any exploitable resources within the shadowy assassin. Setting aside his personal preferences, he needed to consider the sentiments of his ally, Victoria. Although, as a competent soldier, the female warrior would instinctively obey his commands. Such compliance was predicated upon the mutual alignment of their interests. You may call me Colin, the former shadow assassin, he stated succinctly. Regardless of whether it was his true name, it would serve as his designation henceforth. The heart of the shadow assassin, Colin, would never pin his hopes for survival on the mercy of others. Despite not recalling the frenzy that led him to acquiesce to the terms of the demon hunter's apprentice, he now found himself presented with a new path, one that could align their interests. I possess knowledge of the new world and the underground black markets of the old world. I can uncover avenues that others cannot, gather intelligence on competitors, or even eliminate them directly. I genuinely wish to join your ranks. Colin, the shadow assassin, aspired to demonstrate that his continued existence could yield greater benefits. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the notion of self-destruction alongside the command word for his spatial pouch had long since faded from his mind. Chapter 66. Robbery as a path to wealth. In the presence of the female warrior, Su Yichen and the shadow assassin swore an oath upon their lives, vowing never to intentionally harm one another or divulge each other's secrets. In this world inhabited by genuine deities, even though neither party was a believer, the oath still bore a certain binding power. Should one violate their oath, they may face the very consequences they pledged to endure. Although the fates of those like the shadow assassin and Su Yichen, who swore upon their lives, may not be immediately realized, the capriciousness of destiny suggests that many may meet an untimely end on some future day. After a series of tumultuous events, the moment of greatest anticipation finally arrived, the time to open the treasure chest. Following the shadow assassin's whispered instructions, Su Yichen officially unsealed the secret vault of Liu Ming. As he poured its contents forth, an overwhelming cascade of gold coins, ingots, and scattered jewels and gems swiftly filled the modest chamber. The equipment previously collected by Antoine for the vault was also buried beneath this opulent bounty. After all, the rewards from a mission pale in comparison to the spoils of a heist. The female warrior gleefully seized a handful of coins, tightly clutching them into an oddly shaped ingot, which she carelessly tossed to the ground. This is fantastic, Sue. All of this belongs to us. I could never tire of such missions. Even Colin, the shadow assassin reclining on the table, felt his breath quicken. After enduring countless hardships and calculating every detail, was it not wealth he sought? Now, Having endured so much, he found himself sewing garments for another. In that instant, his emotions became quite intricate. Yichen restrained the warrior's exuberance. He truly wished to dispel any further misconceptions the dwarf groin might harbor. Each glance from the dwarf was laden with a peculiar admiration. "All right, Vittoria, cease your reckless squandering of our gold. Your actions have diminished our total wealth by at least 3 silver coins." Yichen meticulously sifted through the scattered small yet precious jewels, setting aside those of value. "First, let us retrieve the equipment and assess their utility." After a thorough search, the results were indeed gratifying. A total of 731 gold coins, numerous silver coins, and 104 gold bars weighing approximately 30 ounces. To be candid, it was not solely the shadow assassin and the female warrior who were exhilarated. Yichen's own heartbeat quickened. Although he had previously boasted nearly 800 gold coins acquired through elven gemstones, they were concealed within a special pouch, rendering their quantity and weight nearly imperceptible. The sight of gold coins and bars strewn across the ground was a significant visual shock, yet as a player, the true thrill lay in the subsequent discoveries. Silent Shadow, an enigmatic hooded robe of unknown origin, devoid of embellishment, had languished in some nouveau riche's treasure trove for an extended period. When touched, it felt akin to the softest silk. Those knowledgeable would recognize that the black fabric contained the skin and feathers of a night owl, of considerable worth. Usage restrictions. Minimum perception requirement of 14 materials: leather, magical; feathers, magical; silk, alchemy; crafting, unknown; defense. Average attribute 1. Magic resistance, weak, when struck by spells. A portion of the damage will be mitigated. Attribute 2. Dark arts, provides 2 uses of dark arts daily. Attribute 3. Silent Shadow, when the hood is donned. Your enemies will be unable to hear your movements, though you will be deprived of sight. The adversary remains oblivious to your presence, just as you are blind to theirs. Such is the essence of fairness. This splendid black cloak, adorned with silver trim, held in the hands of Yichen, resembles a rolling night sky, perpetually reminding onlookers of its extraordinary nature. Yet, its peculiar attributes inexplicably evoke memories of a blind-eyed witch, perhaps due to the hood she donned. The Helm of the God of War, a renowned artifact, is but a replica of the illustrious Tiamat's war helm. Every few years, rumors surface of a new helm of war emerging, only to be ultimately debunked as mere imitations. This particular version stands out among them, not only for its striking resemblance, but also for the similar magical effects it possesses. Usage restrictions include a minimum strength requirement of 12 points and a minimum constitution requirement of 15 points. Materials include a trace of fine gold, steel, and leather, crafted with exceptional skill, offering formidable defense. Its first characteristic grants immunity to critical head injuries, while the second enhances the effects of rage-induced skills, amplifying their aftermath. Should a berserker perish in their fury, Tiamat's aid will be of no assistance. The female warrior, satisfied, tilted the horned helm in her hands before placing it upon her head, casting a taunting glance at the shadow assassin, who remained immobile upon the table. In truth, the shadow assassin was now filled with regret, realizing the grievous mistake of his earlier choice. Upon witnessing the cloak in the demon hunter's possession, he comprehended that his transaction had resulted in a substantial loss. Though he had been coerced at the time, the distribution terms he proposed now filled him with deep remorse, nearly causing him to forget the precarious position he found himself in. Indeed, a greater blow is yet to come. The flame-formed greatsword, a weapon once wielded by the renowned Gothic swordmaster Richard Narr, has long been regarded as a luxurious artifact among nobles and royal guards. However, this particular sword stands apart, forged from meteorite steel, ensuring its unparalleled strength. Richard Narr etched a glorious legacy with this weapon throughout his life. Usage restrictions, minimum requirements: strength 13, constitution 13. Materials: meteorite steel. Quality: extremely high. Sharpness: high. Feature 1, slashing. When employing this weapon for slashing attacks, it inflicts additional damage. Feature 2, blocking. The flame-formed greatsword can be used to parry enemy strikes, functioning as a metallic shield. Feature 3, flames. When wielded with sufficient swiftness, the long sword ignites with flames, adding fiery damage. You question the sword's elegance? Then let us add a special effect. This sword was the very instrument Yichen employed to threaten the shadow assassins, measuring a formidable 170 centimeters in total length, including the hilt. Both the hilt and blade are exceedingly elongated, adorned with a splendid guard, featuring a section devoid of an edge. It is designed for two-handed use, delivering formidable slashes and thrusts. To enhance its cutting power and armor penetration, the blade is serrated. In the center of the room, Yichen swiftly executed a downward slash. The long sword streaked through the air like a meteor, leaving a magnificent trail of ethereal flames in its wake. Although the identity of this Gothic swordsman remains a mystery, it is undeniably an exceptional weapon, despite the numerous embellishments and functionalities that serve little practical purpose in battle. The female warrior beside him let out a playful whistle, expressing her sentiments. Yichen chose to disregard her, intending to wield this weapon until the specialized Valyrian steel arms for monster hunters became available. Chapter 67. The Path of Legend. During the division of treasures in the vault, the most conspicuous suits of armor indeed turned out to be mere artifacts of craftsmanship. According to the Shadow Assassin, these items could easily be sold alongside jewelry, which significantly influenced their assessment of Antoine's collection. Among the remaining equipment, aside from some trivial trinkets hoarded by the nobility, such as a meticulously polished coral unicorn sculpture that surprisingly turned out to be a magical item, capable of emitting heat, light, and a rich fragrance, Yichen unceremoniously discarded it in the accessory section, planning to sell it for cash. Meanwhile, the female warrior discovered another item that piqued her interest. Reminiscent of the Captain Emu's Rockefeller's rum flask, previously acquired by Yichen, which he later gifted to his monster hunter mentor. The gift of Dionysus. According to legend, the wine god Dionysus bestows endless fine wine upon his most devoted followers, making this an object of desire for many a connoisseur. A certain inebriated mage, inspired by this tale, painstakingly crafted this item, which, when filled with sufficient fresh water, could brew an entire flask of exquisite wine after 24 hours, with the type of wine varying each time. Next time, it would be preferable to indulge in the wine of my liking. Otherwise, I shall regard you as a mere chamber pot. Yichen gazed at the female warrior with a complex expression akin to that of a lottery winner, partaking in a hearty drink, although it just carried a hint of sarcasm. His final remark led him to resolve never to share any alcoholic beverages with the female warrior again. While counting the silver coins, Yichen stumbled upon a garment pressed beneath the pile of coins. Upon shaking it out, he discovered it to be a fitted soft armor. Comparing its size, he bypassed the female warrior entirely and donned it himself, wholly disregarding the Shadow Assassin for whom it would have been a better fit. Silver scale chest armor. Despite its nomenclature, this piece is actually soft armor. The value of this exquisite garment is immeasurable, crafted with mithril threads and woven from the mysterious magical silk of the Sarisians. The identity of its creator remains unknown, but the craftsmanship has reached unparalleled heights, preserving ample defensive capabilities without compromising the user's agility, as light as an ordinary piece of clothing. Usage requirements: none. Materials: mithril. Craftsmanship: woven with mithril threads. Defense: resilient. Special trait 1: agility. This armor is regarded as light armor. Special trait 2: magical resistance material, providing additional defense against magic. Silver scale chest armor, not for sale. This remarkable soft armor does not impede Yichen's movements in the slightest. Whether it be his own combat style or the pirouette swordsmanship taught to him by the demon hunter, Ganza, both demand nimble limbs and extensive mobility to thrive. Thus, Yichen has essentially bid farewell to heavy armor, for even the use of metallic armor could potentially hinder his movements. The silver-scaled breastplate has provided Yichen with a delightful surprise in terms of its defensive capabilities. Its resilience rivals that of the Elven Ranger's leather armor that he previously damaged in battle, yet it weighs merely 1/3 of the latter. Contemplating Antoine's physique, had he not been unable to don this supple armor, it likely would not have languished in the chamber. Shadow Hunter Colin, an adept in appraisal, assessed the remaining jewelry and gold, valued at approximately 15,000 gold coins, after excluding the equipment divided between Yichen and the female warrior. If there was urgency to sell, it is feared that even half of this value would not be attainable. Currently, the port of Anthony is rife with trepidation due to the prior incidents of disappearance, and the new Lord Antoine's rumored theft has spread like wildfire, leaving few daring enough to acquire this cache of ill-gotten gains. The severely injured and immobile assassin has resigned to his fate, offering an estimate yet refraining from discussing the allocation, behaving as if he were the most dedicated appraiser, unwavering in his focus. having lost all his final recourse. He can only hope that the present demon hunter apprentice will uphold the promises made, much like his mentor. Yichen has administered fresh medicine to the shadow assassin. Were he able to venture forth openly, a complete healing of injuries such as these would likely require an expenditure of 1,500 to 2,000 gold coins. In search of high-ranking priests capable of administering divine rites such as flesh regeneration and skeletal restoration, one must not only offer substantial donations to the temple, but also discreetly provide the officiating clergy with additional incentives. Typically, these incentives take the form of diamonds that can be utilized to refine divine magic or precious metals suitable for crafting holy emblems. Most clergy, motivated by their faith, are reluctant to accept direct monetary compensation. However, followers of the goddess of wealth and trade, Woken, are far more amenable to such arrangements. In fact, the prevailing fees for healing services among priests are largely influenced by the initial demands set forth by Woken's priests, with those of other deities often referencing this established rate. In this world, the vast majority of wealth is concentrated within the hands of the nobility and extraordinary beings. The annual earnings of an ordinary individual typically amount to around 50 gold coins. Yet, for novice extraordinary beings tasked with eliminating wandering goblins or kobolds, it is quite feasible to earn 30 gold coins within a single week. Nevertheless, the expenses incurred by these extraordinary beings are substantial. For instance, a third-level practitioner like Yichen, still regarded as a low-tier professional, would require around 800 gold coins to procure a decent set of equipment. This demographic constitutes a significant portion of the clientele for the dwarf Grolin. Most among them possess several thousand gold coins in assets, ensuring that they can maintain a modest existence should they unfortunately retire from their adventuring careers. A select few fortunate individuals, having faced harrowing trials during various quests, eventually emerge triumphant, surpassing the level 10 threshold to join the ranks of high-tier professionals. These individuals form the backbone of the extraordinary class. Most indigenous extraordinary individuals who have reached this stage, if willing to abandon their paradigmatic paths, could effortlessly ascend to prominent positions within a prosperous town, or command substantial salaries as instructors or high-ranking officials. Alternatively, they might become the leaders of underground factions, serving as protectors and esteemed guests of local dignitaries. Should they be of a youthful age, marrying a noble maiden or a renowned widow could elevate them to the status of a newly minted aristocrat, granting them the opportunity to indulge in a life of opulence and extravagance, a rather appealing choice indeed. Countless young prodigies, who have risen to fame, have not fallen to formidable foes nor succumbed to the trials of death, yet have easily been ensnared by the allure of superficial temptations. Only those possessing the strongest will, who can endure solitude and resist seduction, will have the chance to touch the legendary heights that command respect and admiration. Chapter 68. The Shadow of the Black Ship, placing the jewelry he intended to liquidate into an old spatial bag he had previously used. Yichen resolved to test his fortune at the Blind Eye jewelry store, planning to redeem it piece by piece. Surely, the witch would not take offense, would she? After all, even the chaotic fiend was treated as a pet by that woman. A mere lord should hardly be of concern to her. With this mindset, Yichen, accompanied by the warrior Vittoria, made his way to the witch's jewelry establishment. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he refrained from openly donning the acquired gear for the time being. However, his stay in the city was limited. Once the matters concerning the merchant ship were resolved, Yichen intended to inspect his territory. As Yichen once again stepped into the residential area of Anthony Port, he truly sensed the atmosphere of trepidation enveloping the city. The sky had just begun to darken, yet every household had already shuttered its doors. The vast trading district, save for a few establishments that remained open, was eerily devoid of human presence. Only in the distance could one discern a patrol unit of nearly 30 city guards, hastily traversing the area under the guidance of their commanding officer. However, within this cumbersome formation, most of the soldiers were newly recruited and appeared timid, as if fearing that even a whisper might invite trouble. The city had suffered a grievous loss of nearly 800 lives during this chaotic incursion, predominantly among the proletariat of the poorer districts. Yet, for all the residents, the recent upheaval had been sufficiently harrowing to instill fear in those who had scarcely experienced the horrors of war. Let us move on. Do not dwell on such thoughts. They are not yet devastated. You should witness the refugee camp outside the city. Now that is a veritable hell on earth. The female warrior nudged Yichen. urging him to proceed and avoid drawing the attention of the patrol unit. He wondered about the fate of Ted and his companions. Recalling that they had expressed their intention to venture to the gathering of refugees in search of survivors from the ROG camp, he resolved to attend to his current affairs before heading there to see how he might assist. The same enigmatic jewelry store that resembled a divination room awaited him, and the lingering scent of incense suggested that the proprietor of the blind eye maintained his characteristic taste. However, the proprietor of this establishment was not seated in their customary position. The female warrior lowered her head and squeezed in through the door. The owner here is quite amiable. I once exchanged a trophy here, and as long as the item is of good quality, they generally do not haggle. Recalling the gold coins and the damaged ornament he had previously acquired, Yichen found himself in agreement with the warrior's sentiment. This sorceress exuded an undeniable aura of affluence from head to toe. Once again, the ageless voice emanated from the mysterious door behind the counter. "Ah, it's you again. Little hunter. If you continue to visit, I may just have a regular customer for my monster hunting endeavors." The sorceress, draped in her signature purple robe, appeared before them, languidly settling into her seat. "Speak. Is there something troublesome that requires my assistance?" Yichen could not help but scan the vicinity for the chaotic demon that was treated like a pet cat, and he invoked his teacher's name to bolster his claims. "Indeed, there is a substantial transaction. My mentor has informed me that you maintain a reputation for honesty and fair pricing." The sorceress, maintaining her relaxed yet dignified posture upon the soft couch, erupted into laughter upon hearing Yichen's words. This was the first instance he witnessed her smile. "You are quite endearing, little hunter. It seems you have only recently become an apprentice in monster hunting, as you are unaware of our history with monster hunters." The female warrior displayed no interest in the conversation between the two individuals. Instead, she retrieved a sculpture of a cat from the shelf on the wall, its body a glossy black, while its paws appeared to be adorned with gloves of purest white. The eyes, the size of grapes, sparkled under the surrounding light, rendering the sculpture remarkably lifelike. Among various pieces of jewelry, we had discovered a sunken ship by the seaside, yielding a satisfactory bounty. Yichen, maintaining an impassive expression, casually fabricated a tale. "Ah, little hunter, do present your treasures for my inspection. This time, given your intriguing nature, I shall overlook your little schemes. Especially since that rotund Antoine wouldn't dare to trouble me," the witch remarked with a playful smile, her gaze fixed on Yichen's eyes. Yichen retained his smile, methodically arranging the items he intended to exchange for currency upon the bar counter from his prepared spatial bag, as if the unraveling of his deceit did not concern him. Finally, he placed a unicorn figurine onto the bar, gesturing invitingly. "Please, inspect the goods, dear proprietor. What price do you propose?" The witch, with keen interest, toyed with the unicorn, seemingly captivated by the trinket, while casually sifting through the remaining items on the table. "TSK, is this all Antoine has collected over the years? This is hardly a place for refuse. Surely, there must be more. I shall bring you a bit more shortly," Yichen observed as the witch scrutinized the jewelry pile. "You have two choices." The witch regarded the trickster apprentice of the demon hunter with a playful glint in her eye. "First, I shall procure your goods at 30% of their market value. Trust me, no one else in this city dares to engage in such a transaction. However, I have heard that you are in urgent need of funds. Coincidentally, I am quite interested in a large vessel at the port and am currently negotiating with the widow of its owner." Yichen curled his lip, despite his caution. He had underestimated the mysterious witch's capacity for information. We witches often pass the time in our chambers, divining the future with playing cards. And we always seem to uncover many little secrets, the witch continued, relishing in her mischief. "Of course, there is a second option. If you are willing to assist me with the task, I will purchase all your goods at market value, and I shall keep my dealings at a distance from you." The witch extended her olive branch. "Pray tell, what is it that you require of me?" Yichen intended to hear the witch's demands. "Do not fret. I am not asking you to commit acts of violence." The witch lazily stretched. "I am aware that you possess a territory, and I need your assistance in safeguarding a few children. Before the paladins arrive, you simply need to ensure their safety within your domain. I fail to comprehend what threats they face, especially from individuals you dare not confront directly, yet you believe I can accomplish this task?" Yichen inquired. Chapter 69. The witch's request. Yichen was a novice demon hunter apprentice, having only recently embarked on this path. Even accounting for the days spent fleeing alongside seasoned hunters, he had yet to reach the halfway mark of his apprenticeship. After hearing Yichen's explanation, The witch regarded him with a complex expression, seemingly regretting her earlier promise. Nevertheless, she sighed deeply, as if resigned to her fate. From the timbre of her voice, Yichen discerned the weight of time and experience etched into her being. He sensed that this witch, much like his mentor, had traversed the myriad vicissitudes of life, her usual nonchalance merely a fade. Young apprentice, I never imagined I would one day impart lessons to a demon hunter, sharing our history, the witch remarked as she rose from her plush seat. Snapping her fingers with casual grace, Yichen perceptibly noted the atmosphere shift, suffused with an unsettling tension, as though the very air had thickened. The warrior maiden, Victoria, stood frozen before the shelf, clutching a model of a cat, as if struck motionless. What have you done? Yichen asked cautiously, retreating to prepare for a potential confrontation. Since the ancient era of celestial convergence, our world has been besieged by chaos, not only in the physical realm, but also at the level of the soul. The witch explained, pouring 2 cups of a pink, steaming beverage. Taste this. It is my own concoction of rose elixir. The witch pushed the teacup before Yichen and continued. Some individuals are innately more sensitive than their peers, revealing extraordinary talents from a young age. In the past, they were referred to as sorcerers and witches. Now, we are labeled as the children of calamity. Her voice resonated ethereally amidst the steam. A portion of these individuals resisted temptation and instead pursued an understanding of the nature of chaos through their resentment. However, their kin have inflicted wounds upon the world too profound to ever be forgiven. Suddenly, the witch lifted her head, yet those innocent children, those newly awakened souls, have done nothing to deserve such sins. At this point, she paused, and Yichen sensed her scrutiny through the veil of her hood. I understand you. War invariably entangles the innocent. Yichen carefully gathered his thoughts, however, since you wish for my assistance in safeguarding the innocent children you speak of. It would be prudent for you to describe the impending black ship with the utmost objectivity. Even the current innocents may become conduits for chaos. The demon hunter apprentice declared with steely resolve, in my homeland, we believe it is better to mistakenly slay 3,000 than to let one escape. The witch's hand, resting on the soft couch, tightened slightly. Indeed, you are truly worthy of being a disciple of Jiangze, always appearing unyielding in the face of righteousness. The Black Ship is a formidable vessel employed by the Order of the Heart of Sincerity to transport newly awakened seeds between the old and new continents. This is the term they use to refer to us, seeds, as if we are all alchemical bombs poised to explode. The witch's tone dripped with palpable hostility. Tell me about this Order of the Heart of Sincerity, Yichen inquired with an interrogative tone that elicited a soft huff from the witch. The Order of the Heart of Sincerity brings with it a wave of dread, in the name of the Witch King. They traverse the world in pursuit of all newly awakened seeds. As the witch spoke of this organization, her voice trembled slightly. The Witch Kings are the rulers of the new continent and the masters of the Order. These terrifying Witch Kings, following the incursion of chaos, recruited women filled with hatred, training the most gifted among them as silent sisters, who navigate the ominous Black Ship, offering sufficient seeds to the Witch Kings. Countless innocent lives, mostly children and youths, were burned alive in the Witch King's square under the pretense of safeguarding the world from chaos, an offering of power to the Witch King. At this juncture, the witch paused. What I need you to protect are the 3 children captured aboard the Black Ship. Yichen regarded the witch with a look of incredulity. While I may not comprehend the nature of the Silent Sisters and the forces behind the Witch Kings, judging from their actions, which, despite their cruelty, may not be entirely erroneous in a broader context, I cannot accomplish what you ask of me alone. The witch inhaled deeply. They are undoubtedly distinct from the faction of demon hunters. They stand apart from everyone else, consumed solely by their allegiance to the Witch King. I do not require you to breach the defenses of the Black Ship. We possess ample manpower for action. The day after tomorrow, the Black Ship will arrive at the port of Anthony for resupply, and I need your assistance in concealing those 3 children for a month after the deed is done. Do not hastily decline my request. Aside from your ill-gotten gains, I possess something you cannot refuse. Before Yichen could utter a word, the witch extended her slender fingers, revealing a necklace-like object that hung from them, an item strikingly similar to the fragmented pendant in Yichen's possession. I trust you find this particular object intriguing. Moreover, we witches have always maintained an amicable relationship with the more moderate faction among the demon hunters. This you can confirm with your mentor. The urgency in the witch's tone left Su Yichen assured that she had no alternatives left but him. It seemed likely that if he did not seek her out to dispose of the stolen goods, she would come knocking at his door uninvited. Most importantly, a notification from the system surfaced, the witch's request. The witch's abrupt demand plunged you into contemplation. One path leads to a cooperative witch, while the other leads to a formidable adversary you have never encountered. In the absence of the seasoned Sir Ganj, you find yourself somewhat unprepared. Should you indeed assist the faction represented by the witch? Note, the choices made in this task will influence your faction relationships, so please choose wisely. Difficulty: unknown, to be updated after making a choice. Task rewards: unknown, to be updated after making a choice. Su Yichen did not anticipate that the task presented by the witch would involve a choice of factions. Clearly, the witch represented one faction, while the black ship symbolized the Order of the Sincere Heart. Su Yichen must select one side as an ally and oppose the other, or perhaps remain neutral and uninvolved. Chapter 70. The Order of the Sincere Heart. In the witch's silence, Su Yichen spoke. When does the black ship arrive? I will provide you with a response before then. It will arrive the night after tomorrow, around the time of the moon's brilliance. The witch's voice became notably colder. Even if you are unwilling to assist us, I hope you will not be a traitor, as that would greatly disappoint me in the choice of the demon hunters. I will remain tight-lipped, Su Yichen assured, making a gesture to seal his lips. Now, allow me and my companions to leave. Go on. We cannot come to an agreement on the price for now. I need to inquire elsewhere about the market, Su Yichen said, his words laden with double meaning as he addressed the female warrior. The female warrior, puzzled, glanced at Su Yichen and the witch, sensing she had missed something. Before taking a hearty swig from her flask and dismissing the thought from her mind. Before exiting, Su Yichen remarked to the witch, the cat was handled well. I quite liked it. After Su Yichen and his companions departed, the witch seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, addressing the air. This young hunter is quite cunning. Yet he will ultimately make the right choice. Inform the others to prepare for action. As Su Yichen walked through the streets, he pondered the tasks outlined in his journal, contemplating the choices he must make. The identity of a demon hunter afforded him numerous opportunities inaccessible to others, yet it simultaneously entailed unprecedented risks. 2 factions. 2 powers. How much of what the witch uttered was truth, and how much was mere rhetoric crafted to elicit sympathy? What stance does the Order of the Sincere Heart hold? What secrets lie concealed aboard the black ship? Why do the witches intercept the black ships here? Are their true targets indeed the 3 children the witch mentioned? If so, what makes those 3 children so special? It seems unlikely that the witches would consistently intercept the black ships of the Order. If the Order's power were so formidable, they would not require his aid for protection. Given such convoluted circumstances, why would they entrust him with the safeguarding of those 3 children? Is it simply because he is a demon hunter, or perhaps due to his mentor, Gengze Aragorn? What if those 3 children are merely decoys? What is the true objective of the witches? By assisting them, could he unwittingly become a pawn diverting the attention of the Order of the Sincere Heart? In a moment of contemplation, Su Yichen analyzed numerous possibilities within his mind. However, the scant information available rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to discern the hidden truth amidst the chaos. Casting a glance at the female warrior, Vittoria, the apprentice of the demon hunter, recalled her reaction during their previous encounter at the Lord's residence. With a sigh, he relinquished the idea of collaborating with her on the task, feeling an overwhelming nostalgia for his compatriots from the Lust Plateau. The female warrior abruptly sought refuge in a tavern, informing Su Yichen that she would pursue leads within. Upon her entry, the raucous cheers emanating from within led Su Yichen to believe that she might indeed uncover a means to dispose of stolen goods. Looking at the salted fish assassin seated at the table, who was well-traveled and knowledgeable, Su Yichen thought perhaps he might possess some insider information. With a sense of tentative hope, he inquired, "Have you ever heard of the Order of the Heart of Sincerity?" Meanwhile, the shadow assassin Colin was fixated on a fly. Having already failed 4 times, he could not afford to let it evade him again. Just as he was about to unleash a strike that would uphold his professional honor, Su Yichen's question interrupted him. Noticing the tremor in Colin's hand, Su Yichen understood that fortune was on his side. He dragged a chair over and awaited the shadow assassin's confession. "Where did you hear about the Order of the Heart of Sincerity?" The expression on the shadow assassin's face revealed surprise. "Ah, of course, you are a demon hunter. You must have channels to learn about such individuals. You wouldn't have received word that a black ship is to pass through here, would you?" "You are correct. If we wish to prevent unforeseen disruptions to our plan, it would be prudent for you to disclose everything you know," as my mentor is currently absent. Su Yichen believed that he was not deceiving the shadow assassin. If he were to fail, the shadow assassin would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. If your mentor is not present, I strongly suggest you maintain a safe distance from them and feign ignorance of their presence. This is the most effective strategy. The shadow assassin's words caused Su Yichen to furrow his brow slightly. This was indeed unsettling news. Those deranged women. I find it difficult to determine which side is more unbearable, theirs or that of chaos. The shadow assassin gestured emphatically to bolster his persuasion. Chaos worshippers, I have engaged in a brief collaboration with them. You are aware of this, correct? After uttering these words, the shadow assassin cautiously observed the demeanor of the demon hunter apprentice. Noticing Su Yichen's lack of excessive reaction, he felt reassured enough to continue. However, those nuns, they are all utterly deranged. Anyone associated with chaos is deemed guilty in their eyes, and the only punishment is death, specifically, execution by fire. As the shadow assassin spoke of them, he couldn't help but swallow hard. It is said that they perpetually navigate their enormous black ships, patrolling various regions in search of individuals capable of communicating with the forces of chaos or seeking to incinerate those tainted by its influence. When he mentioned the latter, the shadow assassin glanced at the demon hunter apprentice. Believe me, they revel in this work. Su Yichen's response was devoid of emotion. He merely urged the shadow assassin to continue. Once, I received a bounty to eliminate a sorcerer who resided in a secluded village. The old fellow concealed himself exceptionally well. I lingered in the village for 20 days without being able to identify my target. The shadow assassin remarked that every resident appeared to be an ordinary farmer, the most mundane kind. They were too disinterested in discerning which of them was the disguised sorcerer, and in fact, they intended to burn everyone until the sorcerer was revealed. Her words deepened the furrows on the brow of the demon hunter apprentice. Chapter 71. The Black Ship and the Sorcerer King. It was during this time that I found a certain charm in chaos. The shadow assassin gazed into Su Yichen's eyes, recounting how the old sorcerer stepped forward before the nuns could act, and I could scarcely believe my eyes. I had been sleeping in his storeroom while I was in hiding. I was certain he was not merely hiding in that village. He had genuinely lived there for 8 years. Throughout those 8 years, he had never wielded his powers, content to live as a farmer, intending to see out the remainder of his days in peace. The shadow assassin's voice trembled with excitement. Had he not summoned a peculiar creature before everyone? Even his neighbors would not have believed him. Those nuns bound the sorcerer and his pet together, incinerating every villager before his eyes in the name of confronting chaos. He attempted to resist, but lost all his strength with a mere touch from an armored nun. Ultimately, they first burned his pet before condemning him to the same fate. The shadow assassin recounted a tale of brutal cruelty. I concealed myself in the shadows, paralyzed with fear, nearly terrified to the brink of death. That group of nuns extinguished the lives of everyone, uttering not a single word throughout the grim endeavor. Men, women, children, and even the village animals were not spared, as though it were as natural as eating or drinking. The shadowy assassin cast a final glance at Su Yichen. In truth, solitary demon hunters were also on their list of prey. From where did you obtain the information that the black ship was to dock here? Father Richard, clad in a specially tailored white robe that concealed his physique resembling that of a bodybuilder, appeared as amiable as any other priest. Though a fleeting glimmer in his eyes hinted at a sharpness akin to a knife's edge. Demon hunters are known for their somewhat unorthodox channels of information, are they not? Su Yichen inclined his head slightly in homage to the statue of Campos, pouring the gold coins from his purse into the offering box beneath the statue, coins he had just purchased while passing through the streets. Father Richard scrutinized Su Yichen's eyes for a moment before breaking into a smile. Indeed, you are truly the one favored by Aragorn when it comes to deceit. You are remarkably cut from the same cloth as he. I do not know from whence you acquired the news of the impending arrival of the black ship, nor do I care. However, I must caution you to refrain from involving yourself in any matters pertaining to it. Father Richard gestured for Su Yichen to take a seat across from him. The formidable nuns held a decidedly unfriendly disposition towards demon hunters. Once again, Su Yichen gleaned from the words of others the enmity the Order of the Sincere held against demon hunters. However, our objectives align. Should we not be considered as allies? Why then do they pose a threat to me? Su Yichen inquired tentatively of Pastor Richard. You see, the nuns of the convent never regard themselves as aligned with anyone, be it demon hunters or other extraordinary organizations, including us, the emissaries of the deities. Pastor Richard gestured for several paladins on duty within the temple to withdraw. Your mentor must have mentioned the fire transmission agreement, correct? Pastor Richard asked. Su Yichen nodded. He spoke of it briefly, touching upon matters concerning the Ottoman Empire, chaos, and the accords between extraordinary organizations and demon hunters. Pastor Richard reflected for a moment. You should comprehend from this that nearly half of the rulers of the New World, the Sorcerer Kings, are survivors from the Ottoman Empire. They were the pioneers in the study of chaos, which led to the opening of the first Chaos Gate. They are among those who possess the deepest understanding of chaos. The power of the Sorcerer Kings is formidable, although they too combat chaos. The primary achievement that enables those mages to transcend the limits of mortals and become Sorcerer Kings is derived from their research into chaos. Pastor Richard whispered to Su Yichen, they show no deference even to the gods. The current situation is such that we do not provoke them, and they do not provoke us. Do you understand? Su Yichen finally grasped why an organization loyal to the rulers of the New World could pursue awakened sorcerers and witches across the globe. It is because the backing of these nuns possesses considerable strength. After concluding his final words, Pastor Richard offered a fervent prayer before the statue of Campus. His speech rapid and fervent. Su Yichen could only faintly discern a few words, boss, forgive, all, helping a friend. Observing Pastor Richard's resolute expression as he uttered his cryptic prayers, Su Yichen felt that if one were to choose a deity to believe in, Campus would indeed serve as a formidable ally. Typically, if a black ship were to arrive, we would receive prior notice, allowing us to prepare for its arrival and prevent the nuns from wreaking havoc upon the city. Before Su Yichen departed, Pastor Richard cautioned him, I will dispatch individuals to scour the nearby waters. Should a black ship enter the city without prior warning, it would indicate some unforeseen calamity, and I hope you refrain from getting entangled in it. Thank you for your warning. Perhaps it is merely a baseless rumor. No need for concern, Lord Richard. Su Yichen bowed respectfully to Pastor Richard before taking his leave. Just as Su Yichen exited, Pastor Richard instructed the temple guards to immediately contact other temples to ascertain whether anyone had received news of a black ship's arrival. The turmoil was far from over. The black ship, the nun order, the chaos worshippers, and the demon hunters were converging. Antoine, upon learning this news, would surely be struck with fear. Reverend Richard murmured to himself as he rose to approach the Lord. Meanwhile, Su Yichen was sending a text message to the female warrior. A significant opportunity has arisen. Are you interested? A sharp voice suddenly echoed from behind. Are you the ranger from Saris? Chapter 72. I am a coward. Li Yanlong, male, 24 years old. A native of New Huaxia, enlisted in 2170 and discharged in 2173. Joining the military had always been a thorn in Li Yanlong's heart. As a member of the first generation born during New Huaxia's post-war resurgence, his life could be described as that of a victor. The Li family has a 3-generation legacy of military service. By the time it reached Li Yanlong's father's generation, of the 3 sons in the family, 1 perished in war, while the remaining 2 ascended to the rank of major. When Li Yanlong was barely 6 years old, his family relocated to Yingzhou due to his father's job. As the offspring of a military officer stationed in the area, Li Yanlong became accustomed to the privileges of a special class during his childhood, which distanced him from local children in terms of education, food, and living conditions. Upon entering high school, bolstered by the exceptional physical prowess inherited from the Li lineage, rumored to have participated secretly in New Huaxia's first generation of human enhancement experiments, Li Yanlong excelled academically and dominated all athletic endeavors throughout the year. Furthermore, in his youthful arrogance, he leveraged his unique background and the combat skills acquired from early exposure to establish control over the underground world of several nearby schools. He juggled multiple girlfriends simultaneously, and even the local authorities were reluctant to intervene in his affairs. The notion that one must revel in the joys of life, for one never knows when calamity may strike, rings profoundly true. On one occasion, the audacious Li Yanlong, accustomed to his brazen ways, sought to extort protection fees on the bustling streets. To his astonishment, he encountered his father, Li Yunlong, dining with a group in a noodle shop. It is difficult to fathom the tumult of emotions that must have surged within Li Yunlong, for among his companions were 2 former superiors who had ascended to the rank of lieutenant general, along with Zhao Gang, a political commissar from his wartime unit. This clandestine visit to Yingzhou was to address a particularly delicate crisis. In a twist of fate, as these military men discreetly escaped the confines of their barracks for a simple meal, they unexpectedly stumbled upon Li Yanlong, who was in the midst of his extortion scheme. The calm demeanor of the restaurant owner suggested that such encounters had become a recurring ordeal. Enraged, Li Yunlong snapped his chopsticks in two, and had it not been for his vigilant guard, Wei Daong, intervening, he would have surely taken drastic measures against his wayward son. Following this incident, the leisurely days of Li Yanlong came to an abrupt end. His father, Li Yunlong, issued a transfer order, facilitated by Commissar Zhao Gang, which unceremoniously dispatched him to a military training camp. There, he found no respite, as the automated monitoring system ensured that once 80% of the unit slipped into slumber, the mechanical sentinels would initiate assault protocols. Countless times, as he reminisced about his life in Yingzhou, he would be jolted awake by an enhanced stink bomb or a biological shock grenade hurled into his quarters. The former would leave him reeking for a month, far more pungent than any skunk, while the latter would induce a state of disorientation, rendering him violently ill and on the brink of dehydration within 3 days. It was only when Li Yanlong finally learned to sense the ominous signs before danger struck that he managed to escape from the midnight ambush. For a full 2 years and 700 days and nights, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful slumber. Even now, as he entered the game, he clung to the habit of donning protective gear while sleeping. It was only when the perpetually solitary Li Yanlong realized that he was not in an ordinary boot camp that he found himself aboard the Aolong-class orbital assault ship. What do you mean? I am supposed to jump from here wearing this contraption? Li Yanlong's voice resonated somewhat muffled within the confines of his full-coverage orbital drop armor. His captain silently nodded. Through the dark visor, Li Yanlong could not discern his expression, yet he stubbornly pressed on. Are you certain? We are still 450 kilometers above the ground. You expect me to leap into a space the size of a basketball court below? What if this device fails to operate correctly? What if I land in a volcanic crater? What do you mean? I will merely graze past the space station? Li Yanlong's face was one of bewilderment. The Huanshuang-class orbital drop exoskeleton you are wearing has experienced only 2 incidents of hard landings due to mechanical failures in the last 30,000 drops, resulting in fatalities. Both occurred after being directly struck by anti-aircraft fire, so you need not worry, the captain's voice came through the earpiece. At that moment, Li Yanlong realized that his exoskeleton armor had completed its sealing process. Hey, wait. I still have something to say to my father. I was wrong. I will no longer squander my youth. I repent. Li Yanlong's voice resonated from the depths of his being. Before he could utter another word, the captain swung open the hatch and forcefully expelled Li Yanlong with a kick. For victory. Let us meet again in the realm of the dead. This was the motto of the Huangquan Orbital Assault Team, a legacy he hoped would remain untainted by his actions. Lastly, I am Political Commissar Zhao Gang, not your captain. Caught in a scream, Li Yanlong had no time to heed those final words, nor could he glimpse the face of Commissar Zhao within his helmet. He was preoccupied with carefully maneuvering his descent trajectory, narrowly avoiding the EU space station by mere millimeters amidst a cacophony of frantic shouts and curses. Following that landing, Li Yanlong ultimately fulfilled his desire to leave the military due to psychological trauma, unable to bear the disappointment reflected in his father's gaze. In secret, he submitted his application to join the colonization fleet, departing from Earth. As Li Yanlong observed the players in the desolate yellow Earth zone, memories of the political commissar who had supervised him during boot camp flooded his mind. Those individuals felt as though they were merely products emerging from an assembly line, indistinguishable from one another. Instinctively, he tightened his stance, almost saluting, had it not been for the hammer and heavy shield in his hands that reminded him of his current reality. What are you doing? One of the goblins, standing behind Yichen, noticed his companion lost in thought, deftly dodging the player's attacks while muttering in frustration. Chapter 73, New Recruits Reporting In. Yichen discovered that the duo blocking his path in the alley were the same ones who had previously ambushed the shadow assassin. Before him stood a heavily armored warrior wielding an enormous shield, while behind him, a goblin brandished a pair of pale green daggers. Cursed be his wandering thoughts, for he had failed to notice the ambush directly ahead, not just the goblin. Strangely, the armored warrior did not immediately coordinate with the goblin to strike him, granting Yichen a precious moment to breathe. He utilized the alder sigil to fend off a sneak attack from the goblin. With no time to retrieve the Gnarl's flame greatsword from his spatial pouch, Yichen seized the opportunity to draw the straight-edged military knife he had procured from a dwarf. In this narrow alleyway, such a short weapon proved far more efficient. The shadow assassin's earlier warning rang true. The goblin, barely half his height, moved with an agility that likely exceeded his own. Today, the attribute points provided by the fragmented pendant had been allocated to strength. Yet Su Yichen's weapon continued to swipe at the goblin's garments, only to return empty-handed. The goblin, relying on its diminutive stature, rolled and leaped, rebounding off the walls of the narrow alleyway to evade Su Yichen's strikes. Meanwhile, he found himself at a disadvantage, forced to split his focus to guard against the heavily armored warrior behind him. In that moment, the alley was filled with the goblin's agile, pale green figure, making Su Yichen feel as though he were engaged in a duel with Master Yoda himself. Thankfully, the silver scale breastplate he wore prevented the goblin's daggers from spilling his entrails, as the creature's attacks were primarily aimed at his lower regions due to their height difference. The somewhat unaccustomed goblin, reliant on a sudden burst of energy, found himself in an optimal state, launching nearly 20 seconds of relentless assaults without receiving the anticipated support from his companions. Infuriated and humiliated, the goblin could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Accompanying him to serve as a bodyguard for that scoundrel Antoine was a newcomer, recently enlisted. The newcomer displayed commendable skills, and his fighting style was well suited for the role of protector. Marmar had deliberately assigned him to undergo this training session. It had been some time since Marmar had paid such close attention to a novice, yet he was taken aback by the latter's failure at a critical moment. On one side stood the eloquent Li Yanlong, representing the profound art of language from New Huaxia, while on the other was the seasoned pirate, who had emerged from the den of rogues. The verbal duel between them, with Su Yichen caught in the middle, proved to be as captivating as the physical confrontation itself. Su Yichen remained vigilant of the heavily armored warrior behind him, the fractured ribs of the shadow assassin serving as a constant reminder of the formidable threat posed by the shield-bearing knight. Forcing the goblin into a corner with his military blade, Su Yichen awaited the opportune moment as the goblin employed the same tactic, leveraging the wall for support to leap in another direction. This was precisely the chance Su Yichen had been anticipating. The elder facile had long been primed and was unleashed from his other hand. The goblin, unable to alter its trajectory while airborne, was sent flying by the sheer force of the impact. The advantages and disadvantages of the diminutive creature were starkly evident, even with Su Yichen's agility rating of 17. He struggled to match the goblin's reaction speed. He began to suspect that the goblin possessed a talent akin to lightning reflexes. However, physics remains eternally impartial. Regardless of the disparity in size between a smaller foe and a larger adversary, the rate of descent through the air remains constant. As the Earth Spirit once again soared into the air, Su Yichen seized the opportunity, and the Earth Spirit, weighing only 1/3 of Su Yichen, was sent flying by the force of Aldifa's spell. At that moment, the shield of the heavily armored warrior behind Su Yichen swung towards him, the air stirred by the shield causing his black hair to dance wildly in the air. In a critical instant, Su Yichen pivoted to face his opponent, his body arching backward from the knees, supported by his powerful core muscles as he executed a bridge maneuver. The enormous shield grazed the tip of Su Yichen's nose as it swung past. However, the seasoned armored warrior swiftly harnessed the strength of his arms to abruptly halt the shield's momentum, forcefully driving it downward. With no time to rise, Su Yichen grasped his blade and plunged it fiercely into the ground, using the recoil to roll to the right and evade the shield's devastating blow. In the hands of the armored warrior, the massive shield embedded itself into the earth to a depth of nearly 1/3, thanks to its sharp base. With no time to reclaim his weapon, Su Yichen charged into the embrace of the heavily armored warrior, leveraging his weight to push him back a step, forcing him to relinquish his shield. Immediately, Su Yichen, unarmed, unleashed a series of strikes on the neck guard connecting the warrior's helmet and breastplate before he could react. Su Yichen could feel the bones in his hands contorting and fracturing upon collision with the metal, but this was his sole opportunity. In a span of 2 seconds, he delivered a relentless barrage of 13 strikes to the same spot. With a formidable strength boost of up to 15 points, the neck guard finally succumbed to continuous damage, leaving the heavily armored warrior in a state of panic as he struggled to breathe. Rookie. Su Yichen surmised from the warrior's initial days that he was a novice lacking practical combat experience, which became Su's sole opportunity for an advantage. He extended his arms, encircling the warrior's neck, and delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's abdomen with his knee. The armor at the waist was relatively weak chainmail, designed to afford some flexibility but inadequate for withstanding blunt force trauma. Thud, thud. As Su Yichen released his grip, the heavily armored warrior collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. From the outset, Su Yichen's primary target was this armored warrior in such a narrow alley. A shield-bearing soldier could easily corner him. Turning around, Su Yichen realized that the goblin had vanished without a trace at the alley's end. In the now desolate passage, only the faint sound of the warrior's labored coughs remained. The warrior lay on the ground, futilely attempting to remove his helmet, his legs weakly kicking against the earth. His voice gradually fading. Once Su Yichen confirmed that the goblin was not lying in ambush nearby, he forcefully tore off the contorted neck guard and removed the warrior's helmet, revealing a player who had slipped into a semi-conscious state beneath the armor. To his surprise, Su Yichen discovered that the adversary was indeed a player, the conspicuous red mark on his forehead obscured by the helmet. His black hair and yellow skin indicated that he hailed from a traditional player community in the Lust Plateau region. Su Yichen observed the player before him, who, with trembling hands, rendered a precise military salute. Report, Political Commissar, new recruit Li Yanlong has completed training, and then lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 74, 0 and 999. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the bustling port of Anthony had become less tense, with foot traffic on the streets reduced by more than half. The female warrior carried the unconscious captive, navigating through secluded alleys under Su Yichen's guidance, successfully evading the watchful eyes of the patrols. A few solitary passers-by they encountered prudently retreated at the sight of Su Yichen, feigning ignorance as if their eyes had failed them. Rest assured, this individual is undeniably trustworthy, precisely what we need, as our battle group is short on numbers. With him and that fellow in black, we will soon have the requisite 6 members. Su Yichen mused that if such occurrences continued, merely recruiting individuals would suffice to establish his battle group. Do you know him? The female warrior inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. Not exactly acquainted, but there are only a few squads under the political commissar responsible for new recruit training, and I can certainly hold my own, Su Yichen replied with a confident smile. Amidst the astonished gaze of the shadow assassin, Su Yichen opened the window. A shield was tossed up by the female warrior, which he deftly set aside against the wall. Hey, this shield looks familiar, doesn't it? The shadow assassin remarked, feeling a dull ache in his ribs from his position on the mat. Su Yichen chose to ignore him, for with a sharp command from the female warrior, a fully conscious person was hurled through the second-floor window. Thankfully, today's fragmented pendant provided him with additional strength. Otherwise, he might not have been able to catch this armored figure. Accompanying the prisoners was a message from the female warrior. Carpenter had located 2 players. I shall go and investigate. Discarding the captives beside a shield in the corner, Su Yichen clapped his hands and surveyed his surroundings, increasingly realizing the necessity of securing a territory of his own. The demon hunter apprentice began to harbor a flicker of anticipation for his domain, yet this did not deter him from rousing the unconscious Li Yanlong in the traditional manner. He noticed the shadow assassin beside him, who, eager to speak, covered his face in restraint. Awakened by the pain on his face, Li Yanlong opened his eyes in confusion. Before he could gather his thoughts, a chilling voice pierced the air. Soldier, attention, state your rank and number. In an instant, Li Yanlong, who moments ago lay lifeless on the ground, seemed to be jolted awake. His gaze fixed straight ahead as he rendered a precise military salute. Reporting, Comrade Political Officer, Private First Class Li Yanlong, number 2-1700-396-33-4099-0999. Awaiting orders. At ease. Su Yichen gestured for Li Yanlong to relax. From this day forth, you are officially summoned as a new member of my battle regiment. Understood. Li Yanlong, only regaining his composure after lowering his salute, looked at the 2 individuals in the room with an expression of innocent bewilderment. In contrast to Su Yichen's impassive demeanor, the shadow assassin Colin exhibited an equal degree of confusion as the existential questions of life were visibly etched upon his face. Comrade Political Officer, I have retired due to injury. Li Yanlong cautiously addressed the player of a similar age standing before him. I have heard of you. The one branded with the shame of the underworld. Your father once extended his assistance to me, and Zhao Gang was my political instructor and homeroom teacher at Military Academy. Thus, from this day forth, you shall be under my command. Upon hearing Li Yanlong's identification number, Su Yichen immediately discerned the origins of this individual. I am Su Yichen. The number 217,003 signifies the date of enlistment, indicating that I joined the ranks in March of 2170. The designation 96334 refers to the new recruits training camp of the Underworld Orbital Assault Team. The number 099 is the identifier for a special unit, encompassing all trainees who were informally selected to enter this camp. When Su Yichen and his peers underwent orbital drop training, they too were part of this unit. The final number, 0999, denotes that Li Yanlong was the last member of that batch from 2170. During that time, this 999 Li Yanlong had garnered considerable notoriety. He was well known within the system. His father, Li Yunlong, almost excluded him from the family lineage, but it was his grandfather who intervened on his behalf. The elder stated, "The Li family does not lack genuine soldiers. Our sacrifices in blood and sweat are for our descendants to pursue the lives they desire." This declaration silenced any further jest regarding Li Yanlong within the military establishment, compelling even the political commissar, Zhao Gang, to personally visit the elder and offer his apologies. Upon hearing Su Yichen's name, Li Yanlong too recognized the extraordinary nature of the individual before him. 2168-05963340990000. This is the number left by Su Yichen at the Huangquan training camp. Various trophies, medals, and records inscribed with Su Yichen's name and number remain there. Every time Li Yanlong is punished to clean the memorial room, he sees this name and number. The strongest rookie in the history of the training camp, the number 0, is represented by this 0000 designation. As Li Yanlong had been communicating with the goblins, he was unaware that the demon hunter apprentice referred to by the NPCs as a Silurian was involved since the Lord's theft incident began, right up until he and the goblins set out to ambush the possible accomplices of the assassin. Upon first seeing Su Yichen, Li Yanlong was momentarily astonished to discover that the target was a player, and a player from the Lust District at that. The reason Li Yanlong hesitated to act immediately was that he was contemplating whether to cooperate with the NPC to complete the task and receive the reward, or to surprise his fellow with a sudden betrayal, eliminating that annoying goblin, and then dramatically removing his helmet with a flourish, tossing his hair back. However, everything transpired too swiftly, and events unfolded contrary to his expectations. The fellow not only effortlessly repelled the goblin, who had advanced to the bounty hunter profession, but also executed a stunning combo to whisk himself away before Li Yanlong could turn against him. Most significantly, did this mean he was enlisted once again? Li Yanlong couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 75. The Knight's Demeanor, Is It You? The Shadow Assassin Colin was recognized by Li Yanlong. Although he did not see the Shadow Assassin's face that day, Li Yanlong, having undergone rigorous military training, was still able to discern the extent of the harm he had inflicted on the target. The Shadow Assassin candidly admitted, "It was I. You have already been treated as a punching bag. Should I fear you?" He calmly regarded Li Yanlong's swollen face, with Su Yichen standing behind him. Li Yanlong, feeling dejected, remarked, "Indeed, you are all in cahoots. Antoine is not shirking responsibility after all." Su Yichen cast a glance at the Shadow Assassin, who obediently closed his mouth, abandoning any intention of mocking the other. Is Antoine now suspecting that the theft of the treasury is related to me? Su Yichen pondered, considering Antoine's audacity. Although he indeed had his suspicions, Su Yichen always felt that, relying solely on the reputation of the demon hunter, Antoine would suppress such thoughts without concrete evidence. "I wonder if he suspects you." Li Yanlong shook his head. "In fact, this operation was instigated by that goblin, Lazel, acting independently with no connection to Antoine. Sounds like your relationship is rather intricate." Su Yichen shot Li Yanlong a sidelong glance. "Soldier, elaborate on the faction you were previously affiliated with." When Li Yanlong first entered the game, he awoke aboard a grand ship laden with spices, embarking from the New World towards the southern seas, with each voyage yielding a profit of approximately 4,000 gold coins. The journey is nearing its conclusion, with both the captain and the first mate finally relaxing their taut nerves, while the sailors indulge in a bit of idleness in the corners of the vessel. Everyone aboard is brimming with anticipation for their imminent arrival at the grand port of Anthony. Many fellow travelers are also enjoying the fresh air on the deck. Among them is Li Yanlong, who has seamlessly blended into the crowd. After nearly 2 days aboard, he has skillfully captivated a naive noble maiden with his charming demeanor. Unlike her father, a knight, the delicate features and refined manners of this Eastern gentleman have led the young woman, named Carlo Rossetti, to believe she has been struck by Cupid's arrow, her heart wholly ensnared by Li Yanlong. Her father, Bart Rossetti, is a knight of extraordinary caliber, As the years have passed, his adventurous spirit has gradually waned, and the injuries from his youth continue to afflict his body. Following the death of his wife, he liquidated his estate with the intention of moving to the far southern colonies, seeking to cultivate a piece of land of his own and secure a promising future for his daughter, his greatest aspiration being to enjoy a peaceful retirement. The young fellow from the colonies seems quite commendable, Bart mused, observing the two young men conversing at the stern of the ship, a smile gracing his lips. He could discern the young Cerisian's distinguished background and innate extraordinary abilities. It would not be long before he emerged as a true professional. Present circumstances may not be ideal, but the far southern colonies abound with opportunities and time for him to rise above. Bart extracted his pipe, tapping it against the ship's railing to rid it of damp tobacco, before refilling it, igniting it, and savoring a deep, satisfying draw. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sir Bart perceived a distant dark silhouette. Clearing the haze before him, he relied on his exceptional vision to discern that the figure was rapidly approaching. It was a pirate vessel. Cursed be this fate. Bart inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Everyone, heed my call. To starboard, pirates are drawing near." Having served in the military, Bart understood that their heavily laden cargo ship stood little chance of outrunning the pirate craft upon these treacherous waters. At this juncture, he could only hope the pirates' appetites were modest. He had heard that the marauders in this region were relatively mild, surviving by levying tolls rather than resorting to murder and plunder. Nevertheless, one must always remain cautious of the unforeseen. In the midst of the panicking throng, Sir Bart maneuvered through the chaos until he reached the location of his daughter. To his relief, he discovered that she had been concealed within an empty barrel in the hold by that courageous young man, Li Yanlong. "Well done, young man," Bart commended as he clapped Li Yanlong on the shoulder. Finding the youth increasingly commendable, undaunted in the face of peril, he was indeed a promising candidate for a warrior. At that very moment, Li Yanlong received his inaugural quest since entering the game. True loyalty in adversity. Throughout your actions, you have been observed by Carlo's father. Fortunately, the initial impression you left was favorable. Regrettably, a crisis now looms. Will you, like a true man, take up arms to defend the rights of the vulnerable? Difficulty, dangerous reward. Advanced background profession. Li Yanlong, once a formidable force, had been honed for over 2 years in the finest military training camp. Thus he was far from intimidated at this moment. However, the expression on the elder's face, reminiscent of a father-in-law scrutinizing his prospective son-in-law, was perplexing. Bart retrieved a complete set of knightly armor from the trunk he carried. The front bore numerous scars, yet it emanated an imposing aura due to meticulous maintenance. Next to the armor lay a fearsome shield and a sharp, knightly longsword, while a smaller short sword was thrust into Li Yanlong's hand, accompanied by a similarly modest wooden shield. As anticipated, the pirates did not accept the captain's dismissal price, and the unfortunate captain continued to hurl curses at the band of pirates until he was thrown into the sea, loudly proclaiming that he had paid a protection fee to Captain Cersei of the Pirate Inspection Squad. In every profession, there exist those who defy the rules, and this band of pirates operated under the very nose of the notorious Pirate Inspection Squad, engaging in their illicit dealings. Thus commenced a bloody battle. Under Bart's leadership, Li Yanlong stood resolutely at the cabin door on the deck, where several pirates fell, their blood seeping into the deck and trickling down into the cabin below, inciting terrified screams from the passengers sheltered within, which only spurred the pirates to launch more ferocious attacks. Bart consciously held his ground here, not only to protect the majority of the passengers, but also because he understood that the pirates would not send anyone to inspect the cargo hold until all resistance was quelled, ensuring the safety of his daughter, Carlo. Chapter 76. Mama's Game. Fortunately, as the largest pirate faction in the region, the pirate inspection team was not without merit. Within half an hour, they discerned the ongoing skirmish, with 2 pirate ships surrounding the area like a pair of pincers. After a prolonged assault that yielded no success, the pirates ultimately exchanged a few harsh words before hastily retreating to avoid being ensnared. The surviving crew erupted in jubilant cheers, and even Miss Carlo, who had been hiding in the cargo hold, dashed forth, sidestepping her father's embrace to leap into Li Yanlong's arms. With a charisma level soaring to 14. What a delightful dilemma it was. As he savored the softness enveloping him, Li Yanlong silently expressed his gratitude for the world's backwardness. Indeed, undergarments were humanity's most nefarious invention. Yet, just as he felt he had reached the pinnacle of his existence, an interloper emerged. Who dares to claim dominion here? with that rugged voice echoing, a towering figure. A veritable giant at 2.5 meters tall leapt onto the deck, causing the very vessel beneath him to sway. The surviving crew and passengers appeared momentarily frozen, shuddering as they took a step back. The giant bore a head reminiscent of a shark, with razor-sharp teeth and cold, unfeeling eyes that incessantly reminded all present of his predatory nature. Sir Bart took a step forward, his weapon and shield lowering slightly, poised at an angle that allowed for immediate readiness. Our captain has fallen in the earlier battle. I am now in command here. How could such a moment of glory transpire without my presence? Li Yanlong pushed the girl in his arms into the crowd behind him, stepped forward, and stood beside Knight Bart, straightening his posture. I am here too. The burly shark-like man nodded and turned aside, clearing the passageway connecting the pirate ship and the cargo vessel. A tall and strikingly beautiful woman approached from the deck. Li Yanlong rated her figure a perfect 10. Yet he wondered who could bear to mar such a flawless face with a deep scar. Both ears had been cruelly severed, leaving only 2 unsightly scars. I sincerely apologize for the unwarranted losses you have suffered on my territory. To express my regret, that band of pirates will be executed in the most brutal manner upon the sea, the disfigured beauty remarked in a voice tinged with a certain magnetism. This revelation caused Bart to sense that matters were spiraling into an unfavorable direction. You have killed a multitude of pirates on my land, Cersei Lannister said, extending her slender finger to indicate the corpses on the ground. While they are not my people, and indeed deserve their fate, they must, and can only, perish by my hand. With the same finger that had pointed at the bodies, Cersei gestured toward the survivors. These individuals will serve as your witnesses. They will spread tales of the pirates' incompetence in the port, which I cannot abide. You too must pay a sufficient price. Knight Bart remained silent, for he understood that words held no power in such a dire situation. Meanwhile, Li Yanlong could only wish to slap himself in despair. The burly man with a shark's head sat beside the chair, scratching his head with his robust fingers. The sound of skin rubbing against skin was as jarring as metal scraping against metal, as if he were racking his brain to determine how to make them pay. Li Yanlong could hear the survivors behind him, the ladies discreetly wiping away their tears, and he could also hear Miss Carlo's fervent prayers to the gods. Only the Knight Bart, as steadfast as a rock, provided him with a sense of calm. A revelation struck him. "Mama, I've thought of something," exclaimed the shark-headed giant, lowering his gaze to the light of the west seated in the chair. "We should make them duel to the death." Cersei Lannister patted the shark-headed man's bald head, evidently pleased with his suggestion. "Indeed, you have finally begun to use your brain. This is a splendid idea." The light of the west addressed the 2 heroes who had just saved a ship full of lives. The duel will culminate in one's demise. The victor shall bring the others safely to the port, offering the defeated's life as a sacrifice to me, and in return, I shall grant you my forgiveness. "No," came the shrill scream of Carlo Rossetti from behind, as the poor girl fainted. "Or perhaps, I shall simply cast everyone here into the sea." The light of the west smiled, while savoring the wine in her glass, the crimson liquid flowing like blood down the corner of her mouth as she waved her hand dismissively. "This is your only choice. Do hurry, or I shall grow weary of this." Li Yanlong's mind raced with potential strategies, his thoughts igniting a fervent warmth within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for an escape from his predicament. "Come on, child, grasp your weapon," sighed Knight Bart, preparing himself for battle, and murmured, "Caro, I entrust her to you. Should you dare to mistreat her, I shall rise from the depths of hell to settle the score with you." As a soldier rigorously trained to the highest standards, even after leaving the military, Li Yanlong could maintain his composure while dispatching his foes. However, as a player nurtured in times of peace, he found it inconceivable to take the life of an NPC who had become indistinguishable from a real person after several days of companionship. Instinctively obeying the knight's command, Li Yanlong absorbed Knight Bart's expertise in shield defense. "You do not comprehend. I am not worth your sacrifice. You must slay me. Take care of your daughter." Li Yanlong grappled with how to articulate the truth of his resurrection, knowing certain phrases would be automatically censored by the system. With no other option, he gazed at the knight's sword descending toward him, steeling his resolve as he relinquished the use of his shield, positioning his neck in the path of the blade's trajectory. Chapter 77. Charisma truly allows one to act with impunity amidst the gasps of the surrounding survivors. Li Yanlong opened his eyes to find Knight Bart's sword poised before him, the blade mere inches away. "Enough. Fight seriously. What I wish to witness is a duel. If you continue to squander time, I shall have everyone thrown into the sea." Cersei? Lady Lannister cast her high-stemmed goblet to the floor, where the vibrant crimson liquid mingled with the blood beneath, indistinguishable from one another. It is time, my child. I have grown old, and you are a trustworthy soul. Take good care of my daughter. Nightbart launched a renewed offensive against Li Yanlong. Amidst the tempestuous onslaught, Li Yanlong felt Bart's longsword striking against his shield, and through this rigorous training, his skill in wielding the shield was advancing rapidly. Remember this sensation, my child. It is the only legacy I can bequeath to you. At the critical moment, Nightbart refrained from using his longsword to parry Li Yanlong's weapon, leaving his defenses wide open, calmly accepting the fate of death. Yet, just before Li Yanlong's longsword pierced Bart's heart, it halted. Leave some strength in your strike. Li Yanlong declared with a smile. Wait, he shouted. I have a splendid idea that could resolve our current predicament. Cersei Lannister turned to him, gesturing for him to continue. My lady. Li Yanlong knelt on one knee, presenting his sword with both hands. I pledge my allegiance to you and wish to join your fleet. The sea shall echo with tales of a fledgling under your command, offering the blood of trespassers. Cersei Lannister erupted in laughter, pointing at the kneeling Li Yanlong. Addressing her followers, he is a clever man. I have a fondness for cleverness. And he is an entertaining cleverness at that. Bring him aboard the ship. The rest may depart. This is not worth it, my child. Nightbart gazed at the Cerisian with a complex expression. You once possessed grand prospects. I believe it is worth it. Li Yanlong embraced Nightbart, remarking, Moreover, the life of a free-spirited pirate suits me better. Please take good care of your daughter. Perhaps one day I shall come to seek her hand in marriage. As Li Yanlong walked towards the pirate ship alongside the Sharkman, he felt a sense of pride in his own departure, awarding himself a score of 99, leaving 1 point to guard against arrogance. At the ship's railing, Nightbart called out to Li Yanlong, tossing his shield across the sea. This is a treasure of the Rossetti family. I hope it brings you good fortune, for you need it more than I do now. Li Yanlong caught the shield and waved back at Nightbart, saying, Thank you. I will make good use of it. Simultaneously, the mission log updated. True feelings revealed in adversity, completed. You have successfully assumed the prestigious background profession, loyal Cerisian guardian. Nearby, the shadow assassin had already succumbed to slumber at the appearance of Cersei Lannister. What is it? Li Yanlong observed the political commissar's seemingly grim demeanor, feeling perplexed. Was his explanation insufficiently detailed? I asked you about the situation regarding that band of pirates. I did not request a fairy tale. Yichen now found himself facing a particularly loquacious compatriot, which might not necessarily be a boon, especially one burdened with excessive inner monologue. Speak quickly. I am about to do so. Before the commissar could unleash his ire, Li Yanlong rapidly conveyed, As for Mama's strength, I cannot ascertain. I have never witnessed her in action. However, she possesses 5 formidable wind-sailing warships. Aside from her own ship, the Iron Throne, each vessel is manned by an extraordinary being. Have you ever witnessed such a sight? What is the level of that goblin under her command? Yichen released his clenched fist. I am unaware of how many extraordinary beings are aboard the Iron Throne, as I have only recently embarked upon this path, having been in the profession for less than a week. Aside from the Sharkhead-controlled Sea Shark, I have not encountered the other ships. All this information has been relayed to me by other pirates. Li Yanlong hastily clarified that Goblin is a direct subordinate of Mama. And our purpose here is to collect protection fees from Antoine. Are you implying that Antoine and your faction share a cooperative relationship, rather than you being subordinates to him? Yichen sensed that the situation at the port of Anthony was becoming increasingly chaotic. Soldiers. Yichen corrected Li Yanlong's terminology. Henceforth, this refers to myself, you, and the other members of our battle group. You must be mindful of your position. Yes, sir. Li Yanlong instinctively stood at attention and saluted. Mama. Yichen silently repeated the moniker of this female pirate leader in his mind. The witches had acquired intelligence on the Black Ship even before Priest Richard, and they confirmed that the Black Ship would dock at the port for supplies. If it is true that there are no unsavory dealings between the domineering Mama and the witches, Yichen could only conclude that the witches have infiltrators within the Black Ship. It is also possible that both parties are complicit, employing a dual strategy. Yichen felt the need to re-evaluate the forces behind the witches. Soldier, you will remain concealed here temporarily and care for the wounded. This assassin is presently allied with us, Yichen commanded Li Yanlong. Boss, I am undoubtedly ready to join your ranks and serve the people. However, must we always maintain such a grave demeanor? Li Yanlong grinned at the formidable new recruit, the acting political commissar, attempting to navigate the murky waters of authority. An acting political commissar is not truly a political commissar, is he? Just wait until you encounter the head of the security department and try saying that to him. Su Yichen shot him a glare, and Li Yanlong immediately fell silent. The head of the security department was a nearly 60-year-old retired soldier, a former squad leader of the Huangquan assault team. Thanks to modern technology, he appeared to be a robust middle-aged man in his 40s. His muscular physique still capable of captivating many young women. Although Su Yichen had not interacted with him extensively, he had heard of the man's fiery temper. He was considered one of the most formidable among the 300 of the new Huaxia. Chapter 78. The Fallen Knight Once More. Standing before the entrance of the Blind-Eye Jewels, Su Yichen had made his choice in his heart. This was not a matter of morality. He could fully comprehend the actions of the nuns. In the face of chaotic threats, eradicating the root cause was the most effective response. As an apprentice demon hunter, Su Yichen could accept this reality without hesitation. Whether those nuns were dutiful or found joy in their duties, Su Yichen, as a modern soldier, held no prejudices. For when it came to the efficiency of slaughter, the two sides were hardly comparable. Just as he had proclaimed on the day he became a demon hunter. In this world, I fear nothing. Regardless of the formidable strength possessed by the Sisters of the Pure Heart and the malevolent Witch King behind them, Su Yichen remained undaunted. The price offered by the witches was exceedingly generous. As a player, self-interest took precedence. This decision, however, was reached after careful deliberation. Firstly, the Witch King and the Sisters of the Pure Heart had no allies. In the port city of Anthony, the sisters were isolated. The witches had made ample preparations, potentially aligning themselves with not only their own factions, but also with pirates from the high seas and infiltrators within the black ships. From within the city, it seemed that the church would be most reluctant to extend assistance to the sisters, and one could hardly expect them to fight valiantly. Su Yichen's role was merely to provide support. Should the operation fail, he would distance himself entirely from the consequences. The worst-case scenario would involve his participation in the actions against the black ships becoming public knowledge. Who, besides the sisterhood, would seek retribution against him? The demon hunters had maintained only a superficial peace with the sisterhood. And how long would it take for the Witch King and the Sisters of the Pure Heart to respond? As a player, would he still need to tread carefully around them by then? With a mind full of calculations, Su Yichen pushed open the door to the Blind-Eye Jewelry House. However, he was met with a shockwave that sent the unprepared Su Yichen crashing into the wall across the street, leaving cracks in the brick wall as a testament to the force of the impact. At that moment, he was clad in the bulletproof vest designated for political officers. Otherwise, he would have been propelled directly into the next queue of transcendence. Su Yichen observed a man clad in armor, gesturing fervently before him, seemingly shouting something, yet devoid of any hostility. With a formidable will, he regained control over his body. Raising his right hand, he pointed to his ear and waved it dismissively, signaling his inability to hear. The man cast an apologetic glance towards Su Yichen, extending a hand to assist him in rising from the ground. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Su Yichen reflected on his unfortunate day, having been ambushed and subsequently caught in an indoor explosion. Pondering how many years it had been since he had felt so utterly disheveled. He had always known that the witch's peculiar jewelry store possessed some enigmatic quality, capable of isolating sound from the outside world, yet he never anticipated that this protection would also sever his own sensory perception, leaving him completely oblivious to the prior explosion. Even during his time on the battlefield, he had sensed a vague danger within the room, albeit misinterpreting it as the presence of armed assailants. He had recklessly charged in after a flashbang was thrown through the window. Once his hearing returned, Su Yichen sat expressionless in the now chaotic jewelry store, facing a witch whose demeanor was even more foul than before. The once elegant purple robe she wore was marred in several places, charred by flames. Even through her veil, Su Yichen could hear the sound of her grinding teeth. Perhaps feeling a sense of discomposure, the witch instinctively leaned back against her soft couch, only to have the delicate knit fabric, now rendered fragile by the explosion, disintegrate into a shower of fragments and ashes with her movement. Amidst the witch's coughs, Su Yichen addressed her, stating, "I consent. I shall assist you in relocating those 3 targets." The witch awkwardly resumed her previous stance and glanced toward the knight standing at the entrance, remarking, "Now there are 4. A slight frown creased Su Yichen's brow. He harbored a disdain for plans riddled with flaws. If these witches could not ascertain even the most rudimentary intelligence, the likelihood of success for this operation would be halved. Do not misunderstand. The target remains unchanged. It's this gentleman's daughter who now requires our aid, the witch indicated with a gesture towards the armored man at the doorway. Following Su Yichen's gaze, the armored man inclined his head and affirmed, "Indeed, I require your assistance. My daughter is in peril." Su Yichen felt a peculiar familiarity with this man clad in armor. "The defensive array I said has been compromised. My jewelry house itself is a runic fortress, an integral part of the array. When you opened the door, you created a breach in the formation." The witch added somberly, "Except for you and a select few. No one can breach that door from the outside after 6 o'clock. I shall refrain from calculating the losses for now," the witch continued as she tidied the table. "The black ship will arrive at the port on schedule. Our people will create a diversion by attacking the nuns as the ship begins its resupply. Another group will seize this opportunity to extract those aboard the black ship, at which point your role will become essential." The witch paused for a moment, casting a concerned glance at the middle-aged man at the door, then shifting her gaze to the stoic apprentice of the demon hunter before letting out a sigh. "Very well. I hope you are trustworthy. The situation has changed, catching our people off guard." Her words confirmed Su Yichen's apprehension. There was a sister of theirs secretly lurking aboard the black ship. Su Yichen nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. The witch continued, "Originally, we were to receive the assistance of the pirate Queen Cersei Lannister. She was to dispatch people to intercept the black ship, creating a diversion. Our operative aboard the black ship would then take advantage of the chaos to destroy all the supplies, forcing the black ship to come to Anthony's harbor for resupply." Su Yichen noticed a slight tremor from the warriors at the entrance when the witch mentioned Cersei Lannister. Did they know each other? Yet, everything had changed. The black ship would now approach Anthony's harbor on its own. The witch elucidated Su Yichen's confusion. "It is due to this gentleman's daughter, who has recently awakened her talent and become a witch, an awakening of the highest order, akin to the full moon in the night sky, drawing the attention of the nuns aboard the black ship." The middle-aged man stepped forward at the opportune moment, bowing respectfully. "Sir, my name is Bart Rossetti, and I implore you to extend a helping hand to those in distress." Chapter 79, At Your Service, Knight. Upon hearing the name Rossetti, Su Yichen realized that he could hardly remain an observer in this affair. The most prudent course of action was to secure the greatest possible advantage before the knightly uncle discovered his dubious connection. "Are you suggesting that the Order of the Sincere Heart possesses the capability to locate newly awakened seeds within a considerable radius?" Su Yichen inquired, his gaze fixed upon the witch, intrigued by the dark vessel of the nuns. Knight Bart felt a surge of indignation at Su Yichen's reference to his daughter as a seed, yet, constrained by the presence of others beneath the same roof, he could only remain silent, his foot pressing forcefully upon the charred remains of a cat figurine until its head shattered into fragments. Even through the veil, Su Yichen sensed the witch cast a disapproving glance in his direction. The witch clarified, "It is not that formidable. The positioning array aboard the dark vessel can only detect oscillations left by awakened reactions of epsilon level or higher. They can merely ascertain a rough direction and distance. The sole complication is that the recent disturbance may enable the dark vessel to once again pinpoint the location of the newly awakened witch." Su Yichen gestured toward the blind-eye jewelry shop, or rather, its remnants. "Is she here?" he mused, beginning to comprehend the nun's approach. If such power were left unchecked, even devoid of a chaotic threat, she could pose a significant danger to ordinary individuals. His words prompted Knight Bart to tighten his grip on his weapon. However, he once more subdued his emotions. He had come seeking assistance, and if the witch before him, along with the solitary hope she spoke of, could not provide aid, then Carla would truly be bereft of all hope. Not all witches and sorcerers possess such powers. The witch unfurled a translucent veil in the void, and a young girl materialized before her. This was the unfortunate child, a being whose abilities were both a gift and a curse. Regardless of whether she would ever learn to master them, her life had irrevocably changed. The witch's voice resonated with melancholy and regret. Su Yichen gazed at the unconscious girl before him, seemingly liberated from the shackles of gravity, drifting in midair, her golden brown hair cascading through the atmosphere. The girl's slender form appeared fragile, as if a mere push could topple her. The faint freckles on her pale cheeks infused a touch of youthful vitality, making it hard to fathom the terrifying power that lay within her. The girl seemed to be haunted by a nightmare, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. while visible ripples undulated through the air, emanating from her and radiating outward in concentric circles. Yichen felt a tingling sensation enveloping him, as if a wave of static electricity had washed over his skin, causing the hairs to stand on end. For the witch and Nightbart, it felt as though they were confronted by an invisible barrier, slowly yet forcefully pushing them away from the girl. The witch swiped her finger through the air, breaking the bindings that constrained it, while Nightbart drove his long sword into the ground, leaving deep gouges from his iron boots on the floor. The witch regarded Yichen with an unusual gaze, murmuring to herself, "Untouchable? Impossible. He wields the sigil of the demon hunter. How could he?" Yichen sensed that it was perhaps his talent known as the enemy of chaos that was at play, purifying even the toxins of the father of plague. It was only natural that such an awakened being could not be affected by him. Nightbart, bearing the weight of pressure, approached his daughter step by step, removing his iron gauntlets. His rough hands gently caressed the girl's face, and her expression began to ease, restoring tranquility to the room once more. Nightbart turned to face Yichen. "I have heard of the black ship and the nuns aboard it. I understand the nature of such individuals. I have also heard the esteemed reputation of the demon hunters. This lady has informed me that only you can save my daughter in this city. I am a destitute knight with nothing to my name but my loyalty. I possess nothing else." Nightbart held his long sword upside down, kneeling on one knee, directing the hilt towards Yichen, his expression resolute. For the sake of his daughter, the knight was willing to sacrifice everything, as he always had. However, a foot rested beneath the knee that Bart was about to lower, preventing even the armored knight from completing his motion. Yichen had extended his foot to halt Bart's actions before he could kneel, unwilling to accept such loyalty in a moment of vulnerability. The people of Celis possess their own pride, just as the players of New Huaxia uphold their spirit, treating every well-meaning individual with fairness and justice. In the tale of Li Yanlong, this principled, old-fashioned knight, along with his father who is willing to sacrifice everything, deeply touched Yichen's heart. Should it lie within his capabilities, Yichen would not hesitate to lend a hand, especially when a witch is prepared to offer compensation for such assistance. Amidst the despairing gaze of Nightbart, Yichen's voice softly whispered in his ear, "The demon hunter Yichen is at your service." As a token of gratitude from Li Yanlong, Bart Rossetti's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being frozen. He could scarcely believe his ears. The young Silesian, whom he thought he would never see again, had once more rescued him and his daughter in an improbable manner. "Your mission log has been updated. Witch's request. Despite the intricate and perilous situation in Anthony's Great Harbor, you remain as reckless as ever, disregarding the admonitions from your mentor and the warnings of Pastor Richard, diving headfirst into this whirlpool. Since you empathize with the unfortunate plight of Nightbart and his daughter, why not commence your efforts here? Rescue the fallen maiden. And remember your responsibilities as a demon hunter. Do not allow emotions to cloud your judgment." Difficulty: dangerous mission reward. 1 high-ranking combat support personnel, 1 piece of mysterious equipment. Chapter 80. I, the King of Dreams. Thanks to St. Heim, is he well? Nightbart has scarcely slept in recent days, vigilantly guarding his daughter against any potential peril. Whether it stemmed from the peculiarities of the daughter herself, the threats posed by the external nun, or the assistance of a mysterious witch, all of these elements imposed immense pressure on the knight who had already passed his prime. Upon confirming that Nightbart had merely succumbed to fatigue, Yichen felt a sense of relief and resolved to recruit the debt-laden deserter and the female warrior as his muscle. However, this perilous undertaking could not be approached in the same manner as the previous mission, which had allowed for a collaborative effort. "Alas, young hunter, it appears you must confront the ensuing challenges alone," the witch expressed with regret. "The life signs of this young woman are beginning to wane, and I fear she may not withstand the night." "A dream? I had anticipated delving into chaos," mused the apprentice demon hunter, retrieving the spoils he had previously acquired from the secret treasure chamber of Liu Meng. "What must I do?" Though it was termed a dream, it was, in fact, a subspace linked to chaos. Rather than a mere figment of imagination, it could hardly be deemed a true realm. After meticulously accounting for his losses, including the cat doll that the female warrior had cherished, he realized that nearly everything had been lost. The witch felt a pang of regret. "The only certainty there is death. Should you perish within, I would be utterly powerless to assist you." Draping the cloak of silent shadows over himself, the long black robe cascaded down to his feet, its mirror-like surface shimmering faintly in the candlelight. A bright silver belt secured the robe at his waist, resembling the Milky Way spanning across the night sky. Yichen brandished his newly acquired weapon, the flame greatsword of Null. With a few deft swings, he found that even clad in a robe, his movements remained unimpeded. The flames trailing from the long sword carved a meteor-like path through the air, casting reflections upon his robe. Regardless of his personal inclinations, Yichen had to concede that this weapon was indeed crafted to captivate attention. Dressed in a dark cloak and wielding the fiery longsword, he felt akin to a character in a Sith cosplay. In the absence of comparison, the witch felt an acute pang in her heart. I now require you to enter a meditative state. Do not resist my guidance. I shall lead your consciousness into the dream realm of that girl. Alas, apart from your will, no external aid will prove beneficial. Yichen paused momentarily, pondering. What purpose does changing my gear serve? A mere cosplay enthusiast? Taking a deep breath, he consumed a vial of meditation elixir. The finest steel is best employed on the blade. Heightened perception attributes could afford him greater opportunities, for this was a rescue mission. Using the long sword as a fulcrum, he leaned on the hilt, entering a meditative stance. To his surprise, he discovered a natural aptitude for meditation. There was no need for the special elixir, nor to maintain a specific posture. Tranquility alone would suffice to enter the state at any time and place. The witch had endured enough setbacks for one day. She maintained an air of composure amidst these minor matters, merely curling her lips in a slight smirk as she commenced her guidance. In a secluded corner, a cluster of remnants from a cat doll, crushed to fragments by the night Bart, silently transformed into ashes, dispersing into the air. Guided by the witch, these ashes were inhaled by a sleeping girl. When Yichen opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a dimly lit room. Judging by the undulating floor beneath him, it appeared to be aboard a sailing ship. He was clad in a comical blue and white striped jumpsuit. The upper half resembled a sailor's attire, while the lower half evoked the image of a circus clown, bulky and oversized. Perhaps this was the vision of a sailor imagined by one named Carlo Rossetti. Though Yichen had never studied Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams, he possessed a certain understanding of dreams. In truth, his sole point of advantage since his transmutation might very well be this: the control over dreams. To this day, he remained uncertain whether this ability was a gift bestowed upon him during his transition or an unexpected result from genetic enhancement at the Loyal Sun Institute. At the age of 6, Yichen discovered his capacity to manipulate his dreams. Within the realm of dreams, he could materialize anything he had ever encountered, be it a book or a document, by perusing it from cover to cover, allowing him to permanently archive it in the library he had constructed within his dreams for future reference. Similarly, martial techniques and combat skills could be replayed, studied, and mastered countless times in his dreams. Moreover, individuals he was sufficiently familiar with could also manifest within his dreamscape. For 2 consecutive years, on 720 nights, he consistently challenged his swordsmanship master in his dreams. On that fateful day, when he instinctively knocked the sword from his teacher's hand, an unexpected silence enveloped the surroundings. It dawned upon him that this time, he was not merely challenging his teacher within the confines of a dream. With the advent of virtual reality technology, what once seemed like a unique advantage had become obsolete, as similar technological marvels became commonplace. Yet, Yichen remained steadfastly himself, radiating his own brilliance amidst the vast multitude. Beyond his innate talents, it was his unwavering dedication and relentless daily training that formed the cornerstone of his accomplishments. Emerging from his chamber, he ascended the winding staircase onto the expansive deck. The immense deck stretched infinitely before him, as the staircase beneath his feet vanished into oblivion. Beyond the deck lay the ocean, where towering skeletal rock columns soared dozens of meters high around the colossal ship, while crimson waves, rising several meters, roared violently against the rocky shore. A sinister smile crept across Yichen's lips. How nostalgic it was. How long had it taken him to untangle the chaotic depths of his subconscious? I, the King of Dreams. Chapter 81. The Dream Battle of Young Lady Carlo. As Yichen patrolled the deck alongside several others clad in eclectic sailor uniforms, he noticed their dazed demeanor. The only distinguishing feature among them was their anthropomorphized animal heads, dogs, pigs, and chickens, making him feel as though he had stepped into a cartoon. Yichen understood that these were background characters conjured by the young lady Carlo within her dream, akin to NPCs in traditional video games, each bound by a fixed response template. As for the cartoonish animal heads, They were likely the whimsical creation of that shark man for Carlo. The impression left by Rossetti was profoundly indelible, prompting her subconscious to conjure a plethora of creatures that, while reminiscent, were imbued with a charming allure. It is likely that this vessel embodies the will of the young girl, Carlo, as Yichen stood upon the deck, gazing into the distance. He furrowed his brow at the towering, claw-like coral formations that loomed several dozen meters nearby, along with the gigantic tentacles that sporadically emerged from the sanguine sea. This was surely an environment shaped by the influence of chaos. The ship, birthed from the realm of imagination, was colossal in size, perhaps even surpassing the aircraft carriers of Yichen's past life in scale. Furthermore, in accordance with the girl's vision, the vessel bore resemblance to a luxurious ship traversing an inland waterway, its lofty superstructure markedly distant from the waterline. Within the depths of the girl's subconscious, there was a fervent effort to distance herself from the clutches of chaos, a promising sign. At the center of the deck squatted a colossal armored giant, towering at least 10 meters high, its immense shield capable of serving as a landing platform for helicopters, exuding an aura of invulnerability. As Yichen drew nearer, he discerned that this giant bore the visage of Night Bart. The enlarged Bart possessed an oversized head and disproportionately stout limbs. And Yichen noticed that despite the giantess stature, it lacked a neck, rendering it incapable of seeing beyond the superstructure. Yichen couldn't help but reflect on how the thoughts of the young girl, Carlo, were as unblemished as a blank canvas. Following the line of sight obscured by the giant Bart, he indeed discovered the young girl Carlo nestled in the embrace of Lianlong behind the ship's superstructure. Concealed in the shadows, Yichen observed that this dreamlike incarnation of Lianlong appeared considerably more dashing than his real-life counterpart, complete with a pair of pristine angelic wings. The enhanced version of Lianlong's every utterance is plucked from novels of knights and princesses, rendered devoid of significance apart from its excessive sweetness. Yet, observing the enthrallment of the young maidens, it seems this contrivance is at least effective in charming the fairer sex. Yichen believed this tender moment was nearing its conclusion, as the nightmares of the young women in this scene would likely take the form of a band of pirates. Indeed, the giant Bart, squatting in the center of the deck, suddenly rose, emitting a battle cry as he anxiously searched for Carlo's figure. In the distance, a pirate ship constructed of flesh and bone sped toward them, its grotesque form resembling a twisted creature, complete with a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Amidst a violent upheaval, the pirate ship opened its cavernous mouth and clamped down firmly on the vessel where the young maiden was situated. As a group of burly men with shark heads began to ascend the deck via a slender ladder, the enhanced Lianlong gently placed the girl into a wooden barrel that had mysteriously appeared, adorned with gems and flowers, and before departing, softly serenaded her through the barrel's wall. Yichen felt a twinge of regret that the game lacked a recording feature. Amid Bart's distant roars, the angelic Lianlong soared gracefully, vanquishing countless sharkmen warriors upon the ladder and deck, displaying extraordinary prowess. However, from the depths of the ocean, numerous shark ships emerged, one after another, latching onto Carlo's vessel, as innumerable sharkman warriors ascended the deck from all directions, even crawling upon the giant Bart himself. The young girl Carlo cautiously emerged from the water barrel, her small head peeking out as she observed the distant battlefield. Yichen noticed that the concealed barrel housing Carlo was undergoing a gradual transformation. The gemstones began to lose their luster, and the flowers were wilting, paralleling the diminishment of the giant Bart, who was slowly shrinking to the size of an ordinary man. Meanwhile, the angel Lianlong's wings started to shed feathers, and he tumbled down onto the deck. All these beings and phenomena were manifestations of the young girl Carlo's imagination. Should she lose faith in their ability to protect her, they would gradually lose their power. As Yichen scrutinized the chaos of the battlefield, a tall figure cloaked in a hood approached the barrel where Carlo was hidden. Yichen was wholly unaware of when this woman had arrived. Sensing the absence of imminent danger, the figure lowered her hood, allowing her silvery, cascading curls to flow like a waterfall. In the midst of the hellish surroundings, she appeared as a verdant oasis in a desert, bringing clarity to the very air around her. Her high nose and spirited eyes contrasted with Carlo's sweet visage. Despite their similar ages, the tall silver-haired girl exuded an aura of gentle maturity. The barrel, once adorned with jewels and blossoms, had transformed into a chair made of roses, enveloping the girl and the silver-haired woman in a delicate embrace. As Carlo regained his strength In the distance, the giant Bart and the angel Li Yanlong stabilized the battlefield. The giant Bart restored his colossal form, while the angel Li Yanlong's bare wings sprouted new feathers. Countless shark men lay slain upon the deck, their bloodless bodies transforming into a myriad of colorful bubbles that vanished into thin air. Was this tall girl merely a figment of Carlo's imagination, conjured to soothe his troubled mind? Su Yichen observed from the shadows, sensing that this newly emerged enigmatic woman was utterly out of place in this environment, akin to a 3D character inserted into a 16-bit game, captivating in her brilliance. The mysterious girl glanced briefly towards the spot where Su Yichen concealed himself, her radiant white eyes gleaming with an awe-inspiring light. Simply by sitting there, she exuded an air of regality, as if she were a queen surveying the world from her lofty perch. In that instant, Su Yichen felt as though his soul had been momentarily snatched away. Inexplicably drawn to her, yearning to please her and earn her favor, she was the goddess of his dreams. The sudden sting on his face felt as if someone had slapped him, jolting Su Yichen back to reality. What was he thinking? He touched his face and realized he had unwittingly stepped out of his hiding place, approaching the edge of the battlefield, where several fierce sharkmen pirates lurked menacingly on a nearby ladder. Had it not been for the witch's warning, he might have plunged headlong into the chaotic sea. A tempest of confusion surged within Su Yichen. What was the true nature of this being? Why did his will attribute and the talent of mirror calm water seem utterly ineffective? Chapter 82. The Demon Hunter's words are law off the coast of Anthony's Grand Port. A dark ship loomed, its massive hull stretching nearly 80 meters in length. The uniquely designed sails, resembling wings, were positioned at a 60-degree angle against the horizontal plane, with magical luminescence occasionally sweeping across the vessel. The exterior of the black ship appeared akin to an abandoned ghost ship, and the interior was no less foreboding. Near the stern, a grand cathedral-like structure with an arched ceiling lay shrouded in shadow. A cohort of armored battle nuns, cloaked in hoods, knelt on the deck outside the church, engaged in fervent prayer. At the bow of the ship stood a nun clad in full-plate armor, gazing into the abyss beyond, where the sky and sea melded into an indistinguishable darkness. Her armor gleamed as white and smooth as ivory, adorned with wax seals and scrolls of prayers symbolizing purity. A talisman, intricately designed, hung around her neck, while a crimson cloak billowed in the sea breeze, reminiscent of splattered blood. At the center of her breastplate was a white cross, its intersection set with a crystal carved in the shape of a skull, surrounded by flame motifs. Most striking, however, was her face, chiseled like a sculpture, with sharp lines accentuating her formidable character and demeanor. The only hint of color was a blood-red teardrop tattoo at the outer corner of her right eye. My Lady Celestine, we have once again traced the void tremors instigated by the Child of Calamity. The target can now be confirmed to be hidden within Anthony's Grand Port, she reported. A battle nun, clutching the banner of her order, silently approached her companion from behind. In truth, the entire black vessel maintained this customary silence throughout its 4-month voyage, with the sisters only unleashing their fervent passions during moments of combat. On board, they restrained their desires and stifled any superfluous emotions, resembling the serene nun before them. Aside from essential dialogue, they endeavored to minimize communication, for silence was the doctrine upheld by the sisters. The flag-bearer continued her report. My lady, the intensity of the tremors has diminished significantly, falling far short of the Epsilon-class calamity. Furthermore, the intervals between them have lengthened considerably. Sister Catherine suspects that a witch in the city may be aiding the newly awakened harbinger of disaster. The silent nun, Celestine, nodded in acknowledgement and gestured forward. It was understood that the Crimson Shroud would reach the port of Anthony in 4 hours, and the battle nuns would prepare for the impending conflict. The flag-bearer bowed respectfully and retreated. Crossing the deck and entering the ship's hold, the flickering flames provided scant illumination. The deeper one ventured into the bowels of the black ship, the darker it became. In the shadows, statues resembling the sisters lay cloaked in dust, their lifeless eyes gazing upon every passing creature. As one descended the stairs and through the low hatches, an overwhelming sense of anguished disorientation seeped from the very timbers of the vessel. Death and despair enveloped this place. In a dimly lit, sealed room, should one possess night vision, they would discern an array of pure seals, sacred prayers, and magical sigils adorning every surface, the floor, walls, and ceiling, leaving no space untouched. In the center of this chamber, A girl of 17 or 18 sits cross-legged, clad in an exquisitely crafted gown embellished with intricate embroidery that starkly contrasts with her surroundings. Her fingers are slender, her skin fair, unmistakably indicative of a privileged upbringing. Yet, despite her serene demeanor in this lightless room, she maintains an air of elegance that speaks to her inner resilience. Long chains extend from the corners of the room, binding her limbs and leaving deep imprints on her delicate skin. A hint of perplexity graces her expression as she seems to behold something astonishing. Carlo, is this guardian also of your making? Meanwhile, in the dreamscape battlefield, Yichen has just severed the head of a shark man. He grimaces, feeling ensnared in an unwarranted calamity. Armed with a curved blade seized from the shark man, he swiftly disembowels another salted fish. In this contest of will, his true purpose should be to quietly observe the pivotal elements of the dream, identifying the juncture where chaos intertwines with the dream realm, rather than entangling himself with these expendable foes like a mere soldier. Initially, Yichen intended to scrutinize this dream further, gauging the manifestation of chaos within, while also assessing the girl Carlo's will to resist. As a potential conduit for the chaos of communication, the question of whether the newly initiated witch, Carlo, possesses the merit for salvation should have been determined by her performance within the realm of dreams. However, with the emergence of the enigmatic silver-haired woman, such considerations have become moot. Although the young Carlo's resolve faltered in the face of chaotic intrusion, she exhibited a sufficient spirit of resistance, rendering her acceptable in the eyes of Yichen. One cannot expect a girl who has yet to weather life's storms to possess unwavering fortitude. Should the witches fail to train her adequately in the future, Yichen shall rectify this oversight personally. But for now, you have a worthy father. Yichen proclaimed then. Wielding a sharp blade, he carved a long incision across his arm. The blood, upon meeting the air, ignited into flames. Amidst the roaring inferno, Yichen's figure gradually emerged, becoming as distinct as that of the silver-haired maiden. The searing heat of the flames, far from inflicting any harm upon Yichen, instead invigorated him, as if someone who had dwelled on a mining asteroid had suddenly inhaled the pure essence of nature. As Yichen strode forward, a trail of fire blazed upon the deck, incinerating the chaotic manifestations of shark-like pirate beings in its wake. Like a sovereign of flames surveying his dominion, silence enveloped Yichen, interrupted only by the crackling of the fire, akin to the jubilant cheers that crowned him as king. I am the king of dreams. Yichen mused. I have warned you before, chaos. Chapter 83. The flames of iron and blood. The silver-haired maiden gently comforted the unconscious Carlo in her embrace. Even as the nearest shark man loomed merely 2 paces away, her gaze remained fixed upon the distant warrior engulfed in flames. With an air of elegance, she acknowledged Yichen with a nod, a smile of reassurance gracing her lips, as if encountering an old acquaintance in a land filled with strangers. As the flames encircling Yichen receded, the once ludicrous sailor's outfit vanished, replaced by a flowing robe as dark as the night sky. The curved blade in his grasp appeared to melt into liquid iron, cascading from his palm, transforming into a colossal sword nearing 2 meters in length. The demon hunter Yichen regarded all with impartiality. Thus, he carved a bloody path upon the deck swarming with foes. Amidst the inferno, countless fallen bodies turned to ash. None could withstand the might of Yichen's sword. In the distance, the giant Bart let out a final roar, resolutely plunging into the chaotic sea, laden with adversaries. The maiden Carlo lay in the arms of the silver-haired woman, lost to unconsciousness, her delicate brow furrowed, as if beset by unseen torment. Fear not, for the flames of iron and blood burn for your soul. Your spirit shall ultimately find redemption, just as I have. We are indeed fortunate. Do not fear. For this too shall pass. The silver-haired woman softly murmured into Carlo's ear, gently patting the girl's shoulder with her hand. As her voice and movements gradually calmed, the expression of the young girl Carlo softened. The several shark-like pirates, who had rushed to their side, melted away on the deck under the gaze of the silver-haired woman, resembling burning candles. After the octopus creature devoured the angelic version of Lianlong, a host of winged, bird-headed monstrosities emerged from its body, each wielding sharp, bony spears. These creatures boasted blue feathers, eagle-like eyes, enormous wings, and powerful arms, with their thrown spears capable of piercing even the sturdiest armor. Yet, the demon hunter remained unscathed. With unprecedented finesse, he wielded his sword to deflect every spear that threatened him. Once upon a time, Su Yichen's greatest delight in his dreams was to cleave through the bullets that shot towards him with his longsword, the blade sending the projectiles flying apart, slicing them in half as they whizzed past him. This was the ultimate fantasy of his youth. With both hands heaving the gnarl's flame greatsword, a 2-meter radius around the demon hunter became an invisible barrier, where any enemy that dared to enter would meet a swift demise, and all attacks within this realm would be effortlessly blocked. In the jewel-filled chamber of the blind eye, the witch stood in the corner, as far away from the demon hunter Su Yichen as possible. Today, her concealment array had already suffered severe damage due to this little hunter, and now he flaunted his equipment before her. Thus, upon noticing the signs of enchantment on the demon hunter's apprentice, the witch swiftly delivered a slap to awaken him without a moment's hesitation. To the astonishment of all, after that moment, the demon hunter ignited like a blazing torch, his flames consuming everything in their vicinity. The witch initially presumed he was under a chaotic assault and sought to extinguish the flames enveloping the demon hunter's apprentice with her own powers. Yet, she swiftly realized that her spells were incinerated before they could reach him, disintegrated in the consuming fire. In stark contrast, the demon hunter remained unscathed, his form untouched by the searing blaze, and the floor beneath him, along with the surrounding debris, showed no signs of distress. It was as if the flames were mere illusions. No, not illusions. The witch could sense the formidable energy contained within the fire, which weighed heavily upon her. Ordinary flames posed no threat to her. However, under the relentless pressure of this inferno, she found herself retreating, evading the heat. Meanwhile, the girl, Carlo, floated serenely beside Su Yichen, as if basking in sunlight, her demeanor entirely at ease. As the door to the blind-eye jewelry store swung open once more, the goblin Lazel, known for his allegiance to Mama and the witches, stepped inside. His role as a liaison granted him access to the store at night. Upon entering, he beheld the demon hunter, ablaze like a torch in the center of the room. In one corner lay a middle-aged man in armor, unconscious, while a girl hovered eerily in midair beside the demon hunter. Although aware of the witch's enigmatic origins, so much so that even Mama dared not provoke her, Lazel found the scene before him utterly unexpected, especially considering the familiar identities of the 3 individuals involved. The man lying at the entrance, the goblin still recollected the extraordinary martial prowess he displayed during their duel. The girl floating in the air is his daughter. Had it not been for Mama's decree to let them go, this girl might have had the opportunity to experience intimacy, which also explains his unfriendly disposition towards the newcomer from Ceres. Most striking, however, is the demon hunter whom he had ambushed earlier that afternoon. Observing his current imposing demeanor, the goblin couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Is there some sort of revenge event taking place today? Perhaps a buy-one-get-one-free promotion? Meanwhile, the witch in the corner of the room contemplated whether she should modify the recognition array at the entrance to manual control. Mama instructed me to inform you that the black ship has altered its course and accelerated its speed, potentially arriving at the port before dawn. The subsequent words from the goblin darkened the witch's expression. Not wishing to embroil himself in trouble, the goblin lowered his head and respectfully inquired. Mama asked me to ask you if we should commence our actions ahead of schedule. What price are the witches willing to pay for this unforeseen circumstance? The witch raised her gaze to the goblin and coldly questioned, what does Lannister desire? Chapter 84. Blood sacrificed to the blood god as the deck beneath their feet swayed. At the horizon's edge, a colossal ship forged of black iron, adorned with countless skulls and chains, approached, belching dark smoke towards the vessel where Su Yichen resided. The avian warriors in the sky hurled bone spears, which the demon hunter caught barehanded. As his palm gripped the spear, the section held seemed to corrode as if subjected to sulfuric acid, emitting a hissing sound. With a bone spear, Su Yichen struck down the last of the Birdman warriors. As he gazed ahead, the approaching steel warship ignited a fervor within his veins. In the midst of the recent carnage, he found himself consumed by a primal desire for slaughter. Were they manifestations of chaos? The demon hunter sensed that the distant warship posed a far greater threat than the enemies he had previously encountered. Amidst the splattering blood and severed limbs, he deliberately aimed away from the enemy's vital spots, savoring the anguished cries of his foes as they faced death. A towering Sharkman pirate lunged towards the demon hunter with a fierce roar, only to have his legs severed in a graceful spin. The immense force propelled his body, leaving him suspended in the air, as blood gushed from his wound, splattering outward with inertia. Before the Sharkman could reach the ground, the demon hunter executed a second rotation, cleaving through the air, and the Sharkman's powerful arms were severed from his body, weapons flying away. Ultimately, the only remnants that fell to the ground were a head and a lifeless body, helplessly emitting cries of despair. It seemed that at some point, the slain enemies no longer dissipated into mere vapors, but instead left behind tangible corpses, bearing witness to their brutality. Yichen gasped for breath, feeling as though he had transformed into a tempest of slaughter, pushing the pirouette sword technique to its zenith. He could not fathom how many adversaries had been obliterated under his relentless assault, deprived of any chance to retaliate. Even his mentor, Sir Jangs, could not match his efficiency in the art of killing. Aside from the swifter and more brutal annihilation of his foes, no external force could disturb him. He gazed upon the shark-like pirate, trampled underfoot, and the pleas for mercy and wails emanating from the opponent resonated within him like the most exquisite symphony, intoxicating him, soothing him, as an overwhelming surge of power erupted within him, rising amidst the cacophony of screams. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. Unbeknownst to him, the flames encircling the demon hunter had been extinguished, and his entire being was drenched in the blood of his enemies. Yichen wiped the blood from his face, his eyes nearly unable to open, and his vision was engulfed in a crimson haze. The silver-haired woman, surrounded by roses, fixated her gaze on the demon hunter enveloped in a savage aura, her breath quickening, her silver-hued eyes locked intently on him. Precise, efficient, and lethal. Any superfluous movement would diminish your efficacy. This was a lesson imparted by the instructor at the underworld training camp. We are the political commissars. We are the nightmares of our adversaries. We are living legends, slaying for a noble cause, devoid of the need for others' understanding, all for. This was during military school, when an instructor, having indulged too much, could not finish the rallying cry before succumbing. The swordsman, resolute and decisive, must quell all emotions when wielding the sword. Simply put, when engaging with the sword, one should not be burdened by excessive feelings. This was the teaching of his master at the Swordsmanship Academy. The final image that lingered in Yichen's mind was that of the iron-fisted rule wielded by the director Huang Loxi of the Loyalty Hall, as the steel pentagram of the gauntlet was forcefully imprinted upon his face. Accompanying this was the familiar command, "Stand at attention, soldier." Yichen jolted awake. A warrior clad in heavy, blood-red armor, adorned with a massive horned helmet, appeared beneath the banner, mounted upon a colossal brass rhinoceros. Before him, the imposing Chaos Warrior strode purposefully across the deck, while one unfortunate soul, lagging behind, met his demise beneath the warrior's steed, his skull crushed, devoured leisurely by the beast. The other warriors seemed oblivious to the carnage as they engaged in fierce combat with the remaining Sharkman pirates aboard the ship. All the Chaos Warriors bowed their heads as they passed by Yichen, the demon hunter standing resolute like a rock amidst the tumultuous sea, parting the tide of chaos. The knight atop the massive rhinoceros gazed down at Yichen and the remnants of his fallen foes, seemingly awaiting the demon hunter's decision. Blood, the vivid essence of life. With blood, I descend. As blood flows, I live. When blood ceases, I perish. The red-clad warrior on the brass rhinoceros recited praises of chaos through his helmet. Under the watchful gaze of the silver-haired woman, the demon hunter silently shook his head, decisively ending the life of the foe beneath him with his long sword. Then extending his right hand, pointing his index finger toward the direction of the red warrior, his thumb slicing across his throat with resolute finality. This act incited the dissatisfaction of the chaotic warriors surrounding Yichen, yet none dared to draw their swords against him. For the leading rhinoceros knight had already unsheathed his massive axe. The malevolent energy bestowed upon him by chaos ignited the blade with a blood-red flame, far more intimidating than the fire wielded by the demon hunters before him. He was the prey of champions. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull lord. The brass rhinoceros knight roared and charged forth, an unstoppable force. Like a colossal steamroller, the knight obliterated everything in his path. The masts on the deck were sent flying. Enemies were crushed as he barreled through, and even the chaotic warriors who stood before him, unaware of their impending doom, were cleaved in twain by the wrathful knight. Chapter 85. Greetings, cowboy. The demon hunter could almost scent the acrid stench of burning blood emanating from the red warrior's axe. With a sudden and vigorous lean back, he evaded a crushing strike from his opponent, deftly dodging the trampling of the ferocious beast beneath the brass rhinoceros. Yichen moved with the agility of the most graceful cheetah and the keen reflexes of the nimblest bobcat, seeking opportunities to strike amidst the giant's massive limbs. However, his long sword could only futilely spark against the creature's abdomen, failing to penetrate the specially reinforced armor that shielded it. As the red warrior charged past, the demon hunter seized the short, stout tail of the mount, and with a sudden burst of strength, Yichen propelled himself behind the red warrior. As the demon hunter shed his bloodlust and regained his former composure, an almost imperceptible flame once again encircled him, transforming into the sharpest of weapons in his grasp. Before the crimson warrior Yichen could react, he drove the long sword in his hand directly through the gap in the opponent's helmet. The great sword, engulfed in genuine flames, emanated an intense heat that momentarily overwhelmed the champion of the blood god, causing him to relinquish his massive axe. The sword pierced through his skull, emerging from his left eye socket, as the flame seared his brain and melted his eyeball. Yet, astonishingly, it did not claim his life. The red-armored warrior, enduring the sharp blade, turned from his steed, and with the enhancement of the flames, the sword's edge effortlessly crushed the helmet, severing the skull beneath it. The demon hunter could vividly see the desiccated brain tissue, a charred mass exuding steam. Beneath the helmet, the champion of the blood god bore a sickly blue complexion. His face adorned with scales, and several twisted bony protrusions scattered chaotically across his visage. A melted crystalline substance oozed from the eye socket, with only a thin strand of muscle tethering it to his face, which the crimson warrior casually yanked off and discarded onto the ground. It was evident that the adversary before him did not solely rely on flesh to sustain life. Otherwise, having lost half of his head, he would be incapable of accurately biting at Yichen's throat. The demon hunter skillfully wedged the strong side of his sword against the warrior's sharp teeth, and thus commenced an intense struggle upon the galloping brass beast. The champion of the blood god sought to leverage his armor and weight to pin the demon hunter down, while Yichen, using the strength of his thighs, thwarted the crimson warrior's intentions. With only half of his face remaining, the distance between the two was less than 2 fists apart. The crimson mist seeped through the seams of the red-armored warrior, intertwining with the flames that danced around the demon hunter, creating a moment of perfect equilibrium. With one hand, the red warrior grasped the blade of the demon hunter's sword, thwarting any potential harm the weapon might inflict upon him, while with the other, he tightened his grip around the demon hunter's throat. The brass rhino, now bereft of its master's control, charged forth like a jeep careening through a pile of tomatoes, carving a bloody path through the crowd on the deck, heading straight for the 2 girls concealed by the rose bed. Gasping for breath, with eyes aflame from asphyxiation, the demon hunter laboriously traced a sigil with his free hand, the elder sigil. A tremendous shockwave surged from his palm towards the champion of the blood god, and with the explosive power emanating from his leg muscles, he hurled the red-armored warrior from above his head. Alongside the warrior, the demon hunter's long sword, the flame-formed greatsword of Gnarl, drove itself firmly into the deck before the fallen warrior. At that moment, the massive brass rhino was less than 5 meters away from the rose bed, where the 2 girls were hidden. Disarmed, the demon hunter rolled along the beast's back, seating himself upon its powerful neck. His aura, starkly contrasting that of its master, incited furious rage within the creature beneath him. The demon hunter plunged his hands into the brass horns of the beast, sharp pain and splattering blood invigorating his senses, as the crimson droplets transformed his palms into 2 blazing orbs of fire. Stop this at once! With a fierce roar, the demon hunter plunged his hands forcefully into the eyes of the brass rhinoceros, perhaps its sole vulnerability. Gripping the beast's facial structure, the hunter exerted tremendous force to the right, and under the duress of excruciating pain, the brass creature finally began to turn in that direction. Its massive horns scraped against the rooftop of the rose pavilion, and amidst the cascading petals, the silver-haired maiden shielded the infant Carlo in her arms, her gaze fixed intently on the blood-drenched hunter who, with a thunderous bellow, altered the beast's trajectory. "Greetings, noble knight. It is a pleasure to behold you," the silver-haired maiden silently conveyed in her heart, as the wind generated by the beast's charge tousled her silvery locks, causing them to dance alongside the crimson rose petals in the air. The demon hunter precariously maintained his balance atop the brass monster, and as he passed his weapon, he deftly drew his long sword while leaning to the side, launching an attack against the champion of the blood god. Blinded, The brass rhinoceros, in a frenzy, was utterly oblivious to the fact that its master stood directly in its path. Similarly, the sightless blood god champion sensed the imminent peril, despite the loss of vision. He relied on instinct to roll aside, narrowly evading the oncoming brass beast, yet unable to escape the descending demon hunter. As Yichen leapt from the brass rhinoceros while passing by the crimson-armored warrior, he propelled himself into the air, using the strength of his waist and abdomen. His long sword spun like a propeller, slicing through the atmosphere, while the hunter's blood ignited along the blade, leaving a trail of flame that resembled delicate lotus petals in the sky. As the demon hunter descended, he inflicted two intersecting, colossal wounds upon the abdomen of the crimson-armored warrior. The warrior's innards and intestines spilled forth from the gaping wounds, saturating the ground, causing the surrounding chaotic soldiers to retreat in panic from the battlefield of the two combatants. Yichen approached the struggling Red Knight, deftly lifting a scattered bone spear from the deck with his foot, grasping it firmly in hand. In his other hand, a resplendent necklace materialized, which the demon hunter silently entwined around his wrist. Chapter 86. Of no concern to me, the champion of the blood god had lost nearly half of his bodily fluids and 80% of his internal organs. He could no longer sustain the fight, and fell weakly to his knees upon the deck. The demon hunter plunged his sword into the side, and in silence, he reached down to retrieve the entrails of the crimson warrior. The champion's retinue remained indifferent to the demon hunter's actions. My lord is the beginning and the end, the sovereign of the living and the sovereign of the dead. Those who dishonor the master bring disgrace upon themselves, while those who honor him find respect. Ultimately, you shall discover that there is no escape. Life is birthed within the sanctity of my lord. Is not the first act of a newborn child a furious cry? Without that cry of rage, how could we have achieved our present state? The blinded champion of the blood god gazed at the demon hunter through his hollow eye sockets. Yichen could discern the charred remnants of the warrior's brain through those sockets, yet his hands did not cease their actions. All is granted through the grace of our Lord, and thus we partake in our sustenance today. Every morsel we consume is intertwined with violence and death. Is not every act steeped in profound hatred? Without life, how can there be death? Without death, what is life? The champion of the blood god continued to recite. The demon hunter remained silent, binding the entrails firmly to the bone spear in his grasp with the necklace. Relying on the name of the Lord, we shall achieve victory in every battle. Only through enduring the myriad sufferings of the world does one come to realize that the path to survival lies solely in brutality. As a warrior, even one of the highest virtue cannot escape the desire to trade the death of an enemy for mere breath. The champion of the blood god lowered his head, seemingly resigned to his fate. You must understand, my lord governs life and death, shepherding all creation. You should heed my words. Your debts to the Lord's grace are indeed considerable. Disbelievers, who among you dares to proclaim they will not reclaim the divine instruments? Who among you dares to declare they will not rejoice at the advent of that sacred wrath? The champion of the blood god paid no heed to the words of the demon hunter. Yichen raised the bone spear high, his arm uplifted. The force began at his feet, coalesced at his waist, gathered in his chest, and was unleashed through his arm. The spear, echoing with a piercing sound, soared toward the distant brass beast, ignited by the blood of the demon hunter, piercing through the rhino's armored back. Wandering, battling, slaughtering, my life is war. My sustenance is hatred. The lamentations of widows soothe our spirits, while the saline wasteland allows us to sleep in peace. Ultimately, you all follow in his. This was the final utterance of the champion of the blood god. In the distance, the maddened brass beast shattered the ship's hull, dragging its master into the boundless chaotic sea, vanishing without a trace. The steel warship docked nearby shimmered like foam under the sunlight, dissolving into a mirage as it vanished from the demon hunter's sight. The chaotic warriors on deck swiftly evaded him, also dissipating into the air, leaving behind a mountain of slain sharkmen's corpses. The young demon hunter, leaning against his longsword, sank to the ground, indifferent. What concern is it of mine? In an instant, the entire world began to fragment. Yichen watched as the silver-haired woman, who had been protecting the girl Carlo, tenderly waved him farewell. We shall meet again soon. My knight. The blurred voice reached Yichen's ears, and then he was thrust from Carlo's dream, for its mistress had awakened. Carlo, no longer suspended in midair, lay on the floor like a small girl just roused from slumber, stretching widely. Daddy, I had a dream filled with wondrous oddities. You were in it. And so was he. Rubbing her eyes, the girl finally recognized her surroundings, realizing she was not in the familiar inn. Her father lay on the other side of the room, oblivious to life or death. Daddy, Daddy, what has happened to you? Carlo scrambled towards Nightbart, her gaze warily fixed on the other two figures in the room, a woman shrouded in a hood that obscured her face, and a man standing at the center. Weapon in hand, a faint ember of life slowly extinguishing from him. His raven hair reminded Carlo of Lianlong, whom she had met on the ship. The witch keenly observed that as the vigilant gaze of the young girl intensified, the dust upon the floor began to hover. Some of the decorative items, recently restored by the witch, trembled gently against the walls, their movements growing more pronounced. The witch extended her hand, soothing the restless energies in the air. Calm down, child. We are not your adversaries. Your father is merely asleep, and the situation is rather intricate. If time permits, I would gladly sit down and converse with you. However, I fear that what we lack most at this moment is time. She cast a glance at the young demon hunter apprentice, whose concealed secrets continuously reshaped her understanding of him. She had never anticipated that a demon hunter could so effortlessly rescue a witch of the Epsilon awakening from the realm of nightmares, particularly when this witch's dreams had drawn the attention of the terrifying entity from the abyss. Among the chaotic evil deities, the Lord of Blood and the Supreme Skull, known for their brutality, were perhaps the most savage in their treatment of the children of calamity. Unlike other malevolent gods who resorted to seduction and bribery, the minions of terror preferred to express their devotion to the Lord of Terror by offering the heads of calamity's children. This young demon hunter, with his fervent flames, seemed to be the very nemesis of the energy that coursed through his veins, a force from the void. Merely standing beside him was almost unbearable. At that moment, Yichen, who had just recovered from the dream battle, opened his eyes. Those eyes bore the youthful hue reminiscent of Lianlong, providing a flicker of reassurance to the girl. Carlo, you are safe now. Tomorrow morning, I will have Lianlong come to care for you and your father. The initial words of the demon hunter alleviated the anxious heart of young Carlo. Is it true? Do you know him? But father said. Carlo felt her heart racing. Could it be possible to meet him? Yichen's retina refreshed several messages related to his tasks, one of which, regarding the task reward, caused a sinister smile to creep upon the lips of the intern political commissar. Indeed, Lianlong, the organization has made its decision. Chapter 87, A Less Fragmented Pendant. Your task log has been updated. The witch's request, completed despite the intricate and chaotic situation in the port of Anthony. You remained as reckless as ever, disregarding the admonitions from your teacher and the warnings from Priest Richard, plunging headlong into this maelstrom. Since you empathize with the unfortunate plight of Nightbart and his daughter, why not commence your efforts here? Rescue the wayward maiden. Remember your responsibilities as a demon hunter, and do not allow emotions to cloud your judgment. Difficulty, dangerous. Task reward, 5,000 experience points, 400 points of reputation with the Witch S Association, current faction reputation, 500, friendly. You have earned the gratitude of Bart Rossetti, a senior member of the Glorious Knights. Although Nightbart has surpassed the age for continuing to risk his life on the battlefield, his extensive experience will provide you with exceptional value. For specific attributes, please refer to the War Group page. You have also received a mysterious piece of equipment, which can be claimed at the Witch S Association. You rescued the soul of a promising witch from the claws of the Skull Lord's minions, earning the friendship of the Witch S Association. Meanwhile, the Sisterhood of the Heart of Sincerity harbors animosity towards you. Yet the world of women is eternally intricate. Is it not? One can never please both sides. Reputation with the Sisterhood of the Heart of Sincerity, -200, current faction reputation, -200, -500, hostile. Yichen glanced at his attributes and noticed that, apart from the 4,000 experience points gained from the quest, the other enemies he vanquished in the dream did not bestow upon him any combat experience. Upon examining the final prompt, the demon hunter sensed that the individual he had eviscerated would likely seek retribution in the future. You now possess sufficient experience to elevate your professional level. Total level, 317095, 16200. Your profession, Demon Hunter, has ascended to level 4. You have acquired 1 free attribute point. Each time your total level reaches 4 or a multiple thereof, you will receive an additional free attribute point. Another free attribute point? Yichen felt his heart race. During the perilous city quest in the stormy southern lands, he had earned 1 attribute point, which he allocated to agility. By completing the Demon Hunter's Valley trial ahead of time, Yichen had also received a reward of 1 point in agility. Thus, his agility attribute now stood impressively at 18 points. Without hesitation, Yichen added the newly acquired attribute point to agility, raising it to 19 points. Just 1 more point, and he would attain the true realm of the extraordinary. Those endowed with extraordinary attributes shall receive an opportunity to select associated talents. For these elite players aboard the colonial fleet, the true distinction lies in the realms above and below the extraordinary. One wonders if the mysterious pendant, upon bestowing a dexterity enhancement, might enable an early undertaking of the extraordinary trial. With this thought in mind, Yichen shifted his gaze towards the sole representative of the Witches' Alliance present. Ah, young demon hunter, you have a knack for conjuring miracles. May your fortuitous streak continue. For we are in dire need of good fortune at this moment. The witch hastened towards Yichen from her corner. Yichen had never sensed an air of urgency from her. She always cloaked herself in an aura of languor and elegance, as though communicating through a mirror. Yet this time, the demon hunter detected a flicker of anxiety in the witch's stride, an unmistakable anxiety. Hold on, before we delve deeper into our discussion, let us settle accounts first. The demon hunter interjected, interrupting the witch. First, hand over that necklace, and then we may discuss the unforeseen developments in your plans. The witch stood merely an arm's length away, and Yichen's heightened senses allowed him to discern the sound of her heart racing. Had it not been for her veil, he believed he could even perceive the flush upon her cheeks. A necklace, resembling the fragmented pendant he had previously received, was proffered by the witch. The demon hunter tugged at it for the first time, yet he was unable to wrest it from her grasp. The demon hunter spoke to the witch in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Now, let go. As long as your offer is sufficiently generous, I shall be your finest ally. Even if you wish to seize the black ship, I would gladly accompany you. At last, he obtained the necklace from the witch, oblivious to the strange smile that crept across her face after his words. The fragmented pendant, an enigmatic and damaged trinket of unknown origin, its material shrouded in mystery. Yet, its purpose is abundantly clear to you. With its irregular edges, it possesses a peculiar allure that compels you to search your memory, pondering if such a flawless object has crossed your path before. Use it as you wish. I shan't reiterate my point. The malevolent description of the item left the demon hunter speechless as he retrieved a nearly identical necklace he had previously acquired. In the Dream War, he had employed it to bind the intestines of the horrific champion to a spear. The demon hunter brought the 2 fragmented pendants together, and to his surprise, there were no dazzling light effects, nor any mysterious whispers. The 2 items seamlessly fused into a slightly larger pendant, identical in appearance save for its size. The less fragmented pendant, a mysterious object of unknown material, relying solely on its existing fragments, you cannot discern what it truly is. In your grasp, it remains merely a less fragmented pendant. As you scrutinize the runes engraved upon it, you will discover they flow like water, ever-changing in their form. Usage requirements: possess any anti-chaos talent materials, unknown, mysterious, crafting, destroyed trait 1, specify a designated attribute. At the start of each game day, make the specified choice. If no specification is made, a random attribute will be chosen. Blessing of the Defiled. Each time an attack is made, there is a 5 chance to infect the struck enemy with a random disease. Appreciation of Terror. Each time an attack is made, there is a 5 chance to siphon the enemy's life force to replenish your own vitality. Trait 3, Blink, provides a blink skill once daily, allowing you to traverse space and appear at a specified location within your line of sight, up to a distance of 5 meters. Traits not fully displayed. Can repair items, a less fragmented pendant. It seems you have already comprehended this, so hasten to devise a means to restore it. Chapter 88. Elite Squad. What happened? Is there yet another unforeseen incident? Yichen inquired, having obtained what he desired. The witch's reaction undoubtedly indicated that the original plan had encountered yet another flaw. Accustomed to the modern strategic framework, the demon hunters now perceived the Witch Council's tactical planning as akin to a disorganized mob. If the sincerity of the opposing faction, represented by the Sisters of the Heart, also displays such incompetence, the demon hunters felt no apprehension about future troubles arising from them. Did you not prepare contingency plans to avert unexpected situations like today? The demon hunter pointed at the young girl, Carlo, who was tending to her father. Of course, beauty fades in 3 seconds. This is the eternal curse bestowed upon all players lacking a charm score of 13, yet still seeking to flaunt their prowess. 10 minutes later, the female warrior and the newly inducted member of the battle group, Lianlong, carried the still incapacitated shadow assassin to the jewelry shop of the witch's blind eye. Setting aside the sight of the girl Carlo, who immediately leapt into Lianlong's embrace upon their encounter, and not mentioning the newly awakened Knight Bart, who fixed a lion-like gaze upon his daughter, Lianlong found himself caught in an awkward situation with a rookie, drenched in sweat. He was uncertain whether to explain the situation to the political commissar first, address Mr. Bart, or simply push the girl away. In essence, a mission to rescue hostages had now transformed into an assault and occupation operation. The female warrior, Vittoria, regarded the somewhat inexperienced political commissar with a look of exasperated affection and whispered, "Our mission has shifted from providing support to planning operations and leading the charge. All because of your momentary indiscretion? Your task log has been updated. The subsequent mission, the Witch's Request, an unexpected early arrival, has been accepted. The Witch's Request, an unexpected early arrival. You confidently expressed your position to the Witch, declaring your willingness to serve as long as the commission was sufficient, even if it meant seizing the Black Ship. However, upon entering the dream of the awakened, unforeseen changes in the outside world disrupted the Witch's plans. The good news is that the Witches' Guild is indeed affluent, and you will receive a satisfactory commission. The bad news is that your mission objective has shifted to aiding the Witches' Guild in eliminating the nuns aboard the Black Ship, rescuing 3 captured children of disaster, and seizing the vessel. Difficulty, Epic Quest Reward. You excel at dancing on the edge of a blade, as you have in the past. Should you succeed, the compensation from the Witches' Guild will reveal to you the true meaning of wealth, granting you the freedom to indulge in your desires. Conversely, you shall experience the fervor of the nuns, if, of course, you have not already been reduced to ashes by them in previous endeavors. This is my team, and I hope that you, members of the Witches' Guild, can also engage with me in honesty. The demon hunter gestured towards his companions. Naturally, one of our injured comrades may require your healing touch before we proceed with our forthcoming mission. We have a foolishly naive sister who often barters her way through life, a fledgling dandy new to this world, and a disabled individual sprawled on the floor, lost in a stupor. The witch regarded the self-assured demon hunter, feeling her temples throb with disbelief. Is this what you refer to as an elite team capable of accomplishing the impossible? The witch's emotions were a tumultuous blend of skepticism and intrigue. The demon hunter nudged the injured man with his foot, introducing him. This is a former member of the Shadow Assassins, now redeemed and willing to fight for world peace. Admittedly, he appears somewhat down on his luck at present. However, if you can mend his wounds with your magic, he shall prove to be the finest scout. The incapacitated assassin, Colin, clearly held a different perspective, but having been forcibly carried here by 2 burly men, he remained remarkably unperturbed about the unfolding events. If you truly heal me, I will make my swift exit without hesitation. This was the unspoken sentiment of the Shadow Assassin's heart. The demon hunter gestured toward the entrance, awkwardly smiling at the Knight Bart alongside the young girl he was holding. This is his combat prowess. That knight and the injured on the ground can attest that he is a competent warrior. Knight Bart graciously inclined his head towards the witch. Esteemed Miss Witch, I can vouch for this young Sarisian. Though he may still appear somewhat immature, he is indeed a naturally gifted extraordinary being. Given time, he shall become an exceptional knight. Even now, he possesses commendable combat abilities. The lazy assassin rolled his eyes, disregarding the demon hunter. This is the lady warrior. The demon hunter readied his trump card, only to be interrupted by the witch. No need for introductions. I am well aware of Vittoria's prowess. Her reputation in the tavern exceeds that on the battlefield. The witch nodded at the lady knight Vittoria. Your valor in vanquishing the adherents of Negu has spread throughout the Witches' Alliance. Now, could you enlighten us on the latest developments? Why has the mission suddenly transformed into a ship seizure? Moreover, what contingencies does the Witches' Alliance possess? The demon hunter inquired. Very well, I find myself with no other option but to trust you, the witch sighed. Feeling compelled, our original plan involved the pirate Mama intercepting the Black Ship at sea, while the Witches' Alliance would have an insider aboard to sabotage the ship's supplies, compelling the Black Ship to dock at Anthony's Grand Harbor for replenishment. Heavens, you cannot possibly intend to target those nuns, can you? The assassin lying on the ground finally comprehended the murky waters he had waded into. Let me state clearly, I shall not participate. I am perfectly fine as I am, with no need for additional treatment. The witch waved her hand, and the assassin, frozen in an aggressive stance, remained rooted to the spot. The witch glanced at the demon hunter, Yichen, who smiled gently. Do not worry, he is merely a bit anxious. Ultimately, he will change his mind. Such is his nature, rather shy. The witch nodded, choosing to trust this young apprentice once more. As she had previously mentioned, their greatest hope for this operation rested on the demon hunter's long-standing luck. Chapter 89. Leave it to the professionals according to the original plan. Our personnel would lie in wait in the harbor area, ready to spring into action when the black ship docked for supplies. Collaborating with an insider aboard the vessel, they would orchestrate the abduction of the 3 targets, after which you would escort them to your domain, safeguarding them until the arrival of the Paladin expedition, who would take them away. The witch outlined the plan in its entirety. Why have you chosen me to escort and protect them? The demon hunter inquired, seizing upon a pivotal aspect of the witch's strategy. Why not simply take them yourselves? Why must I, an outsider, be involved? Why is it imperative that I protect them? The female warrior beside him nodded in agreement with the apprentice's query, feigning a look of confusion directed at the witch, while simultaneously sending Yichen a message, Davalishi. You have grasped the crux of the matter. I believe we are poised to reap substantial profits once again. The demon hunter cast a glance at the female warrior, his expression grave, reminiscent of a spokesperson from Xinhua's foreign ministry assuring member states of his unwavering commitment to safeguarding their interests. Our people need to hold the nuns at bay to provide you with a secure opportunity for retreat, he asserted. The witch, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, the plan has shifted. You must now shoulder greater responsibilities. I sense you are not being entirely forthright. Concealment among allies can lead to dire consequences. The demon hunter conveyed through a piercing gaze, revealing his awareness of her hidden truths. Well, sooner or later you shall discover it, for it pertains to your blood. The witch replied enigmatically. My blood? The demon hunter was aware of the uniqueness of his essence. Initially believing the witches sought him due to his identity as a demon hunter or perhaps because of his mentor, Serganza, whose ties with the witch coven ran deeper than he realized. However, he had not anticipated that it would be his blood they desired. Indeed, your blood. During the confrontation with the followers of the infected, we acquired a portion of your essence, the witch stated, locking eyes with him. In truth, it was your mentor who entrusted your blood to me. Wishing to discern whether the extraordinary power within you was a blessing from the chaotic malevolence or an innate resistance to chaos. Fortunately, you are the latter. Though Serganza, a seasoned demon hunter, instinctively associated the strange circumstances with the forces of chaos as part of his duty, the revelation still left the fledgling apprentice with an unsettling feeling. This is the crux of the matter, young hunter. Your blood possesses extraordinary power. It not only has the ability to suppress the forces of chaos, but can also incinerate chaotic beings. The witch spoke with palpable excitement. Consuming your blood directly could even revert a witch to mere humanity. Her words ignited a spark of hope in the eyes of the night bard, who stood in the corner. Above all, he wished for his beloved Carlo to lead a life as a typical affluent young lady, filled with joy and simplicity, rather than becoming a witch, destined to tread the perilous edge of existence. However, the witch's subsequent statement shattered Bart's hopes. Of course, this is not a permanent solution. Just an ounce of fresh blood could transform a newly awakened witch into an inconspicuous peasant girl, but only for an hour. If the blood remains outside the body for more than 3 breaths, it will lose its potency. The witch regarded the demon hunter with the reverence one would reserve for precious medicine and added, the witch's union is currently unable to produce any alternatives with similar effects or storage vessels for the blood. No matter how it is stored, your blood will lose all efficacy in a short time. At most, it would last only a month, by then. Even if they cannot control their powers, the arrival of the Holy Paladin expedition will compel the sisters to depart from this place, the witch elucidated. A month, thus. What remains is the matter of blood quantity. The total volume of blood in an adult's body constitutes approximately 8% of their overall weight. Yichen stands at a height of 180 centimeters and weighs 100 kilograms. Due to genetic enhancement, both his muscle density and bone strength far exceed those of an ordinary person, consequently resulting in an exceptional body weight. Theoretically, Yichen possesses around 8,000 milliliters of blood, which translates to approximately 282 ounces. However, The majority of this blood participates in the body's circulatory system, with only 20% reserved for emergencies. In a typical individual, a loss exceeding 1,500 milliliters can lead to symptoms such as blurred vision, thirst, dizziness, confusion, agitation, or even fainting. Yet, the demon hunter frequently resorts to self-harm in his battles against foes. According to his own estimations, with 3 others and the newly awakened Carlo, for girls essentially push the limits of Su Yichen's hematopoietic capacity. Should he sustain severe injuries, unforeseen consequences may arise. Regrettably, the matters you mentioned were part of a prior plan. The witch explained to the demon hunter that due to the early arrival of the black ship, their manpower was insufficient, and the 3 high-ranking extraordinary individuals they had hired could not arrive on time. The good news is that if the new plan succeeds, we shall no longer need to evade the nun's pursuit. The witch's expression was ambiguous, oscillating between joy and despair. The bad news is that we can only rely on your team to breach the defenses of the black ship. On board the vessel, our powers will be suppressed, leaving you to rely solely on yourselves. Su Yichen glanced at his task panel, then at the pitifully gazing Li Yanlong, and let out a sigh. As the demon hunter Su Yichen and his team, we are at your service, madam. Those around them exhaled in relief. Some felt their hearts settle, others believed they had struck a favorable deal, while a few sensed as though their hearts had been plucked out and trampled upon. The demon hunter swept everything off the witch's table to the ground and retrieved a map of Anthony's port from his spatial pouch, laying it flat on the table. Step aside, madam. Allow the professionals to handle this. Chapter 90, Pre-Battle Preparations, Part 1. First, I need to ascertain how many personnel you have available, including each individual's profession, specialties, and combat style. The demon hunter pinned the map to the table with a dagger, addressing the witch. Additionally, I require information on any other resources you can provide, including anything that might enhance our combat capabilities. Su Yichen gestured towards the warrior maiden, Vittoria, instructing her to drag the incapacitated assassin to the corner so as not to obstruct others. You ought to tend to that assassin immediately. He has the ability to blend into the shadows. If we wish to locate those unfortunate girls aboard the black ship, we will need to rely on his skills. While meticulously studying the topography of the port area, the demon hunter spoke without lifting his gaze from the map. The witch gritted her teeth and retrieved a crystal vial from her bosom, containing a pale purple liquid that flowed within the bottle like mercury as she moved. Reluctantly, the witch handed the bottle to the female warrior, her voice tinged with a hint of regret as she remarked, "This is a potent life restoration potion, smuggled in from the New World. It is said to be a new concoction devised by the Witch King, with astonishing efficacy. It costs 1,500 gold pieces per vial, and is scarce in the market, to be deducted from your mission rewards." The demon hunter paid no heed to the witch's complaints, instead tracing a convoluted route on the map with his finger. "Vittoria, administer this to our shadow assassin. Li Yanlong, your task is to keep a close watch on our assassin friend. Should he recover and contemplate an escape, repeat your previous actions." Understood. Li Yanlong finally calmed the girl in his arms, and upon hearing the command from the political officer, he exhaled in relief. Quickly, he moved beside the female warrior, looking down at the lethargic assassin. "My apologies, my friend, but I am also compelled by circumstances. Rest assured, if you attempt to flee this time, I shall be more gentle." Li Yanlong silently reassured himself. "I truly do not wish to consume that potion. Who knows what substances those Witch Kings might have added? It could very well contain something toxic. Wait, you haven't even confirmed its effectiveness." The assassin's protests were abruptly interrupted by a series of thudding sounds. The female warrior, evidently lacking patience, was preoccupied with contemplating what additional equipment she might require for this mission. Currently, the Witch Union in the port of Anthony comprises 4 individuals, myself included. Aside from an apprentice witch, the remainder will fully support your endeavors. The witch approached the demon hunter, maintaining a cautious distance of an arm's length due to the peculiar flames that enveloped him. A monk from the east, who had a favorable relationship with the Witch Council, would also partake in this endeavor. "What can you all contribute?" Su Yichen inquired, using the pen handed to him by the female warrior to circle the impoverished district on the map. The female warrior glanced at it, recognizing it as the warehouse where the followers of Nagu intended to summon the Chaos Rift. "I'm afraid we cannot offer you any direct assistance. The Black Ship itself is a mobile sanctuary crafted by the Witch King. Within its domain, the powers of witches and sorcerers are suppressed to their lowest potential." The witch took the pen from the demon hunter's hand and circled the harbor area. We can provide teleportation support, silent as shadows, unseen as whispers. Within a 50-meter radius of the black ship, our powers will be nearly reduced to that of ordinary individuals. The witch marked the first circle. Within a 200-meter radius, our abilities will be curtailed, rendering teleportation spells imprecise and largely impractical. This was the second circle drawn by the witch. Later, please tell me about that monk, Mr. Bart. Could you come over here? The demon hunter emphasized the area marked by the witch, from 50 to 200 meters. He then looked up at the knight. Bart? Rossetti, with his arm cradling his helmet, stood erect to the right of the table. Despite not hailing from a military background, the knight exuded an aura forged in the crucible of battle, instilling in Yichen a sense of having a reliable sergeant at his side. Mr. Bart, due to our insufficient strength, I require your assistance along with your daughter. It may prove perilous, yet I shall strive to ensure your safety. The demon hunter addressed Knight Bart. A flicker of hesitation crossed Bart's features. He was accustomed to the rigors of the battlefield. This forthcoming endeavor did not evoke fear in him. Rather, it stirred a sense of nostalgia. However, the involvement of his daughter Carlo seemed to amplify his uncertainty. Noticing her father's serious indecision, the young Carlo spoke up. Father, let us embark together. I must face these challenges sooner or later. Is it not best to have both you and him by my side? The fervent gaze of young Carlo made Li Yanlong instinctively avert his eyes. Having awakened her innate talents, Carlo Rossetti's intense stare was no mere affectation. The gleaming armor of Li Yanlong bore witness to her burgeoning power. The inadvertent release of her strength nearly melted the metallic plates of armor where their gazes converged. Fortunately, her shyness prevented her from meeting Li Yanlong's eyes directly. Otherwise, the demon hunter might have been compelled to draft a casualty report. I apologize, it was not my intention, the girl exclaimed, hastily shutting her eyes and waving her hands in a flustered gesture to convey her sincerity. Are you certain, Commander? Li Yanlong, hopping on his feet, removed his heated breastplate and cast it onto the ground. I find this plan rather perilous, and our scout appears to be in a precarious situation. In medical terms, this condition is referred to as opisthotonos. Typically, when it occurs, the individual is beyond salvation. The demon hunter gazed at the witch with a look of bewilderment. Could it be that she had miscalculated the potion? Do not look at me so, the witch remarked, noticing that all eyes in the room were fixed upon her, except for the girl who, paralyzed by fear, had not dared to open her eyes. I warned you of the potion's astonishing effects. As the witch's words faded, the salted fish assassin ceased his convulsions, gradually collapsing onto the floor. Despite the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, he appeared exceedingly feeble. Nevertheless, his breathing indicated that he was no longer in mortal peril. Are you certain you wish to drag me into this trouble with the nun? The shadow assassin Colin asked, prone on the ground, his voice trembling. Chapter 91, Preparations Before Battle, Part 2. Li Yanlong turned the shadow assassin over and pressed upon his ribcage, examining his arms. He has fully recovered, Commander. Even the previously fractured rib has regrown, and the fascia of his arm remains intact. It is as if he has never been injured. Li Yanlong's tone was filled with admiration. I told you, the effects are remarkable, yet no one knows the composition of the potion. It has been selling like wildfire on the black market. The witch, with a gleeful demeanor, remarked, in reality, the church has already dispatched individuals to conduct a covert investigation. Ever since the emergence of this potent life elixir, the market prices for holy water and healing scrolls have plummeted by over 10%. Is there more? The demon hunter cast a glance at the female warrior, who discreetly stowed away the vial containing the elixir. If this potion is sufficient, our chances of success in this endeavor will significantly increase. Dream on, she retorted. I possess but this one vial. Should we accomplish our mission, the Witches' Union has some reserves that could be rewarded to you. The witch shook her head, dispelling Yichen's hopes. We have analyzed this elixir for an entire month, yielding no results. We can only procure it at exorbitant prices from smugglers. Did you hear that, Colin? This substance is exclusively in their possession. If you cooperate with us to complete this mission, in addition to the previously promised sum, I will allocate a vial of this elixir to you. The demon hunter once again dangled the bait before the former shadow assassin, knowing that a gambler who has lost everything is always easy to ensnare. You are all insane. You have no idea how terrifying those nuns are. The shadow assassin propped himself up from the ground and shifted his posture against the wall. You will all be consumed by flames at the hands of those nuns. The demon hunter raised the secret treasure vault of Liu Ming in his hand and stated, I do not require you to confront those nuns directly, nor do I need you to assassinate any leaders. All I ask is that you infiltrate that black ship. Locate those unfortunate young women, leave conspicuous markers along the way, and ensure they remain unharmed until we arrive. The rest is beyond your concern. The shadow assassin glanced at the space pouch that originally belonged to him, biting his lip. What if? I'm merely suggesting. If you fail to board the black ship, what should I do? Once I find them, how long must I wait? 10 minutes, my friend, the demon hunter replied resolutely. Regardless of our success, as long as you secure their safety for 10 minutes after locating them, your task will be fulfilled. Once the 10 minutes have elapsed, you may withdraw from the battlefield, irrespective of our presence. After a moment of internal conflict between peril and destitution, the shadow assassin ultimately chose the former. Very well, 10 minutes it is. I accept this task. Disregarding the shadow assassin further, the demon hunter continued with his plan, in which the assassin was merely a minor cog. Mr. Bart, I need your daughter positioned here to evoke a tremor of sufficient intensity to capture the nun's attention. Furthermore, this location has previously undergone a chaotic incursion, and the surrounding residents have been evacuated by the paladins, leaving behind an empty warehouse that poses no threat to the innocent. Can this be accomplished? This time, the demon hunter inquired of the witch. We require Carlo to divert the attention of the nuns, allowing them to send a contingent here to capture the harbinger of calamity and weaken the defenses of the black ship. Not a problem, the witch replied. I can guide her to unleash her powers, masquerading as an awakening entity on the brink of losing control. I can also generate a sufficiently powerful tremor to convince the nuns that another witch is aiding her in maintaining her composure. The witch immediately grasped the demon hunter's intentions. Is this safe? You need to distract this group of nuns until we complete the other part of our mission. I do not wish for casualties. As I have assured this gentleman. The demon hunter nodded towards Nightbart. It must be done. Previously, this young lady received my assistance. The tremor frequency is unlike that of a wild awakener. I fear the nuns may already suspect that someone is aiding her. If we deliberately disguise as an awakening entity, it may raise their suspicions. The witch pointed to the location the demon hunter had selected on the map. What do you think, sir? The demon hunter acknowledged the witch's words, casting an inquiring glance at the individual who ultimately had the authority to decide whether to proceed with this plan. Nightbart looked at his daughter and then at the self-assured demon hunter. Commander, I have but one request. I need someone I can absolutely trust to guard my back. As the Nightbart gestured towards Li Yanlong on the other side of the room, the young girl Carlo gazed at the youthful Ceres warrior with her wide eyes. To her, this evening's endeavor seemed merely an adventurous escapade, accompanied by her father and her dreamlike Prince Charming, devoid of peril. The demon hunter hesitated, for his strategy involved a swift assault, with Vittoria and himself acting as the dual blades flanking Li Yanlong, the steadfast sword, to execute a lightning strike and rescue the hostages before the defenses aboard the black ship could fully react. Furthermore, despite Li Yanlong's combat prowess not matching that of the female warriors, his cohesion and execution as a soldier trained in the same unit would prove superior. Li Yanlong found himself in a dilemma, yet with the political commissar present, he felt less burdened by worry. Following orders was the soldier's duty, a straightforward task. Embracing this somewhat irresponsible notion, Li Yanlong resumed his surveillance of the slacker, stealthily evading the girl's gaze. He felt an undeniable trepidation. The memory of her suddenly collapsing into his arms made his heart skip a beat, realizing he was truly risking everything in this flirtation. Chapter 92, Preparations Before Battle, Part 3. The demon hunter snapped his pen in half, causing Li Yanlong's shield to slip from his grasp, nearly crushing the fingers of the slacker assassin, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Others were startled by the sudden knock on the door, having been deeply engrossed in plotting their schemes. The witch felt a sense of relief, for today, someone had not barged in unannounced. A few players were genuinely taken aback. The female warrior, Vittoria, quietly approached Su Yichen and inquired, "Did I miss here, or is he truly named after that renowned character from your country's famous novel?" The demon hunter, momentarily unable to regain composure, recalled the witch mentioning the arrival of an Eastern monk for the mission, yet he had not anticipated such a formidable presence. With him here, was there even a need for such intricate planning? Regardless of the version of Tang Sanzang, he must be a legendary martial monk, right? Even the most inept original Tang Sanzang would surely possess a charisma exceeding 25, making him a master of persuasion. In Heroes of Might and Magic 3, he would undoubtedly be at least an expert in diplomacy, possibly rendering combat unnecessary, as he could effortlessly convert an entire ship of nuns to become monks. Having waited outside for quite some time without anyone answering, the monk finally pushed open the door of the blind-eye jewel shop. All eyes in the room instinctively turned towards the newcomer, particularly those of two players from the Yellow Earth region, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Clad in a gray cloak, upon sensing the demon hunter's gaze, he removed his hood and nodded slightly in acknowledgement, revealing a strikingly bald head. Upon noticing two fellow countrymen in the room, his expression shifted to one of surprise as he scrutinized the demon hunter and Li Yanlong. The monk's gaze was serene, his features delicate, inherently exuding an air of elegance and grace. Even as his eyes swept over the female warrior, Vittoria, he maintained a benevolent smile and offered a respectful bow. The demon hunter found it impossible to assess the monk's strength. His form was shrouded in a cloak, yet he stood there like a steadfast pine tree, his exposed skin resembling jade, devoid of any weaponry. "I am Tang Sanzang, here at the behest of another for this appointment." The monk clasped his hands together in front of the witch, evidently the Eastern monk she had previously mentioned. Unable to contain herself, the female warrior, who possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the culture of New Huaxia, boldly inquired, "Pray tell, monk, is your name truly Tang Sanzang?" Su Yichen silently wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the warrior refrained from directly addressing him as bald donkey, for it was uncertain how such an affront might affect pre-battle morale. "Madam, I understand your curiosity regarding my name." The monk smiled as he surveyed the gathered crowd, particularly the two players from the Lust Plateau. "I never anticipated encountering fellow countrymen here. Feel free to laugh. I am aware of your intrigue surrounding my name." The monk's demeanor was one of calm indifference, as if he had long since grown accustomed to the curious gazes of those less informed. "My original name has been relinquished with the passage of time. Due to personal reasons, I now go by Tang Sanzang, which bears no relation to the figure you might be imagining." The surrounding individuals failed to comprehend the words of the monk, yet Su Yichen and his companions grasped the meaning. It was likely that the players from the Lust region were the culprits. The exact reasons remained shrouded in mystery. However, judging by the NPC's reaction, it seemed as though the four great classics had been published in this world. This inquiry extended beyond the confines of the game, encompassing the days spent in the space station, including Li Yanlong and Vittoria. These intrepid pioneers drifting through the cosmos had not set foot on Mother Earth for almost a year. Su Yichen found himself at a loss for words. What mischief had the local players been up to that had prompted the NPC to seemingly run away from home, crossing servers from the Lust region to here? Enough. Su Yichen intervened to halt the curious female warrior and Li Yanlong from further interrogating the monk known as Tang Sanzang. "Master, do you know our adversaries this time?" "Rest assured, someone briefed me before my arrival. The black ship and those madwomen. This isn't my first encounter with them." The monk quickly regained his composure, stating, "Within the borders of the Song Empire, the black ship has long been declared an illegal organization. I once participated in a cleanup operation and had dealings with those individuals." When he mentioned the terms illegal operation and cleanup, the monk appeared somewhat uncomfortable, his words vague. Nevertheless, the demon hunters, accustomed to navigating the system, immediately recognized the implications. What exactly had the players from the Lust region done that rendered this NPC so uncharacteristic? The demon hunter restrained his desire to voice a quip, addressing the master. "In the future, let us converse more when time permits. At present, I must organize a covert operation, deploying a trio to infiltrate the black ship and rescue 3 hostages." Su Yichen gestured towards the female warrior. "I am the blade, she is the hammer, and I still require a shield. I wonder if you could fulfill that role, master?" Although the monk Tang Sanzang did not fully grasp Su Yichen's metaphor, the concept of a shield was clear to him. With a sudden awakening, the monk's eyes widened. His exposed skin transformed into a soft golden hue in mere breaths. Tang Sanzang pressed his palms together, producing a sound akin to metal clashing between his hands. "I am more than capable." The demon hunter nodded in acknowledgement, addressing Knight Bart. "Mr. Bart, you will team up with Li Yanlong, alongside your daughter, to assist the witch in setting traps over there." "As you command, Commander," Bart Rossetti replied, gesturing to Li Yanlong. "Come, child, share your experiences with me. Let us seize this opportunity to see how much of what I taught you still remember. I require the witch to remain in position, ready to facilitate our extraction." The demon hunter instructed, indicating a spot outside the second circle drawn by the witch. When will those pirates make their appearance? Chapter 93, Preparations Before Battle. End. Their forces will be divided into two factions. One will conceal themselves in the harbor district, while the other will launch an assault at sea upon receiving our signal to seize the black ship. The witch marked the location of the pirate ship on the map. Mama would launch her attack on time. When the demon hunters received this assignment, they pondered the utility of the black ship to the witches' union. They were even less capable than ordinary folk. The only entity likely to harbor interest in this vessel was the pirate king, Cersei Lannister, previously mentioned by the witch. Yichen was uncertain of the arrangement between Mama and the witches' union, yet the demon hunters were not inclined to place undue faith in a band of pirates. From Li Yanlong's earlier descriptions, Cersei Lannister was a capricious leader, yet undeniably charismatic. The extent of her loyalty to allies was an enigma to the demon hunters. Thus, within this plan, the demon hunters allocated neither space nor budget for the pirates, relying solely on the capabilities of the witches' union and Yichen's existing forces. Once the hostages were rescued, the witches' union and the demon hunters would face no further concerns. The task of seizing the black ship and annihilating the nuns could not be accomplished solely with the demon hunters' current strength. The sacrifices the pirates would need to make depended on the price Mama was willing to pay. A faint smile graced the demon hunter's lips as he contemplated who would remain steadfast in their resolve. Once the operation commenced, Yichen inquired of the witch, "How will you establish contact with the pirates?" The witch brandished a red-painted metal rod, adorned with a skull motif. The demon hunter could discern from its design that it was crafted by pirates, a signal flare brought by the minions of Mama, effective even within the shadow of the black ship. Yichen reached out to take the object, finding it heavier than anticipated, and its construction more exquisite than he had imagined. The grip was meticulously fashioned to provide a non-slip surface, indicating it was not hastily assembled. The demon hunter brought the signal flare close to his nose and inhaled the pungent scent of sulfur. He glanced at Li Yanlong, tossing the flare in his direction. Li Yanlong caught it, and, much like the demon hunter, examined it before shaking his head, signifying that he had never encountered such an item before. Intriguingly, the demon hunter sensed that the pirate king Mama concealed significant secrets. At the very least, she possessed a base capable of smelting metals and refining gunpowder, a fact unknown even to the newly joined pirates. What mysteries lay hidden within? Cersei? Why did the Lannisters covet a black ship? Did she fear the ire of the devoted sisterhood of the True Heart and the Witch King? Keep that. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, or if the enemy's strength exceeds expectations, signal with this and retreat, Yichen instructed Li Yanlong. For within this group, Li Yanlong was the one he trusted most. Understood, Commander, Li Yanlong responded, instinctively standing at attention and saluting. Li Yanlong's actions and address caused the monk Tang Sanzang, who stood quietly in the corner, to twitch his brow slightly. The monk cast a deep glance at the demon hunter whom Li Yanlong referred to as commander, yet said nothing. All right. Yichen clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. The plan is thus. Disregarding the influence of the pirates, I, Vittoria, the assassin, and the monk will proceed on foot to the port area, while Mr. Bart's team will head to the warehouse to prepare. Those mentioned nodded in acknowledgement. The demon hunter continued. Once the black ship arrives, the witches will be responsible for awakening Miss Carol's powers, diverting the attention of the nuns, while the assassin seizes the opportunity to infiltrate the black ship and accomplish your mission. The shadow assassin raised a hand, stating, "If I am discovered, my safety takes precedence. Do not expect me to risk my life." The demon hunter nodded and continued. Once the nuns group has moved far enough away, the monk and Vittoria will draw the nuns' fire, providing cover for me to breach the interior of the black ship. If all goes well, I will follow the trail left by the assassin to locate the target and administer my blood to them. The remainder will be an escape mission. Do you understand? The demon hunter looked at the female warrior and the monk, both of whom nodded in agreement. Yichen was not concerned about the female warrior. Those who could join the strike team were not cowards. However, the sudden appearance of the monk, bearing a renowned name, left the demon hunter feeling uncertain, as the lack of familiarity hindered any sense of collaboration. Consequently, the demon hunter could only transform the sharp knife assault into a two-pronged approach, aiming for victory through unconventional means. Upon the assassin's infiltration, we must ascertain the location of the hostages within 10 minutes. Should we exceed this time frame, we are to abandon the mission and retreat immediately. The words of the demon hunter elicited considerable discontent from the witch. However, the subsequent remarks from Yichen compelled her to acknowledge the validity of his reasoning. Should we surpass this time limit, given the customary practices of the nuns, it would suffice for them to execute all hostages. Once we board the black ship, the 10-minute countdown commences. If we fail to emerge, do not concern yourselves with us, and the remaining personnel are to evacuate without delay. This statement was directed by the demon hunter towards the witch and Nightbart. He gestured towards the previously selected extraction point, addressing the witch. Prior to that, the witch responsible for our retrieval at this location must remain steadfast, even until the final second, ensuring optimal readiness for our extraction. The witch nodded in agreement. I shall personally await your return here. Very well, if all proceeds smoothly. 1 hour after the black ship docks, it will be ample time for our departure from Anthony Harbor. My team will solely be responsible for escorting the hostages from the black ship. Thereafter, the exit route from the city shall be under your purview. The demon hunter conveyed to the witch. Matters of this nature should be well within your capacity to manage. Understood, Commander, Nightbart replied with a slight bow. Yes, sir. Li Yamlong and the female warriors stood tall, with others following suit to signify their comprehension of Yichen's tactical plan. Now, let us proceed to replenish our combat supplies. The demon hunter turned his gaze towards the witch beside him. Should anything be lacking, consult our employer for replenishment. The individuals surrounding me, particularly the warriors capable of donning heavy armor, turned their gazes toward the witch, save for the Nightbart. The witch instinctively took a step back. Chapter 94. The arrival of the black ship in the distance. The port of Anthony Harbor came into view, with the ominous black vessel, the Crimson Shroud, drawing near. My Lord Celestine, in 15 minutes we shall reach the harbor of that city. Should we notify the local lord and the church in advance? The silvery hair of the flag-bearer's sister danced in the sea breeze alongside the banner of the monastery. The sister, upon being questioned, stood silently at the bow of the ship, her piercing gaze filled with resolve, reminiscent of the unmelting ice at the world's end, and slowly shook her head. I understand, my lord. The flag-bearer's sister took a step back, distancing herself by 3 meters before turning around. Before her stood 40 battle-ready sisters, most adorned in armor akin to that of the flag-bearer's sister, their metal plates embellished with various prayers, and crimson cloaks fluttering in the wind. A few clerical sisters clad in red robes, though lacking the heavy armament of their sisters, exuded an unmistakable aura of magical prowess, revealing their identity as spellcasters. Additionally, a small group of young sisters donned only leather armor, huddled together, their youthful faces a mixture of excitement and anxiety. For these apprentice sisters, it would be their inaugural mission. The gaze of the battle nuns was as unyielding as iron, with many bearing delicate faces adorned with tattoos that represented their achievements in combat, or even inscribing entire prayers praising the Witch King directly upon their visages. Clad in armor and wielding weapons, they exuded an aura of lethal intensity. Lord Celestine commanded that upon reaching the port, they would proceed directly into the city to capture the Child of Calamity, mercilessly eliminating any who dared to obstruct their path. The flag-bearing nun issued an edict. All military forces of the local lord and church personnel associated with the Child of Calamity were to be executed on the spot. At the bow of the ship, Celestine held a tome with a steel cover, bound to the nun's skirt armor by a long chain. Her iron-clad hands caressed the pages made of a special material, silently absorbing the sacred texts inscribed within. The heretics yearned for the purifying flames of redemption. They need not fear, for we shall bestow this fire upon them. Within a warehouse at the port, the demon hunters and their comrades made their final preparations. Do you always carry so many toys with you? The female warrior remarked, pleased as she patted the half-armor she had just acquired. Judging by its exquisite patterns and the reaction of the witch at the time, it was undoubtedly of great value. As the largest black market dealer in the port of Anthony, the witch's trinket shop held an array of impressive equipment. Even the demon hunters had procured 2 non-reflective daggers as backup weapons. I wonder if your muscles have encroached upon your intellect, with your pitiful IQ. It is difficult for me to explain the utility of these charming little items to you. The once feeble shadow assassin, now fully restored to health, is no longer the easy target he once was. Skillfully evading the warrior woman's strike, the shadow assassin transformed into a dense fog, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind the demon hunter. I tell you, 10 minutes. Not a second longer will I remain inside. Should you fail to arrive on time, it cannot be deemed a breach on my part. The warrior woman scoffed, dismissing the distant assassin. She retrieved her slaughter flail, meticulously applying grease between the chains. The hefty metal shield, crafted by the dwarven master Groin, leaned against a wooden barrel beside her. The shield, nearly 2 fingers thick and made of pure metal, reminded Su Yichen of the front armor plating of a police armored vehicle, weighing no less than 60 kilograms. Li Yanlong had attempted to wield it, only to discover that he could barely manage its heft. Vittoria's gaze fell upon it. This is the work of the master craftsman Groin. In gratitude to a dear friend, this dwarf artisan forged a formidable shield from his collection of precious materials, designed to protect her from harm. Groin meticulously measured his friend's height and arm span, ensuring that the shield would perform optimally only in her hands. Usage restrictions: a minimum strength requirement of 19 points and a minimum constitution requirement of 15 points. Materials: Titan Alloy No. 2, Groin's enhanced version. Texture: indestructible. Special feature 1, tailored. This shield was specifically crafted for Vittoria Gabriella. When she wields it, its weight is reduced by 1/3. Feature 2, the deathly gaze of the Amazonian woman directs the gem embedded in the front of her shield towards her adversaries, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. Once per day, I have sculpted your visage upon its surface. It may yield extraordinary results, would it not? Su Yichen gazed at the intricate relief that adorned the entirety of the shield, his lips twitching slightly. The dwarf had whimsically exaggerated the features of the female warrior upon the front, with 2 crimson gems set in the sockets of her eyes, radiating an intense brilliance. The female warrior accepted this jest with equanimity. Of course, this was her own assertion. However, Li Yanlong mentioned that he had heard a commotion emanating from the blacksmith's workshop outside their room earlier that afternoon. The monk Tang Sanzang sat quietly, cross-legged on the ground, seemingly in slumber, softly reciting verses as though oblivious to the events about to transpire. The witch paced restlessly within the warehouse, and the demon hunter could sense her inner turmoil. Fear not, we shall accomplish our mission. During the previous battle within Carlo's dream, the appearance of the silver-haired maiden had gone unspoken between the demon hunter and the witch. Yet an inkling suggested that the Witches' Guild's decision to launch a preemptive strike against the Black Ship was likely closely tied to this mysterious girl. As the demon hunter pondered, a raven flapped its wings and entered the warehouse, alighting gracefully upon the witch's shoulder. She leaned in, as if engaging in a silent communion with the creature. Moments later, the raven cawed at the witch before soaring back through the window from whence it came. Is the Black Ship nearing? The demon hunter inquired as he approached the witch. The Black Ship has begun to decelerate, soon to enter the harbor, having sunk the patrol boats in its wake. The witch remarked to the demon hunter, it seems those nuns intend to resolve matters swiftly, before the church and the local lord can react. This bodes well for us. The fewer who meddle, the better. The demon hunter brandished his long sword from the ground. Prepare yourselves, comrades. The cheese box has been delivered. They are the mice seeking to pilfer the cheese within. Chapter 95. Long live vodka Yura. The monk rose from the ground, adjusting his attire with an air of competence, nodding at the demon hunter. Tang Sung is perhaps the witch's most reliable ally, having taken no equipment from her. Su Yichen understood that most monks preferred to rely on their fists, considering their own bodies as the sharpest weapons. However, few, like Tang Sung, chose to forego even a single piece of defensive gear. Yet, since Tang Sung opted for this combat approach, the demon hunter was willing to trust in his abilities. Among all the extraordinary beings one might encounter, while monks may not possess the greatest combat strength, they are undoubtedly the most dependable. The female warrior secured her flail, grasping a nearby shield, nonchalantly taking a hearty swig from her magical flask. The action commenced. The demon hunter issued commands to Li Yanlong, who was far away in the slums. During such times, communication among players significantly alleviated Su Yichen's burdens. The shadow assassin vanished into the darkness, destined to become the most lethal blade in the night. There, the movement has commenced, and I can sense the tremors in the void. The witch inhaled deeply and addressed the demon hunter. Now we await to see how many nuns will be dispatched to our meticulously prepared trap. Fortune favors us. The demon hunter surveyed the port shrouded in darkness. Aided by his night vision, he discerned the colossal vessel emerging from the obscurity. The giant ship, nearly 80 meters in length, bore sails reminiscent of wings, advancing into the harbor with an unstoppable momentum, causing a stir among the dock officials and laborers. The immense hull, cloaked in ominous hues, instilled a sense of unease among the mortals, Yet the lighthouse remained silent, offering no alarm, and the patrol boats provided no signals. The tax collector stood agape, bewildered by the black ship materializing from the thick fog, oblivious to the ledger that had slipped from his grasp and fallen to the ground. A black gangplank descended from the vessel, and a fully armed contingent of nuns disembarked, forming an orderly line upon the dock. 40 nuns stood in silence, and one, bearing a scarlet convent flag, gracefully descended from the ship. "Step back, mortals. This matter does not concern you. Take your people and depart at once," commanded an elderly scribe nun, striking the ground forcefully with the tip of her staff near the tax collector. "Why, yes, my lady," stammered the tax collector, collapsing to the ground at the sound of her staff, scrambling backward in a frantic retreat upon hearing her words. As the flag-bearer nun made her way to the center of the sisterhood, the tax officer had already led the port workers far away. "Sister Missal, why did you allow those mortals to depart?" The flag-bearer nun cast a disapproving glance at her. Any mortal untried harbors the suspicion of colluding with chaos. Weakness is the root of all sin. "Sister Missal, we embody the will of the Witch King," she proclaimed loudly, as the crimson banner crackled with the brilliance of thunder in response to her voice. "Humph. I shall report your weakness to Lord Celestine. The sisters shall feel shame for your actions." The flag-bearer nun, observing the now-vanished port workers, turned and strode forward. "Lord Celestine will discern right from wrong." With that, Sister Missal waved her arm, declaring, "Let us depart, sisters." The battle nuns, who had remained silent thus far, followed their two leaders towards the slums of Anthony Port. A hint of unease flickered on the faces of several young novice nuns, as the prior quarrel between the two high-ranking sisters left them bewildered. As the nuns vanished into the shadows of the buildings, a dark figure stealthily ascended the side of the black ship using specialized tools. The shadowy assassin cautiously surveyed the deck, feeling a deep unease in the emptiness. Though he had undertaken numerous covert infiltration missions, this one was undoubtedly the most perilous of his career. Cautiously lurking in the shadow of the mast for 5 minutes, the shadow assassin finally ascertained that, apart from the 5 vigilant battle nuns on the deck, there were no other sentinels present. He carefully peered out, glancing towards the concealed location of the demon hunters on the shore. In the darkness, the shadow assassin was unable to locate his companions. Uncertain if they could see him, he crossed his fingers to form a cross. 10 minutes. Colin took a deep breath. It was time to showcase his true skills. "Has he gone in?" the female warrior inquired, patting the shoulder of the demon hunter. "The mouse has entered. From this moment, the countdown begins. 10 minutes. Vittoria, you will need to attract a sufficient number of enemies." According to the information provided by the witch, there are no more than 30 combatants aboard the black ship, the demon hunter instructed. "If a particularly troublesome target appears, the monk will be responsible for restraining her." "Understood," the female warrior declared, tapping her shield. "I will show them how a woman ought to fight." The monk Tang Sanzang nodded, indicating his comprehension of the demon hunter's intent. "All right, we are ready to act. Let's create some noise to cover our mouths." The demon hunter rose from his hiding place, drawing his great sword and issuing the final battle command. Vittoria retrieved a uniquely shaped axe from her bosom, mimicking a discus thrower's motion. "Allow me to greet these little ladies." With a fierce roar, the warrior maiden's robust muscles tightened like steel cables, stretching and ultimately unleashing a formidable kinetic energy. As she executed her movements, the seemingly ordinary axe, typically wielded for lumberjack tasks, was hurled with great force, soaring nearly 100 meters before embedding itself deeply into the hull of the black ship. The sheer power of the throw drove the axe almost entirely into the wooden wall, and as a thin red line along the axe's handle ignited and burned away, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the black ship. The warrior maiden emerged from her hiding place and took a hearty swig of liquor. "Marvelous. Vodka is truly the drink of champions." Yura. Chapter 96. All is well. The battalion of battle nuns was nearing the impoverished district, halted by the distant sound of explosions behind them. "Lord Potties, is it possible that the Crimson Funeral Ship has encountered some misfortune?" inquired a battle nun, past middle age, as she reported her thoughts to the banner nun. The banner nun pondered for a moment before turning to a younger scribe nun, asking, "Sister Catherine, please relocate the position of the Harbinger of Calamity." The young scribe nun bowed her head, reciting an incantation, her eyes ablaze with fervor. "Lord Potties, the Harbinger of Calamity is located just 2 kilometers ahead," the target remains stationary. Additionally, traces of witch activity have been detected nearby. Did you all hear that? Our target lies just ahead. The banner nun commanded loudly. Proceed onward. No matter what transpires, Lady Celestine will handle it. You have all heard Lord Potty's words. Sisters, onward. Sister Missal, the scribe, stood resolutely beside Sister Pads this time. As the middle-aged battle nun, who had spoken earlier, passed by Sister Missal, she paused momentarily. Lady Missal, is this truly wise? What if issues arise on Lord Celestine's end regarding our escort? The young scribe, Sister Catherine, who lingered at the rear, inquired, Lady Missal, will you really allow Sister Pads to insult you so? Dear Catherine, one must never judge solely by appearances. Lady Pads is merely candid and somewhat temperamental. Sister Missal replied gently, dismissing the young nun's concerns. As the assembly concluded, a faint smile graced Sister Missal's lips as she brought up the rear of the procession. Meanwhile, the instigator of the discord among the battle nuns had already set foot on the deck of the black ship. The warrior maiden, exuberant as a reveler, shouted Yura, while downing vodka, being the first to board the vessel. Following closely, the monk and the demon hunter swiftly formed a triangular formation on the deck. On the deck, 5 battle nuns exhibited no sign of panic. Upon the explosion of a throwing axe hurled by the warrior maiden, they united in a defensive formation at the center, unaware of the multitude of foes lurking in the darkness. Ladies, look here. The warrior maiden initiated the assault. Her slaughtering mace, striking down a shield-bearing battle nun with tremendous force. The metal shield adorned with various religious motifs contorted under the immense strength of the female warrior, simultaneously fracturing the fragile radius and ulna of the nun behind the shield. In the next instant, the warrior nonchalantly deflected the nun's counterattack with her weighty shield, embellished with her own reliefs, exclaiming, "Isn't the commotion sufficient? I hope we do not frighten our little mouse." At that moment, the mouse spoken of by the warrior was hiding within a nun's chamber. Mere moments earlier, the shadow assassin, clad in specially crafted shoes, traversed the deck without a whisper, skillfully avoiding each creaky floorboard thanks to years of experience, silently infiltrating the interior of the black ship beneath the very noses of the battling nuns. The dimly lit corridors and narrow passages were adorned by the fervent nuns, who over an extended period had embellished every inch of the black ship with ornate portraits and scrolls inscribed with scriptures. The shadow assassin, Colin, found himself unable to meld with the shadows as effortlessly as before, as if some force were suppressing his abilities. Fortunately, the sufficiently dark environment afforded the shadow assassin ample cover as he silently passed an open cabin where a nun knelt with her back to the doorway, softly reciting an arcane scripture. With a jarring tremor of the vessel, a deafening crash shattered the stillness within the cabin, prompting the assassin to hear the clashing of weapons from several nearby compartments. Damn it! The assassin had no time to lament his temporary ally's shortcomings as he swiftly slipped back into the room he had just passed, cautiously closing the door behind him. Before the nun in the room could react, the assassin plunged a poisoned dagger into her throat, while using his other hand to cover her mouth, stifling any sound that might alert the other nuns outside. As the movements of the nun in his grasp gradually weakened, the footsteps in the corridor outside began to fade into silence. The shadowy assassin gently laid the lifeless body on the floor, carefully withdrawing his dagger and pressing a crumpled sheet from the bed against the nun's wound. He had no desire for the blood flowing from the room to attract unwarranted attention. The space was rather confined. Feeling secure, the shadowy assassin exited the room, mentally noting that he had 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes. He calculated the time he had before the demon hunter would notice his entry into the ship's interior. Attention! Enemy reinforcements at 9 o'clock. The demon hunter repelled a heavily armored nun with his longsword, loudly alerting the surrounded warrior maidens. Compared to the initial 5 nuns, those emerging from the ship's hold were not only better equipped, but also boasted a significant proportion of supernatural beings among them. One combat nun wielding a long-handled war hammer exhibited ferocity rivaling that of the warrior maiden Victoria. Fortunately, the monk Tang Sanzang intervened, intercepting the foe. Contrary to Su Yichen's expectations, the monk did not employ agile maneuvers to evade attacks. Instead, he confronted the armed enemy head-on, bare-handed like a true warrior.